After crossing over, Lin Qi discovered that the ways to die in the pirate world were incredibly diverse. Ruthless pirates, slave-catching fleets, the destructive power of the shaking fruit, floating sky islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Just as he was trembling in fear, the life choice system suddenly activated. Option 1. Challenge the mountain bandit king. Sig. Option 2. Shave the Mediterranean for Sengoku's goat. Looking at these two self-destructive options, Lin Qi suddenly realized only by being crazier than a madman in this insane world can one survive. Chapter 1. Life Choices. Tina panicked the so-called moonwalk. In the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, Naval Headquarters, Elite Training Camp. Listening to the vivid explanation from teacher Zephyr up front, Lin Qi appeared somewhat distracted. Is it really possible for a person to fly by rapidly stepping on the air? Having arrived in this world 10 years ago, Lin Qi had become one of the outstanding recruits in this batch, naturally entering the elite training camp. However, techniques like the moonwalk and life return, no matter how many times he heard them, still felt unbelievable. Most importantly, it had been 10 years, and the system had not been activated. You have to know, in the world of One Piece, there are powerful monsters everywhere. Whitebeard, who can create earthquakes with a single punch, the Golden Lion, who can keep dozens of islands floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Kaido, the strongest creature in history. When it comes to killing people, it's as easy as putting a bra on a sow. If he couldn't possess powerful abilities, then the best choice would be to shrink in the naval headquarters and live a safe and sound life as a civilian. But Lin Qi was unwilling. Having crossed into this magnificent era of pirates, how could he be content without making a name for himself on the sea? However, he had neither a powerful fruit ability nor extraordinary martial arts talent. It was too difficult to become stronger. Could it be that I can only be an ordinary person with nothing but good looks? Just as Lin Qi was contemplating whether to sacrifice himself and use illegal means to grow stronger, suddenly, a series of electronic synthesized sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Loading complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the life choice system. Please successfully become the king of a nation within 3 years. The Emperor's faith. System will be activated. Life choice system successfully activated. Ding! The first life choice has been opened. Task Choice 1. Earnestly remember teacher Zephyr's teachings on the moonwalk technique. Reward. Comprehend moonwalk beginner. Task Choice 2. Establish authority in the elite camp and defeat Smoker. Reward. Zoan type bird fruit white dove form. Task Choice 3. As a time traveler, fear nothing and charge at Tina. Reward. Moonwalk peak. Awaken the system, and it's a dual system. After the initial shock, Lin Qi was filled with wild joy. After waiting for 10 years, the system had finally arrived. However, this system seemed a bit unorthodox. Seeing the third task choice, Lin Qi couldn't help but picture Tina's stunning beauty in his mind. With a waist that could be grasped with one hand and a graceful figure, she resembled a captivating painting. Her body, simply unreal. By the way, unlike the generally unattractive men, the women in this world are generally beautiful. Even Big Mom was an incredible beauty in her youth, though after giving birth to 85 children over 42 years, her body had completely changed. He still remembered the data from the One Piece newspaper, where Nami and Robin's ample bosoms were both up, definitely a disaster-level figure. It left a huge impact on young Lin Qi's psyche. But Tina was different from ordinary people. She and Smoker had crushed the competition in the elite selection and defeated everyone else. They were known as the future hope of the Navy, the leaders in the elite camp, a rising star in Navy. It could be said that he and Tina were not even from the same world. Glancing at Tina beside him, a fragrance surrounded his nostrils, and Lin Qi's heart raced. Sensing the fiery gaze on him, Tina's beautiful face frowned slightly. This guy had been looking at her from time to time. He must be thinking of something dirty. As a Navy goddess, Tina was all too familiar with this kind of gaze from Lin Qi. But usually, those people only dared to glance secretly from a distance and would immediately pretend to be righteous when caught looking. Yet this guy, he didn't even bother to hide it. Lin Qi's gaze gradually lingered on Tina's alluring red lips, his throat rolling. Let be, I'll go for it. Choice 1 was too garbage. Choice 2, he couldn't beat Smoker yet, so Choice 3 was the most suitable. Taking advantage of Teacher Zephyr's lecture distracting everyone, With Tina right beside him, if he missed this opportunity, it might be a long time before he could get this close. To Tina again. Lin Qi no longer hesitated, quickly stepped forward, and, under Tina's astonished gaze, he embraced her and swiftly leaned down to kiss her. Ugh! Tina's beautiful eyes widened. As if she had encountered something unbelievable, her pupils trembled, momentarily forgetting to resist. Lin Qi also did not let go, who knew if this task had a time requirement. It was better to play it safe. The extremely soft sensation from their lips sent ripples through Lin Qi's heart as he gazed at the breathtaking beauty so close to him, feeling a surge of emotions. The Navy Flower, the goddess of countless men's fantasies, was now in his arms, and he indulged in the taste of her crimson lips. Up front, Zephyr's explanation came to an abrupt halt. Countless students immersed in the moonwalk technique returned to their senses, curious as to why teacher Zephyr suddenly stopped. Hiss! Following teacher Zephyr's gaze, everyone couldn't help but gasp, and in an instant, the room fell silent. Tina was kissed by someone. A young naval officer looked shocked, and the other officers were equally astonished. Damn! This kid dared to kiss Miss Tina. There were already few women in the military, let alone beauties like Tina. Usually, everyone was satisfied with just a distant glance during training. Yet Lin Qi dared to kiss their goddess right in front of them. An act akin to slapping a bull in the facet was simply intolerable. People were furious, and several of Tina's ardent fans had red eyes. It seemed that if not for the concern that teacher Zephyr was still present, everyone would have rushed up to tear Lin Qi apart. I can't hold it in anymore. I want to beat him up. Fortunately, there were still some in the crowd who remained calm and held back a few people who had taken off their shirts, ready to fight. Calm down, look. Miss Tina didn't resist. Maybe they have already made a private agreement. What business is it of yours? Yeah. After being reminded, everyone was stunned, realizing that Tina had not resisted at all. When did their goddess have a partner? And it was a guy with average combat power. So what if he was a bit handsome? Can good looks fill the stomach? Suddenly, everyone felt their lives had turned bleak. But what they didn't know was that Tina's mind was already blank at this moment. She hadn't heard a single word of what was being said around her, and even her perception of time wasn't clear. Ugh. Pervert. After a good 7 or 8 seconds, Tina's pupils finally refocused, and she punched Lin Qi's abdomen with a furious blow. Chapter 2. Potential of a General. Lin Qi felt as if he had been hit by a cannonball, sent flying into the air, almost spitting out blood, but he was laughing happily because the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Distributing the reward for Moonwalk PK, a flood of information about the moonstep technique rushed into his mind in an instant, as if he had truly been studying it for over a decade. His leg muscles swelled visibly. Tina on the ground had a flushed face, continuously rubbing her enticing lips with her delicate fingers while gritting her teeth and glaring at Lynch in midair. That was her first kiss. She had intended to save it for her future husband. Unexpectedly, it had been taken away by a stranger, just like that at this moment. Tina's beautiful eyes were blazing with fury, and she even had thoughts of killing Lynch. Driven by intense anger, the teachings of Zephyr from earlier suddenly became clear in her mind. Whoosh! In front of everyone's eyes, Tina soared into the sky using the moonstep, quickly approaching Lynch. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in Zephyr's stern eyes. He had not expected that among this batch of students, a genius would emerge. Being able to successfully use the moonstep technique after just one hearing was something that had only happened a handful of times in his 16 years of teaching. This included the current 3 admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. This Miss Tina is even more of a genius than rumored, he thought. As Tina got closer, Lynch began to sweat profusely. Looking at her expression, he knew that if he got caught, there would be no good outcome. Even being sent to the emergency room would be considered light punishment. I absolutely cannot get caught. Lynch had already integrated the moon step into his instincts, quickly stepping on the air to distance himself from Tina. This kid has learned the moon step too. Zephyr's surprise increased. He had thought Lynch was of mediocre talent, but it turned out he had misjudged him. Wait, that kid's moon step seems off. Zephyr's expression shifted from admiration to seriousness, his eyes sharp like an eagle's. Lynch's moon step, whether in terms of power output, the angle of stepping on the air, or other techniques, was not something Tina could compare to. As an instructor and former Marine admiral, Zephyr's insight was extraordinarily keen. He could understand the whole picture from just a glimpse. Zephyr even suspected that the vice admirals in the headquarters might only match Lynch in mastery of the moonstep, rather than surpass him. That was truly terrifying. Which vice admiral hadn't risen through years of fighting, mastering the 6 styles to an extraordinary degree? How could a mere recruit compare? Even Borsellino's performance in the elite camp on the moonstep was far inferior to this person. Could it be that Lynch had been learning the moonstep for over a decade before joining the Navy? As soon as this thought appeared, Zephyr quickly dismissed it. Impossible. First of all, his physical strength was insufficient to practice the moonstep. Even if he had learned the method, Lynch had no way of knowing, as the 6 styles were a Navy secret. To prevent infiltrators from mixing into the future pillars of the Navy, Zephyr was well aware of these recruits' backgrounds. If he remembered correctly, that kid had been an orphan working on a ranch before joining the Navy. Thus, there was only one conclusion. That kid was a genius, a buried genius. With an unparalleled talent for the 6 styles, Zephyr's expression grew fervent. He had a premonition that another monster comparable to the 3 admirals would soon emerge among his students. Hey, stop chasing, you can't catch me. In midair, Tina was chasing Lynch, who was running away, and if one didn't know better, they might think it was some sort of husband-chasing scene. If one overlooked Tina's expression of tightly clenched teeth. Why don't you stand still? What kind of man runs away like this? Tina was furious. Stand still? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Standing still would just get me killed. Lynch replied, giving Tina a dismissive look. You. Tina's chest heaved with anger. The soldiers on the ground were already dumbfounded. They could still understand that Miss Tina had learned the moonstep, but that wasn't Lynch just an ordinary person with no physical or swordsmanship talent. Yet now before them was an average person who had learned the moonstep. What did that make them, useless? Enough. Everyone stop. Zephyr's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Zephyr Sensei. Hearing Zephyr's words, Lynch obediently descended from the sky and said respectfully. Tina followed closely behind, still angry, and pointed at Lynch to complain, Zephyr Sensei, this guy. Zephyr raised his right hand, signaling Tina to calm down. The issues between you can be resolved after class. I won't intervene. Right now, do not delay others from attending class. Although Tina was very unwilling, she could only temporarily let this row go. After glaring at Lynch in anger, she returned to the group, not uttering a word in response to everyone's concern. Lynch, on the other hand, cast a grateful glance at Zephyr. No matter what, he had temporarily dodged that beating. Lynch was confident that as long as he was given enough time to make a few more choices, he would not fear any threats. Next, we will continue explaining the techniques of the moonstep. The rest of the time passed during Zephyr's lecture. As the sun set, it was evening. Today's lecture ends here. Lynch, Smoker, Tina, you 3 stay. Yes, Zephyr Sensei. Goodbye, Zephyr Sensei. See you tomorrow, Zephyr Sensei. After everyone left, Zephyr stayed behind with only the 3 of them and said, tonight at 6, meet in the forest behind training ground number 3. Yes, Zephyr Sensei. Obeying the instructor's orders was the duty of a Marine, and the 3 did not ask why, but responded readily. You all did well, don't let me down. With these words, Zephyr left. Sensing the sharp gaze beside him, worried about being beaten, Lynch had no choice but to follow Zephyr out. What's wrong? You planning to follow me home for dinner? After walking a distance, Zephyr turned around, his heavy hand patting Lynch's shoulder. Hee, Zephyr Sensei, thank you, Lynch said awkwardly with a forced smile. You actually know to be embarrassed, publicly kissing a girl, making it hard for me to know what to say to you, Zephyr said, feeling quite speechless. The way young people pursued partners these days was increasingly incomprehensible. First, there was Rear Admiral T. Pig, who sent a love letter every day, constantly professing his affection to Rear Admiral P. Trabbit, enduring beatings, scoldings, and rejections, yet still so eager. Now, another one had emerged who made Zephyr suspect he was out of touch. Lynch expressed that he had no choice who made the rewards from the system so tempting, let alone kissing Tina. Even if he were to kiss Smoker, would still pass. Chapter 3, Black Arm. Regardless, your pursuit behavior is a bit extreme. Even if you end up in the hospital afterward, the other party won't face any punishment. Do you understand? Zephyr said, I understand, Zephyr Sensei. Even if she punches me, takes off her shoes and steps on my face, or forces me to lick her feet, I would have no complaints. What made Lynch somewhat relieved was that the gender dynamics in this world were relatively open. In his previous life, such behavior would have likely landed him in jail. At first, Zephyr listened well, but the more he heard, the more he felt something was off. Looking at Lynch with a strange gaze, I hope you really understand. See you tonight, Zephyr Sensei. After sending Zephyr off, Lynch found a secluded corner to practice the moon step. At 5:30, right after the dinner rush, Lynch quickly went to have dinner. As for the dormitory, he didn't dare to return, knowing there would definitely be a group of guardians waiting there. At 6, the four of them arrived on time in the forest behind training ground number 3. The reason I called you 3 here at night is that you're all geniuses. Zephyr spoke earnestly. Geniuses should not be treated the same as ordinary people, otherwise it will only bury your talents. From now on, you all need to gather here every evening at 6 o'clock, and I will personally train you. Hearing this, the 3 were overjoyed. Having a former admiral willing to give them special training was a tremendous opportunity. The others in the elite camp, learning the new Marine 6 styles before mastering the moonwalk, will only harm them. But you are different. Tina and Lin Qi, you two have already learned the moonwalk, and Smoker is progressing quickly, so you can definitely start learning the next Marine 6 styles. Historically, the moonwalk and shave have always gone hand in hand. They are different paths leading to the same destination. Next, I will explain the techniques of shave to you. The 3 stood upright, fearing they would miss a single word. At this moment, Zephyr glanced at Smoker and said, "You can listen in, but don't learn it yet. Go with me to the forest to master the moonwalk first before learning this." Understood. Smoker nodded. Zephyr continued. Both techniques rely on the power of the legs for acceleration. The only difference is that the moonwalk requires a certain speed when stepping on the air at 1 time to generate a shockwave thrust, allowing 1 to fly to I. In contrast, shave involves rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times within a second to create a reactive force that increases speed. Lin Qi, who had mastered the peak-level moonwalk, found these concepts easy to grasp. Even if the system hadn't appeared this time, Lin Qi quickly mastered shave. On the other hand, Smoker and Tina had not yet entered the basics. Seeing this, Zephyr was quite satisfied this kid was indeed a genius. But soon, Lin Qi discovered a fatal flaw. This entry-level shave couldn't turn. If not timed properly in battle, wouldn't that mean rushing into the enemy's blade? While the 3 were practicing, suddenly, hurried footsteps approached and fragmented conversations reached Lin Qi's ears. "Hurry a bit faster. If we arrive sooner, we might still save some people. Those despicable beasts. How dare they?" Zephyr frowned and reached out to stop one of the men. "Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr." The middle-aged Navy officer was startled and quickly saluted. "What happened?" "And I am no longer an admiral," Zephyr said. "We received news that a powerful pirate crew is attacking villages. We have been ordered to pursue and eliminate them. They have already slaughtered 10 towns before this. So it is pirates again." Zephyr's hatred was almost unmasked. As long as that gang of scum exists, who knows how many lives will be ruined because of them. Pirates should not exist. Zephyr Sensei. Tina looked worriedly at Zephyr. The current Zephyr was a far cry from the kind elder he usually was. In the moonlight, he even appeared somewhat ferocious. "You 3 go back first." Zephyr turned to Lin Qi and the others, then turned back to the middle-aged Navy officer and said, "I will go with you." "Huh?" The middle-aged Navy officer stared blankly at Zephyr. Then joy burst forth on his face. "Please, follow me." Although that group of pirates was exceptionally ruthless, with the legendary black-armed Zephyr taking action, it would surely be a piece of cake. They would definitely be able to save more villagers. Watching the 2 talk, Lin Qi was lost in thought. At this moment, the system's voice rang out that a new life choice has been opened. Task Choice 1. Follow Zephyr's orders and return to the dormitory. Reward: Paramecia Corrosion Fruit. Task Choice 2. Color and Martial Arts. Stay behind to defeat Smoker or ask Tina for original flavor stockings. Reward: randomly upgrade one of the already possessed abilities to the limit. Task Choice 3. Actively request to follow Zephyr Sensei to exterminate the pirates. Reward: unlock the system store. After a slight hesitation, Lin Qi called out to Zephyr Sensei. There was no need to consider Choice 1 if he were to eat. He would choose the top-tier devil fruit, or it would be better not to eat at all. Although the reward for Choice 2 was also quite generous, it seemed he couldn't defeat Smoker at the moment. Asking Tina for original flavor stockings would be a huge mistake. He could almost imagine being chased down for it. Compared to Choice 1 and Choice 2, Choice 3 was obviously much more tempting. He was very curious about what items would appear in the system store. What is it? Zifa asked in a deep voice. I want to go with Zephyr Sensei. Is that okay? Lin Qi pleaded. Why? Zifa's expression became serious. Give me a reason that level of battle is too dangerous for you. Because I want to fight alongside Zephyr Sensei. Lin Qi replied firmly. Moreover, you said it yourself, geniuses should not be treated the same as ordinary people. I believe this will be a great experience, you little brat. Zifa's mood was both gratified and complicated at this moment. The extermination of pirates had nothing to do with Lin Qi in his view. To him, the only motivation for Lin Qi to want to go to the battlefield was his concern for him. Did he underestimate him? It seemed he had stepped down from the admiral position for so many years that many Navy officers had forgotten he still held the title of Black Arm. Being 58 years old had not affected his combat power in the slightest. Since you want to come, then come. This is indeed a good experience. Zifa's tall figure strode straight toward the harbor, accompanied by an extremely confident voice. You two come along, as well no one can harm my students under my watch. Yes, Zephyr Sensei. The three replied in unison, all able to see the joy in each other's eyes. Chapter 4: The True Pirate Aboard the Warship. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit, donning a justice cloak, with a long knife at his waist and a mohawk hairstyle, walked over with a suave stride. I heard from my subordinates that it was truly an honor to act alongside Teacher Zephyr. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zephyr also revealed a smile. Weasel, haven't congratulated you on your promotion to Rear Admiral yet. Oh, not at all. I owe my success today to your guidance, teacher. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Weasel looked at the three people behind Zephyr and asked, Who are these people, teacher? Oh, I'm taking them along for some training. Zephyr's authority still had to be respected, so Weasel nodded and didn't ask further. Before long, the warship raised its sails and officially set sail. Although it was Lin Qi's first time on a ship, it was still a spectacular sight every time. Gazing at the boundless sea, a thing called ambition brewed in his chest. The time on the sea was very calm. After all, no one would dare attack a naval warship. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours passed. As they approached their destination, Zephyr and Weasel stopped chatting, and the atmosphere on the warship gradually became tense. Rear Admiral, we expect to arrive in 15 minutes, a soldier reported. Weasel raised his hand and placed it on the long sword at his waist, saying, Prepare for battle. Yes. In an instant, the sea breeze carried a strong smell of gunpowder, and many soldiers were loading ammunition into flintlock guns. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi found the soldier who had just reported to Weasel, and when he returned, he had acquired a flintlock pistol at his waist. Fire, what a big fire! The blazing flames illuminated the night sky, casting a blood-red hue over the darkness. As the warship docked, various screams and wails filled the air, some belonging to women and others to children. In less than 4 hours since receiving the report, this place had already turned into a hell. These beasts! Weasel drew his long knife and coldly ordered, Enter the village for rescue. Kill any pirates encountered. Boom! Before Weasel's words fell, there was a loud bang, and Zephyr shot out like a cannonball, creating a 2-meter-wide crater in the ground. Lin Qi and Tina followed closely behind, using moonwalk to rapidly approach the village. Blood. There was blood everywhere and corpses lying in all directions, illuminated by the fierce flames revealing the pirates' hideous faces. Damn it, there's still a few old guys hiding here. A pirate, drunk, staggered out of a wine cellar, dragging 2 trembling old men outside, and with a single slash beheaded them. The 2 heads rolled to the ground, their faces still showing expressions of fear. Get lost, brat. You've ruined my good mood. In the street, a young child was crying on the body of his deceased father. A passing pirate relentlessly smashed the child into a pulp with a hammer. Hey, haha, look what I found, a pretty woman. The pirate leered as he pressed the woman down onto a straw mat, and she struggled desperately. No, please let me go. Shut up, bitch. If you behave, maybe we'll spare your life. Another pirate approached and violently tore the woman's skirt. Bang! After a gunshot, the pirate's head exploded on the spot, his skull blown apart, and his body fell straight to the ground. In midair, Lin Qi methodically loaded a lead bullet into his flintlock gun. Hit! Lin Qi seemed to have anticipated it and felt no surprise. His 3 months of hard work with firearms since joining the Navy were not in vain. With no talent for physical skills, he had no choice but to rely on sharpshooting for safety. He had to put an effort in that area. The results proved he had quite the talent for shooting. Swish! Tina swiftly appeared behind another pirate and stabbed him through the heart with her long sword, saving the woman. "Don't be afraid. You're safe now because we are here," Tina gently comforted. "The Navy?" The woman wiped the hair from her face, her eyes full of tears. "Yes, it's us. Quickly, head toward the outskirts of the village. Our main force is behind." Bang! Bang! Lin Qi killed 2 more pirates with his flintlock gun and landed on the ground, drawing his long sword. He couldn't maintain moonwalk for much longer due to the physical exhaustion. With the arrival of 200 Navy soldiers, the pirates finally sensed something was wrong. "It's the Navy. The Navy's here. Kill them all." These pirates, notorious for their brutality, surprisingly did not flee at the sight of the Navy, but instead aimed to eliminate them. As 4 knife-wielding pirates surrounded Lin Qi, he whispered Soru. He transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly breaking through the encirclement to arrive in front of one of the pirates, piercing his heart with a single sword thrust. Bang! "Watch out!" A gunshot rang out, and Tina suddenly blocked behind Lin Qi, her long sword seeming to deflect something, jolting her violently. "Thanks," Lin Qi sincerely expressed his gratitude. There were indeed some skilled fighters in the enemy pirate crew who could take advantage of his moment of vulnerability after using Soru to shoot. The moment the gun fired, it felt like a needle prick behind his head, indicating the awakening of his observation haki. But without Tina, he wasn't sure if he could have dodged it. Tina can help you once, but she can't help you every time. "Be careful," Tina's melodious voice sounded. "It's Captain Uer, Captain Uer." The surrounding pirates cheered excitedly. The man on the roof in the distance looked grim as he put away his sniper rifle. He had just used observation haki and still failed to kill that kid. At that moment, a steel tin hand was thrown over. It was Smoker who had traced the gunfire here. TCH, another brat. Uer didn't take Smoker seriously. A kid who hadn't even awakened haki couldn't possibly hit him with his eyes closed. Sure enough, within a few exchanges, Smoker was pushed back repeatedly. If the man had been wielding a knife instead of a gun, Smoker would have been dead. Luckily, Weasel arrived just in time to block Uer for Smoker. "Go elsewhere. Leave this to me." Smoker looked unwillingly at Uer, silently tightened his grip on his tin hand, and left. After the earlier lesson, Lin Qi didn't dare to use Soru recklessly. Instead, he used moonwalk to fly like a kite in the air. Bang! Another pirate fell to Lin Qi's gun. The pirates below could only watch Lin Qi unleash his firepower, helpless and furious, as they couldn't fly. In the Navy, only elites could master the 6 forms, let alone these pirates who weren't even part of the Navy. "Who could shoot him down for me?" The pirate shouted angrily. Chapter 5, The Blazing Flames Shoot. Shoot now. Bang! Bang! A series of gunshots rang out, countless bullets flying into the sky. Such a dense barrage would have brought down any ordinary person long ago. However, Lin Qi was able to maneuver gracefully in the air using peak-level moonwalk, perfectly dodging each attack. In contrast, every bullet he fired accurately struck a pirate hard. Lin Qi hovered like a sharp sword above everyone's heads, causing the pirates below to be constantly wary of his sharpshooting, too afraid to unleash their full strength in battle. As a result, although Tina appeared to be surrounded, she could hold her ground with her fierce swordsmanship for a while. With a small number of Navy soldiers arriving here, the pressure on the 2 of them significantly decreased. Junior, such exquisite marksmanship. Major West, who had just arrived, praised them for managing to hold off a large number of pirates with only 2 people. Bang! A lead bullet exploded the head of a pirate like a ram's horn, and Lin Qi noticed that his shooting skills were rapidly improving in a life-and-death struggle. Unfortunately, his stamina was still too weak. Lynch gasped as he landed on a rooftop, feeling as if he had run 10 laps around the Navy headquarters due to the exhaustion from using moonwalk. The pirates, already bloodthirsty, roared and swarmed towards him as soon as he landed. "Hey, kill that little brat. Damn Navy." Lynch used his long sword to fend off the climbing pirates. As the pillars of the house were severed by the pirates below, the building collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Lynch, Tina hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the ruins. Although she didn't like this frivolous man, she couldn't just stand by and watch her companion die in front of her. I'm fine. Just take care of yourself. At that moment, Lynch rolled out of the smoke of the ruins, his right arm wounded and bleeding from an unknown cut. Seeing that nearly half of the pirates present were rushing towards Lynch, Zeiser's mouth twitched. This kid, is he that good at taunting? Quick, everyone help him. Soon. A large number of Navy personnel arrived and quickly eradicated the remaining pirates in the area. Boom! Just as Lynch had killed the one-armed pirate in front of him and was about to rest, he was drawn to a massive explosion in the distance. Is it Teacher Zephyr? Tina and Lynch exchanged glances, disregarding their fatigue as they rushed towards the direction of the explosion. When they arrived at the scene, they saw the following spectacle. I am Blood Axe Jonard, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 230 million. I am destined to become the Pirate King. How can I fall here? Joking with an old man. A 5-meter-tall, vicious man roared, covered in blood, just as he raised his giant axe. He was punched into the ground by Zephyr, his fate unknown. Boom! Just as Tina thought everything was over, a massive explosion suddenly occurred at Jonard's location, engulfing Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr. No one expected things to turn out this way. The wind generated by the explosion hurt Tina's face as she anxiously gazed towards the direction of the blast. In her moment of distraction, a long sword suddenly pierced up from the ground beneath her. The speed was too fast, and the angle of the ambush was too tricky. Tina didn't even notice until Lynch pushed her aside. Blood spattered. Although he saved Tina, Lynch's other arm was also cut. Only then did Tina realize she had narrowly escaped death. Tina was very angry. She quickly thrust her long sword into the ground, but it seemed that she had stabbed nothing. Stop stabbing. The enemy has already left, Lynch said, his face pale as he sat heavily on the ground. That must have been a devil fruit user. How can you be so sure the enemy has left? Tina still frowned, staring at the ground. Idiot, because Teacher Zephyr has come over. At the center of the explosion, Zephyr emerged from the flames covered in armament haki. Even his clothes were imbued with it. Seeing this, Tina finally relaxed her tightly knit brows. Thank you, she said, feeling guilty. Looking at Lynch's bleeding arm, Tina tore a piece of her clothing and crouched down to make a simple bandage for him, her expression somewhat remorseful. I can help you once, but I can't help you every time. You need to be careful. Lynch smiled and said, what a grudge-holding man. 2 blushes appeared on Tina's face. This was exactly what she had said to Lynch not long ago, and she didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. However, thanks to Lynch's teasing, Tina's guilt eased significantly. Are you all okay? Zephyr's tall figure blocked the flames, bringing a cool breeze. I'm fine, but Lynch got hurt saving me. Tina shook her head. What about that explosion? That pirate implanted a bomb in his body, and it would explode when his heart stopped beating. You must be careful when facing such pirates in the future. They are ruthless to their enemies, and even more so to themselves, Zephyr said. We understand, Teacher Zephyr, Tina nodded, recalling how Lynch had saved her. A thoughtful expression on her face. Soon, all the pirates in the village were eradicated. Major Weasel dragged over a bound man who looked shifty. Teacher, thanks to you, many villagers survived. Weasel threw the man to the ground. This guy is a devil fruit user and needs to be sent to the underwater prison. If a devil fruit user is killed, their fruit will be reborn somewhere else in the world. To slow down the rebirth of devil fruits, the world government requires that any enemies encountering devil fruit users be sent to the underwater prison. What kind of devil fruit user is he? Seeing that Lynch was asking, Weasel replied, he's a Zoan-type mouse fruit, field mouse form. Upon hearing this, Lynch walked over to the man with a friendly expression. You were the one who ambushed us underground, right? No, I wasn't, the man swallowed nervously. But your eyes have already betrayed you. Lynch patted the man's shoulder amiably. Before you are sent to prison, I will tell others not to bring you food. Hopefully, you won't starve to death. The man lay on the ground, lifeless, his beard twitching as if he could foresee his tragic fate. Leaving a few Navy personnel to handle the aftermath, the rest boarded the returning ship. The scene shifted to Lynch lying in the medical room of the warship. Tina's rough bandaging had been removed, and both of Lynch's arms were wrapped in exquisite bandages by the doctor. All done. Don't use your arms or get them wet until the wounds heal. Thank you, doctor. Chapter 6, Kill Points. After the doctor left, Lynch turned over and got out of bed. Looking at his arms, each seemingly wearing a white armband, Lynch smiled helplessly. He didn't know what the doctor had applied inside, but it felt itchy. Reflecting on the battle, he secretly resolved to improve his physical fitness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain moonwalk for long, and he needed to expedite the development of his close combat skills. Facing such powerful pirates, he was still too weak. Hearing the thunderous snores of his roommates, Lynch grew increasingly restless and decided to take a walk. Under the cover of night, he went to the deck and unexpectedly found someone there. Zephyr no longer had the fierce aura he displayed when dealing with pirates. He looked much older. Leaning against the railing, he stared blankly at the moon in the sky. At that moment, he seemed like a fading old man. Lynch deliberately made some noise, prompting Zephyr to look up from his sadness. "Oh, it's you, Lynch. Teacher Zephyr, why aren't you sleeping so late? Old age means less sleep. I came out to enjoy the night view." After this remark, a long silence fell between them. After a while, Zephyr suddenly pulled out a number tag from his pocket and handed it to Lynch. "You can't sleep in a ward, right? I was the same when I was young. Go to this room and rest well." Lynch took the number tag, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back and turned to leave. Following the number on the tag, he found a room. Just as he inserted the key, the adjacent door creaked open. Tina's lovely little head peeked out upon seeing Lynch. She nodded and retreated. "What is this girl doing up so late?" Pushing open the door, it was a standard room with only a bed, a table, and a chair. Lynch lay on the soft bed, sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and began to reflect on every detail of the battle, pondering carefully. Making mistakes is not scary, but falling in the same place twice means you haven't learned your lesson. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lynch was dozing off, a sudden knock on the door rang out, accompanied by Tina's gentle voice. "Are you asleep? If not, open the door." "Tina? What is she doing here in the middle of the night?" Lynch groggily opened the door and saw Tina standing at the entrance with a tray full of food. Tina lifted the tray and smiled. "Is your arm still hurting? I noticed you didn't go to dinner last night. You must be hungry." At that moment, Lynch's stomach let out an untimely growl. Calculating the time, he realized he hadn't eaten for 9 hours, not to mention the intense battle that had occurred in between. Lynch wasn't embarrassed at all. He replied, "You made me realize I'm really hungry now. Thank you." He stepped aside to let Tina place the food on the table. Seeing Tina not leaving after putting down the food, Lynch was taken aback. "Why aren't you leaving?" "I'll wait until you finish eating," Tina said hesitantly, standing by the table with her voluptuous figure. "All right, whatever." Since the food was brought by Tina, he couldn't refuse her small request. They say that beauty is appetizing, and indeed, looking at her made his appetite better. The meal was simple yet plentiful, consisting of 7 white buns and a large bowl of steaming mixed vegetable soup. People in this world generally had a large appetite, and those strong individuals could often consume food weighing several hundred times their own weight in one go. Lynch picked up a large white bun and started eating. It was big, soft, and sweet. However, because the bun had been heated, it was a bit cool inside when he bit into it. But when one is extremely hungry, anything tastes like a delicacy, despite being just a bun. He felt very satisfied. Tina watched him with a smile. Suddenly, while eating, Lynch's eyes widened, and he started pounding his chest. "Drink the soup." At that moment, Lynch was choking, not noticing the hint of expectation in Tina's words. He grabbed a large bowl and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. "Huh, finally alive again." Lynch let out a long sigh, then suddenly frowned, uncertainly tasting the soup again before taking another sip. "I guess the chef who made this soup must be a relative of Major Mole." "Why? Is it because the soup is so good?" Tina laughed. "No. If the soup is this bad and he isn't fired, that is definitely favoritism." Tina's smile froze. "Oh, there's a killing intent." Lynch suddenly stood up from his chair, looking around for the source of the killing intent, which he finally locked onto Tina. "Did you make this soup?" Lynch asked uncertainly, and Tina nodded. "Is this your first time cooking?" Lynch asked again, and Tina nodded once more. Lynch understood and sat back down, picking up the mixed vegetable soup and gulping it down in one go. Seeing this, Tina couldn't help but laugh, bending down to clear the bowls while softly saying, "If it doesn't taste good, just don't drink it. Look at you." Despite her words, the smile on her lips proved that she was in a good mood. Tina's figure was already exceptional, and now, as she bent down to tidy up, her already ample bosom looked even more impressive. Lynch, who had already eaten enough, felt as if he was hungry again. Women, truly a lovely species, he thought, looking at the unattainable beauty before him. All right, you should get some rest. I'm leaving. Tina carried the tray and left the room with a light step. The soldiers on the lookout of the warship were struggling to stay awake while keeping watch, while Lynch had already fallen into a deep sleep. The returning warship was not as urgent as when they were on their way, and it wasn't until the next day, when the sun rose, that the group returned to the naval headquarters. When Lynch woke up, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his arm no longer hurt. He unwrapped the bandage, and the previously bloody wound had healed, leaving no scar. Great. It seems my body has adapted to this world. The pirate world, with its powerful appetites, also matched with strong recovery abilities. As long as you weren't missing limbs, as long as you were well fed, even serious injuries could recover quickly. Some peculiar individuals could even regrow lost teeth by drinking a bottle of milk within 5 seconds. After moving his arms around a bit, Lynch followed the main group off the ship. The moment his feet touched land, the system's voice sounded right on time. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system mall has been opened. Please check it yourself. In view of the host just awakening them all, the system grants the host 1,000 points. Lynch paused, squinting his eyes. System, how do I earn points? Killing villains will earn points. The higher the sin value of the target, the more points you will receive. Example, killing an enemy who has killed one person will earn 1 point. Killing an enemy with a sin value of less than 1 point will not earn any points. Chapter 7. Establishing Authority Sin Value. In this world, pirates, navies, revolutionaries, bounty hunters, who hasn't T killed? Teacher Zifa, Tina, and even himself surely had a high sin value. Accumulating sin value was incredibly easy. Lynch suddenly became curious about how much sin value he would get for killing a celestial dragon. Entering the naval cafeteria, Lynch filled his plate, eating while opening the store interface. There were only 6 items inside. High-precision sniper rifle. Price, 350 points. 4-fold body training scroll, 1 week. Price, 500 points. Empty shell 4-piece set. Price, 10 points. Intra-level ability advancement book. Price, 500 points. Delicious bread, 100. Price, 10 points. Natural gas fruit. Price, 188,888 points. Additionally, there was a countdown in the upper right corner, 16 hours, 24 minutes, and 17 seconds. It seemed this store refreshed daily. Calculating the time, the refresh time was right at midnight every day. After thinking for a moment, Lynch purchased the 4-fold body training scroll, 1 week, and the entry-level ability advancement book, exactly 1,000 points. The former could quadruple the effect of training, meaning a week of training equals a month. The latter could elevate an entry-level ability to the beginner level. He immediately used it on the shave ability, upgrading it from entry-level to beginner level. Hey Lynch, where were you last night? We waited in front of your dorm for you all night and didn't TC you. A few strong men from the elite camp surrounded Lynch while he was still eating. One of them, a buzzcut guy, teased, "You're not scared to go back to your dorm, are you?" Lynch coldly set down his spoon and said blandly, "Is there something you need?" There was no need for him to explain where he had been last night to these guys. Seeing Lynch getting straight to the point, they didn't beat around the bush either. "We want to challenge you. If you lose, you have to stay away from Miss Tina from now on and never disturb her again," shouted a man with green hair named Mozairi, slamming his hands on the table. The commotion attracted the attention of others in the cafeteria. Lynch sighed, "What a bunch of muscle-headed idiots. So you guys are Tina's simps? What SA simp?" Mozairi looked at Lynch suspiciously, feeling that it wasn't a good term. A simp means someone who loves someone so much that they would do anything for them, Lynch explained. "Oh, so that's what a simp means." The others nodded vigorously, "Yes. We are Miss Tina's simps." Lynch took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. "It seems unnecessary for you to worry about my relationship with Tina, right? You bastard, what do you mean by that? We are Miss Tina's simps," Mozairi shouted. Joseph grabbed Lynch by the collar and angrily said, "Kid, the rules of the world say that only the strong can possess the goddess, unless you beat us. Don't come near Tina again. Do you understand? The goddess Tina is untouchable. In fact, they weren't stupid. Private fights were prohibited within the Navy unless both parties agreed. They just wanted an excuse to beat Lynch up to relieve their frustrations. They usually didn't even dare to look at Tina the goddess. Yet this guy dared to publicly kiss her forcefully. Unforgivable. Let go. Lynch brushed off the hand gripping his collar and said coldly, time and place. No matter the reason, the opponent was already riding on his neck and defecating. If he remained unmoved, he would likely leave a weak and easily bullied image within the Navy. Taking this opportunity to establish authority in the elite camp was also a good choice. All right, you said it. Whoever doesn't come is a son of a bitch. Moziri was overjoyed. See you at training camp number 9 in half an hour. He wanted to gather more people to watch in that half hour. Hoping the news would reach Tina's ears, perhaps her affection for him would soar. Half an hour later, Lynch arrived at training camp number 9, frowning at the crowd that surrounded him. What were they trying to do? Quick, clear the way. The main event is here. Someone spotted Lynch and made way for him. Lynch silently walked towards the center. Not bad. Lynch, I didn't expect you to agree. You've got guts, someone commented. You really don't know your limits. Don't forget your performance in the last assessment. This scene was not suitable for Moonstep. Just wait to get beaten you. The noisy voices continued, and it was clear that no one thought Lynch would win. They all looked like they were there to enjoy the show. The protagonists gathered in the center of the venue. One side was Lynch, with dual guns at his waist, and the other side was a group of 4 holding Navy swords. Not escaping, huh? Good for you, Joseph said in a good mood. Hurry up and pick one of us as your opponent. 1. You really overestimate yourselves. Lynch beckoned to the 4. Don't waste time. All 4 of you come at me. Lynch's words instantly angered several of them. All right, Lynch, how arrogant. Don't forget that in training camp number 9, your Moonstep 1T work. Training camp no. 9 was an indoor training facility with a roof, so it was evident that they had put in some effort in their selection. One of them looked like he wanted to rush up and beat Lynch, but was stopped by Joseph, who sneered, Fine, since you want to die, we'll oblige. Joseph exchanged glances with Moziri, who shouted to the crowd. Everyone heard that. It's not us bullying him, he asked for it. If it were one-on-one, they might inadvertently lose. But if all 4 of them couldn't beat Lynch, they might as well go pick up dog poop. We get it. Let's start, the crowd urged. Disgraceful, 4 against 1. That's Lynch's own death wish. At that moment, most of the people in training camp number 9 were attracted to this spectacle, and no one noticed 2 unusual visitors at the entrance. One of them looked quite lewd, almost surpassing Kizuru, but judging by his temperament, he seemed to be a very gentle uncle. The other figure was a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs, a naval officer. Her long hair was casually tied back, revealing a smooth forehead. The light purple eyeshadow made her look somewhat enchanting. The chest area of her uniform was wide open, exposing a glimpse of her snowy white cleavage, making one wonder if even buttoning it would cause it to burst open at any moment. The most eye-catching feature was her long, slender legs, enhanced by her fitted military uniform, adding a touch of uniform allure. Chapter 8. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. Guion, there seems to be some commotion over there. Should we go take a look? T-Pig followed closely behind Peach Rabbit, speaking in a flattering tone. Beat rapid siket helplessly. Teapik. Don't you have anything better to do today? Major Peach Rabbit was tired of the pursuit from Major T-Pig and had come out for a walk, only to have him follow her. T-Pig grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. No important matters are more important than you, Guion. Let's go check it out. Peach Rabbit felt helpless towards her enthusiastic pursuer. She had told him more than once, but his enthusiasm remained undiminished. Counting the declarations of love, she had already rejected T-Pig 42 times. Sometimes she was so angry that she wanted to hit him, but during their sparring sessions, T-Pig would intentionally let her win, making it hard for her to go all out. If it weren't for his decent character and the fact that they were both majors, she might have even sought Sister Crane for help. Through the conversations of the crowd, T-Pig quickly understood what was happening. It turned out a few guys were fighting, nothing worth watching. Guion, let us go to the back street instead. I heard there's a nice dessert shop that just opened. No, I actually want to see how the Navy in this elite camp performs, Peach Rabbit replied lightly. All right, I'll clear the way for you. T-Pig straightened his back, put away his playful expression, and cleared his throat loudly. Ahem. T-Pig's voice was quite loud, causing many to look over. Damn, who coughed so loudly? Is he suffering from lead poisoning? T-Pig's face darkened. Major T Pig and Major Peach Rabbit. The previously noisy scene fell silent in an instant. The brave young man from earlier lowered his head quietly. The crowd naturally parted, creating a path, which was the benefit of reputation. All right, Guillaume, let's go in. When T-Pig looked at Peach Rabbit, a flattering smile returned to his face. The other Navy officers were already used to this. After all, Major T-Pig's reputation as a sycophant was well known in the Navy headquarters. In the center of the scene, the four Navy officers drew their swords and exchanged glances, attacking Lin Qi together. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bullet headed straight for Moziri. A minor trick. Judging by the trajectory, the target was his thigh. Moziri showed a proud smile and accurately deflected the bullet with clang. What? There's another one. However, the next moment, Moziri was horrified to find that behind the bullet he had deflected was another one. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, he couldn't retract his sword to block the second bullet, which hit him squarely in the nose. Clang! The sword fell to the ground as Moziri clutched his reddened nose. Hopping in pain, it turned out that Lin Qi had drawn his dual guns and fired simultaneously, making the two shots sound like one. What a cunning little guy. His marksmanship isn't bad, Peach Rabbit teased. Seeing Peach Rabbit smile, T-Pig developed a bit more fondness for Lin Qi. The others were even more shocked to see Moziri defeated. No way, he was taken down right away. Is Lin Qi really that strong? A man exclaimed. I have a bad feeling. Moziri and the others are in trouble. In the center, Moziri, with a red-eyed glare, unwillingly stepped aside. If those bullets had been real, he would have been dead by now. After firing, Lin Qi swiftly tossed away his guns. There was no choice. In this world, guns needed to be reloaded after one shot, and with the enemy right in front of him, there was no time to reload. Get down. 3 Navy swords slashed down from different directions. Lin Qi's eyes narrowed. Shave. His figure vanished from the spot like teleportation, leaving behind only after images. The 3 attackers were startled. Their attacks missed. Zulfust. Shave. Lin Qi appeared like a ghost beside the buzz-cut man and delivered a heavy punch to his side. If it were the beginner's shave, he definitely couldn't use it twice in succession, but his shave had been upgraded with items from his shop. Ugh. The buzz-cut man was sent flying to the ground, rolling twice before propping himself up, retching as if he were about to vomit bile. Shave? Peach Rabbit looked at T-Pig with a questioning expression. If I remember correctly, the teaching of the Navy 6 styles only starts in the 2nd week after joining the elite camp, right? Today, T-Pig picked up on Peach Rabbit's words. According to the selection schedule of the elite camp each year, this is their 9th day since joining. Just one day. T-Pig was also surprised. It took him half a week to learn Soru. Doesn't that mean this kid's talent is even stronger than his? Peach Rabbit smiled and said, It seems that Teacher Zifa has found us a good little junior brother. Never underestimate the power of a retired admiral, especially one who has been an instructor for 16 years. Currently, nearly 60 of the Navy senior officials were taught by Zifa. Impressive. This has already taken down half of them. Lin Qi is quite fierce. It seems I can't provoke him in the future. I don't want to end up looking like a pig's head. Lin Qi's consecutive victories over the 2 drew gasps from the crowd. Joseph looked at his defeated comrade in horror, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Qi. Hey, you just used Sora, right? It must be. Lin Qi nodded indifferently. Damn, we haven't even learned Jeppo yet, and you've already mastered Soru. Joseph was terrified. What kind of monster is this? They even thought about finding trouble with such a monster. They probably chose an environment where they couldn't use Jeppo on purpose, in the opponent's eyes. They must look like clowns. Joseph exchanged glances with the only remaining comrade, as if to say, Are we still going to fight? Fight my ass. The 2 of them threw their Navy swords away and shouted, We surrender. Lin Qi smiled at the discarded Navy swords. Did I agree to your surrender? Ah, we have surrendered, so it should count. Joseph was on the verge of tears. Was today destined to be a day of beatings? Of course not. It's you who are going to be beaten, and it's you who are going to surrender. It won't be that easy. As Lin Qi's hand moved closer, Joseph and the other person fearfully closed their eyes. The imagined beating did not come. Lin Qi patted their heads twice. Your lives are your own. Don't act impulsively next time, and don't let others provoke you into becoming the scapegoat. That's a very dangerous behavior, especially on the battlefield. Sorry, big brother Lin Qi. The 2 were moved to tears overwhelmed by the other's generosity. It was truly tears of gratitude, with tears turning into a fountain, making Lin Qi once again marvel at the wonders of the human body in this world. Chapter Noah, Domgat. After watching this battle, everyone was left with only one thought. This kid is terrifying. He overwhelmingly defeated 2 people and then won over 2 more, showing not only strength but also character. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in unparalleled cheers to celebrate Lin Qi's victory. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig had already left at some point. The victorious Lin Qi did not leave, but instead used a 4-fold body tempering scroll, 1 week, to start honing his body. The morning was spent exercising. After having lunch, the afternoon was for the elite camp classes, and the evening was for teacher Zifa's special training. It is worth mentioning that after the recent pirate extermination incident, Smoker had become a bit less rebellious and a bit more diligent. The next day came quickly. In front of the Navy dormitory building, a voluptuous beauty approached. Big brother Lin Qi, Sister Tina, is here to see you. Since defeating the 4 who came to provoke him, the attitude of those around him had changed somewhat, as could be seen from how his roommates addressed him. Early in the morning, Tina had somehow learned about what happened yesterday and came to apologize. I'm sorry. I already warned them not to cause you any more trouble. It's not your fault they came. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Qi had just washed his hair, and his head was still damp. He casually wiped it with a towel, looking even more handsome than usual, catching Tina's eye. Besides, if anyone should apologize, it should be me to you. After all, I did something so excessive to you. Meeting Lin Qi's gaze and recalling what happened that day, Tina felt her lips tingle, and she shyly turned her head away. Let's not talk about that anymore. I didn't take it to heart. Didn't take it to heart? Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. No, that's not what I meant. Tina's face turned red. Clearly this matter touched a blind spot for her, someone who had never experienced feelings. After organizing her words for a while, Tina finally said seriously, "You saved Tina's life. Please don't say such distant things again." Looking at the tall Navy beauty in front of him, blushing and awkward, Lin Qi found her adorable and decided not to tease her further. If he continued, it would be too much. Haha, I'm not teasing you anymore. I understand what you mean. Hateful. Tina shot Lin Qi a half-reproachful, half-pouting look. Since you're not angry, can Tina ask you a question? Go ahead. What does ting you mean? Tina asked, her small mouth opened slightly. Today someone from our elite camp told Tina that they would no longer be Tina's. There was one thing she didn't say, because Miss Tina is the woman that big brother Lin Qi has his eye on. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi immediately knew it was Joseph and the others. Suppressing a laugh, he asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? What is the truth? And what is the lie?" The truth is to explain what means, which earned him a big eye roll from Tina. Quite charming. You're so bad. I thought it was something nice. Lin Qi laughed heartily. The dorm mates listening to the laughter outside were envious. Big brother Lin Qi not only had great strength, but was also skilled at charming girls. After having breakfast with Tina, Lin Qi returned to the dormitory to get his things when he unexpectedly ran into someone. Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, the Buddha of Sengoku, Carp's good buddy, who upheld the justice of ruling the world, was later the one who personally designed the plan that led to the demise of the Whitebeard pirates. Admiral Sengoku. Lin Qi quickly saluted. Facing the unfamiliar Navy greeting, Sengoku just smiled. Everyone knows that although Sengoku is not yet an admiral, the current admiral, Kong, has already designated him as his successor. Moreover, Kong has now handed over all Navy affairs to Sengoku, lying around all day in the sun. As soon as the order is given, Kong leaves, and Sengoku can become the real admiral. At first, Sengoku would modestly say he wasn't an admiral yet, but later, after being called that often, he became too lazy to correct it. You are Lin Qi. The more Sengoku looked at the Navy in front of him, the more familiar he seemed, and suddenly he remembered. The night Lin Qi followed Zifa to exterminate pirates, the data of Lin Qi, Tina, and Smoker was already on Sengoku's table. The next day, when he chatted with his old friend Zifa over tea, they talked about this Navy, and Sengoku remembered that Zifa had given him a high evaluation. After some back and forth, Sengoku remembered Lin Qi. This little guy is much more handsome than in the photo. Admiral, you know me? Lin Qi looked surprised. Of course I know you. You are a genius of our navy. You must work hard to protect the country and its people. Sengoku encouraged him verbally, while secretly thinking that since Zifa praised this person so much, perhaps he could try to get to know him better. There are many factions within the navy, such as hawks, doves, neutralists, and fence-sitters. If I remember correctly, you worked on a farm before joining the navy, right? You must have sheared sheep. Yes, Admiral. Lin Qi didn't understand why Sengoku suddenly brought this up. If possible, I would like to ask you to help shear my pet sheep. Its wool is too long. As if worried Lin Qi might misunderstand, Sengoku added that sheep is involved in a secret matter, so it's best to trust someone reliable to shear it. Involved in a secret matter? Does that mean you fed the documents directly to the goat after reading them? Lin Qi internally complained, but respectfully said, "It's an honor for Admiral to trust me. I am willing." Zhang Guo looked at Lin Qi with satisfaction, thinking that this child truly has a sense of justice, is neither arrogant nor impetuous, and is a good seed. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. A new life choice has been opened. Choose Task 1, Normal Shearing of the Goat. Reward, 500 points. Choose Task 2, Give the Goat a cool and stylish look. Reward, Swordsmanship Experience Book. Choose Task 3, Shave the Goat into a Mediterranean style. Reward, Partner Tomcat. Seeing the tasks and rewards this time, Lin Qi was completely stunned. This system can even produce living creatures. Zhang Guo thought Lin Qi was just speechless for a long time and assumed he had changed his mind. This is normal. After all, young people often have lofty ambitions, and shearing sheep is a job for servants. If you're unwilling, it's fine. I can find someone else to help. Seeing the duck about to fly away, Lin Qi excitedly grabbed Zhang Guo's hand. No, Marshal, since it involves confidential matters, let me handle this sacred task. Zhang Guo wondered why this kid suddenly became so excited. Zhang Guo led Lin Qi to the marshal's office, pointed at the goat beside the table, and said, "It's this goat. The tools are in the box. Don't touch the documents on the table. I'll step out for a bit." Chapter 10. Poor Tom, I promised to complete the task. Marshal Zhang Guo. Watching Zhang Guo's figure disappear, Lin Qi moved his arms, took out the shears and clippers from the box, and slowly approached the goat. The goat seemed to sense something was off and began to move restlessly back and forth. Buzzing, Lin Qi pushed the clippers, tightly holding onto the goat. With a ripping sound, the hair on the goat's head was shaved close to the skin, creating a groove. The goat felt a chill on its head and began to bleat loudly, struggling violently. "Quiet down. It'll be over soon. I promise you'll attract a crowd of little female goats." As he spoke, Lin Qi's movements became quicker. The shaved spots were completely bare, not a single hair left, resembling a balding middle-aged man, which was quite funny. The intelligence of animals in this world is exceedingly high. They not only understand speech, but some can even talk. The goat turned its head and gave Lin Qi a look that said, "I don't believe you," and bleated even louder. "Meh, meh, 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 meh. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Guo, you old man, you wouldn't do anything unspeakable to your goat, would you? It sounds too tragic." The door was kicked open, and Carp walked in with a bag of snacks, stuffing his mouth as he entered. Meanwhile, Lin Qi made his final cut. The goat was covered in fluffy fur, except for its bald head, making it look like a comical balding uncle. The goat stood there with teary eyes, looking at Carp. "Pwahaha, this is too funny." Carp couldn't help but laugh, holding onto the door while laughing so hard that snacks fell to the ground and tears streamed down his face. Lin Qi awkwardly smiled and explained, "It was Marshal Zhang Guo who asked me to help shear the goat." "Ha ha, that hairstyle, you're quite talented." Carp couldn't stop laughing whenever he saw his old friend's pet's hairstyle, laughing until his stomach hurt. "Carp, you came at the right time. Help me see if there are any flaws I need to fix." "All right, let old man guide you." Carp eagerly walked over like a big kid. At first, Carp was directing Lin Qi on how to cut, but later, feeling unsatisfied, he snatched the tools and started doing it himself. Lin Qi couldn't help but feel that Carp's personality was very similar to Luffy's. No wonder they were grandpa and grandson. It's a miracle that such a family of funny men could produce a dragon. In the end, with their collaboration, a punk-style goat was born. Ha ha ha, perfect. I really want to see the look on Zhang Guo's face when he sees the goat, Carp said while digging his nose. Just at that moment, Zhang Guo returned after finishing his tasks. As he opened the door, his first reaction was, "What the heck is that exotic beast on the ground?" His second reaction was, "Where's my goat?" His third reaction was, "That's my goat." Zhangguo's gaze slowly moved to the scissors in Carp's hand, veins bulging on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, saying each word clearly, "Carp." The donut in his hand flew toward Carp. Carp laughed heartily. Oh, Zhangguo is really angry this time. We should run." He grabbed Lin Qi and jumped out the window, not forgetting to grab a few donuts to stuff in his mouth before escaping. As soon as they turned a corner, Carp stopped, patting Lin Qi on the head. "Don't be afraid. Zhangguo's anger will last at most half an hour." Carp, who often steals Zhangguo's snacks, clearly understood Zhangguo's temperament. "I'm not afraid. After all, you, Carp, are the real culprit. I'm just an accomplice." Carp glared. "My fault is my fault. Do you want to come to my ship?" "No thanks, Carp. I still need to build a foundation in the elite camp." Lin Qi thought to himself, "With your personality, being with you would probably mean even the great pirates will be taken down by you with one punch, and I wouldn't get earn points. TCH, it's just the Navy's 6 styles. I can teach you the same." Carp said this, but when he saw Lin Qi refuse, he didn't invite him again. After Carp left, Lin Qi hid in a corner where no one was around and silently said, "Extract rewards." At that moment, in the world of Tom and Jerry, Tomcat was walking down the street dejectedly, carrying a small bag of luggage with a stick. He was downcast because he could never catch the mouse, and his owner bought a robotic cat to replace him, kicking him out of the house. Just as Tom was at a loss, a voice from the system rang in his mind. "Do you wish to go to another world?" "One willing to." "Very willing." Tomcat's fur suddenly stood on end, and he leaped 5 meters into the air, landing on the ground and turning into a puddle of liquid cat before slowly transforming back into cat form. What was that sound? Did I hear wrong? As a trade, you can make a request. A piece of parchment appeared out of thin air in Tom's hand. Tom's eyes bulged out, then quickly retracted like a spring. It wasn't an illusion. Seemingly thinking of something, Tom fell into silence. After a long time, a line of words slowly appeared on the parchment. "Please give Tom a master who will not abandon him." In Tom's heart, only cats with owners are house cats. Cats without owners are just wild cats. Tom wanted to be a house cat, not a wild cat. The parchment turned to ashes and vanished into thin air, and a black hole opened up, sucking Tomcat inside. Meanwhile, Lin Qi looked at the British short-hair cat that appeared before him, lost in thought. The blue and white colors were exactly like the Tomcat he had watched in his childhood. "Are you Tom?" Lin Qi asked. He wasn't worried that Tom wouldn't understand him. After all, this was a cat with rich experience. Tom had been a sailor in America, a guard for the Queen in England, a samurai in Japan, had been to space, landed on the moon, and even worked as an assistant for scientists, police, prison guards, and swordsmen. Through his rich life experiences, Tom learned countless skills and was proficient in 16 languages. Seeing Lin Qi's uniform, Tom hurriedly saluted and nodded quickly. "Impressive. It really is that Tomcat." Lin Qi was overjoyed. Lin Qi squatted down just as he was about to take a good look. A stool was handed over from his side. He instinctively took it and said, "Thank you." However, the next moment, Lin Qi reacted, looking at Tom. "Where did you get this stool?" Tom scratched his head and pulled out another stool from the fur of his tail. Lin Qi's throat rolled. Both stools were larger than Tom. How did he hide them in his fur? All right. The Tom in the anime would sometimes pull out things as if they appeared out of nowhere. "Can you hide things in your fur?" Tomcat nodded. "How many things can you hide?" Tomcat thought for a moment, and it seemed he didn't even know how many things he had hidden on him. So he started pulling them out one by one. Shovels, firecrackers, canned food, hammers, dried fish, and countless other items were pulled out by Tom, forming a small mountain 2 meters high. Chapter 11. Major Peach Rabbit? All right, put it back. Hearing Lin Qi's words, Tom stuffed the items back one by one. Lin Qi patted Tom's head, and Tom enjoyed it, squinting his eyes and nudging his head into Lin Qi's palm. For now, Tom was very satisfied with his new owner. His old owner would never pet him like this. "Is there anything you want to do now?" This time, Tom was as quick as lightning, and he found a stick from who knows where and wrote on the ground, "Go home." Before it was fine, but now that Tom was with him, Lin Qi felt he could no longer live with his roommates to avoid exposing anything. Lin Qi took Tom and rented a 2-story single house in the naval family area for 60,000 berries a month. It had 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 kitchens, and 1 dining room. The naval dormitory was free, and the family housing ranged from free to paid. Since he had decided to rent, he might as well rent something decent to avoid moving again later. You stay at home like a good cat, and I'll go buy you some cat food and a cat bed, Lin Qi said while stroking Tom's fur. Suddenly, Tom hugged Lin Qi's thigh, puffed out his chest, and made a bicep-flexing gesture. What's wrong? Do you want to protect me? Tom nodded quickly, becoming a blur. Then let's go together. Lin Qi held Tom by the scruff of his neck and placed him on his shoulder. Right outside the family building was a commercial street run by the families, so shopping was very easy. After buying daily necessities, Lin Qi carried a big bag and some small bags home, and Tom helped carry one too. While walking down the street, he suddenly heard 2 familiar voices, as if he had heard them somewhere before. Following the sound, he saw a tall beauty and a lewd-looking uncle in front of Cat CAF. Just by looking at the woman's curvaceous figure, one could imagine that her looks must be exceptional. What did I hear their voices? Coupled with the lewd uncle's half-exposed face, which was only slightly less lewd than Kizaru's. It was not hard to guess that this person was the infamous Rear Admiral T-Pig, and the woman's identity was obvious. Major Peach Rabbit. GUN, do you like cats? Would you like me to buy all of these for you? No, thanks. Major Peach Rabbit walked away from the cat shop with a hint of helplessness, feeling that someone was watching her, and her eyes flashed like lightning as she locked onto Lin Qi's gaze. Lin Qi hurriedly looked away. Being caught sneaking a glance was quite awkward, and more so, he was amazed. What a beautiful woman. He almost became entranced by her alluring figure and couldn't look away. So white, no, so big, no, so tender. Why are there so many classy, mature women in the Navy? First there was Tina, who, although only 18 years old now, exuded a mature aura due to her well-developed figure. Compared to Tina, who was still transitioning from youth to maturity, Peach Rabbit seemed like a perfectly ripe peach, as if a squeeze would yield juice. Speaking of which, from the perspective of the Navy, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army, the Navy had more mature women. The Pirates had more lowless, and the Revolutionary Army was different. They had more traps. New life choices have been unlocked. Task Option 1. Gain Peach Rabbit's favor. Reward: 1 million berries. Task Option 2. Have Peach Rabbit button up her clothes so the rabbit doesn't show. Reward: Peach Rabbit's swordsmanship at age 20. Task Option 3. Charge at Peach Rabbit. Reward: Conqueror's Haki. Gulliolus system. If you want me dead, just say so. Do you think this little body can withstand a kick from Peach Rabbit? She's a Rear Admiral, and I barely graduated from the elite camp without even a rank. You actually want me to commit an act of insubordination? Lin Qi was sure that if he treated Peach Rabbit like he did with Tina back then, it would be a miracle if he didn't get killed. He was starting to doubt whether this system was reliable. Otherwise, why would it prompt him to charge at a pretty face? Even though the rewards were generous and tempting, he was scared that in the future, the system might assign him a task to charge at the Yonko Big Mom. Unfortunately, the system was unresponsive to Lin Qi's complaints. After much consideration, Lin Qi decided to abandon this task. Putting aside whether he could even reach her with her skills, he didn't want to die young. The golden jabira at her waist was no joke. After all, this task wouldn't disappear. He could always deal with it later. Were you just peeking at me? Peach Rabbit appeared in front of Lin Qi without him realizing it, startling him. So fast. Sorry. Lin Qi clasped his fist. Major, you're too beautiful. Everyone has a heart for beauty. I couldn't help myself. What a charming excuse. I didn't expect you to be such a smooth-talking kid. Peach Rabbit leaned down, looking at Lin Qi with a half-smile. Lin Qi disliked being looked down upon, but couldn't help it as Peach Rabbit stood at a towering height of 2 meters and 4 centimeters. He was only 199 centimeters tall, struggling to stay above the 2-meter mark like red-haired. As they stood facing each other, Lin Qi was just at the level of Peach Rabbit's chest, and he could even smell her fragrance from there. From his angle, it was quite a spectacle, in a world where the average height was 2 meters and 3 centimeters. And where the 3 admirals were generally around 3 meters tall, anyone above 3 meters was common. Luffy's height was undoubtedly a serious disadvantage. Lin Qi didn't know how to respond to Peach Rabbit's words, but he saw her take the initiative to say, "How about you let me play with your cat? And we'll call it even?" Tom was stunned. He had been enjoying the show. So how did it turn to him? Lin Qi chuckled helplessly. Major, if you want to pet a cat, just say so. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Peach Rabbit picked Tom up from Lin Qi's shoulder. She took a deep breath and looked satisfied. Really petting a cat. For someone like her, a seasoned cat lover, seeing a cat like Tom, which she had never seen before and was of good quality, was simply irresistible. Lin Qi noticed from the corner of his eye that Tom was giving him a quirky look. What does this cat want? Good, obedient kitten. Will you sell yourself to me? I'll give you 500,000 berries. After getting enough of the cat, Peach Rabbit held Tom in her hands and stroked his soft fur. I'm sorry, Major, but Tom is my family. I can't sell him. All right. Peach Rabbit didn't seem too disappointed. After all, Lin Qi was staying at the naval headquarters, and whenever she wanted to pet Tom, she could just find him, right? Peak, who had been following, had eyes that sparkled with envy. This wasn't just a cat. This was a treasure. Of course, Major. Peach Rabbit gave Lin Qi an understanding look. You don't have to keep calling me Major. You're also Zifa Sensei's disciple, so you can call me Sister or Jiun. Okay, Jiun. My name is Lin Qi. Lin Qi smiled. T-Pig, standing by, was not just green-eyed this time. It seemed his head was also subtly turning green. Chapter 12. The cycle of heaven and earth. Peach Rabbit had always been resistant to T-Pig calling her by her real name. According to her, since they were colleagues, they should address each other by their code names. Now she actively revealed her name to Lin Qi, which made T-Pig feel a bit jealous. Hey, look, this cat can actually smoke. Peach Rabbit exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the little cat in her arms. Tom had a lit cigar in his mouth without anyone noticing. He took a deep breath and then exhaled a puff of smoke, forming a line of text in the air. Hello, beautiful lady. Wow, kitty, you're amazing. Is your name Tom? Would you like to come stay at my place for a few days? There are fun things at my house. Peach Rabbit was delighted, rubbing against Tom. Tom looked proud and raised his paw to press against her face. In order to help his master flirt, Tom even used his house-sitting skills. Back when he was a cowboy in Mexico, he used this trick to charm countless female cats. Chabin's eyes widened, thinking this cat must have become a spirit. This trick is so cool, he wanted to learn it too. Upon seeing Tom, Peach Bunny felt her annoyance from Chabin's incessant harassment instantly lifted. But it wasn't over. Tom, like a magician, continuously produced various items, quickly concocting a drink that exuded a fruity aroma and handed it to Peach Bunny. Hee, is this for me? Thank you. Peach Bunny accepted the cup and, without any suspicion, took a sip. After all, who would doubt a little cat at the Navy headquarters? What bad intentions could a cat have? Delicious. Peach Bunny licked the last drop of liquid stuck at the corner of her mouth with her little pink tongue. Wait, what did you just give me? Peach Bunny burped, her exposed skin turning visibly red at a rapid pace. Feeling dizzy and her steps becoming unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, Tom jumped out of Peach Bunny's arms, stuffed a bottle of alcohol into her hands, and sprayed something unknown onto Lin Qi. Sister Jiun, are you okay? Lin Qi supported Peach Bunny, while Chaban wanted to help but got glared at. Is this really alcohol? Holding the bottle, Peach Bunny's gaze gradually became dreamy, as if she could draw silk from it. Sister Peach Bunny, where is your home? How about I help you back to rest? Lin Qi complained, as due to his height, he enjoyed a face full of snowballs. It smelled good and was soft, but this was in the street. He had tried his best to think of something annoying. Otherwise, if discovered, he would lose face. Tom, what exactly did you give Peach Bunny? Why do I feel like her eyes are about to eat me alive? Tom seemed to sense what his master was thinking and proudly extended 5 fingers. 5 small fish jerky, at least 5. Tom had invented various potions, and what he just took out was one of them. What nice smell. Peach Bunny leaned against Lin Qi, inhaling the fragrant scent wafting from him, feeling more and more intoxicated, and burrowed deeper into his embrace. I won't go home. Take me to your place. As soon as she said this, Peach Bunny wished she could slap herself. It seemed she was really drunk and didn't know what she was saying. Huh? Sister Peach Bunny, what did you say? Lin Qi asked in surprise. I meant take me to a CAF to sit for a while, just a moment. Chaban, don't touch me. Let Lin Qi hold me. Lin Qi supported the swaying Peach Bunny into the CAF and sat her down. Chaban silently followed and sat opposite them. Peach Bunny's condition seemed to worsen as she clung tightly to Lin Qi, wishing to merge into his body. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Feeling the softness of Lin Qi's body, he quietly grabbed a cushion to place on his lap. Looking at Chaban across the table, Lin Qi felt increasingly awkward, feeling like he was facing a minotaur. Peach Bunny's watery eyes also spotted Chaban, and memories of past encounters surged in her heart, feeling extremely wronged. Chaban's fervent pursuit had reached a level that affected her life. Because of Chaban's pursuit, she had no male friends, and her female friends had significantly decreased. No matter where she went, she couldn't escape his entanglement. Chaban might not have bad intentions, but Peach Bunny had had enough of this life. This drunkenness made her resolve that no matter what method she used, she had to rid herself of Chaban, even if it meant troubling Sister Crane. Wait, maybe there's a better way than Sister Crane. Peach Bunny lowered her head and saw Lin Qi, whom she was hugging, her eyes sparkling with affection, her face seemingly redder. Since the first time they met, she thought this little junior brother was so handsome. Perhaps, Brother Lin Qi, Peach Bunny spoke sweetly, the pleasant scent making Lin Qi's mouth dry. Sister Gun, is there something? Lin Qi looked up at this stunning woman. Suddenly, Peach Bunny cupped Lin Qi's face and leaned down to kiss him, her soft, sweet lips making contact. Ugh! Lin Qi's pupils shook. This was a huge surprise. He never thought he would be forcefully kissed one day. The cycle of heaven is fair, right? Please let such cycles happen more often. Under the influence of the potion, things gradually took a strange turn. Oof. Seeing this scene, Chaban could no longer hold back, angrily leaving with a flick of his sleeve. The moment he stepped out of the tea house, he felt as if something in his chest shattered, and a tear rolled down from his right eye. Gun, oh Gun, how could it come to this? Ever since the first day he joined the Navy, a fleeting glance in the crowd made Chaban deeply and irreversibly fall in love with Gun. His efforts, his struggles, everything was for Gun. Gun was everything in his life. He would even give his life for her. Chaban knew Gun didn't like him, but he never felt discouraged, even after being rejected time and again. Because Chaban believed that one day he would move Gun. But today his heart was broken. It seemed he had lost the reason to live and fight for. Boom! At this moment in the CAF, an unparalleled conqueror's haki erupted, spreading across most of Marineford. The walls of the entire Navy base trembled. Conqueror's haki is a power that cannot be changed by later training. It only grows stronger with the increase of one's spirit. If the spirit is strong enough, even a newly awakened conqueror's haki can move mountains and fill seas. Centered around Lin Qi, people within the vicinity fell down like wheat being harvested. Peach Bunny, already disoriented from drinking, was knocked unconscious by the wave. People who had just been shopping on the street were struck by the conqueror's haki, rolling their eyes and collapsing. In the Navy conference room, Sengoku stood up, supporting himself on a trembling table, and with a snap, crushed his glasses, revealing his inner turmoil. Chapter 13. Half a year this conqueror's haki, which could affect reality, was Roger's bastard resurrected? Or did Whitebeard come? Ha! It's been many years since I've encountered such outstanding conqueror's haki. Carp laughed heartily with his legs crossed. Vice Admiral Crane glanced at the two, saying irritably, "Aren't you going to see what's going on?" Above the Red Land, in Mariehua, in Pangu City, on the Void Throne, sat a woman dressed in light gauze. With a well-proportioned figure, Im lowered her tanned legs, squinting her three eyes, intentionally or unintentionally gazing in the direction of Marineford below. Her lips parted slightly, murmuring, "The qualifications of a king? I have found what I want." Under the influence of the conqueror's haki, Lin Qi seemed to reach out and grasp a target in the void. His eyes blood red. What I want is everything. Since the incident occurred in the center of the Navy base, it didn't take long for two admirals to arrive. Wow, what a terrifying young man. The one emitting conqueror's haki is this little brat. About half an hour later, the unconscious people gradually woke up, and Lin Qi was invited to the Navy's highest conference room. Besides him, there were three admirals, Carp, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane, and Zephyr. Peach Bunny, who was also invited, felt a bit anxious seeing the situation. Why would she be called to such a meeting? Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Ahem, well, Gun, could you explain to everyone how this kid awakened conqueror's haki? Vice Admiral Crane, at her age, also found this matter absurd. Okay, Sister Crane. Peach Bunny stood up, Her cheeks flushed and succinctly said, "I drunkenly kissed Lin Qi, and then he awakened Conqueror's Haki." After Peach Bunny finished speaking, she felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Only a group of people looked at her with strange expressions. A kiss that awakened Conqueror's Haki. This could really be called a supernatural event. Why didn't they have this kind of treatment? Conqueror's Haki is a natural king's qualification, possessed by only 1 in a million. None of the 3 admirals today have Conqueror's Haki, which shows how rare it is. Haha, little Shiwan. A kiss has awakened your Conqueror's Haki. You're going to be famous. Only Carp still has the mind to joke at this time. But just 3 seconds later, he got punched on the back of his head by Crane. "Be serious," Crane said, observing her younger sister out of the corner of her eye. Noticing that Peach Rabbit wanted to flee, Sengoku tapped the table twice to attract everyone's attention and said solemnly, "As everyone knows, Conqueror's Haki can only awaken in moments of life and death or after experiencing significant stimulation." Kizaru elongated his words and said, "So, Shiwan's strong kiss caused Lin Qi to experience intense mental stimulation, thus awakening Conqueror's Haki?" Everyone still found it hard to believe. What kind of stimulation could compare to a life-and-death moment? But it could only be explained this way. All that can be said is that little Shiwan is impressive. "Shiwan, you've caused serious mental stimulation to Lin Qi. Remember to comfort him often in the future," Zephyr suddenly remarked. Crane frowned but then relaxed. The girl Shiwan clearly had feelings for Lin Qi. Let happen naturally. After this incident, Lin Qi would likely be listed as a key training target, which suits Peach Rabbit well. Sengoku looked at the protagonist of this incident, Lin Qi, and said, "What Shiwan said is indeed true." "Pretty much," Lin Qi replied, scratching his nose, feeling that the impact of this incident was quite significant. "All right." Sengoku's gaze swept over everyone's faces. Lin Qi's Conqueror's Haki is unparalleled. I suggest we inject resources to cultivate him vigorously. Anyone have objections? Since entering the world of pirates, piracy has become increasingly rampant. It is time to cultivate an admiral skilled in Conqueror's Haki to deter pirates. Agreed. I have no objections. Whatever. Soon, opinions were voiced, and Sengoku made a decisive conclusion. All right, from now on, Lin Qi will exit the elite camp and be taught individually by Zephyr and Carp. These two are the best in the Navy at teaching. The former has trained the 3 admirals, while the latter has trained Dragon. Understood, Admiral Sengoku, Lin Qi said. Until he returned home, Lin Qi still felt as if today was a dream. Additionally, Lin Qi sternly warned Tom not to drug his own people without his permission in the future. Luckily, nothing happened today, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Many things happened during these 6 months. First, Peach Rabbit seemed to really think that day was her fault, as if she felt guilty towards Lin Qi. Basically, every 1 or 2 days, Peach Rabbit would come to see Lin Qi, helping to clean and cook. She frequently came, sometimes several times a day, seemingly enjoying her time at Lin Qi's place. She claimed it was to see Tom, having nothing to do with Lin Qi. Lin Qi didn't point this out, happily eating the meal she cooked. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning that day's events. With frequent intimate contact, their relationship rapidly grew. This led Lin Qi to often feel that Peach Rabbit's gaze towards him was strange. Compared to how women look at men, he felt it was more like how an older sister looks at a younger brother, but mixed with something else which was very odd. Tina came even more frequently, as Peach Rabbit, being a major, was generally quite busy. Tina was proficient in cleaning, cooking, and laundry, making it hard to believe she was a noble lady from the East Sea. Sometimes Lin Qi thought it wouldn't be bad to marry Tina. He wondered if she would agree. With the attention from these 2 Navy ladies, he rarely went out to eat anymore. Smoker often came to challenge Lin Qi. However, since 3 months ago, Smoker was no longer Lin Qi's match. Among his peers, only these 3 were familiar to Lin Qi. During these 6 months, Lin Qi focused entirely on training with Zephyr and Carp. Even the 2 useless characters from the original story underwent tremendous changes after following Carp for 6 months. How much more for Lin Qi? His strength changed dramatically almost daily. It is worth mentioning that Chopper had indeed given up on harassing Peach Rabbit. Moreover, he was rarely seen at the Navy base, spending most of his time at sea chasing pirates. After 6 months, all the Navy personnel in the elite camp graduated and were assigned to various units within the Navy. Smoker and Tina were taken by Lin Qi to form his core team. Lin Qi had reported his plan to set sail independently a long time ago. Sengoku's initial reply was that Lin Qi was not yet qualified to become the highest commander of a warship. Yesterday was the day he graduated from Zephyr and Carp's tutelage. The two expressed that they had taught all they could, and the rest depended on his own understanding. Over the past 6 months, to learn observation haki, he had taken many of Carp's famous iron fists. Chapter 14. Harvest. At this moment, a large number of Navy personnel gathered on the coast. These sailors occasionally glanced at the sea, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a large bulge rose from the calm sea, and a massive amount of seawater surged outward, forming waves over 10 meters high, crashing towards the shore. Quick, it's Lin Qi coming out. Go help Lin Qi. Wow, today's Sea King is even bigger. Lin Qi, bare-chested, dragged a 1,000-meter-long Sea King corpse slowly towards the shore. He casually tossed the Sea King onto the beach and took a towel handed to him by a subordinate to dry his hair. Take it to the mess hall. We'll have extra food tonight. Yes, Boss Lin Qi. Dozens of people, already prepared with forklifts and other tools, began to drag the massive Sea King's corpse away. Looks like we are in for a treat tonight, someone said, licking their lips. The larger the Sea King, the more energy it contained and the tastier the meat. Sea Kings over 1,000 meters were rare even at Navy headquarters. Thanks to Boss Lin Qi regularly diving into the sea to battle Sea Kings, we can enjoy this feast. Yeah, I really don't know how to thank the boss. We're all brothers, no need to be polite. Lin Qi said with a hearty smile. Boss Lin Qi, I have good news. From a distance, one could see Joseph's prominent buck teeth. Ever since the defeat of Joseph's group 6 months ago, he had developed an inexplicable fervor towards Lin Qi. What is you so excited? Joseph panted, pulling out 2 envelopes embroidered with doves of peace, and handed them to Lin Qi. This is from Vice Admiral Carp for you. Oh, Vice Admiral Carp sent this to me. Lin Qi opened one of the letters and discovered it contained a letter of appointment for the rank of colonel, along with an additional note at the bottom. Although you possess the strength of a general, colonel is the highest rank I can give you. To rise higher, military achievements are necessary to command respect. Sengoku. The military ranks in the Navy are messman, private 3rd class, private 2nd class, private 1st class, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, warrant officer, 2nd lieutenant, 1st lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, admiral, and marshal. This is not yet the time of exceptions due to necessity. Military achievements and qualifications are still essential. Colonel, that's not low at all. Isn't Sengoku afraid of being accused of favoritism? The other envelope granted him the highest command of a warship. It was a small crew, only 200 people, which suited Lin Qi perfectly. Too many people would slow down the speed when chasing pirates. Closing the 2 letters, he laughed heartily. Not bad. This is good news. You've worked hard. What good news? Tell Tina. Tina appeared behind him with a food box. Everyone was taken aback and shouted, Sister Tina, stop shouting. Tina blushed and spat. Upon hearing that Lin Qi was finally going to set sail, she was also very excited, grabbing his hand and saying, You must take me with you. Of course. Lynch patted her head and smiled. Now I can't live without the food you make. So what did you bring today? Tina opened the food box and took out 3 bento boxes. This is the Sea King meat you hunted yesterday. I seasoned it with pepper and salt. The rest are your favorite dishes. The meat of the Sea King contains immense energy. Often, a piece of high-grade Sea King meat is equivalent to a truckload of beef in energy. Big Brother, the table. A group of people were already used to this, skillfully moving tables and chairs. To squeeze out more exercise time, he had basically stopped going to the cafeteria. Lynch broke open his chopsticks and suddenly remembered something. Looking at Tina, want to eat together? Ah. Tina tucked her hair behind her ear, leaned down, and opened her red lips like a little bird waiting to be fed. Lynch skillfully picked up a piece of Sea King meat and fed it to Tina. The taste is just right. Tina only took a small bite, hesitating as she looked at Lynch. Come home early tonight. I have something to discuss with you. Sure. After Tina left, Lynch devoured his bento, but his thoughts drifted far away. Smoker had been missing for half a month. It was said he went on a secret mission, which was strange. System, check personal interface. Host, Lynch compatibility, Moonstep peak, shave advanced, Gale foot advanced, gun finger advanced, iron block, intermediate, life return, intermediate, paper drawing, beginner. Note, all extreme techniques are represented by proficiency. Living ability, navigation, beginner, cooking, beginner. Basic attributes, physique, level 4, physique master, swordsmanship, level 4, sword master, gunmanship, level 3, experienced sniper. Observation haki, level 3, armament haki, level 4, conqueror's haki, level 5, conqueror's king. Note, those without limits can continue to improve, represented by basic attributes. This was the outcome for Lynch over the past 6 months. If you were to ask how strong his limits were now, even Lynch himself didn't know. Over the past 6 months, due to Karp and Zifa being close combat experts, he was forced to follow the path of close combat as well. However, thanks to his talent, his marksmanship had barely reached level 3. Regarding points, he hadn't even had the chance to go to sea in the past 6 months. He had been lurking and developing quietly, and his points remained at 0. Suddenly, a military ship approached from afar. Lynch spotted a graceful figure at the bow. It was Sister Peach Rabbit returning with pirates. Splash! Lynch seemed to see a pirate bound in iron chains crashing through the Navy guards and jumping into the sea. Not good. The prisoner is escaping. The Navy shouted anxiously, with people jumping into the water. Trying to escape? This is the Navy headquarters. Lynch suddenly changed his expression. Something was wrong. The other party was trying to commit suicide. The prisoner, bound in chains, was descending rapidly. Just as Peach Rabbit was about to jump in, Lynch panicked. Sister Peach Rabbit's voluptuous figure would get her clothes soaked in seawater. Sister Peach Rabbit, I'll help. Lynch activated Moon's step and dove into the sea like a torpedo. He caught up. When Lynch grabbed the man, he was still gulping seawater, trying to drown himself. Blood trickled from the man's mouth. Lynch knew he probably bit his own tongue off in desperation. After throwing the man back onto the deck, a group of doctors rushed in to rescue him. Peach Rabbit let out a long sigh, patting her ample chest. Thanks to you, I didn't expect that prisoner to struggle with hockey stones. He almost died. Lynch was puzzled as to why the man wanted to commit suicide. That's the captain of the starry pirate crew. He likely didn't want to drag his subordinates down with him. Chapter 15, Sudden Incident. Peach Rabbit looked around and whispered in Lynch's ear, actually, the Admiral wants to use him as bait to catch the remaining members of the pirate crew. The scent near his ear was intoxicating and ticklish. Lynch nodded. Wasn't this the same tactic that would be used against Whitebeard later? It turned out that Sengoku had done this before. No wonder he was so skilled. It seems that there are also people among pirates who are loyal and righteous. However, compared to that, there's still more ruthless pirates. By the way, what did the starry pirate crew do to get Sengoku's attention so badly? It is said that they slaughtered most of the nobles of the kingdom. Lynch retracted what he had just said. His palm felt itchy. Lynch came back to his senses, realizing that Peach Rabbit was drawing circles in his palm with her delicate jade hands, teasing him. Tonight, wait for me at home. I found something good for you this time. Okay. Lynch couldn't find a reason to refuse and could only hope that the two women wouldn't come over together. He couldn't imagine that scene of chaos. At night, after finishing a day of training, when Lynch returned home, Tina was like a little wife, having prepared a large table of food waiting for him to enjoy. You're back. You must be exhausted. Tina jumped down from the sofa, ran over in slippers, helped Lynch take off his coat and hung it up, and then brought out slippers for him from the entrance. Lynch was lost in thought until Tina reached out and poked him to wake him up. Silly, what are you thinking about? Lynch smiled. I was thinking how nice it would be if you were my wife. Silly, what are you saying? Tina's pretty face instantly turned red. Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. Haha, I'm going right now. At the dining table, faced with a table full of delicious dishes. Just as Lynch was about to pick up his chopsticks, he suddenly felt as if he had kicked something. Looking under the table, he saw Pig. Tom looked at Lynch with a wronged expression. Ah, so it's Tom. While enjoying the delicious food, he remembered what Tina said during the day. Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? Tina pulled out a devil fruit from behind her. This was sent to me early this morning by my father. Tina checked it in the devil fruit encyclopedia. It was the superhuman kankank fruit. Tina hesitated whether to eat it, wanting to ask for his opinion. Hearing this, Lynch fell in a deep thought. Since a woman asks for your opinion, it means she is indecisive. At this time, you should give her a definitive answer, rather than being ambiguous. He held Tina's hand and said, "Don't eat it. I can find something good for you later." "No, I want to eat it." Tina seemed to have made a decision, gripping Lynch's hand back. Why? Lynch didn't understand why she suddenly changed her mind. "Because only in this way can I help you." "Silly. You don't have to do this. Don't say any more. My mind is made up." The two looked at each other affectionately, their faces gradually getting closer. And they kissed. Meow. Tom jumped onto the table and took a picture of the scene in front of him with his camera. After a long while, they parted. Tina's face was flushed, cute, and charming. "I think I won't leave tonight, okay?" Tina panted, her chest rising and falling proudly. Lynch's mouth was dry. Could it be that Tina seemed to know what Lynch was thinking and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him? "Pervert, are you thinking something bad? Which of your rooms is empty? I want to move in. What's wrong with being a pervert? Anyway, you're mine sooner or later." Seeing Lynch speak so directly, Tina pouted. "Tom is still watching. Besides, who said I'm yours?" When they looked over, Tom showed an understanding expression and disappeared in a flash. "Oh, you were mine just a moment ago, but you kissed me. No way, I have to kiss you back." Whoa. Tina didn't expect Lynch to be so shameless. She couldn't make a sound as he kissed her little mouth. In the end, Tina's little mouth was swollen from the kisses, and she was unsteadily sent back to her room. Lynch pressed his lips, still tasting the sweetness, leaning back on the sofa and laughing. There would be another guest tonight. The clock's hand stopped at 11 o'clock. As the sound of the key entering the door lock echoed, Lynch knew someone had arrived. Even though he was exhausted, it couldn't hide Peach Rabbit's outstanding aura. Different from the past, today, Tao Tu not only had a dagger at her waist, but also held a knife in her hand. "Sister Ji Yuan, over here." Lynch waved to Tao Tu in the darkness. "Why don't you light a lamp?" Tao Tu asked in confusion. "Tom is asleep, and I'm worried about waking him up." "All right." Tao Tu sat down on the sofa, sprawling out in a star shape. "You must be exhausted, Sister Ji Yuan. Let me give you a massage." Lynch rubbed Tao Tu's shoulders, and she comfortably narrowed her eyes. "Let me tell you, that old guy from the Warring States." Tao Tu surely. "Forget it. Let's not talk about the Warring States. This knife is a gift I brought for you. See if you like it. I wanted to find you a big blade, but unfortunately, I only found a decent one." Lynch drew the knife from its sheath, and it appeared extremely sharp under the moonlight, with the words Long Yuan engraved on it. "Sister Ji Yuan, thank you." "Sister Ji Yuan?" Lynch turned his head and found that Ji Yuan was too tired and had already fallen deeply asleep on the sofa, worried that Tao Tu would catch a cold. He picked up her enchanting figure and carried her to another guest room. After covering her with a blanket, just as Lynch was about to leave, a jade hand suddenly grabbed him. "Don't go," Tao Tu murmured sleepily. Suddenly, a strong force came. Lynch, worried about waking Tao Tu, dared not resist and was directly pulled onto the bed. "I can't breathe." Just as Lynch struggled to pull his head out from an indescribable position, a chubby long leg pressed him down tightly. Lynch was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. To avoid waking Sister Tao Tu, I might as well compromise. With that thought, Lynch reclined his head back into that soft position, inhaling the rich fragrance, and gradually fell asleep. In the darkness, Tao Tu's body temperature rose higher and eventually returned to calm. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a series of urgent system prompts woke Lynch up. Detected that the Sun Pirates intend to rescue slaves in Mary Geos. A new life choice has been activated. Character Choice 1. Ignore the outside world and sleep soundly with Tao Tuesday reward. Great Blade 2nd Generation Ghost Cut. Character Choice 2. Go to stop the Sun Pirates. Reward. Superhuman Sweet Fruit. Character Choice 3. Help the Sun Pirates liberate the slaves. Reward. Depending on the level of liberation, different rewards will be accumulated and distributed. This was the first time such accumulative rewards appeared. Moreover, what was up with the second option? Wasn't tea the sweet fruit eaten by the Empress? Could it be that the Empress would die tonight? Chapter 16, The Sun Pirates. Lynch stopped thinking further. Whether the Empress lived or died was none of his business. However, he was very interested in that accumulative reward. Sister Tao Tu, you're pressing down too tightly. carefully moving the beautiful leg that was pressing on him and shifting the softness on his chest. Lynch stealthily lifted the blanket, put on his shoes, and walked out the door. At the moment he closed the door, Tao opened her eyes in the darkness. Lynch took off the Navy uniform, found a black outfit to wear, covered his lower face, and used life return to raise his height to 2 meters 1. This way, he should be foolproof. If he dared to use his formal identity for such a clandestine matter, the next day at least 3 admiral-level figures would come knocking. Step by step, Lynch moved away quietly under the moonlight. Right now, crossing a red-line continent was just a small issue. Having read the original work, Lynch knew that the group of fishmen climbed up from behind the red-line continent. Therefore, opening his observation haki wasn't difficult to find them. Found it. Not knowing how long it had passed, he discovered the sun's ship slowly docking at the red-line continent. Brother Tiger, are we really going to risk it to save those humans? Don't forget you used to despise humans. On the deck, Arlong angrily grabbed Tiger's shoulder and kept shaking him. Arlong, you are too reckless. Let go of Captain Tiger. Fishman Tiger waved his hand to Jinbei, who was walking over, and looked directly into Arlong's eyes, saying, Arlong, I know your hatred for humans, but not all humans are bad. You need to learn to forgive them. Lady Odoheim hopes that in our generation, we can achieve reconciliation between fishmen and humans. We represent fishmen, but fishmen do not represent us. You should understand that. Moreover, there are many of our fishmen compatriots among the slaves. I originally came here for them. Yeah, Arlong, you should listen, Captain Tiger. Chopper said foolishly. Humph. Arlong coldly snorted, walked aside, and stopped speaking. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Tiger did not hold the irreconcilable hatred towards humans as before, but was moved by Lady Odoheim and chose to give up hatred. It seems the renowned Sun Pirates are not as they seem. They can't even manage their own subordinates. The sudden sound startled the Sun Pirates. They knew that what they were about to do could not leak a single whisper. All the fishmen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure standing proudly at the top of the sail, arms crossed, looking down at them. Bastard, how did you find us? What do you want? The crew members questioned, tense. Arlong coldly picked up his shark-tooth knife, pointing it at Lynch, and asked, Why ask so much? Wait until I catch him, then slowly interrogate. The other fishmen remained silent, tacitly accepting Arlong's choice. Young fishman, I advise you to consider the consequences of attacking me. Can you bear it? Lynch lowered his voice and slowly raised a finger. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Arlong, causing his dead fish-like eyes to instantly constrict and sweat poured down. For a brief moment, it seemed he saw the future. If he dared to strike that man, his hand would surely be chopped off. Watching Arlong look as if he had just been pulled out of the water, Tiger stepped forward. Respected strong one, please forgive Arlong's rudeness. May I ask whether you're friend or foe? Jinbei and the other fishmen tightened their weapons, ready to act if the man gave an inappropriate response. Whether I am friend or foe depends on your choice, Lynch said lightly. You're going to marry Geos tonight, right? Take me with you. You. This time Tiger was truly panicked. Only the internal members of the Sun Pirates knew his plan for tonight. How did this man know? Could there be a traitor in the crew? Impossible. How about it? Taking me along isn't a bad thing. If I were a member of the world government, do you think you could have survived to this day? On the contrary, if you don't take me, wouldn't you be the ones feeling uneasy? Upon hearing this, Tiger fell into deep thought. Indeed, the man could not be a member of the world government, especially not one of those overly righteous Navy people. Since that's the case, cooperation might not be out of the question. If the man were to go report them, that would be the most terrifying scenario. Having thought everything through, Tiger said in a deep voice, I can agree to your request. Please do not drag us down. Rest assured, I'm also going to liberate the slaves. Our goals align. This guy really knows our plan, Tiger thought. Captain Tiger, are we really going to trust that human? Jinbei glanced worriedly at Arlong. I have a feeling he is not our enemy. Tiger looked up at Lynch. What should I call you? Nighthawk. 5 minutes later, watching the man who had just frightened him half to death now huddled together with his captain, discussing the rescue plan, Arlong's mouth twitched. Do you have to be so familiar? You just scared me. Recalling the terror from earlier, Arlong shivered and dared not act recklessly. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Nighthawk. Tiger put away the map of the prison's layout. Rest assured, The night was exceptionally dark, and not a single star could be seen in the sky. The clouds obscured the moon, and a group of fishmen climbed the Red Line continent barehanded. To avoid exposing himself as a Navy member, Lynch climbed along with them. The celestial dragons would never have imagined that someone could climb up from behind the Red Earth continent. As a result, they encountered no guards along the way and successfully infiltrated Mariehua. Lord Nighthawk, proceed as planned, Tiger said, leading a group of fishmen into the darkness. Following the map in his mind, Lin Qi stealthily made his way to a prison where slaves were held. All they could do was rescue as many people as possible before being discovered. Once discovered, they had to escape immediately. According to Tiger, Mariehua had countless organizations. If they were caught and higher-level forces were summoned, they would be doomed. Lin Qi knew Tiger was referring to the 3 admirals, and the Navy headquarters was right in front of Mariehua, arriving in less than half an hour. But he knew even more. The terrifying unknowns of the Gorosei, who could turn into monsters, the god knights who had never shown themselves, and the most powerful limb. If any of these forces appeared, everyone would die. It could be said that Mariehua was the most dangerous place in the world. If the rewards for this mission weren't substantial, it would be a shame for the risks he was taking. The guards in the prison were not strong, as they were merely watching over slaves. These people had no sense of vigilance, clearly having been too comfortable for too long. Lin Qi knew that after tonight, this group would be executed in anger by the celestial dragons. Thus, adhering to the principle of being a good person to the end, Lin Qi crushed their throats. Everyone, don't make a loud noise. You are free. Lin Qi unlocked the prison, and a group of people burst into tears of joy. Go east after you get out. There will be someone to help you escape. They thanked him profusely, bowed deeply before Lin Qi, and then left. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first phase of the mission. Would you like to receive your reward? No. Just as he had rescued the slaves from this prison, an explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. Although the blast was not loud, Lin Qi knew he had to hurry. He rushed to the next prison without stopping. Due to the earlier explosion, the guards here were now on high alert. When they saw Lin Qi dressed in black enter, a group of guards surrounded him, bowing and scraping. Do you need something? Sir, is there a master looking for fresh slaves? Lin Qi replied, one sword style, night charm. Lin Qi's long sword shot out like a ghost, cutting through the night sky. Before the guards could react, their heads had already fallen to the ground. There are enemies. Who are you to cause trouble here? The other prison guards, shocked, drew their weapons, ready to fight. It was terrifying. They hadn't even seen how their comrades had died. Knowing the importance of a quick resolution, Lin Qi exhaled a breath of cold air, one sword style, heavenly time. Lin Qi's figure moved so quickly it was almost invisible, appearing as if teleporting to another position. Sheathing his sword. As the long sword returned to its sheath, countless bloodlines burst forth from the remaining guards' bodies, reducing them to a pile of mangled flesh. Seeing this scene, the prisoners in the cells could no longer sit still, scrambling to the bars to look out. Sir, are you here to save us? Lin Qi used the keys he obtained from the guards to unlock each cell. That's right, after you get out, head east. Someone will take you away. Woo! We will never forget your great kindness, sir. Some were covered in blood, with no good flesh left on them, while others had limbs sawed off, and some had their eyeballs hanging out. But at that moment, hope shone brightly in their eyes once again. As each prison cell was opened, when Lin Qi reached the last one, he found that this cell was extravagantly made of sea prism stone. When he used the key to open the heavy, sealed door, he discovered the room was pitch black, soundproof, effectively separating it from the outside world. Inside were 4 slaves, 4 girls. 2 were plump, 1 was thin, and 1 was as skinny as a beanpole. 3 were around 14 or 15 years old, and the last looked to be only about 5 or 6. Without exception, they were all dressed in rags and filthy, resembling beggars. Because they were so dirty, their appearances were hard to discern, and it was impossible to tell if they were pretty. The slightly older 3 girls heard someone enter, but buried their heads deep into their knees, neither looking up nor making a sound. The 5 or 6-year-old girl stared blankly at Lin Qi, a silly smile on her face. Lin Qi could see their wariness and did not approach too closely, standing a short distance away and softly saying, "You are free." The four seemed not to have heard, remaining unmoved. Hancock sneered inwardly. They had seen the disgusting celestial dragons give people hope countless times, only to crush it with their own hands. It seemed this was another trick of the celestial dragons. They feared that if they dared to escape, they would not survive until morning. This room was completely sealed, so they had not witnessed Lin Qi slaughter the guards, hence their distrust of him. Lin Qi sighed. They were all pitiful people. He intended to go out and call someone and approve it, but found that everyone had already fled. He squatted down in front of the smallest girl and gently asked, "How could you be locked up here at such a young age? Did you eat a devil fruit too?" The girl, with vacant eyes that lacked focus, simply said, "Devil fruit? I can eat it. As long as you don't hit me, I can do anything." Hancock's ears perked up. She raised her head and mocked. "Are you trying to fool even children now? Are you willing to talk? What are your names?" Hancock had a look that seemed to say, "Let us see how long you can keep this up," and coldly stated, "Hancock, Boa Hancock." Upon hearing her sister speak, the other two followed suit. Marigold. Sandersonia. The little girl is called Clyra. Indeed, they were the three sisters of Hancock. And there was an unexpected bonus. Clyra. Lin Qi vaguely felt that these girls had an extraordinary identity, which is why he was willing to speak so much with them. Unexpectedly, he thought of the Empress, but did not expect to also get a Clyra. In the future, the renowned female hero, one just 14 or 15, and the other only 5 or 6. These girls were all potential stocks. Perhaps he could develop a lowly cultivation plan. Lin Qi stroked his chin and thought, "Nothing is more fulfilling than nurturing a lowly." "Hey, Dad, why are there so many people lying here? Are they sleeping?" "You idiot, they are dead. Probably another game played by some lineage. Don't mind them. Let's see if there are any more interesting slaves." A foolish voice, mixed with a cruel excitement, echoed in the corpse-filled prison. It was indeed too comfortable in Mariewa, and the celestial dragons had so many tricks that they never thought about the direction of enemy invasion. "Dad, come here, there are still living people." As Lin Qi opened the door, 2 celestial dragons, wearing glass helmets, dressed in bulky clothing, and looking like fat pigs, walked in. "Son, what kind of useless trash are you finding? Look at those on the ground. They're so weak, they'd probably die with a single slash. But that standing person is not bad. I want to hang him up and use him as a target." "But Dad, he doesn't seem to be a slave." "You stupid son, whether he is a slave or not is not up to us to decide." When the 2 celestial dragons came in, the Hancock sisters trembled like leaves in the wind. Clyra was so scared she didn't dare move, desperately maintaining a smile on her face. "Bastard, you're not kneeling when you see us. Do you want to die?" The middle-aged celestial dragon suddenly raised the gun in his hand. "You really make me very unhappy." Lin Qi suddenly raised his head and swung the knife in his hand, severing the arm holding the gun. "I will kill you. As a celestial dragon, when have I ever suffered such injuries?" The man writhed on the ground in pain, tears and snot pouring out. Dad, are you not in pain?" Another chubby, celestial dragon foolishly asked. "Your dad isn't in pain." Lin Qi stepped on the celestial dragon and chopped off his head with a knife. Because he was already dead. Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Kill the celestial dragon. Congratulations on completing the 2nd stage mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Chapter 18. Lowly Cultivation. Points 12798. Lin Qi was stunned. Previously, killing each guard only added a few dozen points at most, but killing a celestial dragon easily gave over 10,000. How many bad things must he have done? If converted to murder evil value, it would take killing 12,000 people to accumulate this much. This shows how many bad things the celestial dragons have done. With the celestial dragon down, Lin Qi felt satisfied. Seeing Lin Qi chop down the celestial dragon, Keela's vacant eyes regained focus. The Hancock sisters stopped trembling, looking at Lin Qi in disbelief. Pearly tears flowed from Hancock's beautiful eyes as she stared blankly at Lin Qi, seemingly wanting to engrave this scene deep in her heart. They were really saved. Upon seeing his father killed, the chubby celestial dragon quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. "Please, don't kill me. I can give you anything." "Oh." Lin Qi suddenly became interested, lifting the celestial dragon's chin with his foot. "Take me to your home." The difficulty of the mission was increasing. In the 1st stage, he only needed to liberate a prison, But in the second stage, he needed to liberate a prison and kill a celestial dragon. Lin Qi estimated that relying solely on saving slaves, he might not reach the third stage tonight. So he decided to take a risk. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Okay, just don't kill me. The celestial dragon nodded vigorously. Lin Qi turned back, suddenly returning to his original voice. The voice he remembered. One day, we will meet again. Now I have things to do. You head east. There are people who can take you away. Thank you, benefactor. Please be careful, Sandasonia said sincerely. Lin Qi was in a hurry, nodded, and dragged the celestial dragon away. Others dare not kill celestial dragons, but he dares. After Lin Qi left, Hancock slowly got up, wiping her dirty face with her sleeve, revealing her stunning beauty. Benefactor, I will definitely find you. Even if it takes a lifetime, Hancock vowed with deep affection, gazing at the direction Lin Qi had left. In the original work, Hancock developed feelings for Luffy simply because she saw in the newspaper that he fought celestial dragons, eventually falling in love with that monkey. This shows that Hancock is not someone who is only attracted to looks. She has no specific requirements for her target. She just likes men who dare to fight against celestial dragons. Compared to Luffy, who only punched a celestial dragon, Lin Qi's act of killing a celestial dragon in front of Hancock was magnitudes more shocking. Moreover, Hancock was only 16 at this time, much younger than a decade later. What girl does not have a crush? Moreover, Lin Qi was the one who saved Hancock from his hell. With all these factors combined, Hancock fell deeply in love with Lin Qi. Sister, what about this girl? Take her with us. Under the cover of night, Lin Qi avoided the patrolling organization and arrived at the celestial dragon's home. You little brat, did you bring back any fun toys? A sharp-tongued woman came down from upstairs, and Lin Qi killed her with a single sword, along with the bodyguard behind her. With his level of strength, killing such a low-level henchman was too easy. Points 10012. Points 9. Take me to your treasure vault. Lin Qi wiped the blood off his sword on the celestial dragon. Please follow me, he stammered. Passing through several hidden doors, Lin Qi was almost blinded by the sight. A room full of gold and silver treasures piled high, but unfortunately, he couldn't take them. After thinking for a moment, he still picked a few valuable and lightweight items to tuck into his pockets. He didn't need them, but some slaves did need fare. On a nearby shelf lay several long knives. Lin Qi checked and found them to be decent quality. After all, celestial dragons didn't like such things and had no value to take. Knives were too identifiable. Taking them would run the risk of discovery, which wasn't worth it. Finally, he found 5 boxes. 2 were empty, and the remaining 3 contained 3 devil fruits. Not bad. He decided to take the devil fruits. He would identify what they were when he got back and found a fruit encyclopedia. Trash, come here. The celestial dragon trembled as he brought over a snail phone. Call your friends and tell them to come over. Flatter them, and don't let me see you playing tricks. Lin Qi pressed the knife against the celestial dragon's neck. Also, tell them not to bring bodyguards. Say you don't like low-level creatures watching when you play games. I think that fits your celestial dragon nature quite well. If you do well, I'll spare your life. Under Lin Qi's threat, the celestial dragon nervously used the snail phone to make call after call. Most of the responses from the other end were friendly greetings. Lin Qi understood why these foul-mouthed celestial dragons were being so casual at this late hour. In the end, 6 bored celestial dragons were tricked into coming over. Ha ha ha! Rare to see you, Saint Boral. Are you inviting me to play with beauties? Where are the beauties? Lin Qi sat on a stool at the door, and when the door opened, he stabbed the incoming person. Points 85-49. Without power, the physical quality of celestial dragons is no better than that of ordinary people. The chubby celestial dragon trembled as he dragged his companion's corpse away, hiding it behind another door. As long as he could survive, he didn't care about companions or parents. After killing the second celestial dragon, who came, ding, congratulations on completing the 3rd stage mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No, including the chubby celestial dragon's mother. After he killed 3 celestial dragons, the reward leveled up again. Calculating, killing a celestial dragon is equivalent to liberating a prison. That's quite valuable. When he killed the 5th celestial dragon, a massive explosion suddenly occurred in the distance. and flames illuminated the holy land, Mariehua. He peeked through the door crack and saw many organization members rushing towards the fire. "Little fatty, do you think I'll be betrayed after I leave?" Lin Qi kindly pulled the chubby celestial dragon over. The celestial dragon's intelligence suddenly kicked in. "No, I want tea. I lured them here so you could kill them. I'm an accomplice. If this gets out, their family will never let me go. So I want tea betray you." Lin Qi grinned. "Unfortunately, I don't believe you." Saying this, he thrust the sword into the celestial dragon's heart. Points 68-72. Pushing the door open, he just happened to encounter the last celestial dragon who had come, killing him effortlessly. Points 18845. Ding. Congratulations on completing the 4th stage mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. After killing 5 celestial dragons, the reward leveled up again. Counting it up, he had actually killed 9 celestial dragons tonight. If this news got out, it would definitely cause a worldwide earthquake. He just didn't know if the world government had the guts to announce it. Chapter 19. Feeding the fishmen devil fruits, celestial dragons have always been high and mighty. Normally, a mere hit would bring a marine admiral to protect them. When have they ever been killed? How dare you attack a celestial dragon? Lin Qi's actions of killing a celestial dragon in public terrified those around him, and dozens rushed toward Lin Qi. You loyal servants are quite devoted to your masters. Lin Qi put in a lot of effort to kill these dozens of members. Now, the ones charging in front were all seasoned, not weak. Unfortunately, this was Mariehua, and they were countless. 100 more members surrounded him, and Lynch couldn't afford to waste time. He broke free from them with his speed. Moving east, he could see the fleeing slaves and the fishmen setting fires everywhere. Some fishmen and slaves were engaging with the approaching organization. These slaves were extraordinary. Otherwise, they would have become celestial dragon slaves, many of whom were once great pirates. He even saw Arlong fighting desperately against the organization while protecting the fishmen slaves, which left Lynch stunned. It seemed that if there was a boss who could suppress Arlong, he wasn't all that evil. "Where's your boss?" He casually grabbed a fishman and asked. "It's Nighthawk. The boss is by the cliff. You should hurry over. We can't hold on much longer." As more members of the organization arrived, the Sun Pirates were retreating steadily. At the edge of the Red Line Cliff, slaves jumped into inflatable boats that had been stolen from Mariehua warehouse, with many inflatable boats filling the cliff's edge. Fishman karate, air burst. Tiger shouted, throwing a punch into the air, and a powerful gust of wind sent several inflatable boats tumbling off the cliff. The boats fell like leaves, safely landing on the sea. Impressive technique. As he got closer, Lynch noticed that Tiger's face was drenched in sweat, not knowing how many punches he had thrown. "Nighthawk, you're back." Tiger gasped. Looking at the drenched fishman, Lynch suddenly felt a sense of respect. There are not many good people like this. I killed a few celestial dragons. The world government will probably blame you for it. After today, you should find a place to hide for at least 10 years. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger. Lynch handed Tiger a devil fruit, a ring, and a pair of exquisite earrings. This devil fruit should be of the Zoan type. If you get seriously injured in the future, it might save your life. As for the earrings and the ring, please secretly give them to 2 slaves named Hancock and Cora, and help me get them safely back to their homeland. Consider it a favor I owe you. If you remembered correctly, Tiger would soon be gravely injured and die, and if possible, he wanted to save Tiger. Based on their friendship today, Tiger would play an important role in his plans for Fishman Island. Hearing that Nighthawk had dared to kill celestial dragons, Tiger was shocked, but did not blame him. After all, with so many lice, he wouldn't worry. After tonight, they would be hunted by the world government regardless. If he weren't the scapegoat, he would even laugh and praise Nighthawk. For Tiger, who had been a slave for 3 years, there was a deep-seated hatred for celestial dragons. "Brother Nighthawk, I will definitely help with your request, but..." Tiger hesitated to speak about the devil fruit. "Take it. I also hope you want tea needed. But just in case." The idea of letting a fishman eat a devil fruit was probably something only Lynch could think of, turning fishmen into landlubbers. All right. Tiger accepted it with a bitter smile. Tiger had lost his strength, and the remaining inflatable boats could only jump off the cliff by themselves. How many would survive without their tricks depended on fate. "Captain Tiger, we can't hold on any longer." A large group of fishmen came running from afar. with Jinbe at the forefront, half of his body bloodied. Behind him, Arlong limped, his calf pierced by a long spear. Compared to when they arrived, the Sun Pirates had lost a third of their numbers. Countless members of the organization were chasing after Jinbe and the others. Tiger glanced at the slaves who were still coming, sighed deeply, knowing that these slaves couldn't escape anymore. But the fishermen comrades who came with him had to leave here alive. This is my last order as captain. Sun Pirates, return the way you came and leave here without looking back. I will hold them off. Tiger clenched his fists and shouted. Captain Tiger, Chopper cried. Don't say foolish things. How can we leave you behind? Jinbe's fish eyes were blood red. Someone has to hold them off, or we all die here. As captain, this is my duty. No need to say more. Tiger attempted to wrap his fists in haki, but was exhausted from his earlier actions, stumbling almost to the ground. Just then a long, strong hand grabbed Tiger's shoulder. It was Lin Qi. You can't hold them off in this state. Let me do it. Brother Nighthawk. Tiger looked surprised. He had already prepared to die here today. Let's go. Don't forget what I asked of you. Lin Qi patted Tiger's shoulder and drew his sword to face the army. Brother Nighthawk, your kindness today will be remembered by the Sun Pirates. Tiger knew this was not the time to hesitate and jumped into an inflatable boat with his companions, leaping off the cliff. If you want to chase, first ask about the sword in my hand. Lin Qi stood with his sword blocking the army. In the world of One Piece, swords and blades were indistinguishable. Even though he was using a sword, he was called a swordsman. So here, a blade could also be called a sword. The pursuers were surprised to find that it was not a fisherman blocking their path, but a human. Who are you, and what is your relationship with those fishmen? Forget it. Capturing you will be the same as slowly interrogating you. Chafe, a group of organization members used the Navy's 6 styles to quickly reach Lin Qi. Gunpoint. Countless fingers pointed at Lin Qi like bullets from all directions. The power of the gunpoint was enough to pierce steel. Hitting a person would create a bloody hole. Damn it. You think you can bully me because I can't use the Navy's 6 styles? Lin Qi drew another sword from his waist. Dual sword style, troubling wind. A powerful tornado centered around Lin Qi shredded the approaching enemies to pieces. The enemies screamed in agony as they died. Headbutt impact. Great explosion. Dual sword style, horizontal river disruption. Lin Qi slashed down enemies, but he was also overwhelmed by a flood of abilities. With his strength, he was fighting against thousands of elites. If it weren't for his Conqueror's Haki being too recognizable, it wouldn't have been this troublesome to deal with these guys. Chapter 20, Kazuru arrives. Endless killing, it's never-ending. For everyone I kill, 10 come. Lin Qi felt that after 10 more minutes, he should retreat. Corrode blades. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared, grabbing Lin Qi's sword blade with his hand without harm, corroding his sword into scrap metal. Ha ha, surprised? I'm the corrosion man who ate the corrosion fruit, the nemesis of all swordsmen in the world. Fool! Lin Qi sidestepped to block the view of his hand and pierced the man's heart with his gunpoint. Blood gushed from the man's throat as he looked at Lin Qi in disbelief. Lin Qi then reversed his grip and decapitated the man with another sword. Sweet impact. Gale kick. Lin Qi saw a heart-shaped object flying towards him, unsure of what kind of chaotic fruit ability it was. He dodged the flying kick and reinserted his long sword into its sheath. Drawn slash. With a single slash, he killed dozens of enemies, gaining a moment's respite. Suddenly, his observation Haki sharply alerted him, and he quickly turned his head as a stream of air brushed past his ear. Flying gunpoint? It seemed a formidable opponent had arrived. An enemy wearing a cat-headed mask appeared before Lin Qi and attacked without a word. The legendary Zero? In response to Lin Qi's question, he was met with a gunpoint 6 King's gun. 6 afterimages aimed at his head, heart, and limb arteries. Just from their first encounter, Lin Qi could tell that the man's strength was on par with a rear admiral. This is troublesome. I can't use the Navy's 6 styles, can't use Conqueror's Haki, and have only one sword left. Facing an opponent of rear admiral level, I can only passively take hits. After dozens of exchanges, the sword imbued with Haki was shattered by the opponent, and Lin Qi was blasted away. This time, Lin Qi only brought 2 ordinary swords that could be seen everywhere. It seemed that even with the addition of Haki, they couldn't withstand the continuous attacks of another Haki expert. At this moment, a system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! Successfully covered the retreat of 12,000 slaves. Congratulations on completing the 5th, final, phase task. Would you like to claim your reward? Lin Qi hesitated whether to claim it now. What if he received a supreme blade or a devil fruit that he couldn't take with him, unless it was a Zoan type? Otherwise, eating a devil fruit would require a period of adaptation, and he would become a sitting duck, certain to drown if he fell into the water. The man wearing the owl mask chased Lin Qi like lightning, delivering a whip kick to his head. Lin Qi stopped thinking about those things and focused on dealing with the expert in front of him. His teachers were Carp and Zifa, so apart from swordsmanship, Lin Qi's fist techniques were also quite good. For now, he could last 3 to 5 minutes under the man's hands without any problem. The retreat route was surrounded tightly, but he wasn't very anxious. At worst, he would expose his moonwalk technique, and he didn't believe he couldn't escape. So many slaves were released. Was it all you're doing? What an impressive young man. In the darkness, a lewd old man floated in midair, mockingly observing the scene below. In fact, Kizaru had arrived 5 minutes ago. If it weren't for his fear of Sengoku docking his pay, he would have even wanted to hide for a while. Admiral Kizaru. Lin Qi's expression changed. Wasn't it said that an admiral would take half an hour to arrive? That's right, Kizaru had eaten the so-called fastest Pika Pika no Mi. So he didn't need half an hour at all. An admiral. It seemed he needed to fight desperately now. That terrifying gaze. Does he intend to attack me? Kizaru slowly raised his long 2-meter leg. Young man, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? In less than the blink of an eye, Kizaru transformed into a golden light and appeared next to Lin Qi, kicking him up into the air to a height of 100 meters. The masked man paused, wondering what Kizaru was doing kicking someone so far away. Speed equals power, Pika Pika no Mi. In midair, Kizaru spread his hands, and a mirror-like object appeared, shooting out thousands of yellow lasers in an instant. These lasers were so fast that they couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Lin Qi. He realized that the kick Kizaru had just delivered was not heavy. The current Pika Pika no Mi was even more outrageous. It seemed to hit, but actually didn't hit at all. Truly the Pika Pika no Mi. I, Kizaru, represent the Marines and must eliminate you, this evil disruptor of the world. After the lasers, Kizaru suddenly shouted unusually, then kicked Lin Qi fiercely off the cliff. That kick was ruthless. Lin Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Until he fell into the sea, Lin Qi was awakened by the coolness of the seawater, pondering why Kizaru had acted theatrically and let him go. He was confident that the other party hadn't recognized him. It was even less likely that he was the legendary Uncle Kizaru. Is ambiguous justice still justice? He seemed to have a new understanding of Kizaru. After a moment of silence, Lin Qi stepped on the moonwalk and headed towards the marine base. At 4 in the morning, Lin Qi returned to Marineford from a secluded corner. He couldn't explain the sudden appearance of things. What if they gave him some strange items? So he planned to leave the Marines tomorrow and claim his reward later. As soon as he got home, Lin Qi destroyed everything that could expose him. After taking a shower, he took out the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia to check the 2 devil fruits in his hand. He was lucky. Both devil fruits were documented. They were the Paramecia-type prison fruit and the Zoan-type horse fruit, big-footed horse form. After some contemplation, Lin Qi knocked on Tina's door in the middle of the night. What are you doing? I'm so sleepy, Tina yawned, coming out of her underwear, completely unaware of the sudden spring light. Her curvy figure opened Lin Qi's eyes wide, especially her chest, which could be called an endless abyss. Seemingly sensing his burning gaze, Tina rubbed her eyes and looked down. Don't look. For a moment, she didn't know whether to cover her body or Lin Qi's eyes, and finally slammed the door shut with a bang. Lin Qi swallowed hard. This was really thrilling in the middle of the night, plus a late-night benefit. After a while, a fully dressed Tina welcomed Lin Qi inside. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her little face was flushed, which was quite cute. Give me your devil fruit. Oh. Tina didn't ask much, but obediently took the devil fruit from her bed and handed it to Lin Qi. This is for you. Lin Qi handed over the prepared Paramecia-type prison fruit to Tina. What is this? Tina turned the devil fruit in her hand repeatedly, feeling that it resembled her own. This is the Paramecia-type prison fruit, a higher-level fruit than your own. If you eat it, you should be able to disguise yourself as the prison fruit well. Go ahead and eat it, Lin Qi explained with a smile. Chapter 21. Smoker Tina took a step back, her mouth slightly open in surprise. Where did you get this? The price of devil fruits in the black market was as high as 100 million berries, and they were often priced without a market. Tina couldn't imagine the risks Lin Qi took to get this devil fruit for her. Lin Qi just smiled at her. All right, I'll eat it. Seeing Lin Qi's gaze, Tina steeled her heart and lowered her head to bite into it. She secretly resolved to use the ability she gained to help Lin Qi well in the future. Then, Tina bent over and dry heaved repeatedly, looking at the bitten devil fruit in her hand, and decisively threw it into the trash can. This taste. Tina couldn't imagine anything worse. How is it? What kind of ability did you gain? Lin Qi looked at Tina expectantly. Tina closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then happily said, as long as it's something related to prison, I can materialize it, and it has special attributes. Saying this, a long whip and a pair of handcuffs appeared out of nowhere in Tina's hands, and she looked at Lin Qi eagerly. Do you want to try? Lin Qi's gaze wandered between the handcuffs, the small whip, and Tina's beautiful face, suddenly shivering, and waved his hand. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Puffed. Tina twirled the small whip, playfully saying, Look how scared you are. I'm not really going to hit you. After spending a little warmth with Tina, Lin Qi returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, Lin Qi woke up early. While eating cookies on the sofa, the doors of Tina and Peach Rabbit's rooms opened simultaneously. Both stretched their waists, revealing their slender figures like lazy kittens. Crack! The cookie in Lin Qi's hand fell to the ground. Was the Shura field coming again? Good morning, Sister Peach Rabbit. Good morning. Tina and Peach Rabbit greeted each other like good sisters, which surprised Lin Qi greatly. Their reactions were a bit off. Huh? What are you thinking? You drop your cookie. Peach Rabbit bent down to pick up the cookie that had fallen on the ground and threw it in the trash can, sitting beside Lin Qi. What's wrong? You seem surprised. Tina sat on Lin Qi's other side, not minding the cookie that Lin Qi had bitten into, picking it up and putting it in her mouth. No, nothing. Lin Qi was surrounded by the two, smelling their unique body scents, and forced himself to stay calm. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks on the door saved Lin Qi. A Marine shouted from outside, Brother Lin Qi, is Major Peach Rabbit here? The Admiral wants her to go to a meeting. By the way, the Admiral wants you to go too. Lin Qi exchanged glances with Guion, wondering what was going on so early in the morning. However, Lin Qi had a vague guess that it might be related to his actions last night. Okay, we know. You can go back now. Both dressed neatly. When they arrived at the conference room, they found that nearly all the mid to high-ranking officers of the Marine were present. A total of 100 seats were almost filled, and Peach Rabbit pulled Lin Qi to sit on one side. When everyone had arrived, Sengoku stepped out from behind the scenes and fixed 3 photographs onto the tactical board for everyone to see. Smoker. Lynch felt a sense of foreboding. The most prominent photo on the tactical board was none other than Smoker. However, this time, Smoker looked different from before. Not only was he in a prison background, but he also had a cigar in his mouth. Sengoku slammed his command stick down on Smoker's photo and said in a deep voice, The first thing we need to discuss today is this young Navy officer. Our Navy once assisted the world government in transporting a Logia-type devil fruit. However, during the transport, we encountered a robbery by the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. A battle broke out, and we were no match for them. In order to prevent the fruit from being stolen, this young Navy officer consumed the devil fruit himself. Upon hearing this, Lynch thought it was bad news. Just a mention of a Logia type was worth more than Smoker's life 10 times over. The current 3 admirals were all Logia types, which was telling, especially since the Navy was the one assisting the world government. This was troublesome. The implications of this matter were not as simple as they seemed. It carried a deeper meaning. This precedent could not be set. An example needed to be made. Just imagine, if Smoker were to be fine after this, future transport teams might impersonate pirates during their missions and use that as an excuse to consume devil fruits themselves. Sure enough, Sengoku continued. The world government demands Smoker's execution. What do you think? The world government? I suggest we let Smoker serve under me to redeem himself. Akainu said coldly. In his eyes, the Navy should handle its own mistakes rather than let the world government interfere. Well, Smoker's actions weren't wrong. If he hadn't consumed the devil fruit, the people on the ship would have died, and the fruit would have been stolen. Executing a hero would only demoralize the Navy. It's better to hand him over to me. Akiji also wanted to claim Smoker for himself, as he was a subordinate of the Logia type, with both wanting him. The tension between the two was palpable. Whatever, as long as it's the fleet admiral's decision, I fully support it, Kizaru said, leisurely raising his hands. Lynch couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Kizaru really was a worker, staying neutral and not offending anyone. Once the three admirals finished speaking, a colonel finally spoke up, followed by a major. As for Lynch, he couldn't interject, being the lowest-ranked officer present. Many suggested executing Smoker. Within the Navy, there were quite a few sycophants of the world government. Enough, stop, Sengoku said, rubbing his temples, his already troubled mood getting more anxious. Lynch, what's your opinion? Me. Lynch stood up, feeling the gazes of the big shots on him. I agree with Admiral Akiji. We can't let the Navy lose heart. A military's foundation is its morale. When morale is high, they are invincible. When morale is low, the enemy can win without a fight. I hope the fleet admiral will reconsider. As Smoker's friend, Lynch naturally had no need to speak for others. A good military should be based on morale, Sengoku said, his eyes lighting up. You all wait here. I'll be right back. About 15 minutes later, an angry roar came from behind screen. Enough. I am the fleet admiral. After hanging up the den mushi, Sengoku returned with a dark expression. The decision is in. The world government has agreed not to execute Smoker, but as a punishment, he must guard Lowtown in the East Blue for 20 years. 20 years. Akiji raised his voice. To throw a promising young Navy officer into that remote corner of the East Blue for 20 years. By the time 20 years pass, Smoker will probably be useless. The East Blue, with no Haki and no strong fighters, if Smoker stayed there without regressing, it would be a good outcome, let alone making progress. Chapter 22. Setting sail, this is the world government's final bottom line, Sengoku sighed. A light meeting had determined Smoker's fate for the next 20 years. Sengoku's expression suddenly became serious. Compared to the next two matters, Smoker's issue was trivial. Carp set down the donut in his hand, and Kizaru uncrossed his legs. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. I believe some of you already know that the Holy Land Mariehua was attacked last night, resulting in a large number of slaves being freed. But what you don't know is that last night, 9 celestial dragons were also killed. Whenever he thought about it, Sengoku felt it was astonishing. 9 celestial dragons had died at once. To be honest, Sengoku would be surprised if the world government didn't go insane. 9 celestial dragons? Everyone present gasped. Some felt it was a great relief, while others found it terrifying. Even Akainu's expression stiffened. He had been unhappy with those celestial dragons for a long time, but even now that he sat in the admiral's position, he still had to endure their nonsense. Sengoku presented the 2 photographs behind Smoker's photo. Only then did everyone see that they were 2 bounty notices. Captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. Original bounty, 1. 58 billion berries. The Man in Black, Sword Fist Nighthawk. Bounty, 1. 13 billion berries. With the 2 bounty notices displayed, the room erupted in chatter. The current bounties weren't as exaggerated as they would be later. Anyone with a bounty over 1 billion was already a super pirate known across the seas. People could understand the bounty on Tiger. He was a well-known figure. But who was this Sword Fist Nighthawk? Dressed entirely in black. Even his hair and face were covered in black cloth, leaving only a pair of slender eyes visible. How overly cautious, with just a pair of eyes. How the hell do you find him? Is this bounty notice even meaningful? The Navy members could only express their helplessness with a sigh. Ahem. Sengoku knew what they were thinking, but the world government just wanted stance. If it weren't for the sensitive nature of the celestial dragons being killed, Sengoku suspected these 2 bounties would have been doubled. You all know Tiger well, so I won't elaborate. I'm here to talk about this Nighthawk. In fact, it was this Nighthawk who covered the retreat of the Sun Pirates, single-handedly holding off thousands of their members. His strength should not be underestimated. Be extremely cautious if you encounter him in the future. After a fierce battle, he was still able to briefly fight against someone of Vice Admiral level. I estimate his strength is at least at the level of a Rear Admiral, possibly even on the threshold of Vice Admiral. Hearing Sengoku's detailed account of this brave deed, Lynch felt a wave of panic. Hearing his own bounty being discussed at Navy headquarters was truly thrilling. He stole a few glances at Kizaru, confirming that the latter indeed did not realize it was him. Are you okay? A soft hand grasped Lynch's, and Peach Rabbit smiled at him. I'm fine, Sister Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit looked around, then leaned close to Lynch's ear and whispered, "Last night, did you do something to my sister while I was asleep? I woke up this morning and smelled your scent on my bed." Lynch, a certain Major General with good hearing, was shocked. Major General Peach Rabbit had been with Lynch last night. This was explosive news. Later, Sengoku assembled a team to pursue the Sun Pirates, which included 3 vice admirals and 5 rear admirals. Quite a luxurious lineup. Unfortunately, among them was Sister Peach Rabbit, and it seemed he wouldn't be seeing her for a long time. When the meeting was over, Lynch approached Sengoku to express his desire to set sail. "As per our agreement, I want to travel the 4 seas. The Navy can give me Smoker, and I'll take in a Lowtown on my way." Why the 4 seas? Besides earning points, he also wanted to see where might be suitable for a coup. He hadn't forgotten about the system that hadn't been activated yet. He had to become a ruler within 2.5 years. As for why he chose the 4 seas instead of the Grand Line, there were 2 reasons. Regardless of whether it was the first half or the second half of the Grand Line, it required a certain level of influence. The first half is too close to Mariewa. If they want to get you, it would just take a minute. The second half is even more dangerous. The Navy has a hard time moving within. The second reason is stability. Of course, strong people's training is best suited for dangerous places. But the development of a country is quite the opposite. With the terrible weather in the New World and the pirates who frequently carry out massacres, let's just forget about it. The 4 seas are fine. That is also the origin of pirates. As long as you can effectively suppress pirates, I support all your actions. To facilitate your operations, I've assigned you to a department, Sengoku said with a hint of excitement. What is that? The department is one I wanted to establish years ago, which can operate without having to report to the Navy and freely attack any pirate except for the 4 emperors. The goal is to reduce the number of pirates and bring stability to the world. Unfortunately, we have always lacked manpower. The 3 admirals are stretched thin, and we don't have any talents who can inflict large-scale damage on pirates, until I encountered your extraordinary conqueror's Haki. Yes, I will devote myself to the cause of fighting against pirates and live up to the name of justice. Good, very good. Sengoku looked more and more satisfied with the young man in front of him. Take my hand order and go seize a warship. Before leaving, Lin Qi visited the 2 teachers who had taught him for half a year, Zephyr and Garp. Zephyr looked at his seemingly taller disciple and seemed to see his child who was cruelly killed by pirates, fire igniting in his eyes. "Although I have entrusted everything to you, I will now teach you one last thing. Always protect your family. A man who cannot protect his own family is worse than useless." Lin Qi moved his lips a few times. "I understand, Teacher Zephyr. Let us go. You are the future of the Navy." Zephyr patted Lin Qi on the shoulder and walked past him. He didn't want to let his negative emotions taint his disciple. "Teacher Zephyr, ha 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 ha. Are you going to the EC? Just right, bring some gifts for my useless grandson." Garp jumped up from his seat. "Vice Admiral Garp, you have a grandson now?" Lin Qi pretended to be surprised. "Yes, but I haven't seen him in a long time." Garp reminisced, calculating the time. "In a few days, he will be 4 years old, named Luffy." "Luffy, huh?" After being in this world for many years, hearing that name again gave Lin Qi a sense of temporal dislocation. "Wait, where's the gift I prepared for Luffy?" Garp rummaged through his things and pulled out a book. "I'm going to be a man who becomes an admiral." Seeing the title of the book, Lin Qi's heart stopped. He really wanted to ask, "Are you sure your grandson can read this?" "Okay, I understand. I will personally deliver it to Luffy." "Ha ha, thanks." Taking Smoker and Tina with him, Lin Qi embarked on his first independent sea journey. Sengoku equipped him with a medium-sized fast ship with double sails, which was among the fastest in the medium category. It was armed with 20 cannons and had 200 Navy soldiers from the headquarters, enough to inflict devastating damage on any pirates they encountered. Set sail. With a resounding shout from Joseph, the warship departed from the harbor, vanishing into the sea. A day later, aside from 2 small pirates who were struck down by Lin Qi's conqueror's Haki and met their end in the sea, the journey was smooth sailing. "Haha, Smoker. Your natural type isn't as great as you thought." On the deck, Smoker, floating in midair, was slashed down by Lin Qi's sword and fell onto the deck. Smoker climbed up with a gloomy face. He expected Lin Qi's observation Haki to surpass his by so much. Lin Qi had accurately grasped the moment he turned from intangible to solid. The natural type is invincible to those who don't have Haki because it can passively become an element, and only attacks with armament Haki can hit it. However, as long as the observation Haki is strong enough, one can choose to become an element actively to dodge attacks. In this regard, the natural type truly lives up to its name as the strongest. Unfortunately, with the 3 types of Haki, Smoker was still under Lin Qi's suppression. Do you still want to fight? At this moment, Lin Qi walked over and pulled Smoker up from the ground. Not anymore. I'll wait until I get used to the smoke fruit, and then I'll definitely beat you. The proud Smoker wouldn't admit he lost. He had only eaten the smoke fruit just a few days ago. As they spoke, Smoker pulled out a cigar tied to his shoulder and lit it, casually offering Lin Qi one. Want to smoke? Originally, Smoker didn't smoke, but since he ate the smoke fruit, he found that his stamina could recover rapidly in places with smoke. Tina's smile faded, her big eyes fixed on Lin Qi as if saying, "You dare to smoke?" "No, I don't smoke." Facing Tina's deadly glare, Lin Qi refrained from trying. After a moment of silence, Lin Qi spoke. "The world government did something wrong this time. You shouldn't have been thrown into the East Sea." Smoker took a deep puff of smoke, gazing into the distance. "Just being able to keep my life is good enough. Wait for me. Once I become an admiral, I'll come to rescue you." Tina quietly listened to the conversation between the 2 men, resting her cheek against the ship's railing as she looked towards the East Sea. The East Sea, her hometown. She wondered how her parents were doing after not seeing them for a year. Suddenly, Tina felt something tugging at her pant leg. Looking down, she saw Tom. Uffed. Tina looked at the comical Tom in front of her and rubbed its ears. "Tom, be careful wearing your owner's clothes. You might get beaten." Tom had put on the justice cloak Lin Qi had left in the room. However, while it fit Lin Qi perfectly, it looked like a blanket on Tom, with 3/4 of the long cloak dragging on the ground. In addition, Tom had a flintlock pistol hanging from his left side and a navy sword in hand. Ding! Detecting a change in Tomcat's mentality. "Would you like to promote him to Navy Tomcat?" "Tom?" Lin Qi, who was talking to Smoker, shifted his gaze over. "This cat can be promoted?" This incident seemed to have unlocked something extraordinary, as many unblocked professions appeared on Tom's interface. Uchiha Tom, Hawkeye Tom, Uchiha Tom Abido, Stark Tom, Mage Tom. More than just one impressive term could be used to describe it. It was hard to imagine what Tomcat would look like as Uchiha Abido. Unfortunately, unlocking these wouldn't be easy. Promotion. As Lin Qi clicked to promote, a strong white light emanated from Tom. When the white light dissipated, the weapons and cloak on Tom transformed into suitable shapes, looking pretty cool. "You've eaten a devil fruit too?" Smoker rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Tom opened his eyes, realizing his transformation, and excitedly jumped up 2 meters high, landing with his sword pointed at Smoker. In Tom's mind, Lin Qi was the master he couldn't hit, and Tina often fed him little fish. So he couldn't hit her either, but Smoker was fair game. This silly cat has completely lost it. Lin Qi found it amusing to watch Tom challenge Smoker. As a newly promoted ordinary Navy member, Tom's combat power had only changed from weak to weaker. He could handle small pirates. But wanting to fight Smoker was pure arrogance. The main issue was that Tom didn't have Haki. Even if Smoker stood there and let him hit, he might not even land a blow. Why might he not? Because this is Tom we're talking about. If he hit Lin Qi, it wouldn't be surprising. However, Smoker also had no way to deal with Tom. Theoretically, no one in the world could kill Tom. "Smoker, since Tom wants to challenge you, why don't you play along with him?" Smoker nodded. He quite liked this little cat. With a playful mindset, Smoker swung down a 10-handed strike, not too fast. It would be awkward if he accidentally killed Lin Qi's pet. Seeing Smoker move as slowly as a turtle, Tom revealed a mocking smile and aimed a sword straight at Smoker's thigh. With a loud bang, Tom's sword was knocked out of his hand and shattered into 2 pieces. Smoker's weapon was made of sea prism stone, which was far superior in hardness to ordinary weapons. Bang! 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 Tom quickly drew his flintlock pistol and fired 7 shots in rapid succession. At this point, Lynch realized something was off. A flintlock pistol can only fire 1 bullet at a time. So how could it seem like Tom had infinite bullets? He didn't even need to reload. After firing more than a dozen rounds, Tom's tongue lolled out, panting heavily. It seemed he could directly convert his stamina into bullets. With Tomcat's recovery speed, he would be back to full health in under 2 minutes. Interesting. After firing over a dozen bullets without hitting anything, Tom panicked, especially as Smoker's 10 hands were already hovering above him. Suddenly, Tom flattened himself, transforming from a rectangular cat into a square, thus evading the attack. An interesting cat, but this is where it ends. Smoker turned his 10 hands and swept towards Tom's legs. At this moment, Tom had just flattened himself and hadn't reverted back yet, leaving him nowhere to hide. Just when Smoker thought it was over, one of Tom's hands grabbed his own tail. Then, Tom used his tail to lift himself off the ground, suspended in midair. Newton would have jumped out of his coffin upon seeing this. Chapter 24. Sun Candlelight Cough. Cough, cough. Tina had just taken a sip of juice when she witnessed the scene before her, choking and coughing. Smoker was stunned. What kind of devil fruit had this cat eaten to defy the laws of physics? For someone with rich combat experience, even if their brain wasn't thinking, their body would automatically change tactics in battle. By the time Smoker regained his senses, his 10 hands had already smashed down onto Tom's head. Bang! Tom was hit to the ground, flattened into a cat pancake, less than an inch thick. Smoker's expression changed. It was over. He had killed the cat. No witties. Just wait and see. Lynch calmly walked over to Smoker. The cat pancake on the ground suddenly began to wriggle, and after a few moments, it transformed back into Tomcat. Smoker's eyes widened, and his cigar fell from his mouth with a loud thud. This is absurd. What about Tom? There are people beyond people. Will you dare to act so arrogantly now? Lynch ruffled Tom's head. Tom looked aggrieved and ran off to pick up the broken sword. In a flash of white light, a perfect sword appeared in Tom's hand. Smoker, this cat is creepy. Leaving Tom to play with Smoker, Lynch returned to his room alone. It was time to collect the reward for storming the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Completing all 5 phases of the task was hellishly difficult. If it weren't for Kizaru showing mercy, he would have doubted whether he could make it back alive. Given such high difficulty, the reward must be incredibly tempting. The system's rewards have never disappointed him. System, claim the daily reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the 5-phase final task. Reward distribution in progress. Animal type mythical Zoan, sun candlelight. A strangely shaped devil fruit appeared in Lynch's hand. The reason it looked strange was that it even had special effects. The surface of the fruit was covered in frost, surrounded by lightning, and most outrageous of all, there was a ring of flames encircling the outer layer of the fruit. A mythical beast type that is said to be rarer than natural types. Lynch looked at the devil fruit in his hand, utterly shocked. This reward was far better than he had imagined. There have been very few mythical beast types that have appeared in this world. Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit, Orochi's Yamata no Orochi Fruit, Sengoku's Buddha Fruit, Yamato's Deikokuden Fruit, and Marco's Phoenix Fruit, among others. Over the past few hundred years, only 11 mythical beast fruits have appeared in the world. Each one is powerful, rarer than natural types, and possesses world-destroying power. What is Sun Candlelight? Why haven't I heard of it before? Lynch pondered as a flood of information about Sun Candlelight surged into his mind. Mythical beast types, as the name suggests, do not exist in reality, only in legends. Sun Candlelight is said to be a divine beast formed by the essence of the sun, created from a supreme yang energy of the universe and the Eye of Pangu. It is the ruler of the sun, and due to its noble status, it is revered by other divine beasts as the Holy Spirit. Moreover, this fruit is influenced by its sister, Tainying, and is in the phase of transforming into the 4 symbols, representing the supreme yang's thunder and fire attributes, while also possessing the ice attribute. To explain the transformation into the 4 symbols, Sun Candlelight and its sister Taiyin Yuying together gave birth to the 4 symbols of the world: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Therefore, theoretically, Sun Candlelight is the father of Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. After digesting the information in his mind, Lynch could only think of 2 words: amazing. A real man should swallow the devil fruit whole. Without hesitation, Lynch swallowed the entire devil fruit in one bite. Boom! The moment he swallowed the devil fruit, Lynch felt a surge of heat rushing through his limbs. His height was visibly increasing at a rapid pace. He broke past 2 meters, and that was just the beginning. 2 meters, 2 meters 4, 2 meters 7, 3 meters. Before he knew it, Lynch had reached a height of 3 meters, but he continued to grow in a wild manner. Finally, 5 meters. He stood in a room, now a small giant, nearly hitting the ceiling. Feeling the terrifying power surging within his body, Lynch felt invincible at that moment. Using the fruit's ability, even an admiral might not be able to defeat him. Keep in mind that he had only just eaten the devil fruit 5 minutes ago. This was definitely pushing him to the level of Whitebeard or Kaido. It wouldn't be long before he could try swinging a wine bottle at the 4 emperors. Hiss! Why have I become so tall? Opening his eyes, Lynch felt a headache coming on. Being this tall was not convenient in life. Before he could find a solution, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the open space outside. It seemed that some power within him was about to erupt. As soon as he reached the deck, Lynch could no longer control the power within him. Roar! Lynch vanished, and a massive monster appeared on the deck, featuring a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, dragon scales, and a dragon tail, standing 30 meters tall, looking remarkably similar to the legendary Qilin. The biggest difference between this monster and the Qilin was that it had a circle of approximately 35 meters of hollow black-red rings behind it. Flames burned atop the black rings, constantly hovering behind the candlelight. The moment Lynch transformed into his beast form, his enormous size caused the warship to sink suddenly. Fortunately, he flew high into the sky, releasing the surging power within him. No, rather than flying, it was more accurate to say he floated up because he had no wings. Roar! Candlelight roared, unleashing bolts of lightning dozens of meters wide from its mouth, instantly clearing the previously overcast sky to a bright blue. Golden lightning danced in the air, like electric snakes moving wildly. Lynch swiped his front paw, freezing the sea surface within a 10-kilometer radius, immobilizing the ships in place. My God, what is that monster? The soldiers on the warship trembled in fear at the sight. They were being shattered every day. Help! The ship is frozen. Countless Navy soldiers stared in shock at the series of transformations, feeling no inclination to resist. It felt as if mere mortals were facing a deity. Smoker and Tina looked seriously at the monster in the sky, their minds tense. Why would such a terrifying monster appear here? They could only hope that the other party's target was not them, otherwise. At that moment, someone weakly said from the side, I think I just saw Colonel Lynch transform into that monster on the deck. Who said that? Who? Smoker began to search for the figure that had just spoken. Joseph timidly walked out, knowing that the figure in the sky was Big Boss Lynch, but I was still scared. Chapter 25, Bring the Ship Closer. Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes. Smoker fell silent. What on earth had happened to Lynch to cause such a drastic change? That terrifying pressure made his heart race, even just from watching. Lynch? Tina anxiously gazed at the horrific creature in the distance. Lynch noticed the frozen warship beneath him and unleashed a rain of flames that completely shattered the ice surface. On the other side, just 50 miles away, was the Red Air Pirates. Shanks looked gravely in the direction ahead. His observation Haki told him that something terrifying was there. At this time, Shanks was only 24 years old, 6 years older than Lynch. Although he wasn't a Yonko yet, he had already made a name for himself in the New World. Hey, Captain, what are you doing? Here, for a banquet? Lucky Roo, rarely seeing Shanks with a serious expression, approached with a chicken leg in hand. Notify everyone to change course. The thing ahead is not to be trifled with. Understood. Lucky Roo became serious and went back to inform the helmsman. He had always trusted the captain's orders. Before long, Yasopp and Lime Jones came over. Although there weren't many people on the red-haired ship, each one was an elite. Yo, boss, I'm here. As a sniper, Yasopp possessed a special type of observation haki that allowed him to focus on a specific point. This way, while the observational range wasn't as comprehensive as usual, he could see things from a great distance. In simple terms, he could stretch the 360-degree observation range into a line, following the direction pointed by Shanks. Yasopp instinctively picked up his sniper rifle and activated his observation haki. Holy crap, that Kirin has a halo behind it. The next moment, Yasopp exclaimed, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Hey, Yasopp, have you drunk too much? How can there really be a Kirin, a legendary creature? Lime Jones quipped. I believe what Yasopp said. If it's a Kirin, then it's not surprising. Shanks hinted. Have you forgotten that there's also a Azure Dragon in the New World? You mean someone has eaten the mythical Zoan-type Dodo fruit in the Kirin form? Lon Jones exclaimed in shock. Exactly, that's what I mean. Shanks lowered his head, lost in thought. This is bad. One dragon in the New World is already troublesome, and now there's a Kirin too. Lon Jones lamented. Yasopp put down his rifle. Boss, you were right. You guys didn't see how terrifying that Kirin is. Yasopp imagined the scene he had just witnessed and broke out in a cold sweat. I have a feeling that it won't be long before we hear legends about that Kirin at sea. Shanks smiled, but right now, it's not our time to meet him. After venting for a while, Lynch felt the power within him that had nowhere to go dissipate and returned to his human form, landing on the deck. The Navy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lynch, what was that just now? Smoker asked. Wait a moment. Let me try the last beast human form. With a thought, Lynch's height surged to 7 meters. His hands and some important areas covered in dragon scales, 2 winding dragon horns protruding from his forehead. Sharp spines jutted out from his joints, making him look formidable. One thing remained constant. The black-red halo behind him was always there. After a while of testing, he transformed back into his human form. Looking down at the 2 little people in front of him, I saw an apple that looked like a devil fruit in the kitchen. And that's how I ended up like this. Facing Smoker's disbelieving expression, Lynch laughed and patted his shoulder. That's how it is. If anyone asks you in the future, just say it like this. Smoker winced as Lynch's pat nearly knocked him apart. Sorry, I still can't control my strength accurately. Lynch, can you change back? Looking at her current height, which only reached Lynch's waist, Tina pouted. I can almost hang a soy sauce bottle on my head. The thought of not being able to kiss Lynch any time she wanted made Tina very sad. 5 meters, that's too tall. You should be able to change back, right? Lynch, uncertain, said, I can feel that this fruit has many hidden abilities. Give me some time to familiarize myself. About half an hour later, Lynch's height began to shrink from 5 meters, returning to his previous height of 1.99 meters. The sun candle technique mastered the power of supreme sunlight. And after some research, Lynch discovered 2 functions of this power. First, it had an astonishing recovery ability. If he cut his arm with a knife, the wound would heal before he could even put the knife down. Smoker exclaimed at this powerful recovery ability. The second ability was that he could control his height in normal form, with a maximum of 3 times. He could shrink to 1/3 or grow to 3 times his height. Now, at 5 meters, he could switch between 16 meters and 15 meters. 15 meters is even taller than Kaido. Great, you've transformed back, Tina exclaimed, rushing over excitedly. Good. In the following days, Lynch remained on the ship, studying the abilities of the sun candle. It took at least half a month to reach the East Blue from the Navy headquarters, and that was using the official route of the world government. If they crossed the reverse mountain like pirates, it would take an additional 3 to 5 days. Even if the ship survived, it was said that a whale blocked the way beneath Reverse Mountain. Nearly half of the new pirates entering the New World from the 4 seas died at these 2 obstacles. Colonel, there's trouble ahead. We're encountering severe weather, and there are water tornadoes forming. Requesting to take a detour, an urgent navigator rushed over. The weather on the Grand Line changes in an instant. One moment it can be clear skies, and the next you're in the middle of a downpour, and you can never imagine what bizarre weather will appear. Lightning as thick as a water bucket strikes without rain, and rocks the size of small hills fall like rain, forming barriers from hundreds of water tornadoes. It can be said that the weather on the Grand Line is more complex than a woman's heart. Without an experienced navigator, surviving at sea is a miracle. Let me see how serious it is. Lynch set down the 10-layer barbell he was lifting and took the telescope from the navigator. He could see that 10 miles ahead, heavy rain was pouring, with hail the size of fists continuously falling, and dozens of water tornadoes swirling up large amounts of seawater into the sky. How long will it take for a detour? It's estimated we'll need to travel an additional 3 days. Returning the telescope to the navigator, Lynch said calmly, Don't worry about it. Bring the ship closer. Chapter 26, Guarding Reverse Mountain. Huh? The navigator doubted he had heard wrong. Did you just say to bring the ship closer? I said bring the ship closer. Do I need to repeat myself? No need. I'll have someone bring the ship closer right away. The navigator quickly saluted and ran off. Ever since witnessing Lynch's unparalleled power that day, every Navy soldier on the ship trusted this colonel from the bottom of their hearts. The warship resolutely headed toward the storm. As they looked at the sea tornado capable of destroying ships, the soldiers on board swallowed hard, hoping not to be sucked in. The dark rain clouds loomed over them, pressing down on their hearts and making it hard to breathe. Hud, hud, hud. Hail the size of fists pounded on the deck as Lynch strode to the front of the ship. Colonel Lynch. Colonel. The surrounding soldiers cast awed glances at Lynch. Don't worry, I'm here, Lynch reassured them. The next moment, he transformed into a 30-meter-tall candle form and charged unhesitatingly into the sky. Roar. A roar like that of a dragon echoed through the sky. Thunder, flames, frost. Dozens of pillars of elemental light, as thick as water barrels, crashed into the harsh weather ahead. The explosions between the lightning dispersed the dark clouds, flames evaporated the rain, and hail pierced through the clouds like sharp swords. Freezing waterspouts at the sea surface. It was a scene reminiscent of a deity's creation, leaving those on the ship trembling in fear. They all shared the same thought. Thankfully, this great person was on their side. Thud. Lin Qi transformed back into human form, landing at the bow of the ship. The ominous clouds ahead became calm, and the sun shone brightly. Only on the sea's surface were there artistic ice sculptures of waterspouts, reminding everyone that the previous scene was not a dream. Destroying natural disasters with human power. Gulp. The navigator stared blankly at Lin Qi, realizing that he seemed to be the most powerful navigator. The other navigators avoided natural disasters like venomous snakes, but he had charged right through them. How can one describe such awesomeness? Truly the first navigator. Amazing, so powerful. Long live Captain Lin Qi. After a moment of silence, the ship erupted in thunderous cheers. Their awe for Lin Qi heightened. After resolving the immediate crisis, Lin Qi didn't dare to relax and returned to his room to continue his training. Suddenly, he caught sight of Tom curled up in the corner, snoring loudly, and his anger flared. This stupid cat had been sleeping for several days while Lin Qi had been training. He really couldn't tell if it was a cat or a pig. Tom, get up and train with me. You're in the Navy now, so no slacking off. Meow, meow, meow. Tom was awakened and looked innocently with watery eyes, as if to say, I'm just an ordinary little cat. Stop pretending. Don't think you can slack off. Come train with me. Under Lin Qi's coercion and persuasion, Tom sighed dramatically and began to do sit-ups. After only a few, Tom's patience ran out. He stuck out his tongue and pretended to be exhausted, moving slower and slower. Tom, if you dare to slack off, today's fish snacks will be gone. Tom jolted, casting a resentful glance at Lin Qi, then continued doing sit-ups at lightning speed. 2 hours later, the originally 90 centimeters tall, adorable little cat vanished, replaced by a 2-meter-tall muscular cat with 8-pack abs, adorned with a large gold chain. Even had a big gold tooth. Lin Qi couldn't help but marvel at Tom's transformation again. So impressive. Tom stood narcissistically in front of the mirror, posing. However, half an hour after stopping his workout, Tom naturally returned to his original form, a 90 centimeters little cat. From then on, Lin Qi no longer forced Tom to train. The end of 2006 quietly passed on the ship, and the year 1507 of the Sea Circle arrived. They had been at sea for 12 days. Unfortunately, in those 12 days, they only encountered a few small pirate crews and captured just one ability user. It was only after becoming an officer that Lin Qi realized that capturing an ability user and sending them to the deep-sea prison earned as much military merit as destroying a small pirate crew. Conveniently, there were 10 cells in the ship's hold, each capable of holding 10 people, totaling 100. As they approached Reverse Mountain, the system's prompt suddenly sounded, triggering a new life choice. Task Option 1. Reach the East Sea immediately. Reward, 500 points. Task Option 2. Kill 1,000 pirates from the 4 seas at the foot of Reverse Mountain. Reward, 20 discount coupon for the store. Task Option 3. Block the entrance. Guard the foot of Reverse Mountain for 1 month. Defeat all pirates. Reward, 10 discount coupon for the store. I choose Option 3. Change the course. Head to Reverse Mountain. Yes, Captain Lin Qi. After being out for so long, it was time to give Sengoku an explanation. No one had ever blocked the entrance to Reverse Mountain, not even the world government. One reason was that blocking here meant facing all pirates from the four seas. One could hold them off for a time, but not forever, and the manpower and resources required were disproportionate. At this time, pirates had just entered the New World, and if left unchecked, half would die within 3 months, making it a thankless task. Another reason was that a former crew member of the Pirate King lived at the foot of Reverse Mountain. Since these old guys had already retired, the world government didn't want to provoke them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed Rayleigh to stay in sobriety for so many years. The Roger Pirates, aside from Roger's high-level combat power, were mostly still around. These old guys could be quite dangerous when they went wild. However, if they could truly block Reverse Mountain, it would deal a heavy blow to the pirates. As the ships sailed over the sea, the lighthouse at the foot of Reverse Mountain could be vaguely seen in the distance when suddenly a deafening wail echoed, causing everyone to clutch their ears in pain. So loud, Tina's little face scrunched up. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous roars reverberated in everyone's ears. You all stay on the ship. I'll go take a look. Lin Qi stepped lightly, disappearing into the mist. Laboon? As he got closer, Lin Qi saw a whale the size of a mountain slamming into the red soil continent, which was Reverse Mountain. Blood flowed down from its head. Lin Qi recognized this whale from the original plot. So he shouted, Laboon, stop. I have something to tell you. Laboon, highly intelligent, slowly lowered its towering head and roared at Lin Qi. Woo! Lin Qi stood in front of Laboon, his eyes smaller than the whale's. Laboon, Brook asked me to tell you that his journey continues, and he will come back to find you in no more than 20 years. So please stop ramming the red soil continent. Chapter 27. The Overlord of the West Sea Wu. Upon hearing Brook's name again, Laboon became agitated, creating waves as it red-eyed crashed into the red soil continent. Laboon, don't you believe me? Brook is really alive. Let me describe his appearance. He's tall and thin, has an explosive hairstyle, plays the violin well, and his favorite song is Binksika, right? Woo! Laboon stopped ramming the red soil continent and stared at Lin Qi with its big eyes. Stop your self-destructive behavior and wait quietly for him to return. Woo, woo, woo. Who knows how a whale cries? Laboon cried, rubbing against Lin Qi before finally sinking into the sea. Young Navy, would you care for a drink? A man in his 50s stepped out from the lighthouse at the foot of Reverse Mountain, inviting Lin Qi. Of course, Lin Qi stepped lightly onto the small island, warmly led by the man into his home. Sorry, my humble abode is simple and has nothing to offer, but if you don't mind, you can try my homemade wine. Kalokas brought out a jar of wine, pouring a cup for Lin Qi and then pouring one for himself. Lin Qi took a sip. It tasted good. Thank you. Kalokas set down his cup. Thank you, young Navy. Laboon's body can't take that kind of self-harm anymore. You're welcome. Just a favor. Kalokas hesitated for a moment, but still asked, maybe it's because I'm getting old, but I still hold some hope for everything. Is Brook really still alive? Lin Qi nodded yes. He is alive, but because he ate a devil fruit, he has turned into a skeleton. He is still alive. A skeleton? Huh? That's not bad. Upon receiving the news that Brook was still alive, Kalokas kept pouring wine for Lin Qi, laughing, drink up about Laboon. I owe you one. No need to owe. Come aboard my ship, old man. From the surgical instruments on your wall, you must have excellent medical skills. You were the one who helped Roger, who had a terminal illness, live for 5 or 6 more years. How could I not invite you? Oh, Kalokas laughed awkwardly. No. I'm getting old and can't withstand the winds and waves at sea. I still need to stay here to take care of Laboon. The last man who invited him was Roger. How nostalgic. Colonel, are you here? It seems my subordinate has come. Old sir, let's drink another day. Lynch stood up and bid farewell to Kalokas. Young Navy, although I don't know your name, there will always be a barrel of wine reserved for you in my wine cellar. Haha, that's great. I suppose the coming days won't be lonely. Lynch strode out, and Kalokas sensed something was off. Wait, you're not planning to stay here, are you? To protect Lynch, he chased after him, advising you'd better leave now, or you'll be killed by a large number of pirates coming from all directions. They won't be afraid just because you're Navy. Kalokas thought Lynch was probably an inexperienced young man, recklessly heading towards a major disaster. He had seen many hot-blooded young Navy men like this, and their outcomes weren't very good. Don't worry, Uncle. I'm a colonel from the Navy headquarters. They'll be the ones to die. Sigh. Seeing he couldn't dissuade him, Kaloka's planned to step in and save the young navy when the time came. Lynch ordered that the soldiers on the ship could take turns relaxing on the small island. After all, they would be staying here for a month. As one of the largest pirate respawn points, it didn't disappoint Lynch. Not even half an hour had passed when a pirate ship crashed down from the inverted mountain along the waterfall, the ship almost disintegrating. The pirates were shaken, and before they could celebrate, they heard a man's voice. "Sailors, bring out the cannons and fire away." "What the hell? There's navy here. Shameless navy." Bang, bang, bang. Soldiers on the deck loaded the cannonballs, lit the fuses, and over a dozen cannonballs were fired, 6 of which hit the pirate ship. Just like that, the already shattered pirate ship was sunk in an instant, with streams of blood staining the sea. Killed 35 pirates, points 26. What, there are points? I just wanted to test the power of the cannon sent by Sengoku, and unexpectedly, this test yielded something incredible. It seems that as long as they are his direct subordinates, he can gain points from killing, although it doesn't seem as much as if he did it himself. It's still not bad. His subordinates killing seems to give Lynch a certain percentage of points. Although he didn't know what that percentage was, it was all free points. That felt really good. Once he became a general or a king in the future, wouldn't that'd be fantastic? Using cannons to bombard pirates was a good tactic, catching the enemy off guard. Thus, the pirate groups with fewer than 50 men were bombarded from a distance, while Lynch dealt with those over 50. By the afternoon, Lynch had no idea how many pirate groups he had wiped out. Kaloka sat on a small stool by the shore, watching with great interest. This was much more entertaining than spending every day alone here. Although he had been a pirate before, it was more accurate to say he was an adventurer, so he felt no sympathy for these pirates. He was worried about Lynch, though. This kid would eventually kick a metal plate at this rate. "You all back off. Something powerful is coming down." At 3 in the afternoon, a large shadow fell from the sky, appearing quite terrifying. A massive fleet of pirate ships, made up of over 20 vessels, flowed down the waterfall. "Ha ha ha, Grand Line, Bloodhand Hal is here. Boss, this Hal is the biggest pirate group in the West Sea, known as the Overlord of the West Sea, with over 50 ships and more than 3,000 men at its peak." Joseph found a photo from the bounty order and handed it to Lynch. "Bloodhand Hal, bounty 66 million. Huh, how is there even a warship?" Hal was taken aback, then his face twisted in rage. "A small ship dares to block me? Go, boys, charge and slaughter them for a flag sacrifice. Let the Navy announce my name in the Grand Line. Kill, kill." With Hal's command, over 1,000 pirates maneuvered their ships towards the warship. It was clear that this group of vicious pirates didn't take the Navy seriously. Bang, bang, bang. Over 20 pirate ships fired their cannons together, creating an extremely shocking scene, causing waves on the sea. If Lynch hadn't ordered the warship to retreat in advance, it would have already been hit. Kaloka stood up worriedly from his small stool. "This mere overlord of the West Sea should stop being so arrogant. With me, Colonel Lynch here, don't even think about hurting a single sailor." As the pirate fleet drew closer, Lynch suddenly leaped into the air, drawing the icy dragon blade from his waist. One sword style, Ice Shattertooth. Chapter 28, Exploding Sengoku. A majestic cold air was released from the dragon blade towards the front, and the cannonballs that entered the cold mist were instantly frozen into chunks of ice, falling straight down. This young Navy's strength was quite impressive, Kalokas murmured as he sat back down. "B-Boss, our cannonballs are useless." The crew of the pirate fleet stared at their cannons, suddenly finding them unappealing. What the hell are all people in the Grand Line like this? Hal, who had never left the West Sea, had never seen such a scene. He knew of swordsmen who could cut iron, but a sword that could release 1,000 meters of cold air was unheard of. "What are you panicking about? If the cannonballs can't hit, just charge in and kill them. Our numbers are 10 times theirs." Hal shouted angrily. You've already lost your chance." In an instant, Lynch had arrived above the pirate fleet. With a powerful tremor, an overwhelming conqueror's haki surged from within him, targeting the 2,000 pirates below. Boom! As soon as they touched the conqueror's haki, the pirates seemed to momentarily face a deity, unable to see or hear, collapsing down without any resistance, rolling their eyes back. All 2,000 pirates fell down with a gust of wind, leaving only Captain Hal alive. This was the terrifying clearing ability of Conqueror's Haki. Koloka's pupils shrank. Such powerful Conqueror's Haki. Who exactly is this kid? Everyone is dead. I was already scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. Are all monsters like this in the Grand Line? So terrifying. He hadn't seen any action. The enemy didn't even strike, and his entire fleet of 2,000 men was wiped out. One moment he was full of confidence, ready to make a name for himself in the new world, and the next, all that confidence was gone. Not even a thought of resistance could arise. If heaven could give him a chance to start over, Hal vowed never to come to the Grand Line again. It was too terrifying. Is he a devil fruit user? A man's voice pulled Hal back to reality. Hal snapped back to attention, realizing that the devil-like man was standing in front of him, trembling as he said, "Why, yes. Very good." Lynch tossed Hal into the warship's prison like a small chicken. Military merit 1. As for Hal resisting, what a joke, having barely survived. He didn't want to face that demon again. As for those unconscious pirates, Lynch had Navy soldiers come to collect their heads and also move the treasures on the ship to the warship. Tina counted and found treasures worth around 20 million berries, which was quite good. As evening approached, there were almost no pirates left, because the death rate when crossing the inverted mountain at night was much higher than during the day. Pirates may lack culture, but they weren't stupid. After a day, every Navy sailor on the ship was exhausted and had also gained considerable growth. On Lighthouse Island, Koloka's, Smoker, Lynch, and Tina sat around a campfire. A Navy cook had prepared pieces of roasted meat and served them to everyone. Koloka's ate while reminiscing. I never expected I could eat food made by the Navy in my lifetime. Tina smiled and said, "If you like it, eat more." Smog glanced at Kuroka's, always feeling that the old man was strange, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd about him. "If you agree to my invitation, it's fine to eat the Navy's food every day," Lynch said. "I'd rather not. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps." He had a few pirate friends, but they had spent their whole lives eating the Navy and the world government's food and never came out again. They were locked up in the deep sea prison. Cheers! The group took a sip of their drinks. Perhaps it was because they had been alone for too long, or maybe for other reasons. Kuroka's particularly enjoyed talking to Lynch. "Young Navy, what exactly is your identity? Someone like you shouldn't be so unknown in the past." "I don't have any identity, just an ordinary little Navy guy," Lynch replied. "If we're talking about identity, I'm far worse than you, senior." "Ha! I'm just a tower guard. What identity could I possibly have?" "You're really funny, kid." Kuroka's laughed and raised his glass. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half month, Lynch had only used his Conqueror's Haki to defeat enemies, becoming increasingly familiar with its control. After endless battles over the past half month, his 200 elite soldiers were subtly evolving towards becoming even stronger. One day, his subordinates came to report that the 2 large warehouses of ammunition supplied by Sengoku before his departure were nearly depleted. Additionally, the food and fruits on the ship also needed replenishing, so Lynch decided to have his men send a message to Sengoku using the transponder snail. "Right? Ask Admiral Sengoku for more ammunition and fruits and vegetables. And by the way, let him know about our achievements over the past half month." "You can decide how to phrase it," Lynch told the soldier responsible for communications on the ship. "At sea, we can skip meat, but we can't skip fruits, or else we'll get serious scurvy." "Yes, Colonel," the communications soldier replied with an overwhelming sense of admiration. After spending half a month together, the powerful aura that Lynch displayed every time he defeated enemies had deeply etched itself into everyone's hearts. Every soldier on the ship, one and all, admired and respected this commander. Their admiration for Colonel Lynch was like a surging river, endless and unceasing. Just like that, upon receiving the call from the colonel, they immediately dropped all their work and rushed over. Beep, 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 beep. At the Navy headquarters, a transponder snail on the admiral's desk printed out a document and dropped it onto the table. Sengoku, who was reviewing documents, casually picked it up, and the more he read, the wider his eyes became, with the corners twitching as if he were having a spasm. After a while, he shouted out the door, "Someone, go call Zephyr, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru." Soon, a few old friends gathered around, staring intently at the report on the table. Zephyr and Sengoku were on either side, both of them having wild twitches in the corners of their eyes. Vice Admiral Tsuru was left speechless, having lived a long life, now unsure of what to say. Only Garp was laughing heartily. I knew this kid was talented, and it turns out to be true. On the table was a report of 600 words, which read, Colonel Lynch is a formidable figure, wise and martial, like a war god descending, leading our army to guard Reverse Mountain. In no time, the enemies were all terrified, for Colonel Lynch is invincible, with a grand aura, leading us to defeat the pirates completely. All of this is thanks to Colonel Lynch's brilliant command. The entire 600-word report was almost entirely praise for Lynch. They had seen reports that contained personal motives, but they had never seen personal motives embedded within a report. The person who could write such an article was truly a genius. Even placed in the entire history of the Navy, this article was quite explosive. Fortunately, this article comes from an honest Navy officer. If it came from a newspaper, they would surely suspect that the newspaper was bribed. Setting aside the article, Lynch's actions were very impressive, guarding Reverse Mountain and eliminating all pirates, even if he could only hold out for half a month, was a severe blow to the reputation of pirates. I agree with Zephyr. Sengoku pondered for a moment and instructed someone, notify Morgans and ask him to help publish a newspaper. Such news that could enhance the Navy's reputation and intimidate the restless pirates must be widely disseminated. Although the Navy also had its own newspaper, it lacked the transportation of news crows, making it unrealistic to deliver news to every corner of the world in a timely manner. It was precisely Morgan's terrifying control over news and newspapers that led to multiple threats from the world government. Meanwhile, on an island filled with ancient trees, through the rugged exterior of one of the ancient trees, the busy workers could be seen inside. They were racking their brains, looking at the reports sent by their subordinates while thinking about how to write better news. Ha, big news! Big news! Suddenly, a birdman with white feathers ran out of the room, shouting excitedly as he ran. What's gotten into the boss today? Is he stimulated? I don't know. I haven't seen him like this in a long time. The employees curiously looked at Morgans. Smack! A piece of intelligence, printed with the Navy's title, was slapped on the forehead of a subordinate by Morgans. Quick! Hurry up and print. This issue of the newspaper is definitely going to sell big. What news has you so excited, boss? The subordinate mumbled as he took the intelligence off his head, his pupils suddenly constricting. Guarding Reverse Mountain. This seemingly minor action was, in fact, a blow to the roots of the pirates in the Grand Line. Without the pirates from the four seas flooding in, the pirates in the Grand Line would only decrease more and more. Over time, one can imagine the scene. A month or two might be fine, but if it continued to be blocked, even the four emperors would be unable to sit still, as these were all their reserve troops. Now, 3 of the 4 emperors' positions in the New World had been determined, with only the last one still in contention. The pattern of the seas had basically been confirmed, a fact that even the world government could not change. Was the Navy determined to intimidate the pirates? The efficiency of Morgan's newspaper was extremely high. In less than half an hour, the freshly printed newspapers were sent to all corners of the world by hundreds of thousands of news crows. In the East Sea, a young boy stood by the sea with a knife in one hand, holding a newspaper in the other, staring blankly at the small boat anchored on the sea. Guys, I think being a pirate is still too dangerous. Let's go back to herding cows. I agree. I didn't expect the end of being a pirate to be Reverse Mountain. Thus, this fledgling pirate group that hadn't even set sail was doomed to fail before it began. Compared to the North Sea, the West Sea experienced a tsunami-like shock. What? Bloodhand Harl went to the Grand Line and was wiped out by the Navy in less than half a day. The pirates trembled as they looked at the newspaper in their hands. Bloodhand Harl, the uncrowned king of the West Sea, had a terrifying influence imprinted in the bones of every West Sea pirate. Such a terrifying pirate was actually captured before he could even get comfortable in the Grand Line. The Grand Line was indeed such a terrifying place. On this day, countless West Sea pirates vowed never to enter the Grand Line. At the same time, they deeply remembered the name Lynch. From that day on, Lynch gained his first title in life, Pirate Slayer Lynch. In the East Sea, the illiterate little Luffy was drawn to the newspaper being read by Dayton beside him. What Lynch didn't know was that it was his appearance that solidified Garp's determination to train Luffy, sending him to the mountain bandit Dayton 2 years earlier. As the only literate person among the mountain bandits, Dayton proudly read the contents to the little brothers beside her. Wow, this Navy brother is amazing, just like my grandpa. Little Luffy looked at the picture of Lynch shattering a pirate ship with a single sword on the newspaper, thinking deeply. In the New World, Cake Island, haha, mama. A cake the size of a basin was swallowed by Big Mom in one bite, and her eyes instantly turned dangerous. The Navy's reach has been getting longer recently, and it seems they need a profound lesson. Raisin, Garrett, go and kill this Navy officer, and also bring back some good food. Charlotte Raisin, the 33rd child of the Charlotte family. Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter of Big Mom. Yes, mother. The two knelt on one knee and left with reverence. It has been half a month since the newspaper incident. Aside from making Lynch famous, the pirates in Reverse Mountain have become fewer. This made Lynch complain about Sengoku, saying the newspaper was released too early. He could have scored more points. At this moment, his points had reached a terrifying 121,530 points. A full 120,000 points. To put it into perspective, the only natural-type gas fruit that appeared before had only 188,888 points. With that many points, he could buy nearly 5,000 flintlock guns. If converted to fine wheat bread, he could exchange for over 1 million pieces, enough to feed a small country. If he had a discount coupon, he could immediately buy a natural-type devil fruit. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed guarding Reverse Mountain for a month. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. After working hard for a month, he naturally wouldn't be stingy when it came to spending money. Today, the items refreshed in the shop were quite good, truly luxurious. Double training scroll, 1 week. Price, 1,000 points. This was different from the previous body refining scroll. The former only worked for body refinement, while the latter was comprehensive, effective for both body refinement and swordsmanship haki. Superhuman gravity fruit. Price, 155,555 points. Supreme Great Knife Long Yuan. Price, 160,000 points. Storage ring, 2 m in length, width, and height. Price, 3,000 points. Oranges 10. Price, 1 point. Heart Crossing Demon Knife Power. Price, 100,000 points. Damn, money is always too little when you need it. The shop is too luxurious. Lynch didn't envy anything else. He only hated that he had too little money. Without a doubt, he first used a discount coupon to purchase the most cost-effective Supreme Great Knife. Originally priced at 160,000, with the coupon it only cost 16,000. A flash of brilliance, a pitch-black knife, appeared in Lynch's hand. The blade seemed to be covered with a layer of dragon scales under the sunlight, looking distinctly sharp. At the grip, a fierce black dragon coiled, seemingly roaring silently. At the very end, there were 3 gems of red, green, and blue embedded. A good knife. Chapter 30, The Birth of the Demon Knife. For someone like him, who has been using knives for years, there was no need to do anything else. Just holding it in his hand allowed him to feel the energy contained within. He then purchased the storage ring. Although the space wasn't large, it could be used to store knives in special situations. Otherwise, he might encounter scenarios where using weapons was impossible. He clicked to check the introduction of Heart Crossing Demon Knife Power. Heart Crossing Demon Knife Power can be attached to any weapon, turning it into a demon knife, which can advance by killing or devouring other demon knives. A good item, just right. His other knife, Long Yuan, was just a good knife and couldn't keep up with the current battles. The gift from Sister Tao Rabbit was so delicate he was afraid it would break with too much force. Speaking of which, many good knives are replicas of the Supreme Great Knife, and a Long Yuan given by Sister Yao Rabbit is one of the replicas of the Supreme Great Knife Long Yuan. To distinguish it easily, Lynch decided to rename the Long Yuan given by Sister Tao Rabbit to Dragon Slayer or Heart Crossing Demon Knife. Purchase, use, and merge with Dragon Slayer. Points consumed 100,000. Usage successful. Huh? Isn't it said that demon knives are very sinister? Why is there no reaction? After merging, aside from a blade gaining a ghostly face, there were no other changes. Ding! The host is the creator of the demon knife. The demon knife will not attack its creator. I see. After a round of shopping, only 2,530 points remained. Lynch looked at his deflated wallet and sighed. He still needed to earn points. He bought 2 double training scrolls, 1 week, 1 for Tina and 1 for himself. Thus, he completely became broke, leaving only 530 points. Uncle, We are leaving. See you another day. Take care. Task completed. Lynch prepared to leave Reverse Mountain. Before leaving, Laboon and Uncle Colokas came out to bid him farewell. On the way to the East Sea, the Navy gathered together and whispered. After a month of killing and more killing, they suddenly had free time, which made them a bit unaccustomed. They felt that Colonel Lynch was even more terrifying now. Yes, especially the two knives at his waist. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I always feel like that knife is alive. Damn, I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Every time I get close, my legs go weak, as if I'm being targeted by some monstrous beast. What are you guys talking about? Suddenly, a large shadow blocked the sunlight. Smoker, we were discussing Colonel's knives. Knives? Smoker questioned. When did Lynch change to two knives? He walked straight over and asked, "Can I see your knives?" No. Lynch coldly refused. A swordsman's knife is like his wife. How could it be casually touched by others? Smoker replied speechlessly. What if that knife is a male? All right, but you can only touch this one. Lynch was also curious about what would happen if someone else held Dragon Slayer. He didn't mind using a little white mouse offered to him. After pondering for a moment, Smoker reached out to hold the demon knife, Dragon Slayer. The moment the knife was gripped, the ghostly face on the blade lit up with a purple glow. This purple light reflected in Smoker's pupils, dyeing his eyes purple. Swish! Smoker suddenly swung the long knife toward a nearby Navy officer. Enough! Lynch shouted sternly, and the ghostly face pattern on Dragon Slayer dimmed. Smoker jolted awake, terrified, and dropped Dragon Slayer, feeling a wave of fear. Was I just controlled by this knife? Don't throw it. Lynch picked up Dragon Slayer with heartache. Actually, this is a demon knife. If you were prepared, you probably wouldn't have been controlled. Demon knife. Smoker was quite frightened. Don't you know that every swordsman who has used a demon knife in history has met a bad end? It's fine. It's very obedient. Saying this, Lynch patted Dragon Slayer at his waist. Obedient? Smoker recalled the scene of being controlled earlier and looked at Dragon Slayer, quietly resting at Lynch's waist with a complicated expression. He really wanted to say, look at how your knife is obedient. Lynch, come try my freshly baked waffles. Ah, Smoker, you're here too. Noticing Tina approaching with a plate of waffles and a cup of orange juice with 2 straws, Smoker knew this wasn't prepared for him. He silently walked away. This dog food? I've had enough. I have to eat a handful every day. Crunch, crunch. Afternoon tea time passed with Tina's company. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Everyone smoothly arrived at the East Sea through the red line. East Sea. The sweet sea breeze brushed against them, and Lynch hugged Tina, who stood at the bow of the ship with her arms wide open, embracing the sea breeze. Is this your hometown? No wonder it's where my home Tina grew up. Even the sea breeze is much sweeter than other places. Smoker turned his head to the side. Ugh, this nauseating smell of love. Tina returned to the East Sea after a long time, her face beaming with happiness. That captain, sorry to interrupt you, but the fragrance you smell seems to be coming from over there. Joseph carefully pointed in the distance. Is it a restaurant? No, it's a pirate crew. On the sea. A pirate crew with a chef's hat was fiercely fighting another pirate crew. The various aromas wafting over the sea were coming from the kitchen on the ship. Smoker, please take care of it. Just knock the pirates out. Lynch rubbed Tina's chubby little belly, not wanting to move too much. The small fry in the East Sea. Smoker was more than enough to handle. TCH. Smoker, holding a cigar, reluctantly moved and transformed into smoke, flying over. In just a few moments, he knocked out 2 pirate crews. The 2 captains of the pirate crews were brought over by Smoker, looking completely dazed, as if they were wondering who they were, where they were, and how they ended up being captured. You 2, state your names. Let me see your bounties. The 2 captains, still stunned from their defeat, suddenly trembled in fear. The pirate killer, Lin Qi, one of them exclaimed in terror, stepping back repeatedly. The other captain, with golden hair, sighed deeply, realizing that despite all his calculations, he still couldn't escape. If I hadn't worried about encountering you, I would have already been on the Grand Line. Fools! Who told you 2 to talk so much? Quickly answer Lin Qi's question. Yusef scolded. Burke Knight Pullman. Redfoot Zepp. Upon hearing the 2 names, Lin Qi became interested. Isn't this Zepp the pirate who later adopted Sanji? Turns out he was still a pirate in the East Blue at this time. He then ordered his subordinates to drag away the other captain, leaving only Zepp. I've heard of you. Although you're a pirate, You're not too bad and haven't committed any heinous acts. Zep didn't understand why this pirate nemesis was saying these things to him. How about you cook a meal for me and my brothers? In exchange, I'll let you go. You're not lying to me, are you? Zep blinked his cow-like eyes, incredulous. In this day and age, there's a navy that actively lets pirates go? I give you my word. All right, but with so many of you, I need my crew to help me make enough food for you. Of course. Chapter 31. The Pirate Killer Delicious. The soup, which looked as clear as water, had a rich flavor. Lin Qi took a sip of the carefully prepared soup by Zep and then had a bite of the seafood fried rice. As everyone knows, Sanji's cooking skills were taught by Zep. Rounding up, this could be considered me eating the meals that the sea rats most wanted to eat. Tina's cheeks were stuffed, her big eyes squinting happily into crescent shapes. Hearing praise for his soup made Zep very happy. Of course, it would be even better if the one praising me wasn't from the Navy. I really like these dishes. Could you please tell the chef on the ship how to make them? No problem. After eating and drinking to their fill, Lin Qi began to send people away. Aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay for dinner? Thank you. Zep swore he had gained new insights today. There really were Navy officers who let pirates go. It was simply absurd, utterly absurd. A breath of fresh air in the Navy. You really let them go? Smoker looked at the pirate ship fading into the distance, as if he were meeting Lin Qi for the first time. What else? I thought you would kill them. That would be too cruel. I'm a good person, all right? You? A good person? Smoker looked at him derisively. Next, can you take me to Low Town? No, Tina hasn't been home for years. We need to take her back to see her family first. Smoker, he just doesn't want to stay on the ship eating dog food anymore. By the way, Cocoa Village is not far from Tina's home. Let's go check it out first. Lin Qi's visit to Cocoa Village was not for Nami, but for her mother, Belmere. By the timeline, Belmere should have just retired from the Navy 1 or 2 years ago. And before retiring, Belmere was no longer a low-ranking soldier. She had been fighting pirates in the East Blue for many years. Therefore, she had a clear understanding of the entire East Blue environment. Also, since she had become a civilian, Lin Qi could boldly ask her some sensitive questions about the relationships between the kingdoms in the East Blue. Oh, by the way, keep an eye out for someone in the East Blue for me. Who? Kuro. Do you have business with him? Do you know what is the most precious thing in the new era? What? Talent. I have my eyes on him. So remember to keep an eye on him for me. Kuro was said to be the second smartest pirate in existence. Another month passed. Lin Qi continued to have the warship search for pirates while heading to his destination. During this time, he had defeated over 60 pirate crews of various sizes. Many ability users were also captured, including those caught at Reverse Mountain. The number of ability users locked on the ship was a terrifying 50. 50 ability users. This military achievement had Lin Qi raking in the rewards. Cocoa Village. This remote little town in the East Blue had all its residents relying on selling oranges for a living, struggling to make ends meet. When the townspeople saw the Navy arriving, they didn't feel excited but instead cast wary glances, as if they were looking at a plague. It turned out that this remote town rarely saw the Navy. Whenever they saw the Navy, it meant trouble. They either captured pirates or pursued bounties, which repeatedly caused significant losses to the village. Navy, what are you here for this time? A man with a windmill in his hair stepped forward to cautiously negotiate with Lin Qi. You must have misunderstood, sir. Look, Lin Qi pointed to his justice cloak and said, I am a colonel from the Navy headquarters. I came to the East Blue just to deliver a message. I heard that your oranges are delicious, and I want to buy them all to take back for my friends to taste. Not from the East Blue Navy. Kenji's gaze rapidly shifted between Lin Qi and the soldiers behind him. The spirit of these soldiers was different from what he had seen in the Navy before. Could it be that he really wasn't from the East Blue? Kenji looked at the other party, whose sword was encrusted with 3 jewels, and was shocked. The other party seemed to be a wealthy person. Some villagers in the village hadn't opened their businesses for several months, especially Belmere's family, which had run out of food. The relief food was only enough for the 2 children to eat, while Belmere had to survive on oranges every day. If she missed out on this big order because of him, she would probably blame herself. Are you really here to buy oranges? At this point, Kenji had completely believed the other party. If they were really here to capture bounty criminals, the bounty criminals would have already run away. What else? 5 minutes later. Ha ha. Young man, you are really impressive. To be so young and already a colonel from the Navy headquarters. Alas, if only my family had a daughter. I would definitely marry you. Such a young talent. A group of respected elders in the village stood in front of Lin Qi, smiling. I want all the oranges in the village. Remember, all of them. Lin Qi had his subordinates bring over a chest of gold coins. Also, I want to see the person responsible for every orange tree in each household. Sure, no problem. The eyes of several people seemed to light up, staring intently at the chest of treasures. Having killed so many pirates, Lin Qi was now a wealthy man. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. Belmere did not live in the village, but in a hidden corner outside. Kenji was well known for protecting Belmere's family. Plus, Belmere was a deserter. With these three factors combined, if he dared to wear this uniform and say he wanted to see Belmere, it would probably take a lot of effort. It was still simpler this way. Not long after, Lin Qi saw Belmere among the group delivering oranges. Her pink hair was easy to recognize, and she had a cigarette in her mouth. Looking to be only 26 or 27 years old. Her clothes were wet from carrying oranges, yet she still wore a bright smile on her face. Lin Qi walked over briskly. Ma'am, to ensure the quality of the oranges I purchase, may I take a look at your orange grove? So handsome. Belmere stood up and saw the man in front of her, slightly lost in thought. What did you say? I complimented you for being a handsome guy. With her clothes sticky, Belmere simply took off her outer jacket, revealing her better figure. She looked towards Kenji, who nodded at her. All right, you can come with me. But don't bring too many people to avoid scaring the children. All right, I'll go with you alone, and the others will stay here to receive the oranges. Over here. As soon as she arrived at Belmere's orange grove, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Speak up. What do you want from me? Oh, how do you know? Lynch realized that he had underestimated this woman's intelligence. A woman's intuition. Fine. Lynch shrugged and stopped pretending. The Belmere soldier. Before he finished speaking, a long leg suddenly kicked towards him. Bang! The scene shifted, and Belmere was pinned to the ground by Lynch with one hand. You should let me finish, soldier. I mean you no harm. I only revealed your identity because I want you not to hide anything from me. Ugh, let go of me, you bastard. Belmere struggled with her long legs. Chapter 32, Little Nami. In the distance, a small figure hid behind an orange tree. Her little face flushed as she looked at Lynch and Belmere's backs. Little Nami couldn't hear what they were saying, but seeing her adoptive mother being pinned to the ground made her vaguely understand something. Belmere found me a stepdad. Hey, Nami, what are you looking at? A small figure suddenly patted Nami from behind, startling her. Nami quickly grabbed the girl and covered her mouth. Shoo. Nojiko, don't make noise. Remember the little comic book we read last time? Belmere is doing something naughty with that man. What? It's broad daylight. Nojiko's words were cut off as the actions of the two were too easy to misunderstand. Belmere was bent over with her, but in the air, and Lynch was pressing down on her legs from behind, holding her by the back of her neck. Ugh, Belmere is actually quite stimulating. No, I can't let Nami learn bad things. Nojiko grabbed Nami's arm and forcibly pulled her away. On the other side, Madam, you wouldn't want your daughters to go hungry, right? Madam, you wouldn't want your daughters to live a life of hunger and cold, would you? Belmere's face turned pale when she heard Lynch's words. What do you want? Very simple. Come with me into the grove and just listen to me. Nami and Nojiko's cute faces kept flashing in Belmere's mind. She gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll listen to you. Belmere was taken into the grove by Lynch, and Nami and Nojiko jumped out from behind the orange tree. Sigh. Belmere is really something. It's broad daylight, and she must be too thirsty. Hey, don't say that about Belmere. Maybe she's just going to chat. Nami retorted against Nojiko. Although they were both young, thanks to having an unusually open-minded woman like Belmere around, Nami and Nojiko had already become quite savvy. Oof. You think chatting requires going deep into the grove? It's not like discussing state secrets. Nojiko was more worried about her adoptive mother suddenly finding a man. What if he turns out to be a bad person? Half an hour, a full 2 hours, and Belmere and Lynch still hadn't come out. Nojiko couldn't help but worry. It's been 2 hours. Can Belmere's body handle it? Nami was frantic. Why is your little head full of such thoughts? At this moment, Lynch's figure finally reappeared. He was recalling the information he had obtained from Belmere. Thanks to Belmere's gossipy nature, the information was more than he had imagined. The easiest way for him to become king was actually in the West Sea. The West Sea, The most chaotic sea among the four seas happens to have no experts. To sum it up, a bunch of noobs pecking at each other. This has led to most kingdoms in the West Sea suffering greatly. Both kings and citizens living very hard lives. Many pleasure-seeking kings are even willing to sell their thrones for money. There are quite a few such kings in the West Sea. He could easily become king through legitimate channels. Well, it seems that becoming king is easier than I thought. He adjusted his clothes and walked out of the grove. The fight with Nojiko had left his justice cloak askew. Nojiko looked even more disheveled. The previous incident had left her clothes covered in dirt, which was now dry and uncomfortable against her skin. She couldn't take them off. If she did, she wouldn't have any clothes left. Hey, you two little ones, come out after watching the fun for so long. With his observation haki, Lin Qi immediately spotted the two little ones. Wow, how did you find us? Nami and Nojiko jumped out cheerfully. You must be Nami and Nojiko, so cute. Lin Qi smiled and patted their foreheads. What should we call you? Nami asked with her big watery eyes. Call me Daddy. Really, a father. The two little ones were utterly shocked. Just as Nami hesitated whether to call out, a fist suddenly swung in from the side. Bastard, don't corrupt the kids. Belle-Mère shouted angrily. Don't listen to his nonsense. Call him brother. Haha, don't be so scary. I'm just joking. Lin Qi squatted down and rubbed Nami's little face. Little Nami is really cute. Brother will give you a gift. A valuable ruby brooch was pinned to Nami's chest. Wow, so beautiful. Little Nami's eyes seemed to sparkle. She hugged Lin Qi and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, brother. Actually, if you want to pursue Belle-Mère, I have no objections. You idiot. Belle-Mère's forehead throbbed. This girl was easily bought off with a ruby brooch. Nojiko looked at Nami with envy. By the way, you two have a share too. 2 rings and a large handful of gold coins were shoved into Belle-Mère's and Nojiko's hands by Lin Qi. Converting the gold coins into belly should be enough for you to eat for several years. Buy the kids some decent clothes and food. Look at how thin they are. Lin Qi noticed that the lives of the mother and daughters were not good, with their clothes patched up and them looking quite thin. It seemed Nami's future greed for money might stem from her childhood fears of poverty. He didn't want to give more. He understood the principle of having a jewel brings trouble. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Thank you, brother. Receiving the gifts. Nojiko's sweet voice rang out. Thank you, I want to be polite. This money would greatly help Belle-Mère. She felt guilty for not being able to provide a good living environment for Nami and Nojiko. Suddenly, she felt that the man in front of her wasn't so hateful after all. All right, we may meet again by fate, little Nami. Lin Qi vigorously rubbed Nami's little face. I have to say, little Nami was too cute when she was young. I almost turned into a human trafficker. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. Right? If you meet a fishman named Arlong in the future, just say you are under the protection of a Nighthawk. Oh, okay. Belle-Mère was puzzled by what this man was saying, but she still remembered his words. In her eyes, Lin Qi seemed quite mysterious. When leaving, the warship was filled with a boatload of oranges. Can you eat so many oranges? Smoker said while munching on a sugar orange. It's fine, I have money. Eat one and throw away 2. Smoker, can we still have a pleasant exchange? The mission to the East Sea was basically complete. Next, he just needed to see 2 more people and send Tina home before he could return. Carp's gift for Luffy could just be delivered by one of his subordinates. Chapter 33, Arrival of Kaku. All troops alert. Something powerful is approaching. Just after leaving Kokoyashi village, Lin Qi's observation, Haki, sensed 2 powerful auras rapidly approaching. Haha, I found you. A rather handsome shamate man, holding a flame sword, looked down at Lin Qi and the others. Bro, stop wasting time with them and hurry up and kill them. We still need to find dessert for Mom. Another high-cold woman with pink hair stood on a floating mass of butter, impatiently urging with a wine glass in hand. Sister, we've been drifting at sea for a month and a half. Of course, we need to kill a few to break even. Boss, they're one of the cadres of the anti-pirate group, Lazon and Galette, a subordinate reported. Every elite Navy soldier must remember the information about the 4 Emperors pirate group. Charlotte Lin's people? I don't recall offending them anywhere. Lin Qi frowned. But anyway, since they have come to our doorstep, there's no reason to let them go. Smoker, I can sense there's a pirate ship following them. When the fight starts, the pirate ship is yours, and the 2 cadres are mine. All right. Smoker drew his sword. What about me? I want to join the fight too. Tina volunteered. You stay back to protect the soldiers on the ship. The two in the air undoubtedly had the strength of a vice admiral. Any soldier on the ship would be dead if they encountered them. Fine, do it your way. Galette, who loved her brother, couldn't refuse his request. With her sister's permission, Lazon jokingly swung out a flying slash toward the warship. Fire Dragon King. The slash transformed into a giant dragon, roaring as it lunged toward the warship. Attack! Lynch shouted loudly, charging forward first, while Smoker quietly slipped away as planned. Lynch ignored the so-called attack because he trusted Tina. All things in the universe. Sure enough, countless chains appeared from the void as Tina waved her hands, tightly binding the dragon and swallowing it whole. Zolfust. Lynch blinked and appeared in front of Lazon, not giving him time to react, and threw a punch. Boom! The next moment, Lazon turned into a shooting star, crashing deep into the sea. Puffed. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Lazon's pupils trembled violently before he rolled his eyes and fainted. No way, I can't be mistaken. Is a vice admiral's strength this weak? Lynch suddenly realized that he was no longer the person he was when he first set out to sea. Back then, it was uncertain whether he could handle a rear admiral. And now, he estimated that he had already reached the threshold of an admiral. The gap in strength was enormous. No wonder he could defeat the enemy with a single punch. Brother, Galette shouted worriedly, spilling wine all over the place. She couldn't care about maintaining her elegant image and took up a fighting stance. The man before her was too powerful, defeating Lazon with a single punch. They had probably kicked a steel plate today. Madam, you're exposed. Lynch couldn't open his eyes due to the sight of her ample bosom, so he kindly reminded her. To his surprise, he was thanked by a group of butter spears. Dozens of spears formed from solidified butter were thrown at him by the woman. A superhuman-type yellow butterfruit? Lynch faced the butter spears, grabbing the woman by the neck with a cold smile. Are you trying to tickle me? You monster! Galette, unable to breathe as her throat was gripped, watched as Lynch's body was hit by the spears without leaving a single mark, trembling in fear. So, should I kill you now, or keep you to exchange for military merit? Lynch tightened his grip slightly, seemingly hesitating. Smack! In the next moment, the woman's head flew off. The headless corpse fell. Cough, cough! That hurts, you unfeeling man. The head suddenly transformed into butter, wriggling and flying back to her body, reshaping into human form. Galette's charming face turned purple as she coughed repeatedly. Similar to a paramecium-type superhuman, Lynch, who was originally prepared to help Smoker, turned back with great interest. Butter heatwave. A large amount of steaming butter was splashed towards Lynch, and then the woman herself transformed into a mass of butter, wrapping around Lynch's body. Damn, I just praised you. And this is what you do. Lynch thought about natural elemental transformation, which retains clothing. But this woman, who looked like a fox spirit, lost her clothes when she turned into butter. He watched as her few remaining clothes fell into the sea. Looking at the woman trying to strangle him like a beautiful snake, he couldn't tell if she wanted to kill him or seduce him. Are you done playing? With a loud smack, Lynch slapped the woman's perky buttocks, releasing an overwhelming chill. Crack, crack, crack. Under the terrifying cold, the woman was frozen into a solid ice sculpture and fell into the sea. For a devil fruit user, falling into the sea was tantamount to death. Deep underwater, Lazon, who had choked on seawater several times, suddenly woke up and sliced through the sea surface, jumping out. Cough, 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 my illustrious life almost ended like this. Lazon rubbed his sore chest in disbelief. He had just been knocked out by a single punch. Damn, that must be Kaido. Sister. Without time to rest, he quickly caught the falling Galette, looking at his sister frozen into an ice block. His eyes were about to burst with rage. I'm going to kill you. Lazon howled to the sky, carefully placing his sister on a reef, and rushed to attack. Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson. 30 seconds later, Lazon and Galette lay neatly in a row, tossed onto the warship by Lynch. He even kindly turned the ice that was freezing Galette into opaque, so she wouldn't be exposed. Just like that, two individuals with the combat power of at least vice admirals were captured without even breaking through Lynch's defenses. So impressive. Tina clapped her small hands in awe. The soldiers on the ship watched the two lying on the deck, discussing among themselves. Did you see? That guy could slice through the sea surface with a sword, yet was easily defeated by Colonel Lynch. Colonel Lynch is mighty. Colonel Lynch, should we throw them in prison? Hold on, why hasn't Smoker returned yet? Lynch frowned. A natural type like Smoker shouldn't take this long to deal with a bunch of small fry. Could something have happened? The ominous premonition soon came true. A tall man with a red mohawk and a towel around his mouth came flying in, dragging a bruised Smoker. This man was using the Navy's 6 powers, specifically the moonwalk. Chapter 34, Tina's Hometown. Charlotte Katakuri. Lynch slowly uttered the 7 words, staring solemnly at the other party. If the later Katakuri was a man standing at the peak of the vice admiral level, the current Katakuri was not as seasoned. Many people boasted on pirate forums that Katakuri's combat power was comparable to that of an admiral. Lynch was not so sure about that. But judging from the aura he exuded, the 37-year-old Katakuri definitely did not possess admiral-level strength. But he was above elite rear admirals and wouldn't be completely out of place when facing an admiral. Lynch assessed Katakuri, and Katakuri assessed Lynch in return. The young man in front of him looked no more than 20 years old, yet it seemed as if a demon was hidden within him. Powerful observation Haki continuously reminded Katakuri that this man was no ordinary opponent. After thinking it over, Katakuri abandoned the idea of attacking forcefully. Let go of my brother and sister, and in exchange, I can return this man to you. Katakuri lifted the unconscious Smoker. Fine, Lynch agreed. Smoker couldn't die yet, and if Katakuri exerted any force, Smoker's head would explode. Katakuri narrowed his eyes. It was unexpected that the Navy was so easy to negotiate with. You wake them up first, and once they leave, I will honor my promise to release him. All right, with a wave of his hand. Lynch thawed them out and even kindly dressed them in ice clothing to prevent exposure. Garrett and Rizan woke up with splitting headaches, groggily seeing Katakuri. It's Brother Katakuri. That's great, brother. Quickly avenge us and kill them. Rizan shouted. Shut up. Katakuri scolded his 2 foolish family members. Hurry and get out of here. Don't say too much. Garrett touched her sore backside, glaring angrily at Lin Qi, her red lips hesitating to speak. In the end, it was her brother's authority that made her dare not act rashly. She limped away, supporting her painfully hit backside, taking Rizan with her. Once the 2 were far away, Katakuri kept his promise and threw Smoker aside to chase after his brother and sister. Smoker, are you okay? A group of army doctors rushed over, performing first aid and pinching his nose, finally managing to wake Smoker up. Smoker opened his eyes, calmly looking at everyone. Did I lose? He couldn't remember the details of the fight. He only remembered that he had just eliminated a ship full of pirates when a white, doe-like object came crashing from all directions. I'm sorry for holding you back. Smoker touched the 10 fingers on his back and quietly left. The surrounding soldiers were indeed shocked. Wow, Smoker actually apologized. It seems this time he was hit hard. Does he need comfort? Forget it. Comforting him might make it worse. Considering Smoker's mental state, Lin Qi took in a low town first. Speaking of which, Smoker had it tough. He was demoted and beaten up. Before leaving, Lin Qi handed over a letter from Carp to Luffy to Smoker, asking him to find someone to deliver it. Don't worry, I won't forget what you asked. Smoker stood on the dock bidding farewell to Lin Qi. Once the ship sailed away, he suddenly shouted, Wait and see. Next time we meet, I will definitely surpass you. All right, I'm waiting. Lin Qi laughed and left. After half a month of sailing, the warship arrived at Tina's hometown, the Moros Kingdom. This is a small to medium-sized country, quite mediocre in every aspect. The monarch is neither wise nor foolish, and the people live neither too hard nor too easy. However, Tina's family is one of the 3 most powerful families in the Moros Kingdom. From the fact that her father could obtain a devil fruit in this small place in the EC, one can see a glimpse of it. Tina's grandfather was even appointed as the captain of the national defense, commanding all land troops, allowing soldiers to change into civilian clothes for leisure. Lin Qi strolled down the bustling street with Tina and Tomcat. Returning to her hometown after a long time, Tina was particularly happy today, holding Lin Qi's hand as they walked and ate like a couple in love. Are you the young lady? Suddenly, an uncertain voice came from behind. Tina turned around and exclaimed, Uncle Sam. Tina joyfully pulled Lin Qi's hand and walked over. Let me introduce you. This is Uncle Sam, the butler who watched me grow up. This is Lin Qi, my boyfriend. When it came to boyfriend, Tina cautiously stole a glance at Lin Qi, hoping he wouldn't mind her calling him that. Hello. I'm very happy to meet Tina's family. Lin Qi smiled and shook hands with the butler. Hello. The butler's expression was a bit stiff. Didn't the young lady go to become a navy? Why did you bring back a boyfriend? I hope the master won't have a heart attack when he sees his precious daughter being scooped up by a pig. By the way, how are my father and grandfather? Tina asked. Well, I'm afraid not too good. The butler said sadly. I'll take you back first. The master will be very happy to see you back. Yes, yes. Let's go home. Tina wrapped her arms around Lin Qi's and followed the butler. Family residence. Tina's father sat in the main seat, with the butler standing behind him. Lin Qi and Tina sat on either side. After Tina and her father exchanged pleasantries, the room fell into a dead silence. A pair of eyes continuously scrutinized Lin Qi. Lin Qi sat up straight unconsciously. It was their first meeting. He wanted to avoid leaving the impression of a hot-headed youth. Seeing that gaze, he was afraid the other party would give a command and countless blades would rush out. Father, I heard from Uncle Sam that something happened in the family recently. Can I help? Tina spoke up to relieve Lin Qi. Returning to the main topic, Kelly sighed and said, to be honest, recently a group of robbers under the banner of the Revolutionary Army appeared in the kingdom. They come out organized to loot at midnight, yet they leave no trace. Disappearing without a trace by day. The king assigned the task of eliminating the robbers to our family half a month ago, but we still have no clues. If we can't find them, the king's trust in us will greatly decrease. For this, your grandfather has already lost all his hair. Leave it to me, father. I can catch them. Tina slammed the table. Leave it to you? No way. Our family's men are not dead yet. Kelly shook his head vigorously, refusing to let his precious daughter take risks. In his heart, Tina would always be a little girl. Not just Tina, but also me. Lin Qi also stood up. Don't worry. Uncle, I will help Tina solve the problem. You? Kelly looked Lin Qi up and down. The young man was handsome, but he didn't seem like he could fight. Chapter 35. Dorag Long Hee. Father, don't be fooled by his delicate appearance. This guy is actually a Navy colonel. Tina said sweetly. A Navy colonel? So young? Kelly looked at Lin Qi suspiciously, wondering why he had never heard of such a young colonel in the Navy, thinking his daughter might have been deceived. Seeing this, Lin Qi had to show off a bit. Uncle, I'm sorry for showing off. Gun finger. He suddenly thrust his finger into a nearby, solid stone pillar. When he withdrew his finger, a 10-inch deep pit was left in the solid granite. Hiss, Kelly gasped, grabbing Lin Qi's hand and looking closely. Young man, is your hand okay? He's never seen someone who could poke stone with their hand. Can that hand be harder than stone? After seeing Lin Qi's finger unharmed, Kelly gasped again. Amazing. I believe you're a Navy colonel now. The maid's eyes lit up. What powerful fingers. His attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn, excitedly shaking Lin Qi's hand. Then the matter of the robbers will be entrusted to you, and our family will surely reward you handsomely. No need for a reward, uncle. I'm just doing this for Tina's sake. Kelly's smile stiffened, his gaze darting back and forth between the two. These two wouldn't have already. His precious daughter being scooped up? Tina's little face turned red under his gaze, and she elbowed Kelly hard. Annoying. Why are you looking at Tina like that? That night, Lin Qi stood at the highest point of his country, looking out fiercely. The candle fruit enhanced his vision to the point where he could rival a sniper without needing a scope, coupled with his decent observation haki. As long as the thieves dared to come out tonight, he would definitely catch them all. They came, in the dead of night. This group of rats finally couldn't resist and quietly infiltrated a mansion. The moment they moved, they were discovered by Lin Qi. Iron Block Steel Fist, a 3-meter-tall, strong man, along with his weapon and body, was smashed to pieces by Lin Qi. Miss, are you scared? At a critical moment, Lin Qi saved the wealthy man's daughter from the thieves. Thank you. The girl was clearly terrified at a loss. It was still the housekeeper who pulled her away. Why you? Who are you? How dare you oppose us? The Revolutionary Army. Are you looking to die? Seeing their comrade turned to dust by the newcomer, the others were startled, but they still mustered their courage, hoping to scare the opponent away using the name of the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army? Lynch sneered. If the dragon knew what you were doing, He would probably come over and personally take care of you. You're right. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. In the corner of the room, a man cloaked in a hood appeared out of nowhere. He pulled back his cloak, revealing a face marked with slipper prints. The most notorious criminal in history, Monkey-D, Dragon. Dragon? Seeing the man, Lynch was quite surprised. You know me? Dragon looked at Lynch in confusion. I know your father. Old man? Dragon raised his hand to touch his slightly aching cheek. At this moment, the robbers, upon seeing Dragon's arrival, were already scared out of their wits. They had been flaunting the Revolutionary Army's banner all day, never expecting that one day the real deal would come to their door. Dragon turned around, a whirlwind appearing in his hand. You have tarnished the reputation of the Revolutionary Army, so you will pay for it with your lives. I'm sorry, we were wrong. We won't dare to commit crimes under the Revolutionary Army's banner again. Some of the group knelt down to plead for mercy, while others fled in panic. What a joke. Who would dare to attack the legendary Dragon? The few who tried to escape were instantly torn to shreds by the whirlwind in Dragon's hand. Another whirlwind appeared in Dragon's hand, and Lynch suddenly spoke up. Leave the remaining people intact, and it's best to keep one alive. I have use for them. Why should I listen to you? Dragon's stern face showed no emotion. I'm not asking you, Dragon. Lynch's right hand transformed into a dragon claw, flames igniting on it. Phantom beast species. Dragon fell silent for 2 seconds. All right, I agree to your request. 5 seconds later, more than 30 robbers were killed, leaving only one person unconscious. Dragon did not look back as he transformed into a breeze and left. They say you are cold-blooded. Seeing it today, I believe it. Dragon's cold-bloodedness was terrifying. Such a person would only consider gains and losses when doing things, never swayed by emotions. No wonder Luffy, at 18, still didn't know he had a father. He probably thought he popped out from between the rocks. Lynch picked up the unconscious robber and returned to the family residence. As for the corpses on the ground, they would probably be hung on the city wall tomorrow, so he didn't need to worry about that. At the family residence, Kelly looked at the robbers Lynch brought with a hearty laugh. Son-in-law, Tina and I have heard about your matters, and I wholeheartedly agree. Kelly was so pleased that he even called him son-in-law. Lynch's mouth twitched. Has this old man changed his face so quickly? I don't know who was glaring at me like they wanted to stab me earlier. I didn't let you down. Kelly looked at the robbers on the ground, feeling more and more pleased. The robbery incident that had troubled him for many days was finally over. It's getting late. You've worked hard, son-in-law. Go rest. All right, uncle. Under the guidance of the butler, Lynch returned to his guest room. He took off his clothes and shoes, lifted the quilt, and lay down inside, only to suddenly widen his eyes. Warm jade in my arms. Tina, drowsy, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Lynch, you're back. Tina, what are you doing here? Lynch lowered his voice. If you were found out, wouldn't his father-in-law chop him into pieces? Hee. Tina is just afraid you'd be scared sleeping alone. Tina hugged Lynch tightly. In Tina's home. Of course, she had to be a good host. Don't mess around. Lynch felt the softness in his hands, his heart racing. By the way, is the soundproofing in your house good? What are you thinking, naughty boy? Tina playfully punched Lynch's chest. You can only hold me to sleep, not think of bad things. What about a little touch? Lynch tried to negotiate for some benefits. I'm all right then. Tina hesitated for a second, symbolically before decisively agreeing. She had long wanted to sleep with Lynch. In Tina's heart, she was already Lynch's person sooner or later, so a little touch was nothing. But soon, Tina would have to take responsibility for her actions. It's a bit cold outside. Can I touch inside? Go ahead. Tina actively lifted her sleeping gown. Not long after. Don't you think the clothes are uncomfortable? Why not take them off? What are you thinking? Naughty boy. All right. Tina will take them off. After a while, I'll just rub against you, not go in. Soon after, the maid heard the sounds coming from the room and blushed. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that he finally fell into a deep sleep, holding Tina. Chapter 36. Kuina Lynch continued to stay with Tina in their hometown for a few days. A few days later, the now-promoted father-in-law was beaming, calling him son-in-law, and personally saw everyone off at the port. Son-in-law, come and play with Tina again when you have time. After a few days of interaction, Kelly found that this young man had both strength and potential. Most importantly, he treated his daughter well, making him the best candidate for a son-in-law. Got it, uncle. You can go back now. Next, there was only one final target left for the trip to the East Blue, which was also the most important destination. Half a month later, is this Frost Moon Village? Lynch looked at the ordinary little village, which didn't seem to hide any masters. Yes, boss. The map shows it is here. Joseph confirmed. Let's go to the Isen dojo. Lynch, dressed in casual clothes with 2 long knives at his waist, led Tina and Joseph towards the Isen dojo. Bang, bang, bang. Before they pushed open the big door, they could hear the continuous sound of bamboo, swords clashing from inside. This place laid a thick foundation for Zoro's swordsmanship journey. Creak. As they pushed open the wooden door, the sound of wooden swords clashing came to an abrupt halt. A group of boys, the youngest about 6 or 7 years old and the oldest in their teens, all turned to look at the outsiders with curiosity. They seem to be from outside. There aren't people like them in the nearby villages. Wow, their clothes look so nice. TCH, little kids, that big sister is the prettiest. Okay. A group of children chattered, and a little girl walked out from among them. She came to Lynch and bowed. Hello, I am Kuina, the daughter of the owner of this sword dojo. May I ask who you are looking for? Please help me inform your father. I am looking for him. Lynch wanted to pat the girl's head, but was dodged. He had always liked this unyielding girl, but fate was unkind. All right, please wait a moment. Jeff, serve tea to our guest. Kuina, acting like a little adult, went to inform while not forgetting to greet the guest. Thank you. Lynch received the tea handed by the boy and started drinking. Crack, crack. The sound of wooden shoes stepping on the floor echoed, and a man with squinty eyes appeared with a smile at the dojo. He first dismissed everyone and then said to Lynch warily, Your strength is remarkable. What brings you here? To be honest, I would like to ask to learn swordsmanship from you. True swordsmanship. Lynch said earnestly. It is said that those with squinty eyes are all monsters. Gung Shiro is one such example. Don't be fooled by his harmless appearance. He is actually a low-ranking elite general, even having touched the threshold of a great general and other sword masters. Why am I so sure? Because his name is Frost Moon Gung Shiro. The Frost Moon family resides in Wano Country. Nowadays, Wano Country is ruled by Kaido and is closed off from the world. It is as difficult to get out as to ascend to the heavens. Yet, such a man was able to cross the new world, the Grand Line with Khan, who is still in swaddling clothes, and come to the East Blue. Such strength can be described as terrifying. Moreover, Gung Shiro's father and grandfather are also not ordinary people. How could he be ordinary? His father, Gung Sanru, forged the famous sword and the Sword of Justice and the Great Knife Yinma. His grandfather even forged the supreme Great Knife. Neither Carp nor Zephyr know swordsmanship. If one wants to achieve results in swordsmanship quickly, they cannot do without the guidance of a master. Otherwise, how can he compete with those who have practiced swordsmanship for decades since childhood? Gung Shiro chuckled dryly. Your Excellency is joking. I'm just an ordinary sword master from the East Sea. How could I teach you? He had traveled thousands of miles to the East Sea precisely because he was tired of conflict. Teaching this man would be akin to exposing his strength. He would not do such a thing. Sir, you wouldn't want the Shuangyue family's swordsmanship to be buried, would you? Gung Shiro's hand paused as he poured tea. Not expecting the other party had already investigated his identity. Lin Qi's words struck a nerve in Gung Shiro's heart. He was the kind of person who was extremely rigid, always believing that girls could not inherit the family swordsmanship, that girls were always inferior to men. Otherwise, the later tragedy would not have occurred. Hell, what's Shuangyue? I don't understand. Sir, why deceive yourself? Saying this, Lin Qi drew out Long Yuan, adopting a row posture. Hidden behind a pillar, Guyaina's expression was flustered. Was her father about to fight someone? Seeing Gung Shiro remain unmoved, Lin Qi unleashed a sword aura. He thought Gung Shiro would reveal his strength to block it. Who would have thought? He just watched as the house he had lived in for many years was split in half by the 10-meter-long sword aura. Little Guyaina was excited. Can a swordsmanship do this too? Gung Shiro sighed and simply closed his eyes, no longer speaking. Hey. Are you really a master, uncle? I find that hard to believe. Yos couldn't hold back. If you were a master, you should be able to endure better. You can endure more than an old turtle. I said, I'm just an ordinary person. You have the wrong person if you want to learn swordsmanship. Left with no choice, Lin Qi had to use his trump card, pulling out the eavesdropping Guyaina from behind the pillar. Let me tell you, you should be called Shuangyue Guyaina, the so-called Shuangyue family. Kung Shiro's eyelids twitched. Enough. I will teach. Willing to teach? Lin Qi cooperated and stopped talking. While little Guyana looked like she had eaten something unpleasant. You have to finish where you started? Hey, leaving it halfway is very tantalizing. I can tell you're not a bad person. I hope you won't disgrace the Shuangyue swordsmanship. Since he had decided to teach, Kung Shiro no longer hid. Come to class tomorrow. Thank you. I will have someone fix the house for you. Having achieved his goal, Lin Qi left happily, leaving Guyana in deep thought. Father, what is the Shuangyue family? No more questions. When the time is right, I will tell you. Go practice your sword. Starting from the next day, Lin Qi and Tina began learning swordsmanship from Kung Shiro. It was also from this day that Lin Qi had a little tail following him around. Guyana always asked him about the Shuangyue family. Lin Qi had promised Kung Shiro not to speak of it, which made Guyana anxious. Hey, if we can't talk about Shuangyue, can we talk about something else? Tell me, are there female great swordsmen in this world? Where are you from? Are there many masters there? Bad guy, why won't you accept my challenge? Ouch. Stop hitting my head. I'll get stupid. Days passed by with Guyana's chatter. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Girls grow up quickly. Compared to 6 months ago, Guyana was half a head taller. One day, Lin Qi and Kung Shiro were kneeling on the tatami, drinking tea. Your talent is very high. I have nothing more to teach you. Kung Shiro poured Lin Qi a cup of tea. Thank you for your care over the past 6 months. Lin Qi expressed his gratitude. Actually, Guyana is a good seed. She is stronger than most men, Lin Qi suddenly said. I know this, but unfortunately, women cannot become great swordsmen. The conversation in the room fell into silence. In the future, Guyana can come to the Navy to find me. I will help her fulfill her dream. This still depends on her own willingness. The room fell silent again. The conversation between the two was not pleasant. Kung Shiro stubbornly believed that women could not walk far on the path of swordsmanship, even if that person was his daughter. Father, do you need more tea? Hearing Guyana's voice, the two tacitly chose not to discuss the matter further. It's Guyana, come in. Dressed in a kimono, Guyana looked extremely cute as she knelt by the table to refill the teapot. Guyana, I will be leaving today, Lin Qi said. Huh? Guyana's hand trembled, almost dropping the teapot. She looked aggrieved, on the verge of tears. So soon? Can't you stay a few more days? Silly girl, I've been here for half a year. Isn't that long enough? Do you really not want me to leave? Who? Who doesn't want you to leave, you idiot? Guyana's little face flushed bright red. I just worry that no one will chat with me in the future. Haha, Guyana is so strong, I guess so. By the way, I haven't given you a gift yet. Before I leave, I have a gift for you. He took out a devil fruit and placed it on the table. This is the Zoan-type peacock fruit, a type of devil fruit that grants incredible powers when consumed. Guyana, haven't you always wanted to surpass the boys? Eating this will allow you to do that. This devil fruit was bought during a system mall refresh. Such ordinary Zoan types were very cheap. He didn't believe Guyana would eat the Zoan-type devil fruit and die. Father, is what brother Lin Qi said true? Guyana looked at Kung Shiro with anticipation. How she wished to hear from her father's mouth that she could surpass men. However, what she received was only Kung Shiro's silence. Kung Shiro only hoped that his daughter could live a safe life. Perhaps eating the devil fruit was also a good choice. Thinking this, Kung Shiro nodded. This brought great encouragement to Guyana, who took the devil fruit and bit off more than half of it. Thank you, brother Lin Qi. It doesn't taste bad. Guyana almost spit it out, but thinking of surpassing the boys and gaining her father's approval, she forced herself to swallow it. The bad taste brought tears to her eyes. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Thank you for your teachings over the past 6 months. Little Guyana, I look forward to the day we meet at sea. Having personally seen Guyana eat the fruit, Lin Qi did not linger. Back on the ship, he immediately had someone load 10 boxes of treasure to send to Kung Shiro. Isn't it more sincere for you to deliver it yourself? Tina asked, puzzled. If I go to deliver it, he won't accept it. Just before the warship set sail, Guyana ran over, panting, and stood on the dock shouting, Brother Lin Qi, I'm here to see you off. Lin Qi smiled. Guyana, I believe you will definitely become a female great swordsman. Upon hearing this, Guyana, for some reason, tears suddenly streamed down her face. Thank you. It's a promise. I will definitely become a great swordsman to show you. Okay. Watching the warships sail away, Guiana wiped away her tears and smiled, heading straight to the training ground. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, Lin Qi returned to the Grand Line with his army and dialed Sengoku's phone. Yes, I'm back. I encountered a dragon in the East Sea. Should we send the captives to the deep sea prison first? All right. Lin Qi hung up the phone bug. During the more than a year at sea, there were over 100 ability users imprisoned in the ship's hold. These ability users would not be trusted by Sengoku to be transported by anyone else but Lin Qi. The deep sea prison formed a triangle with the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island. The world government had a dedicated passage between the three. Aside from official members, no one else could pass through. Passing through the gate of justice, Lin Qi and his group arrived at the deep sea prison. The Vice Warden Magellan came out to greet them. Hello, Colonel Lin Qi. On behalf of the deep sea prison, welcome your arrival. Magellan shook hands with Lin Qi while wearing thick gloves. Hello, I've long heard of Warden Magellan's great name. Lin Qi chatted with Magellan as his subordinates escorted the prisoners into the deep sea prison. Looking at the prisoners all shackled with sea stone handcuffs, Magellan asked curiously, You didn't capture all of these ability users, did you? Yes. So many? There must be over 100. Magellan was shocked. Catching 1 or 2 capable individuals on a sea expedition is already quite good. Yet, here Lynch casually capturing hundreds of them. Does he think capable individuals are like cabbages? Those who know him call him Colonel, while those who don't might think he is a Marshal. After spending a bit more time at sea, he accidentally caught all these. Listening to Lynch's Versailles-style speech, Magellan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. To casually catch so many capable individuals is impressive, to say the least. With this many military merits, he can make old Magellan envious for 10 years. Report, Commander. All prisoners have been escorted. A soldier reported. Good. In that case, Brother Magellan, let us meet again if fate allows. Goodbye. Magellan watched as everyone left. A few days later, Lynch returned to the Navy headquarters. Having been away for over a year, he felt a bit nostalgic the moment he set foot on land. System. Check attributes. Host. Lynch. Combat ability. Moonstep, peak. Shave, advanced. Gale foot, advanced. Gunpoint, peak. Iron block, advanced. Life return, advanced. Paper drawing, beginner. Note. Any ultimate skills are represented by proficiency. Life skills. Navigation. Intermediate. Cooking, beginner. Lowly cultivation, intermediate. Basic attributes. Physique. Level 5. Physique king. Swordsmanship. Level 5. Great swordsman. Devil fruit development. Level 3. Devil fruit expert. Gunmanship. Level 3. Experienced sniper. Observation Haki. Level 3. Armament Haki. Level 4. Conqueror's Haki. Level 5. Conqueror's Haki King. Note. Skills without limits can continue to improve and will be represented by basic attributes. This is the harvest Lynch gained after a year at sea. Both his physique and swordsmanship reached level 5, marking a qualitative leap. The others have also improved. However, what is this lowly cultivation? Lynch protested. What kind of skill is this that the system marked for him? How did he end up with lowly cultivation? He only helped Hancock, Karina, Nami, Nojiko, and Kuina, right? Well, fine, he accepted this lowly cultivation. Chapter 38. Battle against Kizaru. Welcome back, Colonel Lynch. The dock was filled with brightly dressed Navy soldiers. Upon seeing Lynch's warship dock, they all shouted energetically. What's going on? Lynch was confused. The welcome he received as a colonel was even more grand than that of a general. He jumped off the warship and was about to ask what was happening when Carp walked over with a big laugh. Ha ha ha, Kid Lynch. I heard you met Dragon in the East Blue. He didn't make things difficult for you, right? So that's what it was. No, Elder Dragon was quite reasonable. That's good, that's good. Let us go. Sengoku is still waiting for you. In the marshal's office, Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa formed a circle, listening to Lynch recount his experiences over the past year at sea. Ahem, ahem, ahem. As they listened, Sengoku's pupils gradually widened, suddenly choking on a rice cracker. Carp glanced over, as if to say, When will you ever mature like me? You said you accidentally ate a mythical Zoan fruit. Sengoku was shocked. That was a mythical Zoan fruit. He was the only one in the entire Navy who possessed it and understood its value. He almost died for the Buddha Buddha fruit, and this kid just picked one up for free. This luck made Sengoku envious. Lynch, don't mind Sengoku. Continue. Zifa urged, as he was thoroughly enjoying the story. Later on, I accidentally obtained a supreme grade great knife. And then, wait a minute. Sengoku interrupted Lynch again. He accidentally pulled out a beard in surprise and exclaimed, "You said you got a supreme grade great knife in that little place in the East Blue?" Sengoku was completely stunned. A supreme grade great knife? The entire Navy doesn't even have one. And this kid just casually got one in that little broken place in the East Blue. Is there a problem, Marshal? There's a big problem, all right. Sengoku still pretended to act mature and composed. No problem. You can continue. Okay. Later I discovered an elite rear admiral level swordsman in the East Blue. I tried to recruit him into the Navy, but unfortunately, I failed. However, it wasn't a total loss. He taught me his swordsmanship. So what level is your strength at now? Zifa looked at Lynch seriously. His disciple's progress was too rapid. In just over a year at sea, he first obtained a mythical Zoan fruit, then a supreme grade great knife, and had a great swordsman guide him closely. They didn't suspect the origins of these items because no one would be willing to give such treasures of the sea to others. Lynch scratched his head, modestly uncertain. I haven't tried my limits, but I estimate I could hold my own against a general. His physique and swordsmanship were both level 5. Although his devil fruit development and haki weren't as thorough as those of the older generation, he believed he should have no problem confronting a general. Even against a mediocre general like Green Bull, he might have a chance of victory. The three of them gasped in unison. If what Lynch said was true, a 20-year-old general would be terrifying. Old man, how about I arrange for you to spar with Kizaru? Sengoku suggested. Lynch knew they wanted to test his strength and readily agreed. Sure. Half an hour later, at training ground number 7, Kizaru was lazily trimming his nails with a nail clipper while yawning. You call me out of my nap just to fight this kid? Kizaru said helplessly. Kizaru, don't underestimate him, or you might regret it. Sengoku kindly reminded. Kizaru still didn't take it seriously. He was 44 this year, and he thought it was ridiculous to take a young man in his early 20s seriously. It would be easier to just let a block of tofu crush him to death. If it weren't for the fear of losing his year-end bonus, he wouldn't even want to show up. Sengoku was really something, calling him to play with a kid. All right, I'm going to make my move. With the mindset of finishing quickly to get off work sooner, Kizaru took the initiative. He transformed into a beam of light and instantly appeared in front of Lynch, kicking him midair. Boom! He actually blocked it. Sengoku watched in surprise as Lynch remained unmoved and simply blocked Kizaru's kick with one arm. Although Kizaru wasn't serious, it was still impressive. Oh! Kizaru looked at Lynch with interest, gradually increasing the force in his leg. Lynch remained still. Senior Kizaru, as a Logia type, you shouldn't compare strength with me. Lynch grinned, using both arms to push Kizaru away. Kizaru landed steadily, shedding some of his laziness. He realized that this young man was extraordinary. No wonder Sengoku called him out. Young Navy, I'll be serious from now on. Don't get hurt. As he spoke, a sword glowing with golden light appeared in Kizaru's hand. Here it comes. Lynch drew Long Yuan, the sword's body igniting in flames, and began to clash with Kizaru. The more they fought, the more Kizaru was astonished. This young man's swordsmanship was actually not inferior to his own. In terms of swordsmanship, Kizaru found it hard to gain the upper hand over Lynch for a long time. Zifa nodded with appreciation. Although Kizaru wasn't a professional swordsman, he was still stronger than an average great swordsman due to his speed advantage. Lynch's swordsmanship had improved significantly in just a year, which seemed to confirm his claims. Every move Lynch made displayed a grand demeanor, clearly showing traces of having been taught by a master. What they didn't know was how much effort Lynch had put into his swordsmanship. He had spent 6 months practicing with a triple swordsmanship training scroll. He woke up earlier than a donkey and slept later than a dog. He would rise before dawn and practice until late at night. After struggling to gain the upper hand with swordsmanship, Kizaru decisively changed tactics. He knew he was called in to test Lynch, and since swordsmanship was at a stalemate, there was no need to continue. I'm going to use my devil fruit ability now. You better give up quickly if you can't take it. Don't push yourself. A kind reminder. The yellow ape transformed into a stream of light and flew into the air, spreading his arms wide. 8-foot Cheongoyu. Hundreds of thousands of light bullets fell from the sky like raindrops, causing devastating damage. Boom! The ground was pounded into pits, dust flying everywhere. Zephyr looked worriedly in the direction of the smoke. "Don't worry, that kid hasn't even used his fruit yet," Carp comforted. Roar! A roar erupted, followed by a terrifying figure bursting out of the smoke. It was a monster standing at least 7 meters tall. Its hands and important body parts were covered in dragon scales, and it had 2 winding deer antlers on its forehead. Sharp backward-facing spines protruded at the joints, and a black halo of flames floated behind it. Speaking of which, what kind of mythical beast fruit is that kid? The 3 of them were lost in thought as they looked at Lin Qi. The characteristics of ordinary mythical beasts are usually very obvious. It's easy to tell what fruit it is. For example, the phoenix fruit or the Buddha fruit. But Lin Qi's mythical beast type was completely unrecognizable. It looked somewhat like Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Thunder Fist. Lin Qi flew into the air, his fist charged with electricity, and he struck the yellow ape, sending him flying. Unfortunately, the dragon abyss was too short. Once he transformed into a giant, it was no longer suitable as a weapon, leaving him with only his bare hands. The feel was off. Did he elementalize early? What a terrifying monster. The yellow ape landed and transformed into human form, raising a finger as several lasers shot toward Lin Qi. Boom! The lasers hit Lin Qi and exploded. However, Lin Qi was completely unharmed. The skin split open by the lasers healed instantly. Lin Qi landed heavily like a tyrannosaurus, causing the ground to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. He threw a straight punch at the yellow ape, but the yellow ape elementalized again and dodged. Although both were of the natural type, Lin Qi could easily hit Smoker but could never land a hit on the yellow ape, simply because the yellow ape's observation haki was too high. "That's why I don't like fighting mythical beasts. They're really tough to hit," the yellow ape murmured, opening his arms in midair as dozens of laser arrows followed Lin Qi like they had eyes. Fire Fist. Lin Qi swung his fist, and a pillar of fire shot up into the sky, intercepting the arrows. That's why the burn fruit isn't worth anything. He manipulated electromagnetic forces to pull a piece of meteorite from deep within the earth, charging it with electric energy at his fingertips. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom! The intense electric light propelled the meteorite, slicing through the sky and exploding the yellow ape's head, creating a mushroom cloud like a nuclear explosion. In an instant, the attention of the entire Navy base was drawn to it. The yellow ape's severed head turned into yellow particles and reformed. He turned his head to look at the explosion behind him, a cold sweat trickling down his temple. Hey, is this for real? This is a bit too exaggerated, right? I thought we were just sparring. Do you really want my life? Sorry, Senior Yellow Ape, if I don't go all out. I can't hurt you. Forget it, kid. Maybe I should treat you like a peer. The yellow ape's words were tantamount to acknowledging Lin Qi's strength. But if he couldn't defeat a junior, that would be quite embarrassing. If Akainu and Akiji knew, they would definitely laugh at him for half a month. Looks like I need to pull out my trump card. Don't be modest, Senior Yellow Ape. You haven't even used Haki. How'd you get here? Lin Qi noticed with surprise that just a moment ago, the yellow ape was far away engaging in banter with him, and the next moment, he appeared right in front of him without warning. In the past, the yellow ape was fast, but this time he had teleported directly. Sengoku silently took off his glasses, scolding with a smile. That guy Yellow Ape actually used my glasses to refract light for teleportation. Eternal frozen purgatory. Lin Qi naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to get close to the yellow ape and open his mouth to unleash a chilling breath. The cold air quickly spread, frosting the air and freezing the ground. The effect of this move was no less than Akiji's freezing fruit. Gamma ray. A dense black light gathered at the yellow ape's fingertips. Unlike the previous yellow light, Lin Qi sensed the taste of death from it. That's enough. Galactic impact. At the critical moment, Carp suddenly interrupted the attacks of both with a punch. That hurts. Carp-san, your punch is still as strong as ever. Carp's sudden punch sent both of them flying, and the yellow ape couldn't even elementalize. He didn't even know how he managed to do that. It hurt like hell. By the time the two got up, one had a large bump on his head and was grimacing in pain. Senior Yellow Ape, I lost, Lin Qi said humbly. Without Carp's punch, he couldn't be sure what would have happened if he had taken a hit from the yellow ape. On the contrary, his move would have left the yellow ape in a mess. The younger generation is formidable. To have such strength comparable to a general at such a young age is impressive. The yellow ape rubbed his aching waist and cast a resentful look at Sengoku. Marshal, next time there's such a good opportunity, please ask Kaido to take care of it. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble this time. Yellow ape, Sengoku said apologetically. The battle between the two was watched by everyone. Undeniably, Lin Qi truly had the strength of a general. The most shocked among them was Zephyr. He had witnessed the other party grow up. In just over 2 years, from an unknown rookie to having strength comparable to a general. Terrifying. All right, Marshal, I'm leaving now. Remember to send my overtime pay to my card. The yellow ape waved his hand, returning to his lazy demeanor, transforming into golden light and leaving. Colonel Lin Qi, in light of your achievements, I officially promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral on behalf of the Navy headquarters. Please go to the supply department to collect the corresponding items later, Sengoku said in an official tone. Yes, Marshal. Lin Qi, congratulations on your promotion. Zephyr offered his blessings. From Colonel to Commodore and then to Rear Admiral, 2 ranks in one go. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. You kid. Rising from an ordinary Navy soldier to Rear Admiral in just 2 years is enviable. It took me until I was a Vice Admiral. Carp-san, don't joke. Everyone knows you didn't want to be promoted to Admiral. Ha ha ha, did I? All right, let's not disturb Lin Qi. He's been at sea for over a year and deserves a good rest. I'll give you a half-month vacation. Take a good rest, Sengoku said kindly. With some free time, Lin Qi immediately ran to find Peach Rabbit. Unfortunately, the nanny at Peach Rabbit's house said that Sister Peach Rabbit had gone to sea and hadn't returned yet. He had to go to the commercial street alone to fill his stomach. That crazy girl Tina had disappeared since returning. She probably went to catch up with her girlfriends. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Qi thought he hadn't brought any gifts for Sister Peach Rabbit this time, so he started picking out gifts on the commercial street. He remembered that Peach Rabbit liked cats. Should he buy a cat? No. Peach Rabbit said that ever since she met Tom, other cats were too stupid. Peach Rabbit was not the kind of woman who loved vanity. She didn't like what ordinary women liked. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly recalled that Sister Peach Rabbit seemed to have a lot of perfumes and hairpins at home. Unfortunately, he didn't understand perfume. So, Lin Qi focused on hairpins. He walked through shop after shop. There were many beautiful ones, but none that stood out. Just as Lin Qi was about to give up, a selling voice came from not far away. Come and see. Special hairpins from Alabasta, made of pure white jade, inlaid with 18 unique Alabasta gems. Today's big discount. No need for 1 billion berries. No need for 9,000 berries. Only 999,000 berries. That's right, you heard it right. Come and grab it. Chapter 40. Peacock, I want it. I bought it. 2 voices spoke in unison, and Lin Qi's hand collided with another delicate hand. Lynch looked up and saw a girl with golden hair. Before he could say anything, the girl smiled sweetly and said, Hey, big brother, you wouldn't try to take this from me, would you? The girl appeared to be no more than 15 years old and was not wearing a military uniform, which roughly indicated that she was indeed a Navy dependent. However, Lynch sensed a wave of domineering aura coming from the girl. Yet, people in this world mature early. So even though she looked 15, no one really knows for sure. Having a domineering presence at such a young age is undoubtedly a sign of a little genius. Right? Big brother? You and T want to compete with a little girl for something, would you? Seeing that Lynch remained silent, the girl repeated her question. Of course, with her saying that Lynch had no choice but to give the item to her. Thank you, big brother. Goodbye. After receiving the hairpin, the girl happily paid and swung her long hair as she left. Ding. Life choice triggered. Task option 1, Black Hand. Steal the hairpins secretly and make the girl cry. Reward. A teaching session from General Crane. Task option 2. Take the black stockings off the peacock's legs and keep them as a treasure. Reward. World Transfer Scroll. Task option 3. Take the peacock to a small room to watch Jia perform. Reward. Title. Lowly Killer. Damage to Little Lola's 5. System. You are getting more and more perverted. Lynch felt powerless to comment on his own system. However, the codename Peacock sounded familiar. Lynch suddenly remembered that this was General Crane's granddaughter. The World Transfer Scroll from Option 2 is divided into 2 parts, and holding one part allows you to teleport to the location of the other part. With such a good item that can be considered a portal, it would probably cost no less than 50,000 points in the system store. Yet, the condition to obtain such a good item was merely to get the girl's stockings. However, I'm a gentleman, and do you think I would do something so insane for a portal? Lynch dismissed the idea. 5 minutes later, Lynch intercepted the peacock in a secluded alley. Hey, little brother, you're blocking my way. Due to Lynch's prior transformation, he had become unrecognizable, so the girl did not recognize him. It's like this. Lynch took out 2 unopened bags of black stockings and explained, I'm a staff member from the Black Stockings Company. We are currently conducting a market research activity, and if you take off the black stockings you're wearing, you can get 2 new pairs. What do you want my stockings for? The peacock tilted her head in confusion, looking innocent. We need your worn stockings for testing to improve our products. The girl fell silent for a moment and then suddenly scolded in a sweet voice. Pervert. Big pervert. You're not trying to use my stockings to wipe a gun, are you? That's disgusting. The peacock looked at Lynch with disdain. Wipe a gun? What the hell is that? Lynch could never have imagined that such words would come from a little girl. Hurry and move aside, pervert. I want to go home. The peacock pushed Lynch away and started to run towards the alley exit. Lynch instantly teleported in front of her and struck her with a hand chop, knocking her out. Sorry, since you're unwilling to take them off yourself, I have no choice but to offend you. Lynch swiftly removed the black stockings inch by inch from the girl's delicate legs. A faint fragrance emanated from his stockings. With a serious expression, Lynch tossed the girl's original stockings into his storage ring. He was a real pervert. How could he smell them? If he were to smell them, it would have to be in a place where no one was around. 1 for 2, you're not at a loss. He placed the prepared stockings beside the girl and lit a cigarette, pinching it between her fingers. Once the cigarette burned out, she would wake up from the heat. Perfect. Lynch confirmed that there were no traces left at the scene and quietly left. System reward received. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The world transfer scroll is being distributed. With a flash of light, the divided scroll appeared in Lynch's hand. As long as he held one half, he could teleport to the location of the other half. Next, Lynch hurriedly found the bounty hunters at the Navy headquarters to collect his reward. He spent 5 million berries to have them deliver the item to the West Sea. Such a safe and harmless escort task was warmly welcomed by the bounty hunters. After going back and forth twice, it was already nighttime. He dragged his tired body back to his doorstep, only to find it was dark inside. That silly cat, Tom. Didn't he even bother to turn on the lights? As he pushed open the door, the room suddenly lit up. With 2 loud bangs, colorful ribbons floated down from above. Surprise! Congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. A large crowd emerged from the corners. Among them were the Navy personnel he had sailed with for a year, fellow students from his class, as well as Tina and Peach Rabbit. Colonel Lynch, oh no, we should call you Rear Admiral Lynch now. Rear Admiral, you are the first to reach Rear Admiral in our elite camp. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Lynch felt warmth in his heart. Peach Rabbit stepped forward gracefully. Sister Peach Rabbit, you're back. Uh-huh. Peach Rabbit nodded, suddenly wrapping her arms around Lynch's neck and kissing him on the forehead. Lynch's eyes widened in shock. Tina's mouth dropped open. The onlookers were so startled that the beers in their hands dropped, quickly averting their eyes. Tom looked unfazed, lighting a cigar beside them and slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. May you have 100 years of happiness. Lynch, welcome home, Peach Rabbit said joyfully. Lynch looked at himself in the mirror, covered in lipstick marks. This surprise was so sudden. After a night of revelry, the next morning, Lynch groggily got up from the sofa, rubbing his aching head, shocked by the scene in the room. Did 100 huskies come in? The guests had all left, and the living room was filled with empty bottles and a mess everywhere. Tom was hanging from the light bulb like a noodle. With a crash, the bottle in Tom's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Tom instantly woke up and dashed in front of Lynch, saluting. Good morning, Master. Your most loyal soldier offers you blessings. A magnetic, raspy voice came from Tom's mouth. What the hell, you can talk. Lynch was genuinely shocked this time. Tom also sensed something was off, quickly covering his mouth and shaking his head. Stop pretending. I'm not that drunk. What is going on? Tom cautiously observed Lynch's expression, pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from his tail, and wrote, Aren't you curious? Chapter 41. Talking Tom, curious about what? There are many animals in this world that can talk like deer or crabs. Tom sighed in relief and wrote down, "That's good. Now that you can talk, don't use paper to communicate. Just speak directly. It's much better." Tom shook his head and wrote, "I can talk, but it hurts." Tom doesn't like to talk. "All right, then don't say anything. I'll give you a task. Clean up the room, and I'll reward you with a box of fish snacks." Tom perked up and instantly transformed into 6 hands. 2 for sweeping, 2 for mopping, and 2 holding cloths, quickly cleaning up the mess. This scene, which could only be seen in anime, appeared in reality. Lin Qi carefully pushed open Pirate door. Compared to the living room, this place was much cleaner and didn't look much different than usual. Sister Peach Rabbit's sleeping posture is so alluring. Lynch's eyes were fixated on Peach Rabbit's raised buttocks and long, fair legs. He quietly closed the door and went to check on Tina, confirming that both of them were fine before stepping out of the room. At the Navy canteen, "Annie, 3 breakfasts to go, please," Lynch said. "All right, young man. Just a moment." While Lynch was waiting for his food, suddenly a small hand patted his shoulder. Turning around, it was the peacock. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" "Yesterday, I just finished hitting someone with a blunt object and stripped off her black stockings." At this moment, Lin Qi saw the peacock and felt a bit flustered. What if I get found out? Impossible. He had used the life return ability to change his appearance and voice yesterday. The peacock didn't say anything, just stared intently at Lin Qi. "Oh no, I must have hit her too hard yesterday and made her stupid." Lin Qi felt guilty. After a long silence, the peacock slowly spoke. "I think we should talk." "What is there to talk about? If you have something to say, just say it here." Lin Qi thought to himself that it was bad news. Could he really have been discovered? "Are you sure?" The peacock blinked her lovely big eyes. According to military law, attacking a naval officer's family member carries a sentence of more than 1 year and less than 10 years in prison. "Big brother, do you want to go to jail? You treated me like that yesterday." "Enough." Lin Qi covered the chattering peacock's mouth with his hand, cold sweat dripping down. He was now certain that this girl had really discovered the truth. "Why are you covering my mouth, big brother? Even though you treated me like that, I won't make you take responsibility." The peacock wriggled free from Lin Qi's grasp, whispering. Pairs of serious eyes around them turned to look. The cafeteria lady silently put down the ladle she was using to serve rice. Damn, Lin Qi couldn't stand the gazes of the people around him, nor could he tolerate the girl's incessant chatter. So he dragged her out of the cafeteria. After the two left, whispers broke out in the cafeteria. Was that little beauty the granddaughter of Admiral Crane? That guy seems to be the recently popular Major General Lin Qi. Wow, this gossip is explosive. I'm more curious if Admiral Crane knows about this. Lin Qi dragged the peacock to a corner of the woods, feeling a headache. How did you discover me? Hee. Big brother, the life return ability is useless against me. The peacock stood on tiptoe, leaning forward and proudly pointing at her nose. According to research, my sense of smell is 15 times that of humans, and I remember your scent. Dog nose? You're the dog nose. The peacock pouted. Speak, what is your purpose? Today it's the peacock coming to find me, not Admiral Crane, which proves she hasn't reported me yet. Since that's the case, she must have a bigger demand. But if she thinks she can threaten Lin Qi with this, she is simply overestimating herself. Lin Qi would make this little girl know what regret feels like. Oh, has Big Brother guessed it? The peacock's smile suddenly turned sickly sweet, and 2 hearts appeared in her eyes. It's simple, only if Big Brother is willing to play with me. Devil fruit user of the whip fruit. Lin Qi. How did he forget that this peacock and the little suddy in Impel Down are a pair of deranged individuals? You don't want to use your devil fruit ability to attack me, do you? Lin Qi's eyelid twitched. Yes, you wouldn't refuse, would you? The hearts in the peacock's eyes turned pink. Sigh. Lin Qi reached out and pressed down on the peacock's little head. Say, little sister, you need to understand that I only took your stockings and even returned you 2 pairs. Even if you go outside and shout, it won't cause me any punishment. Well then, I'll go tell Grandma Crane. The peacock put away the weapon transformed from the whip devil fruit and turned to leave. Wait. Lin Qi grabbed the peacock, realizing that if Admiral Crane found out, it would be a disaster. If Crane got angry, what awaited him would probably be a beating from Sengoku, Carp, and Zephyr. He definitely didn't want to be hung on a clothesline by Crane's washing fruit for several days. Slap! The peacock was caught and suddenly came to her senses, using the whip fruit ability to strike Lin Qi's arm. It wasn't a small force. His clothes instantly ripped apart, but Lin Qi's body didn't even blush. Big brother, your body is so strong. Is this what a whip is? It was Lin Qi's first time encountering a whip, and he was indeed a bit overwhelmed. If she weren't Admiral Crane's granddaughter, he probably would have pressed her down and given her a good beating. Just as Lin Qi was thinking about what to do, the peacock used her devil fruit ability again. Since Lin Qi was holding onto the peacock, he ended up getting hit again. It didn't hurt much. It felt like a mosquito bite, but his clothes were completely ruined. Such a strong body. The peacock looked at Lin Qi with affectionate eyes, making it seem like she had fallen for him. Seeing her like this, Lin Qi was afraid she might faint from excitement. How could Admiral Crane have such a bizarre granddaughter? Another attack came. This time Lin Qi caught it. You're bullying me. I'm going to tell Grandma Crane. The peacock's chest heaved violently, looking at Lin Qi with unfulfilled desire. Lin Qi sneered a couple of times. Now they both had each other as stirred. If you dare to tell on me, I'll tell Admiral Crane about what happened today. I don't believe she would let you off like this. The peacock's expression froze. Please, big brother. Seeing that being tough didn't work, the peacock immediately changed her strategy and began to plead charmingly. No, hurry back. I don't have time to play these boring tricks with you. Chapter 42, a commission from Admiral Crane. Well then, the peacock pretended to give up, but in reality, she was harboring ill intentions. As Lin Qi turned around, she swung the weapon in her hand. Lin Qi quickly grabbed the whip and pulled the peacock towards him, sneering. This is what you brought upon yourself. What are you going to do? For some reason, the peacock, with her hands bound, felt a bit panicked. It seemed something bad was about to happen. What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Don't think you can do whatever you want. Lin Qi pinned the peacock to the ground and started his hands. It hurts. 5 minutes later, the peacock was crying, her tears flowing out, making her face look like a little flower. Say it, apologize, and swear you'll never hit anyone again. And I'll let you go, Lin Qi said. I want to. Even if you beat me to death, I want to yield to you, you big bad guy. The peacock said stubbornly while crying. So stubborn. Clearly in pain, but acting tough. Fine, you said it. Half an hour later, boo-hoo-hoo, I was wrong, I apologize. Please don't hit me anymore. If you keep hitting, you'll break me. The peacock's eyes were red and swollen, desperately covering her lower half, repeatedly begging for mercy. Now, you're begging for mercy? Weren't you quite tough just now? It hurts. I've already apologized. What more do you want from me? Bad guy. The peacock was almost in despair. If she had known she would end up like this, she wouldn't have provoked this man. What kind of person is this? Not afraid of her grandma at all, and showing no mercy. He really goes all out when he decides to strike. She could barely feel her lower half anymore. Say it. You will never use others for your amusement again. I want to. You might as well kill me. As for interests and hobbies, the peacock became tough again. Fine. Lin Qi was amused. He was determined to correct the peacock's bad habit today. Another half an hour passed. The peacock rolled her eyes and fainted. Lin Qi felt like he was done for. What kind of person is this? Would rather be beaten unconscious than feign a little compliance and give up her hobby. This is truly deep love. Isn't it? If you keep hitting, you might just kill her. The peacock's ridiculous hobby was something he couldn't change. Let Admiral Crane worry about it. What to do now? The peacock was in no condition to move, and he couldn't personally take her back. Otherwise, Carp would beat him to death. Boom! Lin Qi stomped heavily on the ground, making a huge noise, and quickly left. Shortly after he left, a group of Navy soldiers rushed over following the sound. Hurry! There's a fainted girl over there. This seems to be Admiral Crane's granddaughter. Quickly inform Admiral Crane. Lin Qi, hiding far away, felt relieved and went home with his breakfast. In the plain white hospital room, the peacock lay on the bed with her butt up, wrapped in bandages, wanting to cry, but having no tears. The peacock that came out of the excitement was quite normal. There's no helping it. But hurts so badly with just a touch that she has to lie like this. What made her even more desperate was the death glare from her grandmother. Grandpa Carp was grinning nearby, and if it weren't for Grandpa Sengoku holding him back, he would probably burst out laughing. The peacock had never experienced such social death. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. To be honest, how did you end up like this? General Crane said sternly. I already said it's my grandmother's fault. I fell by myself. The peacock remembered Lin Qi's threat in her mind. If she dared to tell on him, he would also tell on her and expose her hitting him to General Crane. How could you fall like that? Do you think your grandmother is senile? Crane's face darkened. No one could be happy seeing their granddaughter in such a state. I heard someone say something happened between you and Lin Qi in the cafeteria. It wouldn't have anything to do with him, would it? No, it has nothing to do with him. The peacock hurriedly denied it. General Crane squinted and stopped asking further. As the chief of staff of the Navy, she had already figured out the answer from her granddaughter's tone. Go check how long it will take for Hanade to arrive, and have him come quickly with the devil fruit to heal the peacock. Carp, help me call Lin Qi over. Grandma, the peacock acted spoiled, saying, it has nothing to do with him. Why are you calling him over? Usually, the peacock's spoiled behavior worked, but General Crane was currently in a bad mood. Carp didn't dare to provoke her and obediently went to call him. An hour later, with the help of the devil fruit, the peacock stood up, limping. Aside from her awkward walking posture, everything looked normal. The swelling in her, but had also gone down. However, Lin Qi felt increasingly embarrassed watching this scene. General Crane's death glare was not something anyone could withstand. You old geezers, go outside first. Crane ordered, and Carp and Zephyr obediently left, while Sengoku stepped out first to handle some official business. Thus, only the peacock, Lin Qi, and General Crane remained in the room. Speak up and tell the whole story. Grandma, the peacock still tried to struggle, but Lin Qi sighed, stood up, and recounted the entire incident from start to finish. Of course, it was a beautified version. He couldn't mention snatching the black stockings from someone else's granddaughter. He also left some face for the peacock, making her too afraid to expose herself. After listening, General Crane fell silent for a moment. It seemed like, with her rich experience, she needed to digest the content properly. After a while, General Crane opened her eyes. Lin Qi, you did well. Huh? Lin Qi, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, was surprised. Where did this praise come from? It couldn't be sarcasm, could it? Grandma, what are you talking about? The peacock was also confused. Why was her grandma praising the one who hit her? However, General Crane changed her tone. Just because I praise you doesn't mean I've forgiven you. You need to admit that you also have faults in this matter. The peacock's hobbies are something I can't change, so I want to entrust the peacock to you. Chapter 43. Strong Medicine. Perhaps stubborn ailments require strong medicine. If you help the peacock correct her habits, not only will I forgive you, but I will also reward you generously. The peacock's trembling symptoms had given Crane a headache. After so many years, she thought her granddaughter's symptoms had almost improved, but who knew? This incident made Crane realize that without being tough, the peacock's life would be ruined. With this trembling personality, which man would dare to take her? Anyway, since her granddaughter had already been hit on the butt by Lin Qi, it wouldn't matter if she got hit again, as long as this trembling could be cured. Ah, Grandma, are you mistaken? I'm not a doctor. How can I treat her? Besides, I can't hit her again, right? Lin Qi quickly tried to evade. Exactly, Grandma. How can you send me to this bad person? The peacock protested as well. You're right. If the peacock is disobedient, just hit her until she corrects her behavior. However, you're only allowed to hit her, but you can't hit any other place. As long as the butt doesn't get hurt, you can hit it freely. Lin Qi saw the old lady's attitude and realized he couldn't refuse. Grandma, what are you saying? The peacock's face turned red with embarrassment. Fine's decided then. Don't you have half a month of vacation? From now on, I'll send someone to take the peacock to your house every day until she corrects her bad habits. Grandma Crane made a final decision. Thus, Lin Qi had an additional daily task of correcting a bad girl, and the peacock was the one who suffered. Back at home, Lin Qi recounted the day's events, and Tao, too, stood up for him. How could Sister Crane do that? No way. I'm going to find her to reason with her right now. Tao, too, stood up angrily from a sofa. Forget it, Ji Yuan. Lin Qi grabbed her hand. Let her come. She's just a little girl. I can handle it easily. All right, but if you can't take it, remember to tell me. You finally have half a month of vacation. Tao tu gom lai. Sure, it's getting late. I'll go cook. Tina should be back soon. That night, the three of them sat at a table eating, and Lin Qi felt it was incredible. How could these two get along so harmoniously? He thought he would have to mediate between them, but who knew they acted like true sisters? Tina could understand. Coming from a noble family with several stepmothers, she was influenced from a young age. But he couldn't understand Ji Yuan. What are you thinking, silly? Hurry up and eat. Tao Tu picked up a big piece of meat and placed it in Lin Qi's bowl. I get it. You want Tina to feed you. Tina scooped up some steaming soup with a spoon, pouted, and blew on it. Open your mouth, ah. Lin Qi's face darkened. Was she treating him like a child? He had to make this little girl pay tonight. It's worth mentioning that since that day in the East China Sea when Tina crawled into his bed, the two of them had almost been sleeping together ever since. Sometimes Tina would even act shy symbolically, but in reality, she was still shy and didn't resist. Since that day, she understood that what men say about just rubbing against it is simply nonsense. Squeak. When it was time to sleep, Lin Qi quietly pushed open Tina's room door under the cover of night. No, Sister Ji Yuan is back tonight. You sleep by yourself. The walls at home are not good. Don't think of anything bad. The confused Lin Qi was pushed out by Tina in less than 3 seconds. Damn, little girl. Don't regret it. Lin Qi gloomily returned to his room and covered himself with a blanket to sleep. Late at night, Lin Qi suddenly woke up, feeling a plump body climbing onto his bed. He grinned and reached for the ample spot of the visitor. Little girl, you can't resist anymore. Huh? Ah. The woman in the blanket suddenly cried out when pinched. Wait, that voice isn't Tina's. Lin Qi instantly withdrew his hand, cold sweat pouring down. He lifted the blanket and was stunned. Ji Yuan. Tao Tu's face was flushed as she covered her snow-white mound and shot Lin Qi a fierce glare when she saw him looking. She pouted and said, Are you usually like this with Tina? I'm sorry, Ji Yuan. I didn't know it was you. Lin Qi's heart was pounding like a drum. If he had known it was Ji Yuan, he wouldn't have dared to pinch her. Shoo. Ji Yuan made a shushing gesture. Her slender fingers placed in front of Lin Qi's mouth. Don't talk. It's late. Go to sleep. Ji Yuan, blushing, nestled into Lin Qi's arms and closed her beautiful eyes. Lin Qi embraced this voluptuous body, feeling himself harden. He wasn't thick-skinned enough to let Tina hear them watching a pornographic film while sleeping. Damn it, he definitely needed to find a soundproof house next time. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. The next day, I slept so comfortably. Tao Tu yawned, waking up from bed with a sleepy face. Ji Yuan, if you're awake, could you please move your leg? It's about to go numb for being pressed. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. Lin Qi admitted that although he enjoyed being pressed by Sister Chi Yuan's long legs, she was too restless while sleeping, and her occasional displays of spring scenery left him at a loss. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Seeing Lin Qi with dark circles under his eyes, Tao Tu laughed uncontrollably. So beautiful. Lin Qi was mesmerized by her pair of breasts. He hadn't noticed it when it got dark yesterday. At this moment, Sister Chi Yuan had removed her makeup. There was no purple eyeshadow or any other embellishments, just her natural face. Yet, it was precisely this unadorned Sister Chi Yuan that looked so beautiful. Sister Chi Yuan? Have you gone out? Hearing Tina's voice, Chi Yuan exchanged a glance with Lin Qi, hurriedly tidied her clothes, and walked out the door. Just then, Tina came out of Tao Tu's room. Seeing Tao Tu walking out of Lin Qi's room, Tina froze for a moment, then asked with concern, Sister Chi Yuan, your face is so red. You're not sick, are you? No, I'm fine. I just want to wash my face. Watching Sister Chi Yuan flee in a panic, Tina suspiciously entered Lin Qi's room. You didn't secretly do something bad to Sister Chi Yuan, did you? Not really, Lin Qi replied, feeling guilty. Upon hearing this, Tina looked at him with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Oh, you fool. Even I can see that Sister Chi Yuan has feelings for you. With such a good opportunity, why don't you take it? Lin Qi sighed inwardly. It's for your sake. I'm afraid you'll be sad. Lin Qi, was not someone who would forget an old love for a new one. Although he was determined to give every girl in the world a home, each one was true love. Tina's body was already his, so he had to consider her feelings. A man who disregards everything for lust was someone he despised. Moreover, wasn't the development of this plot a bit off? How could his own woman urge her boyfriend to find another woman? At a crucial moment, the arrival of Peacock helped him out of the predicament. Okay, I understand. Grandma, I will be good. Peacock nodded repeatedly at the door. As soon as the door closed, the spring scene abruptly unfolded on the sofa. Girls should have proper posture when standing and sitting. How can you be like this? Chi-Yuan frowned as she walked out of the washroom. Sister Chi-Yuan. Peacock jumped up as if but had springs. What are you doing here? It was clear that Peacock was a bit scared of Chi-Yuan. Tina and I are good friends and often stay here. But I heard you've been acting up again recently? Chi-Yuan feigned anger. No, Sister Chi-Yuan. You must have heard wrong. Peacock buried her head in her chest. I hope so. Chi-Yuan wiped her wet hair and returned to her room. Peacock, you're here. Lin Qi looked at the girl on the sofa and fell into thought. Since he had promised Grandma Crane and had nothing to do, should he try to correct her a bit? Are you willing to give up your peculiar hobby now? He asked casually, and suddenly Peacock shook her head like a rattle. No. Lin Qi's face darkened as he sat on the sofa, patting his lap. Come lie down, put your head on my lap. What are you doing? Ouch. Peacock instinctively stepped back, her expression panicked. Your grandma said that if you don't listen, I can discipline you however I want? Thinking of General Crane's words, Peacock shivered in fear and quickly changed her tune. I'll change. Is that okay? Don't hit me. It's hard for me to walk. Really change? I can change. Peacock quickly nodded her little head. Uffed. Tao-Tu, leaning against the door watching the show, laughed. Lin Qi, don't listen to this girl. She's the best at lying. Let me help you instead. Sister Chi-Yuan. Seeing her little scheme exposed, Peacock felt flustered. In front of Chi-Yuan, all her little thoughts would be seen through. How do you plan to help? Lin Qi asked curiously. It's simple. Just make her sincerely admit to changing. Chi-Yuan opened her hands, and a pink gas emerged from her palms. I've eaten a superfruit that can produce various perfumes. This is the truth serum. If your willpower isn't at the level of a general, you can only tell the truth after being exposed to it. Sister Chi-Yuan, that's amazing. Lin Qi praised. And a superfruit can be developed this way too. No. Sister Chi-Yuan. Looking at Chi-Yuan approaching, Peacock felt a wave of despair. Shortly after, Peacock was pressed onto Lin Qi's lap like a child who had made a mistake, and Chi-Yuan released a puff of pink gas to envelop her. I'll ask you again. Are you willing to give up your bad hobby? I don't want to. As soon as she said this, Peacock immediately covered her mouth. What's going on? She clearly wanted to say yes, but the words changed at the last moment. It seems just as Sister Chi-Yuan said, not obedient at all. Lin Qi said with a stern expression. After a while, Peacock was tearfully squatting in the corner, her eyes filled with tears. Thus, Lin Qi's vacation passed day by day. The daily schedule: eating, sleeping, and dealing with Peacock. Meals were shared among the four of them, as Peacock would only go home at night. In the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. On this day, Peacock hummed a cheerful tune, bouncing and jumping as she pushed the door open. As soon as she entered the room, she obediently climbed onto Lin Qi's lap. Eagerly, she said, I'm ready. Lin Qi twitched his mouth. I haven't even asked yet. What are you ready for? Then, big brother, hurry up and ask. Peacock said nonchalantly. Lin Qi called Chi-Yuan, and the pink gas controlled Peacock. I ask you, are you willing to give up your hobby? I am willing. Lin Qi and Chi-Yuan nodded. It seemed this girl had really changed. Looking at Peacock, who lay on his lap, anxious and unwilling to get up, Lin Qi had a sudden inspiration and asked, What is this? Please, big brother, feel free. Peacock's big eyes were full of anticipation. Oh no. Lin Qi slapped his forehead. How would he explain this to General Crane? He didn't even know if this counted as a successful treatment. How should he report to General Crane? Should he say, Congratulations, your granddaughter's hobby has changed? Chi-Yuan also sensed something was off. Lin Qi, you can't hit Peacock anymore. I think so too. Lin Qi pushed Peacock away, but she immediately jumped back. Big brother. Lin Qi. The next day, Peacock followed Lin Qi like a little tail. She stayed with him until late at night and refused to leave. He had never seen such an outrageous request. Such a pretty girl, how could she? Lin Qi, Major General, the Warring States Marshal requests your presence. A naval soldier hurried over. I understand, you can go back. Yes, an emergency situation, it seemed, would not be simple. Lin Qi first explained the reason to Chi-Yuan and Tina. Just as he was preparing to leave, another naval soldier rushed over. Major General Chi-Yuan, we found you. The Warring States Marshal requests your presence. In the conference room. By the time Lin Qi and Qi Yuan arrived, 5 vice admirals and 7 or 8 major generals had already gathered. Among them, Lin Qi also saw the long-lost T-Pig and Flying Squirrel. Those who haven't arrived yet, we won T-Wait, Warring State said with a serious face. The world government has ordered us to launch a demon extermination order against Monopon Island. The reason, harboring the demon child Robin and attempting to investigate the legendary history of 100 years. Moreover, there is ample evidence that they are researching ancient texts. As soon as he finished speaking, Flying Squirrel immediately questioned, but there's a country living on Monopon Island. Is it too much to destroy a country just because they took in the demon child? Flying Squirrel's words voiced the thoughts of many people. Before Warring States could respond, another defiant vice admiral scolded, Flying Squirrel, are you questioning the orders of the world government? They not only harbor Robin, but also attempt to study ancient texts. Have you forgotten the O'Hara incident? Rudolph was a vice admiral loyal to the world government and a planted spy in the Navy. Guion showed no respect for Rudolph and coldly said, the weasel is asking the marshal, not you. That's enough. Sengoku stopped the arguing crowd. 10 warships had already docked at the port. You all hurry over. This operation is under the highest command of the weasel. The demon-slaying order involved 5 lieutenant generals, 10 major generals, over 10,000 elite Navy troops, and the top 10 warships. Its power was enough to easily destroy a nation. Lin Qi's expression turned thoughtful. The Navy had gone through 3 generations. The evolution of the Navy from steel bones to Sengoku and later to Akainu could be summarized as obedient dogs of the world government, dissatisfied dogs with the world government, and dogs that bark back at the world government. Ultimately, the Navy was just a dog of the world government. All military funding came from the world government. If they were slightly dissatisfied and had their budget cut, they would be forced to lay off personnel the following year. As soon as the world government cut off funds, it wouldn't be long before the Navy would self-destruct. The Navy was not pirates. They couldn't engage in burning, killing, and looting. Chapter 45. Quinn, the hearts of the people were not united. Some were already people of the world government, belonging to different factions. Without formal channels for military funding, it would be difficult not to perish. As for wanting to do business independently, that was pure wishful thinking. Did they think the world government would let them do that? Lin Qi began to understand the hardships of past marshals. If they wanted the Navy to be completely independent, they would face 3 major conditions. 1. The issue of funding, which was the biggest problem. 2. Removing dissidents. If the Navy wanted independence, they would definitely need to eliminate some rogue elements. By then, the conservative faction of the Navy would be weakened by a third. 3. Facing 3-headed danger. Once the Navy became independent, the Revolutionary Army, pirates, and the world government would all become enemies. Forget it. I'm not even a general now. Why worry about this? What made Lin Qi somewhat relieved was that Sengoku was clearly on his side. Appointing the weasel as the leader instead of Rudolph indirectly proved his dissatisfaction with the world government. On the warship, the atmosphere was chillingly oppressive. With an army of tens of thousands, there was not a single sound. Truly worthy of being the Navy's most elite troops, the weasel silently ordered the warship to set sail. Monopon Island was far from the Navy headquarters, and they would only arrive by tomorrow under the cover of night. The people on Monopon Island probably still didn't know that when they woke up, they would be greeted by death. That night, Guion found Lin Qi alone. The two stood on the deck, gazing at the night sky in silence. I once went to Monopon Island to capture pirates. The people there are very nice, and the customs are simple, Guion said bitterly. Are you feeling confused about your sense of justice? Lin Qi asked. Yes, did you notice? Those people are clearly just unarmed civilians. Yet because they sheltered a little girl, they face the risk of death. Isn't that ridiculous? Even if we need to find the culprit, the common people shouldn't be involved. They are innocent, Guion said dejectedly. The world government has done this more than once or twice. You don't think the high-ranking members of the world government, who are descendants of the celestial dragons, are any good, do you? Lin Qi was very open-minded, gently wrapping his arms around Guion's slender waist. We can't decide the path of our predecessors, but our path is right beneath our feet. You and I are only major generals now. Who can predict the future of a navy? If one day you and I become generals or even marshals, then we can try to turn our ideas into reality. In this world, strength is the foundation that determines everything. The thoughts of the weak will not be heeded. Do you understand what I'm saying? Gion's beautiful eyes gradually lit up, as if she had found a goal, and she changed from her previous dejection. For our future, for the future of the people. Let's go. Gion extended her fist and bumped it against Lin Qi's. Let's go. The next day, Monopon Island, in the kingdom, the morning light had just broken, and thick fog drifted over the sea. Some diligent farmers had already finished plowing 2 acres of land. Look, is there something approaching on the sea? Residents, fetching water, squinted to gaze at the sea. 10 huge warships approached slowly like 10 gigantic monsters. Quick, go notify the king. Someone is invading. The population of the country on Monopon Island was not large, only about 1 million. There was no remarkable fighting strength. In such a small country, only a few could be considered formidable. Using the demon-slaying order against such a low-level nation was completely one-sided slaughter. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd didn't even need to land. The most terrifying aspect of the demon-slaying order was its artillery bombardment that could be described as firepower coverage. At the Weasel's command, 500 cannons simultaneously launched a carpet bombing on Monopon Island. Some conscience-stricken lieutenant generals and major generals frowned deeply. Gentlemen, this is to deal with a strong enemy. Under the current circumstances, we don't need to intervene at all. Because the demon-slaying order was a regional mass bombardment, after the bombing, there would not be a single living being left on the entire island. It was precisely because of the orderly bombing that it gave the kingdom's people some time to escape. The old king swore to coexist with the kingdom. He gave the chance to survive to others. A group of civilians and officials boarded 5 escape boats and gradually drifted away on the sea. The Weasel tightly closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the escape boats, allowing them to drift away. Bastard, what are you doing? You let those sinners go. If something happens, can you take responsibility? I think you have ulterior motives. I will report this to the world government. Rudolph forcefully snatched the communication snail from the Weasel's hand and issued the order. Attack! Aim the cannons at the escape boats. Boom! 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 After the fierce bombardment, there was nothing left of the escape boats but a cloud of dust. The sea turned blood red. Thus, a nation with a population of over 1 million was completely wiped out in less than an hour. This was the power of the demon-slaying order. No wonder those nations were so fearful of the demon-slaying order. The burning flames on Monopon Island were deeply imprinted in Lin Qi's eyes. The mission was complete, and just as the 10 warships prepared to turn back, a hearty laugh came from afar. Ha ha, look what we encountered. The demon-slaying order. What a piece of trash. Ha ha. Quinn is right. A pirate ship, comparable in size to the demon-slaying order warships, boldly approached. At the bow stood a chubby man holding a Gatling gun. Beast pirates. Upon seeing the pirate flag on the ship, the Navy was shocked. How could they be here? Why are they not in the New World? Are they here to seek death? I'm dying of laughter. Now even anyone dares to touch the demon-slaying order. Rudolph laughed loudly. We have 5 lieutenant generals, 10 major generals, and 10,000 elite soldiers here. Don't even mention Amir Quinn. Even if Kaido came, so what? Since we ran into you here, there's no need for you to go back. Go stay and impel down. Lieutenant generals, please, let us work together to capture Quinn alive. He is the technical advisor of the Beast Pirates and knows all of Kaido's secrets. After Rudolph passionately finished speaking, he realized no one was paying attention, and his face instantly darkened. Let's move. Perhaps we can use Quinn to deal with the Beast Pirates. It was only when the Weasel spoke that several lieutenant generals teamed up and used Jeppo to rush toward Quinn's ship. What the hell? You Navy are 5 against 1. Can't you have some shame? Seeing this, Quinn cursed loudly. Even he couldn't handle 5 lieutenant generals. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone got close, Quinn raised the Gatling gun and began to spray bullets. The Navy soldiers were still using flintlock guns while the pirates had already upgraded to Gatling guns. Lin Qi didn't know what to say for a moment. The lieutenant generals easily dodged the bullets and landed on the pirate ship one after another. Chapter 46. Kaido strikes confronted by a throng of pirates on the ship. Just one person was enough to send them into disarray. Captain Queen, help me. Damn, I was hoping to find someone to rescue me. Queen, besieged by 4 vice admirals, lamented his fate. Even though he could take a beating, He couldn't withstand this level of punishment. The combat power below the admiral level is not to be taken lightly. Roar! In a moment of desperation, Queen transformed into a towering Brachiosaurus, an ancient Zoan fruit user. With such a massive size, Queen was not in dire straits just yet. At this moment, Queen was not the same as he would be 10 years later. He couldn't simply ignore the Vice Admiral's attacks. Ouch, easy on me. It hurts my thigh. Watch me blast you to pieces. Queen opened his dragon mouth and unleashed a barrage of bullets and cannonballs. A true, ruthless person, even in his modifications. He spared no part of his own body. I can't take it anymore. Kaido, if you don't come out soon, I'm going to be beaten to death. Queen cried out in pain. Not being dead yet is one thing, but the pain is another. Oh ho ho, Queen, you idiot, can't even handle a few little flies? With a thunderous crash, Kaido made his grand entrance. Transforming from dragon form to human form, Kaido stood on the deck, casually pulling out his kanabo. Thunderclap. Boom. Kaido swung the kanabo with great force, sending a Vice Admiral plummeting into the sea. Queen, I'm here to save you. Ooh, Kaido, you finally sobered up. Queen excitedly clung to Kaido's leg, crying. Get off me, that's disgusting. Kaido. Rudolph's legs went weak, and his back was instantly soaked with sweat. Without an admiral present, how many would be slaughtered by Kaido? Kaido, aren't you afraid of your home being attacked by the other Yonko when you come to the Grand Line, personally? The weasel said coldly. Alalala. That's none of your business, you useless bunch. You've beaten my beloved subordinates like this. Have you thought about how you want to die? Kaido smashed his kanabo down fiercely, shattering Rudolph's sword and most of his face, sending him flying without resistance. One hit for each little kid. Upon seeing Kaido, the people on the warship immediately called for support from the Navy headquarters. However, even the fastest Kizaru would take 3 hours to arrive here. Whether the exhausted Kizaru could defeat Kaido was still up for debate. Get out of here quickly. We'll do our best to hold Kaido off. The weasel ordered the warship through the snail, determined to face death. 10,000 elite Navy members cannot die here. Facing the world's king with Conqueror's Haki. The Demon Slayer order is just a joke. The 10 warships acted decisively, abandoning their commander and fleeing. The massive size of the warships made it no easy task to escape. Want to leave? Did I give you permission? Kaido opened his mouth and spewed a column of fire, piercing through a warship from the center. Flames erupted on the warship. Kaido, we are your opponents. The remaining 3 vice admirals stood resolutely in front of Kaido. On the warship, Lin Qi watched this scene and made his move. He knew that if he didn't intervene, he might be able to escape. But those 3 vice admirals, 9 rear admirals, and 10,000 elite Navy members, especially Sister Gon, would all die here. Lin Qi's partner, Peach Rabbit, anxiously watched Lin Qi's departing figure, feeling a strange panic. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Qi stepped lightly, removing the restrictions of the candlelight fruit on his body. Growing from 1.99 meters back to 6 meters, Kaido's kanabo shattered the weasel's weapon, and just as it was about to take the weasel's life, Lin Qi appeared. Lin Qi blocked this fatal blow for the weasel. Standing 6 meters tall before the 7-meter Kaido, they appeared as 2 giants. Where did this kid come from? Interesting. Seeing someone capable of blocking his attack, Kaido looked at the newcomer with great interest. Kaido, let them go, and let me be your opponent instead. Lin Qi stood before the weasel like a wall. Kaido twitched his nose, suddenly catching a different scent, his eyes gleaming. You're a mythical Zoan? As someone who dreamed of being a zoo director, Kaido instantly developed a fondness for talent. Yes, let them go, and I can stay. Lin Qi said. Ah, that's wonderful. Kaido laughed heartily. I can let them go, and I want to pursue them, but you must agree to one condition. If you lose, I want to kill you, but you must join my beast pirates. Kaido proposed. Aren't you afraid I'm a spy for the Navy? Bringing the wolf into the fold. Lin Qi asked, what is that to me? As long as I treat you sincerely, even if you are a spy, there will come a day you want to return, right? Kaido said nonchalantly. I have to admit, Kaido does possess a unique charm of leadership. All right, I agree to your terms. You are Lin Qi. Only then did the weasel vaguely remember this junior he had met only a few times. The main change was so drastic. not just in height from 199 meters to 6 meters. His strength had also transformed from a rookie to someone who could withstand Kaido. This was already stronger than he was. No way if I let you stay. How do I explain it to Teacher Zifa? The weasel refused. This is not your place to speak. Get out of here. Kaido was displeased and feigned to swing, sending the weasel flying. Don't worry. I want to go back on my word. I'll use my skill. He won't be harmed. The considerate Kaido explained to Lin Qi. Lin Qi nodded. Vice Admirals, you two should leave on your own. We don't need to thank you. Major Lin Qi, you are a hero of our Navy. Take care, Major Lin Qi. The two Vice Admirals clasped their fists and departed. Thud. The weasel fell perfectly onto the warship, clenching his fists as he recalled Lin Qi's sacrifice. I can't let Major Lin Qi's sacrifice be in vain. The entire army retreat. He ordered through the communication snail. What did you say? What happened to Lin Qi? Peach Rabbit rushed over anxiously to inquire. Looking at the agitated Gion, the weasel seemed to understand something. With a glance, a rear admiral knocked Gion out from behind. Take her away to rest properly. When she wakes up, make sure not to let her emotions run high. Admiral Kazuru is already on the way and will surely save Lin Qi. If Major Peach Rabbit wakes up and wants to blame someone, let her blame me. The two vice admirals dragged Rudolph and another vice admiral, whose life and death were unknown, back to the warship. The warship slowly turned around and disappeared from the surface of the sea. Kaido's crushing of them was just like their crushing of Mornipon Island. Kid, they've gone far away. Are you relieved now? Once the warship completely vanished from sight, Kaido finally spoke. Chapter 47, The Path of Human Ghosts. Come on, Kaido. Let me see the power of the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. There is no need to shield the vice admirals. Lin Qi shrank back down to 2 meters. Otherwise, with Long Yuan and Xin Dao in hand, they felt like toys. Hey, is this also the ability of your devil fruit? Thunderclap. The previously amiable Kaido suddenly erupted, swinging a lightning-infused blow. Bang! Lin Qi raised the 2 long knives, blocking the Kanabo, sparking a shower of sparks. Haha, go block. Kaido was in high spirits. Queen, watch closely. This is a man-s romance. You should learn a thing or two. Queen's chubby face puffed up. He thought, Kaido, do you think everyone can match your strength? You know how freakish your strength is. It had been a long time since Kaido encountered someone capable of receiving his greeting gift. Thus, he became excited and switched to holding the Kanabo with both hands, swinging it in a cross pattern to attack relentlessly. Break the army with greed and anger. Such great strength. Kaido's strength was something Lin Qi had never seen before. Even Kizuru couldn't match it on horseback. With veins bulging on his arms, Kaido exerted force simultaneously with both arms, and Lin Qi could no longer withstand it, being sent flying away. With a powerful force transmitted through the weapon, Lynch spat out a mouthful of blood, only to heal in an instant. He stepped through the air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked seriously at Kaido's figure below. The 4 Emperor Kaido, truly formidable. Are you scared to come down, little brat? Should I come up to find you? Kaido taunted, wielding his Kanabo. It's rude not to return a greeting. I received your gift. Now, taste mine. Buzz. The 2 long swords, Long Yuan and Xindua, turned black at a visible speed, wrapped in thick armed color. As the 2 blades overlapped in front of him, a crimson flame ignited on Lynch's body. Behind him, several ghostly figures appeared, each holding their own illusory Long Yuan and Xindua. Reincarnation of life and death, the cycle of all things, the Azura has emotions. After an era of time, I perceived the boundless Brahman light. Yama is not my will. I originally leaned towards a mortal world. With each word Lynch spoke, the ghostly aura on the swords thickened. As his voice fell, the black dragon on the hilt of Long Yuan seemed to come alive, its eyes glowing red. Keek, the chilling, arrogant laughter emitted from the blade of Xindua sent shivers down spines. The ghosts behind Lynch raised their long swords in unison. Ghostly aura, human path. With a single slash, Lynch's blade fell, and the air seemed to solidify. The pirates on the ship felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if any movement would mean death. The stronger the person, the more they could sense Lynch's overwhelming power at that moment. Help! We're being killed by a dragon. Kaido, save us. Queen, with his thick legs, ran and hid behind Kaido. Boom! The sword energy, thousands of meters long, descended, cutting the sea surface like a chasm. The howling wind seemed ready to obliterate all opposing enemies. Queen, hold on tight. Kaido, unable to smile, transformed into his dragon form and flew into the sky with Queen. This was over the sea. He didn't tee when he knocked into the water. Boom! Kaido managed to shield Queen, but the sword energy was too fast. His massive dragon form was inevitably affected. Blood poured from the sky like it was free. Kaido, you're injured, Queen exclaimed in shock. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen Kaido injured. Shut up, what does this little injury matter? Sure enough, within seconds, the wound on Kaido's tail had already healed. This was the terror of the top-tier Zoan mythical beasts. Back then, the Navy had to engage in a month-long war of attrition to take down Red Earl. If the opponent had a mythical beast, that time could have been extended several times over. Months without food, drink, or sleep, fighting nonstop. No one but a mythical beast could accomplish that. Help me, Lord Kaido. Boom. However, the pirates on the ship were not so fortunate. Both the ship and its crew were shattered by the dazzling sword light. Over 1,000 elite pirates died under this single strike. Even the weapons they held did not survive. Everything was obliterated, turning to black ash. The ghostly aura was the latest power Lynch had comprehended. It could be combined with armed color and swordsmanship to unleash unbelievable power. Satisfied with his current strength in this first attempt, he thought, damn little brat, my subordinates. Kaido howled to the sky in rage. Anyone who doesn't want to die, follow me. Otherwise, I'll immediately chase after and kill those Navy bastards. Kaido threw down the threat, ignoring Lynch, and flew off with Queen into the distance. You're not keeping your word. This could harm your dignity as a Emperor. What nonsense are you talking? I'm a pirate. Hurry up and keep up. Lynch was left speechless. For the sake of Sister-Gun and the safety of 10,000 Navy men, he could only follow. In truth, it was mainly for Sister-Gun. The lives of the 10,000 Navy men didn't matter much to him. Lynch, was pure love, true to each of his women. Just like a certain man named Duan Zhongshan. Both would risk their lives for each other, a love many spend their lives pursuing. Sister Taudu had treated him well. How could he abandon her? Kaido and Lynch landed sequentially on a small island as their battlefield. Queen, having learned his lesson, knew that when gods fought, mortals suffered, and he hid far away, peeking through a telescope. Thinking of his fallen subordinates, Kaido, in his frustration, pulled out his flask and drank deeply. Gurgle, gurgle. Pirates are easy to find, but such a large ship is quite rare for pirates. My poor subordinates. After a few swigs of strong liquor, Kaido unexpectedly began to cry, big tears falling to the ground. Did he look a bit pitiful? Lynch's forehead was lined with more black lines. What was Kaido doing? The mighty Emperor shouldn't be crying. In the distance, Queen stomped his foot. Oh no, Kaido's going to get drunk again. Queen knew well that when Kaido was in a good mood, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But when he was in a bad mood, 1 cup was too many. A drunk Kaido was the most terrifying. He could even kill himself in a rage. I'll kill you. Kaido transformed into his hybrid form, his height increasing significantly. Not only that, his strength, speed, and physical prowess surged. Thunderous 8 trigrams. With a single swing of his kanabo, Kaido smashed Lynch into the depths of the earth. Little brat, are you dead? Kaido shouted at the mouth of the hole. Even if you die, a 1T. Lynch, also in his hybrid form, shot up from the pit, now towering at 7 meters. However, while his physical prowess could contend with Kaido, he could no longer wield his 2 long swords. Fortunately, Lynch manipulated electromagnetic forces to draw iron sand from deep within the island. He squeezed it together, forming a low-quality kanabo that somewhat resembled Kaido's. Although it was of inferior quality and looked ugly, its strength was unquestionable. Lynch refined it with lightning, achieving a hardness comparable to fine steel. Chapter 48. Teacher Kai's Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Queen instinctively rubbed his eyes, his little green bean eyes staring blankly at the battlefield. How did 2 Kaidos come out? No, one of them is that guy named Lynch from the Navy. What mythical beast is he? It's too similar to Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. Lynch and Kaido both had dragon horns on their heads. Both were muscular, and they both bore dragon scale patterns on their bodies. The difference was that Lynch had more barbs on his knees and elbows, and a black halo that floated behind him. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The two Kanabos, entwined with electric light, collided, producing a deafening sound. The small island trembled violently, uprooting coconut trees and creating fissures in the ground. So strong, Queen clung to a large rock, barely resisting being blown away by the fierce winds. Is this really a fight between two four emperors? Little brat, you dare to use my moves? Kaido grinned widely, revealing sharp, terrifying teeth. What do you mean by your moves? If I learn it, it's mine. Good little brat. Let us see how you handle this. Kaido was very displeased with someone learning without paying copyright fees. 3 descents to the abyss. Boom! Kaido brought his Kanabo down with a terrifying impact, causing shock waves to spread outward. The overflow of lightning cracked the earth. Thunderous 8 trigrams, frozen hell. This move was clearly an advanced version of Thunderous 8 trigrams, and it couldn't be blocked even with that. Lynch exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing the heavens and the earth. The ice spread from Kaido's feet upward. Kaido paused in his swing, and Lynch retreated to avoid this deadly blow. That Asakiji's ability. Kaido pulled his foot out of the ice, marveling. From the start of the battle until now, you've used ice, fire, and lightning. What mythical beast are you eating? Defeat me, and you can ask. All right, gently long Shengjin. Kaido must have used some means to make the Kanabo suddenly grow to over 100 meters, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that nearly caused Lin Qi to spit blood. He jumped into the sky using the moonwalk. He originally wanted to secretly learn Kaido's descending 3 worlds, Inai Raku. But little did he know Kaido had mastered it and wouldn't use it again. Ghostly energy thundered in the 8 trigrams. The iron rod ignited with ghostly energy as Lin Qi struck down on Kaido's head with immense force from above. Although he could no longer use swordsmanship, the combination of ghostly energy and Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams was enough to unleash terrifying power. Alalala, grit mai tendru 8 trigram. While pouring liquor into his mouth, Kaido unleashed the advanced version of the thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! At the moment of collision, Lin Qi used electromagnetic force to shatter the iron rod. Damn! The quality of the weapon I made is just not good enough. He quickly covered his head with armament haki, but was still dazed by the Kanabo strike. After 2 to 3 seconds, Lin Qi shook his body violently and suddenly recovered, leaping up from the ground. You didn't take the chance to attack. Lin Qi looked at Kaido, who was drinking heartily, in surprise. TCH, I never do sneak attacks, Kaido said disdainfully. Kaido surprisingly showed some martial ethics, Lin Qi thought. Currently, in both human and half-beast forms, he was no match for Kaido. In the end, he could only try his beast form. Roar! With a loud roar, Lin Qi's body swelled dramatically. In the blink of an eye, a 35-meter-tall candlelight appeared on the scene. So big, Quinn was taken aback. His own Brachiosaurus form looked like a child in front of this giant beast. Roar! Kaido looked on with envy, liking it even more. He vowed to recruit this rare beast into the Beast Pirates. Kaido transformed into dragon form and fought alongside Lin Qi. Roar! Lin Qi opened his mouth and unleashed a lightning beam more than 10 meters long. Heat breath! A similarly sized flame beam shot out of Kaido's mouth. The two beams collided midair. The sky cracked open. Watching the battle between the two giants in the sky, Quinn's heart raced. Can't provoke, can't provoke. After fighting for a long time, the conqueror's haki flowed into the great might thunderous 8 trigrams. Midair, Kaido suddenly transformed from dragon form to half-dragon man and smashed the Kanabo onto the giant candlelight's massive head. Boom! Lin Qi crashed into the small island like a meteor, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood and reverting to human form, unconscious. The energy he had stored was completely exhausted. Without energy, even the healing effect of a mythical Zoan fruit would be greatly diminished. Boom! Lin Qi's fall was like a nuclear bomb exploding on the small island. The already overburdened small island exploded, disappearing from the map and sinking into the sea. Kaido, help! Gulu Quinn was mistakenly injured and blasted far into the sea by the explosion. With Quinn's tonnage, it wouldn't be long before he sank to the depths of over 10,000 meters. In the sky, Kaido's gaze shifted between Lin Qi and Quinn, ultimately choosing to rescue Quinn. He flew over to save Quinn. "Sorry, boss." Quinn sat on Kaido's back, lowering his head in guilt. He knew it was because of him that Kaido couldn't catch Lin Qi. "Hopefully, that kid isn't dead." Kaido shook his head regretfully. The last blow he dealt had used all his strength, even employing Conqueror's Haki. The chances of Lin Qi surviving were indeed slim. Unless that Lin Qi had fishman ancestry, otherwise, a devil fruit user falling into the sea is as good as dead. Kaido gazed at the calm sea surface, feeling frustrated as he carried Quinn back. This time, it was a huge loss. Not only had he lost over 10,000 pirates, but he had also lost a mythical Zoan. Deep in the seabed, Lin Qi's internal organs were all shattered from Kaido's blow. Seawater flooded into his chest cavity, and blood flowed from his mouth, attracting a large number of sea kings. It wouldn't be long before, even if Lin Qi didn't die from his injuries, he would drown and be eaten by sea kings. Suddenly, at that moment, the black-red halo behind him, which had never moved before, actually appeared on its own. Lin Qi had never figured out the purpose of the halo. The halo slowly formed a seamless circle, isolating the surrounding seawater, and began to float Lin Qi gradually to the surface. Whenever a sea king approached, it would turn into a roasted fish the next second. Days passed by. Lin Qi didn't know how long it had been. He forcibly opened his eyes, feeling weaker than ever. The energy in his body had been drained, and after not eating for a long time, his injuries had not healed during his coma. Now, even the slightest movement brought excruciating pain. He licked his dry lips, surveying his surroundings. This was a beach filled with coconut trees. Damn, who tied me to the coconut tree? Lin Qi finally realized something was off. No wonder he woke up in a standing position. The person who tied me was quite considerate, even remembered to put pants on me. Since he had transformed into a 35-meter-tall candlelight, all his clothes had been torn to shreds. He had no idea who made the banana leaf skirt he was wearing now. They had quite a skill. However, Lin Qi didn't even have the strength to lift his hand, let alone break the ropes. Chapter 49, Stranded on a Lonely Island. "Ah, you're awake." A girl with black hair came over holding 2 coconuts. Seeing Lin Qi awake, she dropped the coconuts and jogged over. "I've never seen someone like you before. You were unconscious for a whole month and still alive without eating. If it weren't for your breathing, I would have thought you were dead." Even stranded on a lonely island, the girl's beautiful face couldn't be concealed. "Wait, what did you say? I was unconscious for a month. What day is it today?" The girl thought for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be mid-August." Mid-August, Lin Qi calculated. He had just set out to sea in June. Doesn't that mean he had drifted at sea for a month and a half, and then been unconscious on land for a month? How did he survive? Lin Qi found it unbelievable for himself. "First, drink some water. I can see you're very thirsty." The girl thought Lin Qi might remember something sad and opened a coconut to bring to his mouth. "Thank you." Lin Qi drank eagerly, the coconut water flowing into his stomach. "It's delicious. Can I have a few more?" he said, not wanting to stop. "Sure, this lonely island has plenty of coconuts." Saying this, the girl opened a few more coconuts for Lin Qi. With the hydration, he felt warmer, and his body was slowly recovering. I'm saved. Thank you so much. May I ask your name?" "Roti. Just call me Roti," the girl said. Lin Qi nodded. Lin Qi. "You mentioned this is a lonely island. How did you get here?" Roti pointed to a small pile of broken wood on the rocks by the shore and said, "Of course, it was a shipwreck. My ship is gone." "Well, Miss Shipwrecked, let me ask one last question. Why did you tie me up?" "Because..." Roti started to speak, but suddenly a 5-meter-tall tiger walked out from the forest. Roti climbed up to the top of the coconut tree in a flash. The blue and white striped Lin Qi muttered a sentence. The tiger strolled leisurely over to Lin Qi. Clearly not its first time doing this. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and bit Lin Qi's leg, starting to grind its teeth. "Get lost, I'm not a chew toy." Lin Qi kicked it away. Woo-woo. The tiger's teeth shattered all over the ground as it left with its tail between its legs. After that, lions, wild boars, leopards, and other fierce beasts emerged from the forest. They couldn't bite Lin Qi, so they simply used him to grind their teeth while tasting the meat. "So you were afraid I would be taken away by wild beasts? Thanks." Lin Qi exerted his arms to break free from the bindings and punched a wild boar to death in front of him. Seeing his ferocity, the wild beast scattered in all directions. "Come down and eat meat, don't just stand there," Lin Qi called to the girl at the top of the tree. "Oh!" The girl slid down the tree trunk and exclaimed, "You're amazing. You killed a wild boar that was 6 or 7 meters long with just one punch." "That's nothing. I've taken down bigger ones," he replied. "Don't just stand there. Come help me out. We're having barbecue." "Barbecue?" The girl perked up. On a deserted island. Just the two of them, working together. An hour later, they finally got to enjoy the delicious roasted pork. The girl ate elegantly, but quickly. Pieces of wild boar vanished from her hands, leaving her with grease all over her mouth. "Wow, this is so good. To be honest, I've been eating coconuts for a month, and now just the sight of one makes me want to throw up." The girl was so delighted she was almost in tears. "Eat more, don't be shy." You're really a great person." The girl nodded vigorously, while Lin Qi ate heartily, replenishing his energy and visibly healing from his injuries. The girl opened her mouth wide, saying, "Wow, that's amazing. Haha, I'm a user of the animal-type devil fruit. It's normal." "Devil fruit?" The girl seemed to have heard of it and stopped asking further. Lin Qi looked at the leaf skirt she was wearing and suddenly said, "This skirt was given to me by you, right? You really went through a lot." "You silly, don't say that." The girl blushed, reminded by Lin Qi. She recalled the ugly thing she had almost forgotten. "Didn't you think about leaving during this month?" Lin Qi asked. "I did, but it's so remote here. Not a single ship has passed in a month. Besides, what would you do if I left?" The girl suddenly choked, her small fists pounding her full chest, creating a wave. Lin Qi averted his gaze. "How about I take you away?" "Stop bragging. I admit you're strong, but you can't build a ship," the girl replied skeptically. "Who needs a ship? I can fly. Just wait until I finish eating." The entire 7-meter-long wild boar was now in Lin Qi's stomach, allowing his injuries to heal. With enough energy, recovery for a mythical beast type was instantaneous. "Come on, lie on my back. I'll take you away." The girl's big, watery eyes looked at Lin Qi as if asking, "Are you serious? What are you thinking? Hurry up." The girl hesitated for a moment before slowly climbing onto Lin Qi's back. So soft. Lin Qi felt like he was carrying a warm, soft jade, with 2 large mounds pressing against his back. The girl's face turned red as she covered her chest with her hands. "Hold on tight to me, or if you fall off later, I won't be responsible." "Okay." The girl removed her hands from her chest. Suddenly, a black halo ignited with flames appeared behind Lin Qi. He floated up with roti on his back, as if defying gravity. This was also when Lin Qi woke up to find that the halo seemed to have something different about it. That was the ability to fly. "Wow, you really can fly. That's amazing," Roti exclaimed, looking at the ground getting farther away, suddenly feeling a bit scared and gripping Lin Qi tightly. "So big, so soft," Lin Qi thought to himself. He and T realized that the girl was so concealed. 2 days later, on the vast ocean, Lin Qi and the girl encountered a small town. "Looks like we're lucky," Lin Qi said as he jostled the girl on his back. Without a directional pointer, finding people on the vast ocean was incredibly difficult. Those with bad luck might not encounter anyone for months. "Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Perhaps having slept on Lin Qi's back for 2 days made the girl feel for the first time what it was like to be protected. She was much friendlier to Lin Qi than before. To avoid scaring the townspeople, they descended at a distance and walked into the town. Thankfully, there were spare clothes in the storage ring, so they wouldn't have to run around naked. "All right, Roti, I'll take you to a safe place, and then we're even." Roti anxiously grabbed Lin Qi's hand. "Are you going to abandon me too?" Lin Qi looked at the beautiful girl, wondering if he was being stuck with her. The girl knew well that to avoid being abandoned, she needed to show her useful value. Suddenly, as if she had made a decision, she pulled Lin Qi in a direction, saying, "Come with me." Chapter 50, Kingdom of the West Sea at the hotel. Lin Qi was pulled onto the bed by the girl. "Listen to me. There's no need for this. Being with me is dangerous. You alone would be the best choice." The girl bit her lip, her hands on her chest, as she stepped closer to Lin Qi. "Flower of 100 wheels." The girl crossed her hands, and white hands emerged from all corners of the room. "I'm also a devil fruit user. I want to drag you down, so don't abandon me." Seeing the ability of the devil fruit, Lin Qi was completely stunned. "Isn't this Robin's ability?" Roti Robin. It turned out this girl before him was Robin. As long as you let me stay, I'm willing to do anything. Robin said again. All right, you can stay. But I have to warn you. It's quite dangerous around me. Robin could understand ancient texts, which Lin Qi needed very much. It's okay. I'm not afraid of danger. Hearing that she could stay, Robin smiled like a flower. That night, Lin Qi and Robin had a good rest at the hotel. The next morning, Lin Qi woke up early, only to find Robin had woken up even earlier. She had bought a table full of delicious breakfast. Actually, treating Robin like a secretary would work out pretty well. Lin Qi ate breakfast heartily while thinking about what to do next. After not seeing anyone for 2.5 months, the Navy must still think he was missing. Since almost 3 months had passed, there was no need to rush in the next few days. During this time, he needed to quickly complete his task of becoming king. With the 3-year deadline approaching, if he didn't complete it soon, he would fail. The other half of the world transfer scroll had already been delivered to the West Sea by bounty hunters. Everything was ready, just waiting for the money. The next task was to make money and buy a kingdom. I have something to do. You stay here and don't wander off. Okay, I understand, Robin said, cleaning up the dishes while giving Lin Qi a sweet smile. In town, Lin Qi first wrote letters to Tina and Sister Jiun to let them know he was okay. After thinking about it, he also wrote a letter to Smoker, asking him to look for Baiji, which had been over a year without any news. If he found Baiji's whereabouts, Smoker, being a Logia user, could take him down easily. Then he asked the boss for a newspaper from 2.5 months ago. Normally, actions like his, sacrificing himself to save others, would be widely publicized by the Navy to showcase their justice. Sure enough, Lin Qi found his name on the front page of one of the newspapers. Major Lin Qi single-handedly battles Kaido, covering the soldier's escape. Under such a headline, the story was written to be incredibly touching, evoking tears. Lin Qi was baffled. When did I get stabbed twice while saving soldiers? That Sengoku guy was really dishonest. He harshly criticized Sengoku's dishonest behavior in his heart. At the end of the newspaper, it stated, Major Lin Qi presumed dead, suspected, in light of his military achievements, posthumously promoted to Rear Admiral. Finally, some good news, a promotion. In the new world, as long as you had the ability, opportunities were everywhere. Disguising himself, Lin Qi took on a few bounty missions from the Navy and began his hunting campaign. In half a month, he killed over 10 powerful pirates, raising 2.8 billion berries. I plan to go to the West Sea. Do you want to come with me? That day, Lin Qi explained the function of the World Transfer Scroll to Robin, who was extremely surprised. How amazing, there is such a thing. Of course I'm willing. Don't think about leaving me behind. All right, hold my hand. Lin Qi had already exchanged 2.8 billion berries for cash and placed it in a suitcase. After marking the spot, he grabbed Robin's hand and used the transfer. They both felt a dizzying sensation. When they came to their senses, they were already in the West Sea. Lynch carefully picked up the other half of the scroll and put it away. In an instant, he had traveled from the Grand Line to the West Sea, which brought great shock to Robin. I looked around. We were now within the territory of the Barren Kingdom. Lynch took out the scroll he had prepared in advance to identify our location. The bounty hunters were quite trustworthy and had delivered us to the place. Let's find out where the palace is first. The reason Lynch chose the Barren Kingdom was that the country was not yet living in dire straits. The king was in a hurry to sell the kingdom not only because of his own extravagant lifestyle, but also because he was simply unfit to manage the kingdom. More importantly, he felt quite stifled as a king. There was a town called Sinful Paradise within the kingdom, filled with villains. The king was constantly threatened with death and extortion. The young king's mentality had collapsed. The previous king had tried to send troops to eliminate Sinful Paradise, but he ended up dead. Thus, the young king thought about abandoning his post and fleeing. However, these problems were not an issue for Lynch. It was simply a perfect start. After investigating the kingdom's location, that night, Lynch and Robin infiltrated it. A few clumsy guards were easily dealt with by Robin. The king, who was in a deep sleep, opened his eyes to find a knife at his neck, instantly terrified. Wait, let's talk this over. How much do you want? Don't kill me. There are gold bars under my pillow. You can take them. Just leave me alive, and you can come back for more next time. Lynch exchanged a glance with Robin, almost laughing out loud. This level of familiarity indicated he had been robbed quite a bit. No wonder it was the most chaotic West Sea. The scenery was different. Calm down, Lynch said, tapping the king's head with the back of his knife. I only want to create a pleasant environment for our upcoming conversation. The king was a bit unaccustomed to encountering such civilized robbers. All right, I'll be direct. I heard you want to sell your throne. What's the price? Upon hearing that they were there to buy the throne, the king immediately changed his demeanor. 2 billion, no. At least 100 billion. The king gritted his teeth and quoted a high price. His kingdom was worth more than that, but to get out of hell quickly, he was willing to risk it. Lynch was too lazy to haggle and thrust Long Yuan into the ground. I won't negotiate with you. You know why you want to sell the kingdom. Looking across the entire West Sea, aside from me, no one dares to take on your kingdom. One price, 20 billion berries. With this money, you can easily live the life of a wealthy man. The king hesitated. On one hand, Lynch's offer was too low. On the other hand, he felt the truth in what was said and feared being trapped there forever. Seeing the king's inner conflict, Lynch added fuel to the fire. Seeing your plight, I'll give you 25 billion berries. All right, deal. The young king, afraid Lynch would back out, hurriedly grabbed his hand. Such a big fool was rare. He no longer wanted to see the criminals from sinful paradise. Robin looked at Lynch in admiration. She knew his strength was akin to picking up a kingdom for free. Chapter 51. The Emperor's Faith System. All right, I'll give you 3 days to spread the word. In 3 days, hold a ceremony to hand over the throne to me. I want to ascend. Okay. The young king felt no reluctance. Instead, it was as if he had cast off a burden he had carried for years. Tomorrow, I will immediately send someone to inform the citizens. This is the money I promised you. Lynch opened his suitcase, took out several stacks, and threw the remaining 25 billion into the king's hands. Aren't you afraid I might back out after getting the money? The king was surprised. The payment was too straightforward. Lynch sheathed his long knife back at his waist and said, "Then you would regret coming into this world." The king shivered, and in the blink of an eye, he found that the two had vanished, scaring him greatly. Could those two be ghosts? No, that wasn't right. The money was real. The king fell silent for a moment and called in his father-in-law, the finance minister, to discuss where to go to enjoy life in the future. 3 days later, hundreds of thousands of residents had received the news early, and the area around the coronation venue was surrounded by many layers of people. At a glance, the crowd was dense and lively. What kind of person do you think our new king is? Has anyone seen him? I don't know. I hope he is a strong king. Yeah, the previous king lived too stifled. I have a little inside scoop. It's from my brother's sister-in-law, husband, nephew, father, cousin who works in the palace. It said that the new king is a figure like a ghost or a god, because it involved the residents' future lives. The entire nation of millions was extremely focused on this coronation ceremony. The life of the previous king had been watched with frustration by the people. They didn't expect much. They just hoped that the new king could protect them from being robbed again. The auspicious time has come. Please invite the new and old monarchs to the stage. With a loud announcement, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, and the atmosphere on site instantly became festive. The young king had been waiting on a 15-meter-high platform for a long time. Lynch, dressed in splendid attire and holding a jeweled scepter representing royal authority, walked step by step down the red carpet toward the platform. Robin acted as a maid, lightly supporting Lynch's left arm. With each step, they paused for the numerous cameras in the crowd to snap pictures of Lynch. I say, do we need to go through all this trouble? This outfit is not comfortable at all. Lynch complained to Robin in a corner of the crowd where he was not visible. Robin stifled a laugh. Just bear with it. This is the tradition of their country since ancient times. Look, the new king is coming out. The crowd cheered. He looks so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A girl said dreamily. He is a king. Would he notice you? He looks quite imposing, much stronger than the previous king. Walking down the red carpet took Lynch a full 20 minutes. The king stood beside the throne on the platform, holding the crown and greeting Lynch with his eyes. Please, new king, take your seat on the throne. Please, old king, crown the new king. Hero, the country will be in your hand from now on. The young king complexly placed the crown on Lynch's head. It would be impossible to say he had no feelings for this country. Don't worry, with me here, anyone who dares to cause trouble will be eliminated, Lynch whispered. The king nodded and walked down the platform from behind the throne, climbing into the prepared carriage. He was going to live a happy life with his father-in-law's family. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! Hundreds of thousands of people below shouted excitedly. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion occurred in the center of the crowd, instantly killing dozens of people. Several fanatics holding bombs shouted loudly. We heard their a new king ascending. We came to congratulate you. Congratulations, congratulations. After the congratulations, isn't it time to pay the protection fee? It's not much. Each of us only needs 3 million, a total of 12 million. Give us the money, and we'll still be good friends. Otherwise, we'll start a massacre. The boss is right. Several fanatics chimed in, making it sound like a matter of course. Lynch and Robin looked worriedly at Lynch, not expecting that the people from Sinful Paradise would be even more arrogant than they imagined. Just 4 people dared to bring bombs to the coronation ceremony to cause trouble. A few flies, seeking death. Lynch frowned. They had come looking for trouble before he even sought them out. His good mood was ruined, and a thunder gun appeared in his hand. Go! The thunder gun was thrown out with a bang, and the 4 fanatics were turned to ashes, electrocuted on the spot. From today on, anyone who offends our citizens will be killed without mercy, Lynch declared loudly. So strong. Seeing the new king eliminate 4 robbers in one move, the citizens were immensely excited. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! This time the cheers were stronger than ever before. At the same time, congratulations to the host for completing the task of becoming the ruler of a nation within 3 years. Emperor Faith System activating. Activation successful. With the activation of the system, a series of prompts echoed in Lin Qi's mind. Faith value 1. Faith value 1. Faith value 1 system. What is this faith value? Ding. Replying to the host, the faith value is determined by the citizens. The more citizens there are, and the more loyalty and admiration they have for the host, the faster the faith value will increase. Therefore, the host's actions will significantly influence the accumulation of faith values. For example, when the host demonstrates power, the faith value gained in the subsequent period will increase significantly. Faith values can be used for lotteries. Currently, the Emperor Faith system has only opened 2 prize pools. Bronze Lottery Pool, 100 faith values for 1 draw. Naruto Lottery Pool, 1,000 points for 1 draw. Subsequent lottery pools will open after accumulating a certain number of draws. Bronze Lottery Pool, Naruto Lottery Pool. The former was fine, but the latter made Lin Qi's heart leap. It couldn't be the Naruto he was thinking of, could it? He clicked to check the information on the 2 lottery pools. Bronze Lottery Pool, a trial lottery pool. Because it's cheap, the drop rate is very low. So the host shouldn't have too high hopes. Any item from any world may randomly appear. Naruto Lottery Pool. Randomly obtain 1 item from the Naruto world. Amazing. After reading the introduction, only 2 words remained in Lin Qi's mind. Faith value 1. Faith value 1. Faith value 1. The sound of faith values increasing continued to echo in his mind. After hearing it so many times, Lin Qi found it a bit annoying. Chapter 52 Lottery System. Can you help me mute the prompt sounds? Yes, host. The next second, the sound of increasing faith values no longer echoed in Lin Qi's mind. After holding the registration ceremony, Lin Qi returned to the palace. He instructed Robin to organize people to throw away everything inside and replace it with all new items. He couldn't use things that others had used. Then, Lin Qi opened the Kingdom Intelligence sent by Robin. Residents, 3, 650, 000 Treasury, 0 Army, 3, 000 people. Weapons, 300 flintlock rifles, 5, 000 long swords. Special products, iron, copper, timber, seafood. The treasury, unsurprisingly, had been looted year after year, and the little that remained had been taken away by the previous king. Sadly, this country, despite having rich copper and iron resources, had become so poor. Truly bizarre. The tumor of Sin City must be eradicated as soon as possible. As long as the criminals inside are not eliminated, the citizens will remain in constant fear and unease. Miners dare not mine, and merchants dare not trade. As a result, the task of revitalizing the kingdom seems to be a distant dream. The more Lin Qi looked at this report, the deeper his frown became. With nearly 4 million residents, The army only had 3,000 people, and there were only a pathetic 300 guns. It seemed this country had truly been scared stiff by the criminals. He immediately called over Robin, who was busy like a whirlwind. There was no choice. Currently, Robin was the only subordinate he could trust and who had enough capability. Everything had to be handled by her. Is there something you need? Robin had just finished directing the rearrangement of the palace furniture and was drenched in sweat, outlining her beautiful curves. Hearing Lin Qi call for her, she rushed over without stopping. You're working hard. Please take my documents to recruit soldiers. As for the money, I still have some. Increase the number of the kingdom's standing guard to 10,000, and with the remaining money, go find some blacksmiths in the kingdom to forge steel swords. Although making flintlock rifles is simple, not everyone can do it. They can only be purchased through the black market. Robin wiped her sweat, saying it was no trouble. Your business is my business. Robin was like a perfect secretary. Upon receiving the task, she immediately went to execute it. For other matters, Lin Qi did not start on them now due to a lack of manpower. Recruiting soldiers and making weapons would likely keep Robin busy for several days. After taking a nap, the next day, when he woke up, he found that the speed of faith value growth had decreased. His current faith value was 11,200 over 10,000. Without delay, Lin Qi immediately prepared to conduct a lottery. Back when he played lottery games, he was quite lucky. He opened the system interface, which had 2 lottery pools. Bronze lottery pool, 100 points for 1 draw. Naruto lottery pool, 1,000 points for 1 draw. System, 10 consecutive draws from the bronze lottery pool. Looking at all the points, Lin Qi decided to first try a 10 consecutive draw from the bronze pool. Ding! 1,000 faith values, drawing from the prize pool. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item bunny girl costume. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of teddy bear chocolate cookies. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Desert Eagle Pistol 1, bullets 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Happy Fatty drinks. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 boxes of banana-flavored condoms. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small firecracker. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Chinese cigarettes. After looking at the items drawn, Lin Qi sighed. Cheap things are not good. Aside from a Desert Eagle pistol, nothing else was worth it. Lin Qi flipped his hand, and a pure silver Desert Eagle appeared in his hand, looking very nice. He finally got rid of the flintlock rifle that required reloading after every shot. As for the bunny girl costume, he wondered what Robin would look like in it. He would let Robin try it once they got familiar. Although he didn't get anything good this time, Lin Qi felt this was also a way to exhaust his bad luck, so he immediately opened the Naruto lottery pool. He hoped for nothing else but to summon Tsunade. Why? Of course, it wasn't for her temper. Those who understand will understand. It was because of the great luck. System. 10 consecutive draws from the Naruto pool. Ding. 10,000 points, drawing from the prize pool. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 shuriken. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Kabuto Young. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hinata's Chong-sam. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ninjutsu, great fireball technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sakura's bra. Note, the characters summoned by the host will be 100 loyal to the host. Unfortunately, this time, he did not summon the big-breasted Tsunade that Lin Qi had been thinking about. But Lin Qi was not sad. Kabuto was a representative of genius in Naruto. He was one of the only 2 geniuses, besides Guy, who overcame his bloodline through hard work. He didn't rush to receive Kabuto. Instead, he first claimed the training method for the great fireball technique. If you remember correctly, using ninjutsu in the Naruto world required a special energy called chakra. Chakra is a special energy extracted from the spirit and body through special means. Lin Qi tried it, but he couldn't learn the great fireball technique. Perhaps because he didn't have chakra, or maybe it was due to the differences between the 2 world systems. In the end, Lin Qi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sakura's bra. Does she even have breasts? The scene shifted. In the Naruto world, in Konoha village, young Kabuto, under Orochimaru's orders, repeatedly infiltrated Konoha to conduct the Chunin exam, selecting potential ninjas for Orochimaru. One day, Kabuto was executing his task as usual. Suddenly, The people around him screamed, following their gaze. Kabuto discovered that his body was slowly becoming transparent. When Kabuto opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mysterious space. At the same time, a large amount of information flooded his mind, the most important of which was a person named Lin Qi. Extracting from the ships.The with Lin Qi's extraction, the ships.The appeared in the pirate world. Lord Lin Qi. The ships.The knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. You know me? Well, there's something called a system that told me everything. I know it was you who summoned me to this world. The ships.The adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, I never expected there to be many worlds in this world. My previous perspective was too narrow. It's good that you know, so I don't have to explain it to you. Lin Qi nodded, knowing that the person he summoned would be completely devoted to him. Thus he could confidently assign some tasks to the ships.The. Chapter 53. Shikamura ships.The, I want you to gather the people to mine or keep some for crafting weapons and sell the rest. From today on, you will be the Minister of Finance of the kingdom. You must ensure that the treasury fills up quickly. To achieve great things for the country, funding is essential. Understood. The ships.The bowed and carefully withdrew. Kulme. Tell the citizens that this afternoon I will go to eradicate the evil paradise. Those with courage can come to watch. After the ships.The left, Lin Qi issued the order. To quickly increase his faith value, he needed to enhance his influence in the hearts of the citizens. Allowing people to witness his power firsthand was undoubtedly the best choice. In the afternoon, Lin Qi walked out of the palace, with citizens silently following behind him. As he moved forward, more and more residents joined him. By the time they reached the town where the evil paradise was located, thousands of citizens had gathered behind Lin Qi. Is this the gathering place for the country's bandits? Lin Qi looked at the polluted land before him and slowly raised his hand. A lightning ball began to form in his palm. The lightning ball grew larger and larger until it obscured the sky. Go! Feeling it was about time, Lin Qi threw the 100-meter-high lightning ball into the center of the town. Boom! Lightning danced wildly, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The deafening explosion echoed in everyone's ears, causing them to cover their ears in pain and look in shock towards the town. With just one strike, the entire town was obliterated. The king is indeed a god. The citizens were astonished. Were the criminals in the evil paradise gone just like that? It felt so unreal to them. The criminals who had oppressed them for many years disappeared before they even had a chance to show themselves. Their hatred for the criminals instantly transformed into gratitude towards Lin Qi. After the smoke cleared, the town vanished without a trace, leaving only a deep pit. After a moment of silence, the scene suddenly erupted into overwhelming cheers. Long live the king! Long live the king! Rest assured, with me here, this country will be safer than any other place in the world. Listening to the continuous sounds of increasing faith value in his ears, Lin Qi returned to his room. Ding! The system has issued a task. Just as he returned to his room, the system rang with a long-awaited task. Life Choice 1. Let the kingdom have 3 devil fruit users. Reward: 1 opportunity to evolve the world transfer scroll. Life Choice 2. Successfully expand to a 10,000-strong army and equip them all with weapons. Reward: 1 random devil fruit. Life Choice 3. The king must have his own concubine. Hold a national concubine selection ceremony. Reward: a restorative elixir. Faced with the 3 options, Lin Qi chose the first one without hesitation. To teleport, he still needed someone to take half of the scroll over first. Then he could use the other half to teleport. If there were 3 parts of the scroll, he could leave one at each location and keep the last one to travel freely between the 2. He calculated. Now, there were 2 devil fruit users in the kingdom, himself and Robin. This meant he only needed 1 more fruit user. He just happened to have an animal-type horse fruit in its horse form, which he had taken from Mary Joa. After thinking it over, Lin Qi decided not to call the ships.The for this. He felt it would be a waste of Do's talent to give him such a low-quality fruit. In the end, Lin Qi tossed the devil fruit to Robin and asked her to find someone suitable to eat it. What he considered a useless ordinary animal type would be seen as an incredible treasure by the people of the West Sea. The one who got it would surely be grateful. So soon, in the afternoon, the system notification rang again. The world transfer scroll was upgraded from 2 halves to 3 halves. After waiting 3 more days, the news of the eradication of the evil paradise spread throughout the kingdom. The faith value skyrocketed to just over 20,000 points, enough to draw 20 times from a Naruto lottery pool. System, go all in on the Naruto lottery pool. Not spending money is foolish, so Lynch chose to draw all the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained item 47, one production line. Who would have thought that the first item to appear would shock Lynch? What? There are 47 in the Naruto world. Upon reflection, there indeed existed firearms in the Naruto world, as seen in Kakashi's battle against Zabuza. Later on, even planet-destroying cannons were invented in Naruto, so having 47 isn't surprising. But placing 47 in the pirate world would be overwhelming. Lynch was excited. Just imagine, while others are still loading a bullet into their flintlock. You've already fired a whole round. How would they even compete? In terms of power and range, 47 is not something a flintlock can compare to. Lynch first found an empty factory and placed the 200-meter-long 47 production line there, then deployed troops for strict defense. He also informed Robin to start gathering materials for production. In the end, he still felt uneasy and called the pharmacist-Do, who was busy mining, to act as a bodyguard. This was his treasure and couldn't be destroyed. Sigh, my manpower is still too limited. Only having Robin and Do made it impossible to manage all the important tasks of the kingdom. After finishing all this, he returned to check the other lottery rewards. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained 10 military rations. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 ton of sand gold. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained dog food. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained a young Shikamaru. Huh? Upon seeing this, Lynch paused. Shikamaru is great. Shikamaru is known as the intellectual powerhouse in Naruto. He needed such talent. Summon Shikamaru. In a flash of golden light, young Shikamaru appeared. Greetings, my lord. Shikamaru knelt on one knee respectfully. Please rise. No need for such formality. Lynch helped Shikamaru up. Familiarize yourself with this world first. I will arrange work for you tomorrow. Yes, my lord. Shikamaru walked away and dove into the kingdom's library. The lottery continued. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained Tsunade's bra. BFF. Upon seeing this, Lynch couldn't hold back and nearly spit out his cola. You can really draw anything in the Naruto world. The beloved Tsunade didn't appear, but her bra did first. However, doesn't Tsunade generally not wear such things? Taking out the bra, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Lynch hurriedly put it back. If the citizens found out, the image of their king would collapse. Chapter 54. Return to the Navy. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained Jiraiya's peeping telescope. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained Naruto's frog wallet. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained Hinata's bath towel. As the items became increasingly absurd, Lynch couldn't take it anymore. What the hell are these things? There was only one draw left. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received the reward of the Naruto training system. Ding! From now on, the host can practice the ninjutsu obtained from the Naruto world. What? Lin Qi received the news and immediately opened the small fireball ninjutsu he had obtained earlier. There are good and bad news. The good news is that he can now release the great fireball. The chakra required for the release is replaced by his mental energy and physical strength. The bad news is that the great fireball he releases is not as powerful as a sneeze. He almost cramped his hand while forming the seals. Lin Qi concluded that this ninjutsu is not something a person can learn. After all, ninjas have been learning to form seals since childhood, practicing for over 10 or 20 years just to compress the speed of forming seals to seconds. By the time Lin Qi slowly forms the seals, the enemy would have long since escaped. Instead of practicing forming seals, he might as well practice something like Conqueror's Haki. It's estimated that 99% of ninjutsu would feel like a tickle to him, so learning it wouldn't be useful. In the end, he concluded that unless he could be like Hashirama, who could just clap his hands and summon anything, it's better to give up. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Seeing that things in the kingdom were on the right track, Lin Qi felt relieved. It was time to leave. He wondered how Tina, Sister Peach Rabbit, and Tom were doing. He also needed to go back to handle matters at the Navy headquarters. While I'm away, I'm counting on you two to take care of the kingdom. The pharmacist, Kabuto, is still young, so please look after him more. Before leaving, Lin Qi called over Shikamaru and Robin, instructing them. What? You're leaving? Robin looked at Lin Qi reluctantly. Silly, I'm not coming back. Lin Qi patted Robin's head and said, Be good and stay at home until I return. You must come back soon. After giving his instructions, Lin Qi set off to sea early the next morning. Transforming into a giant candlelight several meters tall, he flew towards the New World. With the astonishing speed of the candlelight, he reached the Navy headquarters from the West Sea in less than half a month. Under the cover of night, Lin Qi returned to human form and knocked on the gate of the post. Who are you? What are you doing at the Navy base in the middle of the night? The guard immediately became alert, raising his flintlock to aim at Lin Qi. However, gradually, the guard felt something was off. Why does this person look so familiar? Are you Major General Lin Qi? Yes, it's me. The guard's hand holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. A ghost. He suddenly screamed and turned to run. In the middle of the night, a person who had been declared dead by the Navy for several months appeared silently, which was quite shocking. Lin Qi's face darkened as he reached out and pulled the fleeing guard back, saying irritably, Take a good look at whether I am a human or a ghost. The guard rubbed his eyes. The person in front of him had a shadow, so he shouldn't be a ghost. Cautiously, he asked, You're not dead? Of course not. Hurry and go notify someone. Igrigadis. The guard ran inside. Half an hour later, in the conference room, Carp laughed heartily, patting Sengoku's thigh. Look, I told you this kid is like a cockroach. He can't die. Although Admiral Tsuru and Zephyr didn't speak, the upward curve of their lips also indicated that the two old Navy members were in a good mood. Damn, Carp, your hand's gonna numb my leg. After scolding Carp, Sengoku turned his attention back to Lin Qi. It's a miracle. How did you survive in that situation? Kizaru said the island where you fought was destroyed. It was a stroke of luck. I drifted to a small island and survived. I've been recovering since then. Speaking of which, Admiral, you won't demote me from Major General just because I'm alive, right? What nonsense. Sengoku's expression turned serious. The contributions you've made, the Navy will not forget. Don't say one Major General, we'll give you two. Well, you can't go back on your word. Help me promote Sister Guion to Major General too. Lin Qi took the opportunity to say, The rights of a Major General are much greater than those of a Rear Admiral. He definitely wanted it. Deal. Seeing Sengoku grit his teeth and agree, Carp was gleeful. That's what you get for being so cocky. Hearing that, Lin Qi didn't forget to secure benefits for Guion. Admiral Tsuru looked at Lin Qi with more approval. Not bad, kid. Can I go back now? Tina and Sister Guion are still waiting, Lin Qi said, feeling impatient. Get lost, get lost. It's the middle of the night, and you're going to wake us old men up. Sengoku waved his hand. Back home. Lin Qi quietly opened the door. In the dark, a creature suddenly pounced on him, licking his face wildly with its tongue. All right, Tom. If you keep licking my face, it'll be gone. Lin Qi held Tom back and started tickling him, making Tom roll around with laughter. Tom got up, showing his big teeth, unable to stop smiling, circling around Lin Qi. Okay, I'm back alive. Go to sleep now, I'll go check on Tina. After patting Tom's little head, Lin Qi quietly entered Tina's room. In the dark, he crawled into Tina's bed. Sister Guion, you're here again. Tina let out a few enticing hums and turned to hug him. Who are you? As soon as she hugged him, Tina instantly realized something was off and punched him hard. Is this how you welcome your man home? Lin Qi laughed as he caught Tina's wrist. Luckily, his body was good. If it were someone else, they would have been crippled by Tina's punch. Lin Qi. Tina was taken aback and suddenly buried herself in Lin Qi's arms, tears streaming down her face. Woo, it's so great you're finally back. Where have you been all this time? Lin Qi gently stroked Tina's back, holding her tightly. Be good, don't cry. Look, I'm back safe and sound. Tina sniffed and stopped crying, her big watery eyes looking at Lin Qi. You 1T suddenly disappear again, right? I was really worried about you. I swear. A 1T. Look at you, crying like a little kitten. If you keep crying, you 1T be pretty anymore. Tom. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Qi coaxed and teased until Tina turned her tears into laughter. You should go check on Sister Guion too. She must be worried about you. Even though Tina was reluctant to part with Lin Qi, she didn't forget her good sister. Chapter 55, Daily Life, All right. I'll come back to keep you company in a bit. After gently kissing Tina's forehead, Lin Qi sneakily slipped into Peach Rabbit's room. He hugged her from behind and whispered, "Sister Guion, surprised?" Peach Rabbit turned around, pressing Lin Qi's head against her impressive chest, laughing. "I sensed you the moment you walked in with my observation Haki. Woo! Sister Guion, I can't breathe." After finally pulling his head out of the abyss, a pair of red lips kissed him, causing Lin Qi's body to tremble. Under the assault of Peach Rabbit's long legs, he ultimately couldn't return to Tina's room. The next morning, Lin Qi, sporting a face covered in lipstick marks, went to wash up. After he cleaned up and stepped out of the washroom, Guion was lounging on the sofa in revealing clothes, exposing a large area of her snow-white skin. "Ah, Sister Guion, don't move. Let me rub it a bit." Tina was playfully tussling with Peach Rabbit, engaging in a playful scuffle that was quite enticing. Lin Qi rubbed his nose. It was quite stimulating to start the day like this. He didn't know if he could handle it. "Hey, stop messing around. It's almost noon, and you're not cooking yet." Lin Qi walked over and gave Tina's bottom a playful smack. "Ouch!" Tina suddenly turned around, covering her little backside and pouncing on Lin Qi like a hungry tiger. "You hit me, so I'm going to eat you up." "Ah, ha ha ha, be careful." Lin Qi laughed heartily, reaching to tickle Tina's belly button. He rarely saw Tina in such a good mood, and she seemed to have become lively. After a bout of playful scuffling, Tina, disheveled and panting, collapsed onto the sofa. "All right, I forgot to tell you. Someone is bringing lunch. We don't have to cook," Tina said. "Who?" Lin Qi asked, curious. "It can't be that lazy cat Tom, can it? Who else could it be?" At this point, Taodawa took over the conversation. "The little peacock heard about your return from somewhere and insisted on coming over." Taodawa shot Lin Qi an annoyed glance. "Really don't know what charm you have that so many people like you." Lin Qi knew Tao was feeling jealous, so he gently hugged her and sweetly said, "Don't worry. I only love you and Tina forever." "Humph, why are you telling me this?" Taoda huffed, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she turned her head away. At noon, the peacock arrived. She brought takeout with 5 dishes and a soup, and the group had a delightful meal. At the dining table, Lin Qi looked at the quiet peacock and thought she had finally settled down. Who knew old habits die hard? When the peacock was alone in a room with Lin Qi, her true nature was immediately revealed. "Big brother, I miss you so much." The peacock jumped on Lin Qi, wrapping around him like a little octopus. "Get down. How can a girl act like this?" The peacock held on too tightly, and Lin Qi couldn't shake her off. If he pulled harder, her clothes might tear. "Do you know? I was so sad when I heard you died, and you treat me like this. Grandma Crane said you weren't dead, and I believed it all along." The peacock chattered in Lin Qi's ear, and Lin Qi, who was about to use some force, relaxed his hand. "Forget it. If she wants a hug for a while, let her. It's like playing with a child." Half an hour later, "Big brother, I dreamed about you. You're so rough," the peacock said, getting more ridiculous with each word. Lin Qi wished he could find something to shut her up. If General Crane heard this, he would slap her dead. "Stop. Get down now," Lin Qi threatened. "If you don't come down, I'm going to spank you." "Really?" The peacock's eyes lit up, and she became excited. Lin Qi felt a headache coming on. It seemed she had been waiting for him all along. He regretted always spanking her before. Now she seemed addicted to it. Of course, it was a joke, taking advantage of the peacock not paying attention. Lin Qi grabbed her by the scruff of her neck and pulled her down, walking to the window and opening it. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me down." The peacock struggled hard. "Out you go." Lin Qi kicked the peacock's little bottom, and she flew out like a streak of light. He used just the right amount of force to ensure she wouldn't get hurt. "Damn it, I'll remember you, big pervert." The peacock, flying in midair, was shocked. After a few moments of confusion, she fell from the sky and found herself in front of her own house. "I'm so mad. Stinkiman." She stomped her foot in a spoiled manner before walking into the house. Since the last time Lin Qi died and came back to life, perhaps the Warring States finally had a conscience and couldn't bear to exploit him anymore. This time, Lin Qi could finally enjoy a long vacation. That day, in his own backyard, after being promoted to Rear Admiral, Lin Qi's salary doubled, and he moved into a bigger, more luxurious house. Not only was it a 3-story building, but it also had a spacious backyard. "Ha ha, Sister Chiyuan, the ball is here." In the center of the backyard, a large net was set up, and the 3 girls, wearing swimsuits, were playing volleyball. The Peacock and Tina formed one team, while Tadawa was on her own. Even so, Chiyuan was still gentle with the two of them. Nice shot. Chiyuan jumped 3 meters high, smashing the volleyball. Because they were wearing swimsuits, there was an instant wave of excitement. Lin Qi lay on a beach chair, nodding frequently at the 7 volleyballs on the court. Good shot, good shot. Oh no, so fast. Seeing that she couldn't receive Tadawa's spike. The Peacock's face changed, and a whip suddenly appeared in her hand, just managing to hit the volleyball back. Lin Qi whistled. The Peacock committed a foul. No fruit abilities allowed. Chiyuan wins. Arigat, a bet. Tina patted the Peacock's little head, reached deep into her cleavage to pull out a coin, and tossed it to Chiyuan. Chiyuan caught it and casually stuffed it into Lin Qi's chest, lying beside him on the beach chair, her body glistening with sweat. Seeing this scene, Lin Qi was already used to it. He had seen Chiyuan pull a bottle of cola from her cleavage before. Truly a pocket from another dimension. You two come over and take a break before playing again, Lin Qi called out to Tina and the Peacock. The 3 of them wore revealing swimsuits. It could be said that the covered areas were hardly covered at all, giving Lin Qi an eyeful. If anyone gained the most today, it was undoubtedly Lin Qi. This kind of life is much more enjoyable than being an admiral. Really, Sister Chiyuan is too amazing. I've never won even once. The Peacock complained as she lay down. Then next time, you should team up with Sister Chiyuan. Tina chuckled lightly. The Peacock was still childlike, caring about winning and losing. No way. I won to abandon Sister Tina. If we lose together, the Peacock pouted, clinging to Tina's arm. Chapter 56. 1 year's time. Tom. Is the drink ready? Lin Qi called toward the kitchen. Meow. Tom, transformed into chef cat, carefully carried a tray with 2 drinks and walked over. Thank you, Tom. Chiyuan patted the cat's head and took a cup of blue fizzy drink with ice. Thank you, little kitty. The Peacock and Tina each took a cup of pink drink with lime. Ha ha, Tom, smile. Look at your belly, you've got some fat. Why don't you do some work? Lin Qi patted Tom's chubby belly and took the last cup of chilled cola. After completing his task, Tom slumped on the ground, sighed, and took out a box of cat food to eat. Life is not easy. The cat sells its skills. After the fun, the Peacock was pulled by Chiyuan to practice swordsmanship together. Tina went to practice fruit development. Lin Qi then began his daily body training. Let us start with 200. 000 push-ups for a warm-up, Lin Qi thought, and the push-ups became a blur. Every standard Marine soldier has to do 2,000 push-ups every day. Lin Qi doing 100 times, that was perfectly normal. Next, he would run 100 laps around Marine headquarters, then practice boxing to level 3 large mountains. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. The time was now the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. During this year, while the Navy was on missions, Lin Qi took the opportunity to go to the small garden and learn the giant clan's ultimate skill, the Overlord. Besides that, this year was exceptionally peaceful. Nothing special occurred. Lin Qi's life was a simple cycle of missions and breaks. Occasionally, he would use a teleportation scroll to check on the kingdom's development. During this year, Lin Qi's relationship with Chiyuan and Tina rapidly warmed up, reaching the point of discussing marriage. As for the Peacock, Lin Qi only regarded her as a clueless little neighbor girl, with no other feelings involved. His strength was also steadily improving. Just yesterday, he went out to sea and captured a group of pirates, and today, Lin Qi was lounging on the sofa at home. He casually opened the newspaper that had been delivered today and was instantly absorbed. A large headline appeared on the front page. Moria challenges the 4 emperors Kaido, tragically defeated. All except the captain perished. So Moria was defeated by Kaido at this time, becoming increasingly dejected and ultimately turning into a couch potato. Lin Qi thought. The incident with Moria and Kaido seemed to remind Lin Qi that the gears of the world had begun to turn. The upcoming seas would become more and more dangerous. Time waits for no one. Lynch knew that some of his plans needed to be put on the agenda. This issue of a newspaper has quite a few explosive stories. He continued to look down. Alabastus' new hero, the messenger of justice, Sand Crocodile. Old Sand has appeared later than I expected. He hadn't heard any news about Old Sand for years and thought that his butterfly effect had caused his disappearance. Lynch actually quite liked this famous figure in the pirate world. The Sun Pirates announced their disbandment. Fisher Tiger is dead. After years of living on the run, the Sun Pirates were finally caught by the world government during an accident, leading to a fierce battle. Seeing the news of Tiger's death, Lynch felt puzzled. It shouldn't be. I even gave him a Zoan-type devil fruit. He shouldn't have lost to anyone, and at the very least, he shouldn't have died. Putting down the newspaper, he took a month off from Sengoku. After a year, Lynch set off to sea alone again. This time, the target was Skypiea, more specifically Enel. The Rumble fruit is known as the strongest Logia-type fruit. Although it has a humiliating record of losing to rubber, it still cannot deny its power. Enel is a true genius. Even in a remote corner, he was able to comprehend observation haki and developed the mantra technique with his fruit. This is something that even the main character's group couldn't achieve. With the Rumble fruit and a little guidance, Enel could become a top-tier fighter. Lynch wanted to bring Enel under his wing to prepare for future plans. The journey to Skypiea was a must. Having read the original work, Lynch flew in the sky for over half a month and easily found the small town below Skypiea. Boss, money is not a problem. Just pick the best food. Sitting down in a chair, Lynch called out to the tavern owner. After not eating for half a month, he planned to fill up before heading to Skypiea. After all, there might be a fierce battle up there. All right, please wait a moment. The tavern owner looked like he had seen a fortune, his eyes turning into the shape of berries. Shortly after, roasted pig, pasta, cherry pie, and other food filled the table. Among them, there was also a large cup of beer. Thank you. Please bring 10 more servings of this. Lynch instructed. Huh? Are you sure? The owner was stunned, wondering if one person could eat that much. Well, I need to fill the gaps first. Saying this, Lynch tore off a pig leg and stuffed it into his mouth. What's wrong? Are you afraid I won't pay? With a slap, he tossed a bag of berries onto the table. No, I'll go prepare it right away. Lynch's food intake kept increasing. Gradually, the plates around him piled up to a height of 2 meters. Seeing such an exaggerated appetite, more and more people gathered to watch. The owner became frightened, worried someone might choke to death here. Hey, buddy, you don't look like a local. What are you doing here? Suddenly, someone struck up a conversation with Lynch. Going to Skypiea. Lynch replied casually. Huh? The visitor was taken aback, then laughed. You're quite the joker. Everyone knows Skypiea is fake. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a group of fierce-looking men walked in. The once lively tavern instantly fell silent. I just heard someone is going to Skypiea. Who is it? The big man shouted. I am. What's the matter? Lynch replied. Ha ha ha. You fool. Everyone knows Skypiea doesn't exist. The big man and his underlings walked up to Lynch, and the diners in the tavern stopped eating. Damn, eating so much, are you a pig? The big man smashed the high stack of plates on the table to the ground and kicked over a chair. Kid, since you're new here, pay up for protection. Lynch slowly raised his head. Are you talking to me? Of course, if not you, then who? The big man drew a large knife. Hand over your money if you don't want to die. Lynch sighed, stood up, looked at the big man, and said regretfully, Isn't it good to live well? Why can't it provoke me? Chapter 57. The Journey to Skypiea. Lightning Arrival. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, penetrating the roof and turning the big man into charcoal. Lynch glanced indifferently at the remaining few who were paralyzed with fear. Aren't you going to leave? Do you want to send you off? We're going. A few thugs trembled in fear, hurriedly kowtowing and fleeing the door. The tavern owner looked at the pierced roof, feeling terrified. No wonder he could eat so much. Truly impressive. Oh no, big brother, are you really going to Skypiea? Yes. Big brother, does Skypiea really exist? The same words, coming from people of different strengths, instantly changed their tone. If Lynch had mentioned going to Skypiea before, they would have thought he was joking, but now they didn't think so. As for the bully, who usually acted domineeringly, Lynch killing him would only bring joy to the people. Big brother, let me buy you a beer and tell us about it. The notoriously stingy owner surprisingly brought a beer. Lynch raised his cup and drank it in one go. The refreshing beer invigorated him, giving people an uplifting message. Skypiea definitely exists, where a group of winged people live, along with the existence of a god. He stood up, casually tossed a bag of gold coins, and walked out of the tavern. After he left, the tavern erupted with cheers. Skypiea, a magical place. Relying on his memories from the anime, a black and red halo appeared behind Lynch as he floated upwards. Being able to fly is great, unlike Luffy and the others, who had to risk their lives to reach Skypiea. Passing through layers of clouds, Lynch successfully landed on the largest Skypiea from the edge. In fact, there is not just one Skypiea. They are arranged in a trapezoidal shape from low to high. Those who know can easily reach the highest Skypiea without danger. Only Luffy, that fool, would dare to be so reckless. Entry fee is 100 million air yen. In front of the Skypiea gate, a short old woman said with a forced smile, "Can't you tell I'm from a blue sea? Don't talk about berries, talk about air yen." Lynch frowned. This old lady had been a gatekeeper for decades, so she couldn't possibly not know this. She was clearly trying to mess with people. In reality, 100 million air yen only equals 10,000 berries. In the original plot, Luffy, that fool, was scared by this and didn't pay, forcing his way in, which led to a series of tragic events later. This old lady's trick was purely sinister. TCH, entry fee is 10,000 berries. Seeing she couldn't trick him, the old woman stopped maintaining her fake smile. Such a person was truly rotten to the core. What 10,000 berries? Didn't I just give you 100,000 berries? You should give me back 90,000 berries. Lynch said with a smile. His favorite thing was to use evil to counter evil. What? The old woman's face fell. Blue Sea person, you need to understand whose territory this is. Do you think you can play this game? Hurry up and pay 20,000 berries, or get out. Since you refuse to pay your debts, I have no choice but to come and collect. Lynch instantly appeared behind the old woman and grabbed her. What are you doing? Blue Sea person, are you looking for death? The old woman struggled hard. I'm not doing anything. I don't blame you for owing money, but being arrogant is not right. Lynch dragged the old woman to the edge of Skypiea and threw her down. Listening to the old woman's screams, Lynch nodded and sighed, owing me money, and I still send you to travel to the Blue Sea. Not many good people like me left. After finishing all this, Lynch swaggered through the gate. Skypiea is located at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The hypoxia that could be deadly to others was nothing to Lynch. Angel Island. Angel Island is the largest empty island and the only final empty island open to outsiders. It is inhabited by a group of winged humans. What a naming genius. Lin Qi walked through Cute Avenue and arrived at the most bustling Cute Street. Along the way, he couldn't help but attract attention, as if he were a giant panda. Here, those without wings are the odd ones out. Hey, little brother, you must be from Qinghai, right? It's been a while since we've seen a guest from Qinghai. Would you like to try some of my grilled skewers? Called a barbecue uncle by the roadside. Sure, I'll take 2 skewers. Lin Qi paid and grabbed 2 skewers. Eating while asking, "Excuse me, I've heard there's a god here. Where does he live?" The barbecue uncle suddenly froze, looking around nervously as if he were a thief caught in the act. Sure, are you trying to get yourself killed? The god is everywhere. Be careful of divine punishment. What god? Isn't it just the big-eared guy who ate the devil fruit? The barbecue uncle refused to say more, instead shouting, "Who knows where your god lives? I want to see him." The people looked at Lin Qi in terror, afraid of being implicated. They ran away as fast as they could, shopkeepers abandoning their stores. In just a few seconds, the bustling Cute Street was left deserted. Thud, thud, thud. A squad of guards rushed over, guns pointed at Lin Qi. "Qinghai person, you have offended the god's majesty. We must throw you into the god's trial. The god's trial is guarded by the 4 priests under Enel. There's no need for such trouble. Let them come find me," Lin Qi said, thinking that as long as he dealt with the 4 priests, Enel would come out on his own. Presumptuous, daring to provoke the guard team. Execute on the spot. Bang, 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 a series of gunshots rang out. Lin Qi's body shook as his conqueror's haki spread out, overwhelming the guards. They rolled their eyes and fainted. "Quick, go inform the priests." The onlookers watched in horror. They had to let the god know. If he thought they were accomplices of the Qinghai person, everyone would die. After a year, Lin Qi's attributes were Host, Lin Qi combat ability, Moonwalk, Peak, Shave, Peak, Galefoot, Peak, Gunpoint, Peak, Iron Block, Advanced, Life Return, Advanced, Paper Drawing, Beginner, Ghostly Energy, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Note, any skill with limits will be represented by proficiency. Life skills, Navigation, Intermediate, Cooking, Beginner, Lowly Cultivation, Intermediate, Dominatrix Nemesis, Intermediate, Mature Woman Killer, Entry. Basic attributes, Constitution, Level 5, Constitution King, Swordsmanship. Level 5, Great Swordsman, Fruit Development. Level 4, Senior Fruit Developer, Gunsmanship. Level 3, Experienced Sniper, Observation Haki. Level 4, Armament Haki. Level 4, Conqueror's Haki. Level 5, Conqueror's Haki King. Note: skills without limits can continue to improve and will be represented by basic attributes. Chapter 58. Enel, where did this Qinghai person come from? Daring to cause trouble here? Tired of living? The four priests who received the news quickly rushed over. Roar. Who cares where he came from? Just kill him first. The majesty of the gods cannot be offended. Looking at the four comical figures, one fat and three thin, Lin Qi chuckled softly. Provoking recklessly without knowing the enemy's strength would only bring misfortune upon oneself. Thunder. For lightning bolts shot out from his hand, hitting the four priests. Zzzz-ya. You can also discharge electricity? The four priests trembled from the electric shock, and suddenly there was an explosion, turning them black, and they fell straight to the ground. The residents of the empty island looked at Lin Qi with suspicion. What shocked them more than the instantaneous defeat of the four priests was Lin Qi's ability to unleash lightning. That was a power only gods possessed. Could it be that the Qinghai person before them was also a god? Boom! At that moment, a pillar of lightning descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Qi. The residents on both sides of the street crouched down, holding their heads, pale with fright. It's the god. Divine punishment has descended. That person is doomed. Amidst the thunder, Lin Qi strolled out, looking up at the sky with a smile. I just hope you want to keep hiding. Since you've made a move, I can follow your aura to find you. A black halo with burning shadows appeared behind Lin Qi, lifting him into the air as he flew towards Enel's location. Great God, we hope you forgive our offenses. Two great gods, we hope that if you fight, it won't involve us. Watching Lin Qi leave, the residents of the empty island knelt and prayed. Through observation Haki, Lin Qi found Enel, with his big ears drooping, in front of a temple on the upper empty island. Fortunately, the pirate world has no Buddhism. Otherwise, with those ears, he would definitely be thought of as the reincarnation of Buddha. Bare-chested and carrying a thunder drum on his back, he resembled the thunder god from mythology. Mortal, I sense a familiar aura from you. Could it be that you are also a god? Enel, floating cross-legged in the air, spoke mysteriously. Lin Qi's mouth twitched. This kid talks about gods every day, and it looks like he's convinced himself too. That's called observation Haki. Where do gods come from? Enel revealed a look of realization. Indeed, I'm the only true god in this world. Foolish mortal, how dare you offend the gods and injure my divine servant? Are you ready to receive divine punishment? Enel suddenly opened his eyes, and furious electricity crackled. So what? Lin Qi blinked, looking at this bizarre individual who talked tough but didn't act. He realized that Enel might not be mentally stable. Mortal, I will let you make the first move. After you feel deep despair, I will personally kill you. Enel said loftily. Lin Qi, he understood now. Enel was just trying to show off, because there was no Haki presence on the empty island. No one had been able to hit Enel for over a decade after he ate a Logia-type devil fruit. Thus, this guy formed a delusion of invincibility. All right, I'm going to make my move. Come on, mortal. It seems you can't wait to die. Enel smirked. Thunder 8 trigrams. Lin Qi swung an iron rod, and the moment he did, profound armament Haki enveloped it, and he entered his hybrid form. Puffed. Enel coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes nearly popping out. His body caved in, not knowing how many bones had broken, as he flew backward like a missile. What was even more amusing was the incredulous expression on Enel's face. No way did he faint just like that. Too weak to take a hit. Calling everyone immortal, he thought he was fierce. Lin Qi flew over, cleared away the collapsed buildings, and found Enel, who was unconscious but still wore a look of disbelief. A bucket of cold water was splashed on Enel's face. He instantly woke up, looking around in confusion, dazed from being hit and not seeing Lin Qi's figure. He thought he had just been dreaming. That scared me. Was it really a dream? I thought, how could anyone hit this god? Are you looking for me? Lin Qi's face appeared from behind. Enel's body shook, transforming into a bolt of lightning and appearing far away. Was that real just now? You can hit me. Enel exclaimed in shock. This is a power called Haki. So, do you want to learn? Enel numbly nodded. I want to learn. All right, I'll teach you. This tiny empty island isn't suitable for you. Come with me. Your goal should be the stars and the sea. Lin Qi continued to persuade. Bastard, I haven't settled the score with you yet. And you want to take me as your little brother? Enel reacted. So if I beat you, but don't kill you, how about you become my little brother? I won't treat you poorly. Bastard, let us talk after you beat me. Enel felt that he had never been this angry in a year as he was today. Just seeing this man's face infuriated him. What's wrong? Why don't you just stand there and let me hit you? Lin Qi teased with a smile. I'm going to kill you. Enel's old face turned red, realizing he couldn't be hit again, transforming into a bolt of lightning and appearing in midair. Thunderbolt. His wrist turned into thunder, enveloping Lin Qi from above. Roar. Lin Qi transformed into a giant beast several meters tall, swallowing the lightning in one bite. After charging up, a larger bolt of thunder was spit out towards Enel. Zizizizi. As the user of the Rumble fruit, Enel was struck by the bolt of lightning, but was unharmed and even regained some stamina. It seems I can't use thunder against the Rumble fruit. Lin Qi transformed back in a human form, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Were you human, god, or ghost? Recalling the terrifying giant beast Lin Qi had just transformed into, Enel deeply doubted the world around him. Is this world still the one he knew? Also, why can you use lightning? You're clearly not a god. Lin Qi looked at Enel as if he were an idiot, asking why there were so many questions. The answer was simple. Think about how you acquired the power of lightning. Are you saying? Enel's pupils dilated. That's right, I also ate that thing called the devil fruit. This world is vast, and people of your level are as numerous as cattle in the sea. If you want to understand yourself, then come with me, Lin Qi tempted. Enel's pupils trembled violently, revealing his inner turmoil. Lin Qi's words reminded him of the past, of when he was very small. Chapter 59. The collapse of Enel. Back then, he was very small, in a world where everyone in the Sky Island had wings and families. He was the only one without. Thus, Enel's childhood was filled with suffering. At first, to survive, he could only beg, steal, and rob. But because he had no wings, he often suffered bullying from other kids. Gradually, what started as them throwing stones at him evolved into beatings. Every time Enel was seen by them, he would be beaten black and blue. Left with no choice, Enel had to move alone into the desolate forest. He feared that if this continued, he would be beaten to death one day. When hungry, he would find wild fruits to fill his stomach, and when tired, he would sleep in an abandoned temple. When his clothes wore out, he made clothes from grass. He lived a wild, human-less existence for 6 years. Until one day, while searching for fruit, Enel found a strange fruit. After eating it, he gained the power of lightning. He always thought it was a gift from the gods. From that day on, Enel vowed to make the Sky Islanders, who had made him suffer, pay the price. One day, when he grew tired of it all, he would blast this place with lightning. No, I am a god, the only god, Enel roared, extending his hand to the distance, where a golden liquid formed into a golden trident. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel struck the right thunder drum with the trident, releasing the accumulated lightning, which formed a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird in midair, diving down to grab Lin Qi. Not finished yet, Enel then struck the left thunder drum with the golden trident, guiding the lightning from within. A wolf-shaped thunder beast jumped out, joining the Thunderbird as its accomplice, charging towards Lin Qi. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Flashy. Lin Qi transformed into a half-beast form, towering 9 meters tall, with antlers sprouting from his head and dragon scale patterns appearing on his body. He supported the sky with one hand and stepped on the ground with the other, with a halo of flames hovering behind him, standing like a deity in the world. Bang! With just one punch, the 10-meter-tall Thunder Beast was smashed apart like a toy. With a tug, the phoenix-shaped giant bird was torn in half. Roar! He let out a furious roar, and a crimson fire column shot towards Enel. Seeing his proud creation explode from a punch, Enel was stunned, still reeling from the shock. An attack suddenly arrived in front of him, and Enel hurriedly defended. Electric light. Enel released lightning from his body, converting it into heat energy to form an invisible wall, successfully defending against the attack. You seem to be happy? Lin Qi appeared above Enel without him noticing. This time, Enel didn't even have time to turn intangible. As Lin Qi punched him on the head, his head exploded instantly, and Enel's tongue and eyes flew out. His body crashed heavily to the ground. If Enel weren't a Logia user, he would have died 100 times over. The flying tongue and nose transformed into electric light and returned to his body. Staggering to his feet, Enel shouted angrily at the sky. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. At the same time, he struck both drum sides, and a Thunder Dragon several times larger than the Thunder Beast appeared out of nowhere. Just hovering there, its powerful aura sent chills down people's spines. The raging lightning could be seen from 10 kilometers away, its might extremely terrifying. Go, kill him for me. Enel waved the trident, and the Thunder Dragon roared and charged out. Thunder, 8 trigrams. A cold voice sounded, and a large, thick stick fell down. The confidently charging Thunder Dragon was once again smashed apart by a single blow, and Enel's eyelids twitched violently on the verge of collapse. Lin Qi landed. The more he used it, the more he found the Thunder 8 trigrams learned from Kaido to be useful. Don't come any closer. Seeing Lin Qi getting closer, Enel screamed in terror. 200 million volts, Thunder God. In a fit of desperation, Enel unleashed his strongest move ever. He released all the accumulated lightning at once. Wrapping the lightning around himself, Enel's body grew several times larger, surrounded by massive amounts of lightning, as if he were the real Thunder God. Every movement erupted with immense power. This is more like it. Lin Qi nodded in satisfaction. From this state, he finally felt a hint of threat. Even a guy like Enel, who couldn't use Haki, could make him feel threatened, even if it was just a bit, was something to be proud of. Thunder Treatment Golden Poison Dragon Strike. Enel swung the now several times larger golden trident. As he danced it, massive amounts of lightning wrapped around the boiling golden liquid, sticking to Lin Qi like a plaster. Once it wrapped around, the gold would quickly solidify. If an ordinary person encountered this move, even if they weren't burned or electrocuted by the molten gold, they would ultimately be suffocated to death by being encased in gold. Unfortunately, while Enel could melt gold with lightning, so could Lin Qi. When it came to lightning, the candlelight fruit was on a whole different level, and he was also not afraid of Enel's lightning. It could be said that his restraint against Enel was even stronger than that of the rubber fruit. Meeting him was like a thief encountering a police officer, a natural enemy. Lin Qi burst out from the lightning, pinning Enel's head down and smashing into the ground. While smashing, he asked, "Do you submit? Do you submit?" Ah! Killing with heart. Enel was about to go crazy with rage. For a god like him, how had he ever been treated this way? "I'm going to fight you." To endure explosion. Unable to endure being pinned down and beaten, Enel was filled with despair. With a determined heart, he self-destructed. The terrifying lightning instantly destroyed more than half of the island where Enel lived. The lightning dissipated, and Enel, missing arms and legs, gathered mid-air, not seeing Lynch. Suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Finally dead, finally dead. Who are you talking about?" Enel looked up sharply at the sound, and that detestable person from Qinghai was floating perfectly in the sky. "You've used all your tricks, right? Now it's my turn." Lynch rubbed his fists eagerly and flew over with ill intentions. What are you going to do?" Enel retreated in terror. Don't slap me." After several hours of friendly exchanges, Enel lay on the ground like a dead dog. "Are you convinced?" "I'll be damned. I'm in so much pain." Bang, bang, bang. Without saying a word, Lynch pinned Enel down again and gave him a beating. "Are you convinced?" "Not convinced." Bang, bang, bang. This repeated, and Lynch beat Enel a total of 15 times. A dead duck's mouth should be soft by now. Chapter 60. The King of the Underworld. Stop. "Don't hit me anymore. I have something to say." Enel, now looking like a pig's head, mumbled, "Speak. Are there many people like me in Qinghai?" "Many. You might not even rank among the many strong ones," Lynch replied. From the arc maxim that Enel built, it can be seen that he has always yearned for the outside world. After Lynch defeated Enel, considering Enel's character of cherishing his life, recruiting him shouldn't be difficult. The challenge lies in breaking down his pride, which has been inflated from years of isolation on Sky Island. "All right, I can surrender, but I have 2 conditions." "Speak." "First, you cannot restrict my personal freedom. Although I surrender to you, I am not a slave. You can at most be considered my boss. Okay, what else? Second, you have to provide meals. Enel sat up seriously. Ha ha, of course. Lynch laughed heartily, patting Enel on the shoulder. Enel winced in pain, feeling all his injuries. You could have been gentler when we were fighting. How could that work? How else would I wake you up? Lynch had a basic assessment of Enel's strength. His physical skills were average, which was understandable since no one on Sky Island could hit Enel. Physical skills were useless. Observation Haki, top genius. Armament Haki, none. Conqueror's Haki, none. Devil Fruit ability, top tier. Overall, Enel's strength should be at the level of an elite commander. If he could complete his armament Haki and physical skills, his strength could reach the level of a vice admiral, surpassing all other commanders. This is not underestimating Enel. On the contrary, it is overestimating Enel. Compared to the current 3 admirals, Enel is still a complete young man. He still has plenty of time to improve. If this allows Enel to catch up, then the 3 admirals would be too unremarkable. Since you have already surrendered, I will stay on Sky Island for a week to teach you the 3 types of Haki. By the way, your ability called Heart Network is actually an advanced form of observation Haki. A week later, Lynch left Enel to guard Sky Island while he built 2 Arc Maxim ships. The Arc Maxim is powered by electricity. Enel can pilot it, and so can Lynch. Come on, a flying ship is so cool. By then, Enel would have 1 ship and Lynch would have another, scaring their enemies to death. Sky Island had now become Lynch's backyard. Meanwhile, on a small island in the East Sea at the One Heart Dojo, Zoro looked anxious as he hurriedly pushed open the dojo's main door. Not good, not good. Kuina fell down the stairs and is unconscious. What? Kashiro jumped up. Take me there quickly. After arriving at the rear warehouse, Kashiro breathed a sigh of relief while feeling a strange sense of unease. It turned out she just fainted and was not seriously hurt. But what kind of stairs could knock out Kuina, who had eaten a peacock fruit? Not to mention a mere wooden staircase. Even if Kuina was thrown from a 5-story height and hit her head on the ground, it shouldn't be that serious. Such stairs shouldn't be able to kill even an untrained ordinary person. Suddenly, Kashiro thought of something and broke out in a cold sweat. If Kuina, who has eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit, could be knocked out like this, what would happen if she hadn't eaten it? He remembered the day Lynch gave Kuina the devil fruit. Kashiro had a strange feeling that Lynch might have known this would happen all along. Was it just his illusion? Regardless, it was Lynch who saved Kuina's life, and he would have to make sure Kuina properly thanked him later. Looking back at the strange stairs where Kuina fell, Kashiro issued a stern order: burn it down. Thus, due to Lynch's butterfly effect, another person's tragic fate was changed in this world. The gears of fate had begun to turn towards change. Meanwhile, Lynch, having just recruited Enel as a general, immediately set off for Water 7. The legendary king of the underworld, he must have it. He hadn't taken it before, firstly because he knew the blueprints were right there and couldn't escape. Secondly, he didn't have enough strength at the time. Going for the king of the underworld blueprints would be a disaster. Now he felt it was time to take the blueprints for the king of the underworld. A few days later, in Water 7, under the cover of night, Lynch found the merman Tom, who was currently sentenced to death and strictly monitored by the world government. Good evening, Mr. Tom. Transforming his appearance, Lynch appeared like a ghost behind Tom at work. Merman Tom paused his work, slowly turned around, and calmly said, "What can I do for you, Your Excellency?" "As long as I wish, dozens of world government members could storm in here at any moment." "Oh, are you not afraid that I will kill Frankie and Icebug?" Lynch said teasingly. Seeing that the visitor had already investigated him, Merman Tom clenched his fists and suddenly threw a punch. Merman Karate. 3,000-watt straight punch. Tom's attack was blocked by Lynch with a single finger. "Mr. Tom, your movements are too big and will attract the world government. That's bad for both of us. What do you really want to do?" Seeing his attack easily dismissed, Tom knew the visitor was not an ordinary person and simply gave up resistance. "It's simple. You hand over the blueprints for the king of the underworld, and I'll leave without causing any trouble." "What are you talking about? Blueprints for the king of the underworld?" Tom's pupils contracted sharply. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't play dumb. Since I'm here to ask you for it, it means I've investigated everything thoroughly," Lynch said lightly. Maybe Tom is a good person, but benevolence doesn't command soldiers, and righteousness doesn't command wealth. Lynch is not just a navy. He is also a king, and every word and action decides the fate of countless people. In the future, he would inevitably confront the world government and the celestial dragons. If he were to fail, all those close to him, including his citizens, would die. For those who believe in him and trust him, Lynch doesn't mind killing a few good people to be a bad one. I really don't know what you're talking about. I think you might have the wrong person. After speaking, Tom ignored Lynch. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Lynch threatened, either hand over the blueprints for the king of the underworld now, or I'll go kill Frankie and Icebook. You choose. Lynch knew very well that no matter how much he tortured Tom, he could never get the whereabouts of the blueprints, unless he could threaten Tom with the people around him. That was his only weakness. Chapter 61. The king of the underworld in hand. You want me to produce something I don't even have. I can't do anything about that. Fishman Tom did not look back, shrouding himself in shadow. Since you want to kill, then go ahead and kill. All right, you said it. Don't regret it. Lin Qi snorted coldly and disappeared into the night. After confirming that the visitor had left, Fishman Tom suddenly slumped to the ground as if all his strength had been drained, with tears the size of beans rolling down his cheeks. I'm sorry, Fran. I'm sorry. Ice Mountain, I hope you can forgive me. On the other side, the departing Lin Qi did not give up on obtaining the blueprints for the Pluto. With observation Haki activated, he quickly locked onto Fran's location. In an abandoned shipyard, Lin Qi appeared behind Fran without warning and knocked him out before he could react. The next day, Fishman Tom heard about Fran's disappearance from Ice Mountain, and his heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. He did not tell Ice Mountain about everything, but buried it deep in his heart. That person's strength was too great. Not telling Ice Mountain was the best choice for her. Otherwise, if Ice Mountain went for revenge, it would only be her own death. That night, Lin Qi found Mr. Tom again. This time, he carried a gift. Hee, Mr. Tom, do you still like the gift I brought? Fran. Tom quickly walked over, looking at the unconscious Fran who was not seriously injured, and let out a sigh of relief. What do you want to do? Very simple. You said you don't care about Fran's life or death. I just want to see if you really don't care. Lin Qi held Fran's head and gradually applied pressure. Bastard. What are you doing? Stop it. Fishman Tom's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed up and punched and kicked Lin Qi. However, Lin Qi remained unmoved. Crack. Lin Qi's palm continued to exert force, and suddenly there was a sound of bones cracking, with blood flowing down Fran's temple. Stop. Please stop. Fishman Tom's tears streamed down his face. He had never felt so powerless before. In fact, this is the real world. The cruelty far outweighs the beauty. Enough. What do you want to let Fran go? Watching Fran's miserable state, Fishman Tom's inner defenses were instantly breached. Lin Qi's hand suddenly stopped. It's simple. Just hand over the blueprints for Pluto, and I'll leave immediately, absolutely not harming you. Seeing that Fishman Tom was wavering, Lin Qi tightened his grip. Otherwise, you can only say goodbye to Fran tonight. I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over, just don't hurt him anymore. Fishman Tom almost shouted in a low voice. If he weren't afraid of being discovered by the world government outside, he would have probably roared out loud. Very well. It would have been better if you had said so earlier. Lin Qi released his grip, letting Fran drop to the ground. I'll give you 5 minutes. Don't overestimate my patience. Fishman Tom walked to a corner of the room, repeatedly striking the ground with his hands. He didn't know what he did, but a safe-like object rose from underground. Tom then entered a password into the safe. After a series of complicated operations, a heavy roll of blueprints appeared in his hands. Here, quickly let Fran go. Ha, good. Lin Qi took the blueprints for Pluto and, as promised, released Fran. What the hell is this? Lin Qi looked down at the blueprints, the complex structure making him dizzy. No wonder the world government couldn't produce Pluto without the blueprints. Even with these blueprints, they might not be able to make it. If I find out you're lying to me, I'll come back for Fran's life. Lin Qi was not an engineer. He worried that Tom had tampered with the blueprints. Don't worry, once I give it to you, I won't play tricks. Fishman Tom shook his head, sealing the safe back underground. You probably don't dare. Lin Qi carefully stored the blueprints and disappeared into the night. Fran, wake up quickly. After Lin Qi left, Fishman Tom hurriedly knelt down to rescue Fran. Cough, cough. Teacher Tom, why am I here? Spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Fran slowly regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. He clearly remembered being in the abandoned shipyard just a moment ago. How did he end up here in the blink of an eye? You don't need to worry about this. I have something more important to tell you. As a qualified teacher, Tom did not tell the next generation about his hatred. What happened today would be buried with him. Tom walked to another corner of the room, repeated the previous operation, and took out another set of blueprints for Pluto. Fran, I can't escape anymore. This is the ancient artifact Pluto's blueprints I copied. Today I will hand it over to you. You must protect it as if you were protecting your own life. Fishman Tom stuffed the second set of Pluto blueprints into Fran's arms. Go quickly. Leave here and never come back. Looking at the blueprints for Pluto in his arms, Fran's heart was shocked, stirring up turbulent waves. Teacher Tom, I will never abandon you. Damn it, do you want me to die with my eyes closed? Fishman Tom glared fiercely at Fran. Having obtained the blueprints for Pluto, Lin Qi quickly slipped away. Those weaklings sent by the world government wanting to discover him were simply dreaming. After obtaining the blueprints, he first returned to Sky Island. There are many skilled shipbuilders in Sky Island. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to build Enel's golden ship. So, are the blueprints real? Seeing a group of silver-haired old scholars gathering together to study for a long time without any progress, Lin Qi couldn't help but ask, well, this blueprint is definitely real. I've lived for 82 years and have never seen such an extraordinary warship. Ingenious, truly ingenious. The person who designed this warship is a genius. Several old scholars were mesmerized. Then can you build it? Hearing that the blueprints were real, Lin Qi felt a sense of reassurance and quickly asked the most critical question. The white-haired old man at the forefront took off his glasses. To be blunt, we can't build it. There are two main difficulties. What are the two difficulties? Lin Qi asked. Not afraid of difficulties, just afraid of not finding them. Since we've found them, it's good. The first point is the material issue of the ship. Legend has it that Pirate King Roger's ship could sweep through the seas because its keel was made of atom wood. I've studied this warship called Pluto in detail, whether it's the weapons on board or the precise design. It is at least 1,000 years ahead of the world. Chapter 62, Poison Dragon Fruit. To build such a warship, it must be made of atom wood. Otherwise, before the enemy can attack, if the weapons on Pluto are fired, the not strong enough hull will be destroyed first. What? Lin Qi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He understood that the hull had to be strong. After all, the weapon that could destroy an island would definitely have unusual recoil. But using all atom wood was too exaggerated. You have to know that the little bit Luffy bought back then cost 200 million. The most important thing is that this stuff is priceless. You can't even buy it if you want to. Of course, it doesn't have to be all atom wood. I'm just using it as an analogy. In fact, if atom wood accounts for about 30, it would be fine. The other parts can be made of equally valuable woods and metals, which would yield better results than using all atom wood. Got it. You can stop there. Lin Qi understood that this so-called Pluto was not something a person could build. Even if the Navy emptied their coffers, they wouldn't be able to build one. Looking at the whole world, only the world government had that capability. But it's not without a way. Lin Qi already had two solutions in mind. First, acquire a piece of the treasure tree atom, and then wait for a ninja with wood release to be summoned through a lottery. By continuously nurturing and maturing through the wood shield, there will be a steady supply of treasure tree atom. Second, find a few top scientists to artificially create similar items to build the King of Hell. This point is a bit difficult, as all the top scientists are controlled by those major powers. Unless Lin Qi can extract Orochimaru, there's hope. However, Orochimaru specializes in biology, so it's uncertain whether he can help. Regarding the second point, the old man's technology is insufficient, and even with materials, they cannot build it. Forcing the construction will only lead to problems. The old man speaks frankly. Lin Qi. This old man really knows how to dampen people's spirits. Do we have to wait for Orochimaru to be extracted again? Suddenly, the old man changed his tone. But we can still build a simplified version of the King of Hell battleship by discarding the overly complex and transcendent parts and simplifying the remaining components. I can guarantee that with the most ordinary materials, we can construct a battleship that can overpower all ships in the world. Wow, this old man. Can he stop panting all the time? If you had this good news, you should have said it earlier. Lin Qi's mood instantly brightened. according to your standards, how long would it take to create a simplified version of the King of Hell? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. That depends on how many people participate in the construction. If I let everyone on Sky Island participate, how many can we build in a month? The population of Sky Island is not small. Combined, there are over 1 million people. In that case, I am confident we can produce 10 in a month. Great, Lin Qi earnestly requested. Then I'll leave it to you, old man. In the following days, Lin Qi planned to stay on Sky Island for a month. He would also work on developing techniques like Flame Cloud. Kaido can develop Flame Cloud strong enough to lift an island. Since their fruits are quite similar, he believed he could develop similar techniques as well. Unfortunately, plans do not always go as expected. After only 2 days on Sky Island, the system shop brought him a big surprise. In recent months, Lin Qi had checked the system shop daily, but there had been nothing good. Until today, Naval 6 Techniques Training Book, price, 3,000 points. 3-Sword Style Master S Insight for 1 year, price, 7,000 points. Panda Brand Leather Jacket, price, 30 points. Lifespan Fruit, increases lifespan by 1 year after consumption, price, 10,000 points. Animal Type Phantom Beast Fish Fruit, Poison Dragon Form, price, 255,555 points. The focus is on the last one. Every time Lin Qi returns to his original form, or transforms into a human beast form, his originally suitable twin swords instantly feel like toys. Not only do they not fit well, but they also cause him to lose his weapons, greatly inconveniencing his combat. Lin Qi had always thought about how to solve this problem and finally came up with an answer. Feed the weapons a devil fruit. To give weapons the ability to grow larger or smaller, most natural and animal-type fruits can achieve this, and a few superhuman-type fruits can as well. However, his Long Yuan is also an unparalleled great sword. Feeding it a regular devil fruit will be a waste of resources. Therefore, Lin Qi held back his thoughts for a while, until the Poison Dragon Fruit refreshed in the shop today. This is a Phantom Beast-type Poison Dragon Fruit, on the same level as Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. Just right for his Long Yuan. In this world, perhaps only Lin Qi would think it's just right. Others would definitely scold him for wasting it. Giving it to someone could eventually lead them to become a Marine Admiral or a Yonko, especially with Kaido as a precedent. System, oh system, you must be doing this on purpose. This Poison Dragon Fruit is way too expensive. A full 555 points. Lin Qi felt a pang of pain. After a year of catching pirates for missions, the points he saved were just enough to buy it. After buying it, he southed back to square one. He bought it. Ultimately, Lin Qi gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Phantom Beast-type Poison Dragon Fruit. With the deduction of points, a strange green devil fruit appeared in Lin Qi's hand. Another fruit not listed in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. This is very good. He doesn't have to worry about being recognized. With this fruit in hand, he rushed towards the marine base. Feeding a weapon a devil fruit is a technique currently only mastered by the world government. Therefore, he sought out Kizaru, who was responsible for protecting the scientific unit. Admiral Kizaru, can I trouble you to help me feed the weapon the devil fruit? Bring it here. I'll take you to the experimental base. Only those research madmen would handle it, Kizaru said without hesitation. In the Navy, everyone knows that Lin Qi is a rising star. Given time, not to mention Admiral, even the lofty position of Marshal is not impossible. Can I see the weapon eat the fruit with my own eyes? Hearing that Kizaru wanted to take Long Yuan and the Poison Dragon Fruit, Lin Qi felt a million unwillingness. Both of these are his lifelines. If he loses them, he would regret it to death. Moreover, the Poison Dragon Fruit is not ordinary. What if it causes some mutation after being fed to the unparalleled Great Sword, and he is not there? What if those in the Scientific Research Department refuse to return it to him? Chapter 63. Kingdom Development. This matter, I need to consult with the higher-ups. Kizaru is the commander of the Scientist Guard Unit. Although his status is not low, he generally has no authority to interfere in the internal matters of scientists. To bring people into the core area requires notification. Okay, then I'll trouble Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru waved his hand and disappeared in a flash of golden light. In a short while, Kizaru reappeared with an order in hand. Let us go. At the Scientific Research Institute, they passed through layers of strict guards, fingerprint scans, and password entries and after passing through several large iron gates, they finally entered the interior. It was clear how much the world government values and is cautious about this place. If Lin Qi were not a Marine Vice Admiral, he wouldn't be able to enter here unless he barged in violently. No, even then, it wouldn't be certain that he could get in. The strength of several Admiral-level figures could arrive in minutes. Why is the world government capturing rare races globally? What are they trying to do? Along the way, Lin Qi witnessed all kinds of novel things. The most eye-catching were the rare races tied up for blood extraction. Giants, fur tribes, little people, fishmen. He now feels that the rumors about one of the calamities from the beast pirates escaping from the world government's laboratory in his youth might indeed be true. I don't know. This matter has already involved the highest secrets of the world government, Kizaru said lazily. We're here, in a room. Two scientists took Long Yuan and the poison dragon fruit from Lin Qi's hands. One of them placed Long Yuan into a black coffin. The other scientist first put the devil fruit into a juicer, then put the juicer along with the devil fruit into the coffin and closed it. Lin Qi noticed that the coffin was made of sea prism stone. In fact, the method of feeding items of devil fruit is quite simple. Kizaru explained, just put them both in a sealed sea prism stone box and then destroy the fruit. Don't be fooled by how easy Kizaru makes it sound. It's well known that sea prism stone is much harder than steel. Only the world's top swordsman can cut it, which shows how difficult it is to process. Not to mention it's a large piece. More importantly, precision is key. If there is even a tiny gap in the stone box, the energy from the devil fruit will escape through the gap, leading to failure. Buzzing, the scientists remotely activated the juicer, crushing the toxic dragon fruit inside. And then the juicer self-dissolved. Without a vessel, the energy from the devil fruit floated in the air, desperately seeking a new host. After several attempts, it couldn't break free from the coffin made of seafloor stone. The fruit's energy reluctantly turned its attention to Long Yuan and drilled inside. Roar! Hearing the sound from the coffin, everyone knew it had succeeded. The moment the coffin was opened, a dark green little dragon quickly flew to Lin Qi's side, circling around him. So obedient, so obedient. Lin Qi patted the little dragon's head. The next moment, the flying dragon coiled around Lin Qi's waist like a belt. Admiral Lin Qi, you didn't feed a mythical beast seed to your weapon, did you? Seeing this scene, Kizaru's mouth twitched crazily. Never seen such a prodigal. So extravagant. Ha ha. Admiral Kizaru, when I become a marshal, I'll raise your salary. Lin Qi couldn't wait to try out the newly born Long Yuan, disappearing with a whoosh before Kizaru could ask more questions. Training ground. Sword. Lin Qi extended his arm, and the dark green little dragon flew into his hand, transforming into the shape of a long sword. He returned to his original form, his figure rapidly enlarging. At the same time, Long Yuan also grew in proportion, ultimately becoming a 5-meter-long sword. You say you have other abilities? Gripping the hilt, Lin Qi and Long Yuan connected telepathically. He spun the sword, and dark green venom flowed down the blade. When the venom dripped to the ground, a boulder over 3 meters high and weighing dozens of tons was completely corroded in seconds. Hiss! Lin Qi gasped, such potent poison. Now, this is great. He would never lack a handy weapon again. After completing all this, Lin Qi returned to the Sky Island and began a new round of research life. A month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, little Long Yuan was playing with Tom in the open space when they were suddenly startled by loud laughter coming from a nearby cave. Ha ha ha! I've finally developed a technique similar to Kaido's flame clouds. Realizing their master had emerged from his seclusion, little Long Yuan and Tom quickly ran over. Lin Qi's expression was excited. Kaido could create clouds, but he couldn't, so he tried a different approach. His hard work paid off. He could use electromagnetic forces to form a biological field composed of an electromagnetic net, allowing objects to float. The transport issue for the underworld warship was resolved. Lin Qi took Tom and Long Yuan to the shipyard, dragging along 10 simplified underworld warships flying towards the West Sea. God, long live! The residents of the shipyard saw this scene and regarded Lin Qi as a true god. This was power only a god could possess. With 10 warships, unable to use teleportation scrolls, Lin Qi floated in the sky for over a month before reaching his kingdom. With a loud crash, he threw the 10 simplified underworld warships into the national inner port. The inner port was much safer and more secretive than the outer port. "Greetings, master." Sensing that their master would arrive soon, the pharmacist Kubo had been waiting here early. Upon seeing Lin Qi's arrival, he hurriedly stepped forward to bow respectfully. "Oh, it's Kubo. A year has passed, and you've grown much sturdier." Lin Qi encouraged a few words, and Kubo's face flushed with excitement. "Yes, Master Lin Qi. This is all thanks to you." Where's Shikamaru and Robin now? After a year of interaction, one day, Robin took the initiative to reveal her true identity to Lin Qi. Lin Qi feigned surprise and then fully accepted Robin. Remembering that day with Robin's enthusiasm, Lin Qi touched his cheek, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Lady Robin should be handling tasks in the palace, and Mr. Shikamaru has been dealing with black market-related matters recently. I see. Lin Qi nodded. These are 10 underworld warships. You are responsible for gathering elite soldiers and must familiarize them as soon as possible. Yes, Master Lin Qi. After more than a year of development, the kingdom had changed dramatically. Lin Qi pulled out the report that Robin had given him. Residence, 3, 950,000. Treasury, 9. 5 billion berries, 20 treasure chests. Army, 30,000 troops. Weapons, 50,000. Finely forged steel swords for 715,000 guns, 950 cannons, and various ammunition. Warships, 100 fast ships. 1 large warship, 5 medium warships, 25 small warships, 7 assault ships, and 10 underworld warships. Special products, iron, copper, timber, and seafood. Chapter 64, Madam. You don't want your child to suffer, do you? A year's time is fleeting, just over 300 days. However, under Lin Qi's leadership, the kingdom underwent earth-shaking changes, with Robin's contribution being indispensable. Shikamaru and Kubo worked harder than ever, which resulted in such a wonderful outcome. In the past, the treasury was so poor it was ringing empty, unable to produce even a single berry. A year later, the treasury was overflowing, enough to buy the heads of 3 pirate kings. This was largely due to the kingdom's vigorous development of mineral enterprises playing an irreplaceable role. The resources of copper and iron in the kingdom were even more exaggerated than initially expected. If he were willing to sell 47, the treasury would probably multiply several times. However, Lin Qi wasn't that foolish. He only had the ordinary weapons and flintlock guns in the warehouse sold. 47, which belonged to military secrets, would be foolish to sell. The army expanded from the original 3,000 to 30,000. That's 10 times the previous number. Shikamaru often led these 30,000 troops to sea in batches to gain experience by hunting pirates. So, these 30,000 soldiers were definitely not just for show. They had seen battle and blood. When it came to fighting, they were absolutely no joke. In terms of weapons, they directly upgraded from bird guns to cannons. The swords used were exquisite long swords of excellent quality. As for firearms, those were 47. A single burst could leave the enemy disoriented. The cannons were a bit ordinary, but there was nothing that could be done. Better cannons couldn't be found. A year ago, the kingdom didn't even have the most ordinary warship. Now looking at it, the massive fleet could form a small navy. The reason for having so many ships was that, during this year, the pirates of the West Sea were almost wiped out. If they were seen by the kingdom's people, not only would they die, but their ships would also be taken away. How tragic that would be. Thus, the pirates at sea mysteriously decreased significantly. Even the public order improved a bit. Remember, this was the notoriously chaotic West Sea. Later, Lin Qi found Robin working in the palace. Robin, looking serious in her work, seemed even more beautiful than usual, possessing a unique allure. Lin Qi quietly approached, suddenly hugging Robin from behind, lowering his voice to say, "Guess who I am? Careful, you'll drop me." A small hand, appearing out of nowhere, grabbed Lin Qi's groin. At this moment, Robin turned around slowly, rolling her eyes at Lin Qi with affectionate eyes. "You're a king. Can you be a bit more serious? Hey, isn't this in front of you?" Lin Qi's smile grew increasingly shameless. "If you use a devil fruit to grab me, can't you feel it yourself? No wonder you grab so accurately. You talk too much." Robin shot him another glare, but the blush on her cheeks revealed her true thoughts. "It's been so long since we last met. Won't you give me a kiss?" Lin Qi leaned down, bringing his face closer. Without any hesitation, Robin lifted her snow-white neck and kissed Lin Qi's cheek. You should be able to stay a few more days this time. Stay a few more days. I have something important to discuss when I return. I have something else I need to handle now. Lin Qi kissed Robin's rosy lips and eagerly rushed into the room. After more than a year of accumulating faith points, except for one withdrawal in between, he had been saving them up. Now, it had reached a terrifying total of over 120,000, enough to draw from the Hokage lottery pool more than 100 times. This was a result of his self-growth over the past year, which was quite good, because during this year, he had almost stayed at the Navy base, and the citizens only knew about him through word of mouth. The growth of faith points was slow. If he had been showing off in the kingdom every day, let alone 100, a million would have been possible. System, let's do 10 consecutive draws from the Hokage lottery pool. Ding. Faith points deducted successfully. Lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Sealing scroll. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Random ninja technique of a certain level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Rock Lee spandex. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character. Single Tomo Sasuke. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Uchiha Mikoto. Lin Qi looked at the items drawn with surprise and astonishment. He had drawn the second male character from the Naruto world, which could be considered a huge success, although this Sasuke was just a single Tomo. Since a single Tomo had come, how far could the Sharingan be? Uchiha Mikoto, isn't she Sasuke's mother? Lin Qi's gaze lingered on the last prize. With a thought, Uchiha Mikoto appeared in front of him. Master. Uchiha Mikoto respectfully bowed gracefully, looking at the beautiful woman in a kimono in front of him. If he didn't know her background, he wouldn't be able to tell that she already had a child. Madam, I also drew Sasuke. Do you want to meet him? Sasuke? Really, Master? Mikoto's expression was excited. In her memories, Sasuke was still a little child just starting to walk. However, Madam, I have a condition. Lin Qi suddenly stepped forward, pressing Uchiha Mikoto against the wall, and said in a deep voice, Madam, you wouldn't want your child to suffer, would you? What condition? I will agree to it. Uchiha Mikoto didn't dare to look at Lin Qi, gently biting her lower lip, her delicate hand resting on her collar. For the sake of her child, no matter how unreasonable the condition proposed by the master, she would agree without hesitation. Even if it meant Mikoto secretly looked at Lin Qi, thinking that if she could find a stepfather for Sasuke in this world, their lives would be much better. Very well, Lin Qi said solemnly. Promise me to educate him well. Don't let him show off in front of me every day. After all, the title of Show-Off King Sasuke was well known. If he really turned out to be that show-off teen, he remembered, Lin Qi couldn't bear it. I will educate him well. Master. Realizing she was thinking too much, Mikoto's exquisite cheeks flushed, and she answered crisply. System, summon Sasuke. With a flash of light, Sasuke appeared on the scene. He crossed his arms and coldly huffed at Lin Qi. Is it you who summoned me? Lin Qi's mouth twitched. He was indeed the show-off king. Slap. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, Mikoto slapped him on the head, scolding. You must show respect when speaking to the master. Mother, is that you, mother? Sasuke was about to explode in anger, but was instantly stunned upon seeing Uchiha Mikoto. He rubbed his eyes, fearing he was seeing an illusion, and cautiously called out again. Who else could it be, silly child? The Sasuke in front of Mikoto, although different from her impression of him. She could tell at a glance that this was Sasuke as an adult. Chapter 65. Tsunade, the great truths at the same time. Mikoto felt guilty. She didn't know how she would teach her child in the future. This was so impolite. Mother. Sasuke pounced into Uchiha Mikoto's arms. All the grievances of these years bursting forth in an instant, his eyes suddenly red. Mother, do you know? Itachi killed you and father. You have suffered all these years. Sasuke. Mikoto was shocked by her son's words, but she understood her eldest son well and believed he must have his reasons for doing so. She gently stroked Sasuke's head, unable to believe how much this child had suffered. Master, I will take Sasuke down now. After receiving Lin Qi's permission, Uchiha Mikoto led the sobbing Sasuke out. With Mikoto's guidance, the child should behave better. Lin Qi watched the backs of the two women leaving, shook his head, and continued his lottery journey. The last draw could be considered a huge success. He believed the next draw wouldn't be bad either. System. I remember you mentioned before that after a certain number of draws, a new lottery pool would be unlocked. How many more do I need? Ding. Detected that you are 40 draws away from the new prize pool. All right, help me draw 40 times from the Hokage lottery pool. Ding. Faith points deducted successfully. Rewards being drawn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Assembled handgun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. 10 military rations. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. 10 explosive tags. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character. Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character. Adult Shikamaru. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character. Adult Ino. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character. Adult Choji. After 40 draws, although he didn't get Orochimaru, he did get Tsunade, whom he had longed for. Still the younger version of Tsunade. If you remembered correctly, Tsunade during the Sannin period was only in her 20s, right? The character of Tsunade had extremely high popularity in Naruto. As for why she was so popular, it was certainly not because of her age, her temper, or her love for gambling and drinking. Rather, it was because she had a pair of epic-sized breasts. System summoned Tsunade. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Naruto world, Hanzo of the Salamander, give it up. Unless we die, you will not step forward. Heavy rain poured down. Amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood in a triangular formation, confronting Hanzo, who was called the demigod. Surrounding them were piles of bodies. Tsunade, your body is disappearing. Suddenly, Orochimaru noticed something was wrong. Damn it. Hanzo, what have you done to Tsunade? Jiraiya shouted. Tsunade looked at her rapidly transparent body, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't say it, completely disappearing from the Naruto world. Back here, Lin Qi looked at the pair of epic-sized breasts before him and was certain. This was definitely Tsunade herself. Bastard, how dare you look at me like that? You must be Hanzo's accomplice. Tsunade's anger surged, and she suddenly threw a punch. Under the influence of the system, her body was already 100 loyal to Lin Qi, but her mind hadn't caught up yet. Tsunade's incredible strength was well known. Even with the system, her attack would stop in front of Lin Qi, but the residual shockwave could probably destroy the entire palace. Lin Qi stepped forward and firmly grabbed Tsunade's iron fist. Calm down. You should have information about me in your mind. Think carefully. Tsunade was surprised that this plain-looking man could catch her punch. Hearing the words, she found some strange knowledge appearing in her mind. She frowned, suspiciously asking, "Did you summon me here?" "Yes. You can summon people from any timeline in our world?" "Very clever." "Great. Quickly summon my granduncle, my second granduncle, and my younger brother." Tsunade's expression was filled with anticipation. These three were the most important relatives to her. The last one was even a shadow she could never shake off. "Sorry, although I can summon them, I can't guarantee when it will be." "So, you mean I could summon them in the future?" Tsunade asked again. Lin Qi nodded. "That's right, kid." Tsunade boldly patted her chest, and suddenly a wave surged. "From now on, I'll cover for you. Quickly summon Great-Grandpa and the others. By the way, is there anyone around here?" She hadn't drunk alcohol for several months on the battlefield, and now that she thought about it, a strong craving for alcohol hit her. "After you go out, ask the guards." For this big nanny, in every sense, Lin Qi was quite tolerant. With Tsunade around, it was like having a second life. Her medical skills could be described as bringing the dead back to life, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. After Tsunade left, Lin Qi summoned Ino and Choji. Up to today, he had also collected the legendary trio of boar, deer, and butterfly. However, when he summoned Shikamaru, something went awry. Ding! Detected that the host already possesses a Shikamaru, currently facing two options. Option 1. Use one Shikamaru as the main body and fuse with the other Shikamaru. Fusion will greatly enhance strength. Option 2. Simultaneously possess two Shikamarus. Lin Qi thought for a moment and called Shikamaru over to ask for his opinion. "Sir, to better assist you, please let me fuse. My current strength is too weak and it's exhausting." "All right, let's do it your way." With the current Shikamaru as the main body, Lin Qi chose to fuse. Before his eyes, Shikamaru rapidly grew at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure in his 20s. Sir! Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji knelt on one knee simultaneously and respectfully said, I believe you three have a lot to catch up on, so go ahead and reminisce. Yes, sir. Just as the trio of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly was about to leave, the door was pushed open. It was Sasuke rushing in. Sasuke, don't disturb Lord Lin Qi, come back. Mikoto Uchiha was chasing after Sasuke. But this little rascal was running so fast that she couldn't catch up for a moment. Lin Qi summoned Itachi too. I have something to ask him. Clearly, after Mikoto's guidance, Sasuke had come to some realization. You are Sasuke? Ino exclaimed softly. Only then did Sasuke notice that 3 people were standing beside him, looking somewhat familiar. He strained to recognize them, incredulously saying, You guys are Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji? You've all grown so much. Ha ha ha, it really is Sasuke. I didn't know Sasuke was so cute when he was younger. Ino's girlish heart was overflowing. Ha ha, little Sasuke was way cuter than when he grew up. Choji pulled out chips, eating while laughing heartily. You brat, just call me Sasuke. No need for the little. And you, Ino, you're even more annoying than you were as a kid. The trio of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. It seemed that Sasuke had always looked the same since childhood. The grown-up Sasuke was even more detestable. Chapter 66. The Power of Giants, I'll summon your brother in the future. Lin Qi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. I'm sorry, sir. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha bent down apologetically to Lin Qi. Cough. No need for excessive courtesy, madam. Please rise. Lin Qi was momentarily blinded by the pair of snow-white breasts. After sending everyone off, he was left alone in the room, and the system's voice rang out. Ding! Detected that the host has drawn a certain number of times. Please draw from the next lottery pool. A huge spinning wheel appeared in Lin Qi's mind. As it clicked to start, the massive wheel spun at high speed, so fast that it was impossible to see. Each small section on it represented a different world. Stop! The enormous wheel gradually slowed down, eventually stopping at a section labeled Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan? Lin Qi recalled the fear of being dominated by giants that day. In the world of Attack on Titan, there are many good things, the most famous being the 9 Titan powers. After using them, one could transform into a giant over 80 meters tall. Even an ordinary person could immediately gain strength comparable to that of a major general. However, the downsides of the Attack on Titan world were quite apparent. The upper limit of combat power wasn't very high. The most famous 9 Titans only had strength at the level of a major general. To compete with a general would be a pipe dream. Fortunately, one could effortlessly gain 9 experts comparable to major generals. Damn, how dare you be on the same level as the Hokage world? Drawing from the Titan World Lottery pool also cost 1,000 points, which made Lin Qi curse the system for being so greedy. Ding! Host, please don't curse. The drop rate of good items in the Titan world is higher than in the Hokage world, which is why it costs this much. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Qi nodded. That was more acceptable. Looking at the remaining faith points, he could draw 50 more times, so he decided to draw them all at once. System. Titan World Lottery Pool. 50 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item apple pie. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item roasted pork chop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item steamed sweet potato. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the founding Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the colossal Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the armored Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the female Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the jaw Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the beast Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the war hammer Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cart Titan power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the power of the Titans. Ding. Detected that the host has collected all 9 Titan powers. The Attack on Titan World Lottery Pool is officially closed. It was said that the winning rate was high, But this was too high. Lin Qi wished he could hug the system and give it a kiss. 50 draws exchanged for 9 major general-level combat powers. What a bargain. Major general-level combat power was not to be underestimated, no matter where it was placed. Unfortunately, the faith points were used up. He didn't know what the next lottery pool would be. Lin Qi opened the introduction to the 9 Titan powers. 9 Titan powers. Even a fly that obtains them can immediately gain all the strength of a giant, but the power will be permanently fixed. Note, not everyone can withstand the power of the Titans. Faced with the introduction, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Getting 9 major generals for free, what more could he ask for? This was a strength that countless people spent their entire lives trying to achieve. If he could continue to grow stronger, Lin Qi even considered using it on himself. System, what happens if one cannot withstand the power of the Titans? Explodes and dies. Lin Qi understood. It turned out that wanting to gain strength comparable to a major general in one fell swoop also carried significant risks. Soon after, he called back Shikamaru, who had just left. I have a task for you. Select death warriors from across the country. In addition to being absolutely loyal, make sure to inform them of the consequences of success and failure, allowing them to choose voluntarily whether to participate. Oh, and tell them that if they succeed, they will be incorporated into a special operations team. Although they won't have command authority, their rank will be equivalent to a naval major general. Not only will they receive money and housing, but the country will also provide wives for free. Lin Qi had long begun to emulate the Navy, establishing a similar military rank system. Among them, of course, he, as the king, held the highest position. Unfortunately, Lin Qi's ambitions had always been too grand, and he held himself to the same standards as the Navy. This had led to the fact that, until now, his country had not even had a single major general. There was only one visible brigadier general. Now, however, after this lottery, the strength of the kingdom had surged. He calculated, excluding those below the rank of colonel, there would be 3 with major general-level combat power: adult Shikamaru, adult Ino, and adult Choji. These 3 also had a combined attack technique, and together they were enough to deal with a major general. By the way, there is also Uchiha Mikoto, with a mid-admiral level of combat power. She has the 9 Titans, as well as Tsunade. Tsunade is still young now. With some effort, she might achieve the strength of an elite mid-admiral, but there is still a gap compared to an admiral. A violent healer with mid-admiral strength is already satisfactory for Lin Qi. As for the admiral's power, it rests solely with him. As for Robin, little Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Mikoto, they still have some way to go before reaching the general level. It doesn't have much impact. Robin and Yakushi Kabuto's greater assistance to him lies in internal affairs, and there is no need for them to go out and fight. I understand, my lord. Shikamaru, in a work state, is very trustworthy. After a bow, he went down to start acting. 3 days later, in a large square, Shikamaru waited here with 1,000 citizens who volunteered to participate. Although there were over 1,000 people, the scene was surprisingly quiet, without a sound. You all know the consequences of failure, right? Lin Qi descended from the sky, landing in front of the crowd. We know, my king, we all volunteered to participate. Please begin. My king. All right, 9 people per team. Follow me to this building. To avoid unnecessary panic, Lin Qi took those accepting the power of the Titans to another place. Are you ready? I'm about to start. Inside the building, Lin Qi waved his hand to unleash the power of the 9 Titans. Several people's muscles instantly began to swell, their skin tearing apart, revealing the bright red muscles inside. They screamed in agony, as if enduring immense pain. Bang, bang, bang. After several sounds, none of the 9 escaped. They couldn't withstand the power of the Titans and were blown to pieces. Lin Qi, who was mentally prepared, waved his hand for the bodies to be dragged out and buried. Notify the next group to come in. Chapter 67. Moving like thunder. By the time the 126th person came, one finally succeeded. Roar! The man let out a low growl, and his body instantly expanded, the crimson muscles bursting through his skin. A terrifying giant over 80 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. Compared to this giant, the giant race, known for their massive size, looked like children. My lord, here is his background report. Shikamaru handed Lin Qi a document. Name, Iter, age 29. Background. Lost his father in childhood, raised by his mother, has a younger sister. His mother passed away from illness 2 years ago. His sister was assaulted by a group of delinquents a week ago and committed suicide the next day. Seeing this report reminded him of a saying, "The thin rope is more likely to break, and misfortune seeks out the unfortunate." Quite tragic. Lin Qi frowned. Haven't those delinquents been caught yet? Shikamaru shook his head. It was dark that day, and there were no witnesses. Eder also did not cooperate with the investigation. So the murderer is still at large. He won't cooperate with the investigation. As a brother, he doesn't cooperate, which indicates that the man likely has greater motives. Rape can result in a maximum imprisonment of 10 to 20 years. The man likely thinks that such punishment is too light and wants to take revenge himself. Lin Qi understood the situation after a bit of thought. The giant was clearly startled by his own transformation. After a moment of panic, he slowly controlled his body to shrink back. Lin Qi tossed him a piece of clothing. Very good. From today on, you're a proud major of our country. Furthermore, from today on, you will bid farewell to your past self and no longer need the name Eder. You belong to a special forces unit, and in the military, you will be called Number 1. This special combat unit, you will lead as the captain. The man inherits the strongest power of the founding titan. It is reasonable for him to be the captain. Understood, my lord. After being transformed by the founding titan's power, Number 1 is now 100 loyal to Lin Qi. He looked at Lin Qi with admiration, knelt on one knee, and picked up the clothing beside him and put it on. My lord, before officially joining the military, may I do something? He asked with a pleading expression. Go ahead, but don't cause panic. Lin Qi knew what he wanted to do. It is only natural for a brother to avenge his sister. He also felt that the punishment for those delinquents was too light. In his country, future rapists and human traffickers should face the death penalty. Thank you, my lord. Number 1 bowed twice to Lin Qi and turned to leave. I understand now. To inherit the power of the 9 titans, mental strength is more important than physical strength. Number 1 persisted because of his belief in avenging his sister. The massive size that Number 1 transformed into earlier was witnessed by everyone outside. They looked on with fervor, eagerly anticipating this power. The selection continued. In the end, after a day of effort, with 972 people dead, the 9 titans were successfully born. As the sun set, these 9 individuals knelt on one knee before Lin Qi, pledging their loyalty. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, and Number 9, willing to expand the territory for the king, ready to die without hesitation. Good. Lin Qi helped them up. From now on, the country will rely on you all. Another half-month passed. The battleships of the underworld, trained by Yakushi Kabuto, were completed. Each underworld battleship can hold 1,000 soldiers, and with 10 ships combined, that makes 10,000 AV personnel. One underworld ship can match several vessels of the same level. This level of military power is invincible in the West Sea. One day, Lin Qi called all the high-ranking officials for a meeting. After a year of rest, the strength we have accumulated is sufficient. Next, I want you to lead the army to quickly conquer other countries. Remember, it must be fast. The world government would not want to see a single power dominate the West Sea. We must attack as many kingdoms as possible before they issue a warning. The 4 seas are the backyard of the world government. Usually, it's fine, but if any sea shows a trend of unification, they might not even be able to sleep. For this expedition, Tsunade will be the first commander, and Shikamaru will be the strategist. Growing up in war, Tsunade naturally has a good grasp of the war situation. With the highly intelligent Shikamaru arranged in the strategist position, he can rest easy and take on the role of a hands-off manager. The team for this expedition consists of Pig, Deer, Butterfly, Tsunade, the 9 titans, and 10,000 AV personnel with 10 underworld ships. Just the mid-admiral level of combat power alone has 10 people, who in the West Sea can compete. So, what reason do we have to go to war with the surrounding countries? Ino, from the world of Naruto, asked, emphasizing the importance of having a just cause. Fool! We are in the most chaotic West Sea. What reason do we need? Here, essay plan. If anyone asks, to say we have soldiers who got lost in their territory. Ino's face fell. Is that really acceptable? In the following days, the kingdom expanded rapidly at an astonishing speed. In naval battles, the armies of other kingdoms faced 10 underworld ships and were crushed. They either faced total annihilation or suffered heavy casualties. Once the battlefield shifted from the sea to land, they would experience the terror of the giants. The Kingdom of Columbia, one of the closest kingdoms to Lin Qi, recently suffered a devastating blow at sea when their king led the army. 10% of the army survived, and the old king died on the spot. The grieving crown prince, unable to mourn, was forced to ascend the throne to stabilize the current situation. No. It's bad, your highness. 9 monsters are approaching the royal city. What? The crown prince took the telescope handed to him by his subordinate and climbed the castle wall to look into the distance. He saw 9 skinless giants, each dozens of meters tall, landing from the coastline and quickly rushing toward him. With a thud, the binoculars in his hand fell to the ground, and the young prince collapsed onto the ground. A month passed by unknowingly. In just a short month, 7 countries were successively incorporated into the kingdom's territory. The kingdom ruled by Lin Qi increased from 1 to 8 in one fell swoop. Until that day, while his army was attacking the 8th kingdom, the world government sent someone to warn him. They warned him that for any reason, he must not send troops to other countries. Lin Qi had anticipated this long ago. He had thought that such a day would come. At this point, swallowing 7 countries was already the limit for the current kingdom, and it needed a long time to digest. If there were more, it might do more harm than good. Thus, the next kingdom, under Lin Qi's leadership, gradually grew stronger. Chapter 68. The 7 warlords established, holding 8 major kingdoms. Currently, 1/7 of the West Seas territory had fallen into Lin Qi's hands. The terrifying speed of expansion made the world government wary. Fortunately, Lin Qi was already prepared to quietly amass wealth, no longer expanding, and to digest what he had before making further moves. Seeing that Lin Qi was so sensible, the world government felt relieved. 1/7 of the West Sea was not unacceptable. The former Germa 66 had once ruled the entire North Sea for 66 days and repeatedly ignored the world government's warnings, ultimately leading to its eradication. If the world government had not held back on taking lethal action, that weak force would have been eliminated long ago. After swallowing 7 major kingdoms, the population under Lin Qi reached an astonishing 39 million. With a sudden increase of nearly 20 times the territory, he found himself in a dilemma of manpower shortage. Reluctantly, Lin Qi could only ask Robin to select some trusted individuals to take over important positions in the kingdoms. The rest would have to be done step by step. This time, the kingdom's appetite was too great. It was not an exaggeration to say it was like a snake swallowing an elephant. It was estimated that this nearly 20-fold increase in territory would take a while for the kingdom to digest. The issues of military transfers, citizen management, and handling former regimes were too numerous to count. Fortunately, the trivial matters could be handled by Robin and Shikamaru. Otherwise, Lin Qi would be overwhelmed. Time unknowingly reached the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar. During this period, the world government spies had thoroughly investigated Lin Qi, the fierce war king. If he were not from this world, they probably would have dug up information about his ancestors. Meanwhile, a special report was delivered to Sengoku. Furious, Sengoku slammed the table and stood up. This brat, after such a long time, turns out he has become a king. Does being a king have more prospects than being in the Navy? Vice Admiral Crane, upon hearing this, took out a lady's cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and exhaled elegantly. Being a king means an entire country has to listen to him. That's definitely more comfortable than you, Marshal. Moreover, I have to correct you. He is not just a king of one country, but of 8, which is indeed more promising than a general. Remembering the relationship between Peach Rabbit and Lin Qi, Vice Admiral Crane had a bit of a mother-in-law watching her son-in-law feeling more and more satisfied. Sengoku moved his lips, but found himself at a loss for words, his face turning red with anger. Lin Qi was his candidate for the next naval marshal, yet now he was neglecting his duties to become a king. Among the middle-aged men in the Navy, there were still the 3, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu, who could bear the banner. But looking across the Navy under 30, only Lin Qi was capable of assuming the position of marshal in the future. The lack of successors was something Sengoku had to admit. This was not referring to the insufficiency of mid to high-level combat power, but rather the lack of leaders capable of guiding a generation. A mythical beast, conqueror as Haki, and a great swordsman. He could hold his own against admirals a year ago. All these shining points were gathered in one person. Who else among the younger generation had such strength? After thinking it over, he realized that only Lin Qi could take on such a significant role. That is why Sengoku was so angry. Damn it, send someone to call him back. The aide, seeing Sengoku angry, shrank back and hurried to fetch him. Days later, Lin Qi finally returned, albeit late. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed something was off. There was a murderous aura. Following the direction of the aura, Lin Qi saw Sengoku feeding sheep with his head down. At the same time, he received a silent signal from Vice Admiral Crane. Lin Qi understood almost instantly. "Ha, Marshal. You seem to look younger after not seeing you for a few days." Lin Qi placed 2 boxes of gifts on the table. "These are local specialties I brought for you from the kingdom. You must accept them." Sengoku straightened up, not even glancing at the gifts on the table, and said sternly, "I recently heard you've been living quite well, even startling the world government." No. Where did you hear such rumors?" "Absolutely not the case." He joked, although everyone knew the truth, admitting it would be a grave mistake. "Is that so?" Sengoku squinted his eyes. "Absolutely," Lin Qi said with a sincere expression. "Well then, since you've been idle lately, I happen to have 2 things for you to do." Hearing this, Lin Qi looked at Sengoku's smiling face and knew he had been tricked. What are the 2 things? First, the world government has newly established an organization called the 7 Warlords to maintain the balance of the seas. The general idea is to use evil to counter evil, employing pirates to restrain other pirates. We will select the 7 strongest pirates from among them to fill the vacancies of the 7 Warlords, in exchange for their service under the condition of legal plunder. After finishing, Sengoku leaned on the table, his eyes shining as he looked at Lin Qi. "What are your thoughts on the 7 Warlord system? Collaborating with tigers, devouring wolves, and unloading the mill to kill the donkey." Lin Qi used 3 idioms to express his views on the 7 Warlord system. After listening, Sengoku slapped the table in admiration. Good. You're indeed not a blindly righteous person. We need talents like you in the Navy. More than half of our Navy's generals are resisting the 7 Warlord system. Your understanding gives me comfort. How didn't he make a mistake in assigning this task to you? Invite Gecko Moria to join the 7 Warlords. Here, the positioning pointer. Got it. Taking the positioning pointer, Lin Qi bid farewell to Sengoku and left the naval base. After Lin Qi left, Vice Admiral Crane said quietly, "Isn't it a bit dangerous to send Lin Qi to invite Moria?" Vice Admiral Crane's concern was not unwarranted. At this time, Moria had only been defeated by Kaido a year and a half ago. He had not yet degenerated into the gluttonous Moria of the later days, who did nothing and wasted everything. Currently, Moria still possessed deep and unfathomable haki, and his devil fruit abilities were not to be underestimated. Being able to challenge the peak warrior Kaido and escape with a sliver of health was a remarkable achievement. There were not many in the entire sea who could boast such a record, enough to brag about for a lifetime. Don't worry, Moria won't be in danger. Lin Qi knows what he is doing. Sengoku had a sly look on his face. If Moria dares to refuse the Navy's invitation. This time I want him to know why the flowers are so red. It turned out that Moria had no intention of joining the 7 Warlords and had even killed the messenger pigeon that came to deliver the invitation. The vengeful Sengoku would not let him off easily. A typical case of you must join, or I'll beat you until you do. Vice Admiral Crane looked at his old comrade with disdain. "You misunderstood my meaning. I'm worried that Lin Qi might be in danger." Sengoku laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke. "You're overthinking it. That kid has strength at one time, even I couldn't see through." Chapter 69, Zombies and Little Girls. Vice Admiral Crane was deeply shocked. As a naval commander during the Warring States period, standing at the pinnacle of power, if even he cannot see through it, what kind of terrifying level has Lin Qi's strength reached? Look, what is that? Heaven! The Sea Kings can fly now. A wave of exclamations came from outside the naval base. To save time, Lin Qi transformed into a giant candle beast several dozen meters tall and soared into the sky. Idiot! That's Rear Admiral Lin Qi. An old veteran recognized the scene and began to educate the nearby Navy soldiers. Rear Admiral Lin Qi? I think I've heard that name somewhere. Idiot! You don't even know Rear Admiral Lin Qi? Don't hang out with me anymore. A school officer spoke with admiration. He is a legendary figure who has been promoted to Rear Admiral in just 5 years. Not only does he possess Conqueror's Haki, but he also consumed a mythical Zoan devil fruit. He is the hope of a navy. It turns out that the Shichibukai system was established at this time. Lin Qi, floating in midair, pondered. Does this mean that characters like Mihawk, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Hancock, and Bartholomew Kuma, who were famous in the original work, are about to officially appear on the historical stage? The intricate relationships they represent are not to be underestimated. Doflamingo has Kaido backing him. Mihawk and Shanks are friends. Bartholomew Kuma is a spy for the Revolutionary Army. Hancock has Rayleigh behind her. Crocodile has unpredictable ties with Whitebeard. And Jinbei has Princess Otoheim and the ancient weapon Poseidon behind him. Thinking about it this way, it seems that all the members of the Shichibukai organization are traitors. Poor Moria is the only honest person. Later, Moria ends up becoming a shut-in, suffering a beating from the rookie pirate Luffy, only to be backstabbed by the world government. After barely surviving to save his teammates, he is stabbed in the back by a subordinate of the Black Hand. What a tragic life. Lin Qi feels pity for him. Honest people do not have a good ending. If Moria had any background behind him, he wouldn't have ended up this way. A few days later, Lin Qi appeared in the foggy sea area. As the name suggests, this sea area is filled with thick fog, with visibility not exceeding 10 meters. Every year, numerous ships accidentally wander in here and never find their way out, forever lost. Given that Brook has been wandering here for 50 years without finding an exit, it's quite terrifying. However, none of this is a problem for Lin Qi. With his special pointer, he successfully landed on Moria's terrifying ghost ship. The ghost ship is incredibly large, comparable to a small country. Once he landed, finding Moria became an issue. The ghost ship is filled with a terrifying aura, with even the trees growing in bizarre shapes and tombs standing everywhere. Oh, terrifying moans came from underground. A withered, skeletal hand slowly pierced through the ground. 1, 2. An endless number of arms broke through the soft soil as terrifyingly stitched-together zombies crawled out of the graves. So ugly. Lin Qi frowned. This was even worse than he had imagined. Humans, freshumans. I want his arms. I want his bones. My bones have been gone for too long. A large group of zombies, like those in a horror movie, slowly approached Lin Qi. However, just as they were about to reach him, they stopped. You guy, aren't you scared of us? In the past, anyone who accidentally wandered into the ghost ship would be scared out of their wits. Yet this person not only did not run away, but also looked completely unafraid. This was a blatant insult to them, the zombies. You should be the ones who were scared. Lin Qi casually threw a punch, creating a sonic boom. The graves from which the zombies had crawled moments ago were instantly like they had been plowed by an ancient wild bull. Tombstones shattered, and there were no coffins left. Only a deep trench. In his memory, this group of zombies was notoriously cowardly. Seeing the power of this punch, the zombie horde collectively turned to stone. If this hit them, wouldn't they all die? They exchanged glances and chose to follow their instincts, plopping down onto the ground, hands raised high. Big brother, we surrender. Hee, take me to Moria. Yes, please come with us. The zombies led the way, bringing Lin Qi to a castle. Boss, help. There's an intruder. As soon as they entered the castle, the zombies screamed and then scattered in all directions. Lin Qi paid no attention to the fleeing zombies. His goal had already been achieved. Moria should be at the top of the castle. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Qi suddenly extended his palm and grabbed something in the transparent air, then slammed it to the ground. Puffed. Absalom spat out blood and emerged from his transparent state. No, impossible. I am a transparent person who has eaten the transparent fruit. How could you see me? His expression was horrified. I can't see you, but I can smell the stench on you from far away. Lin Qi added a kick, knocking the ugly creature unconscious. If he weren't planning to invite Moria to join the Shichibukai, he might have captured this person for his performance record. The smell of caramel cake wafted through the air. On the third floor of the castle, Lin Qi twitched his nose and walked in a certain direction. No, please don't see me. A little girl with pink twin tails, holding a freshly baked cake, curled up under the bed, trembling in fear. She had heard the zombies shouting and saw Absalom being killed in an instant. Terrified, she abandoned her plan to launch a sneak attack and hid in her room. Of course, even so, she couldn't bear to leave her beloved dessert behind. Creak. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Perona's body trembled. Could it be that man has come in? No, it can't be. It must be the zombie maid. Perona hugged her little cake, curled up under the bed, not daring to breathe, even if it meant dirtying her clothes. However, in the next moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed her arm, followed by a languid voice. Got you. Perona screamed in fright, her little feet pushing against the bed frame in an attempt to resist the man's strength. Unfortunately, compared to him, her little strength was like that of a kitten, easily pulled out by Lynch. Woo, please don't kill me. Perona was dangled in the air by Lynch, her little face turning pale with fear, almost bursting into tears. Cake for you, please don't kill me. In a moment of desperation, Perona offered her beloved cake. Compared to the cake, she felt her life was more important. Chapter 70. Electric Roasting Moria. Who wants your cake? Lynch's expression darkened. Did he seem like a person who would rob a little girl of her cake? Then what do you want from me? Perona was stunned, cautiously saying no. I'm not yet of age. Shut up. Lynch took a deep breath, suppressing his rising blood pressure. This girl must have learned quite a bit at a young age. He specifically came to capture Perona, not for any other reason, but because her devil fruit was too troublesome. The negative ghost is considered a top-tier ability. No matter how strong the enemy, if hit, they will give up resistance and become lambs to be slaughtered. Although with the speed of the negative ghost, hitting Lynch was purely a dream. But Lynch prefers to eliminate all dangers. He slightly raised a finger, releasing a hint of Conqueror's Haki, overwhelming killing intent enveloping Perona. If you dare to sneak attack me, don't blame me for killing you. Perona was struck by the killing intent, and in her already frightened state, she instantly rolled her eyes and fainted. She went limp in Lynch's hand, and the little cake fell to the ground. He really couldn't handle the scare and fainted from it. Lin Qi shook his head and threw the now 14-year-old Perona onto the bed before turning to leave. When he reached the top of the castle, Moria had already been waiting there. He. Intruder, state your name. The nearly 7-meter-tall Moria exuded a strong sense of oppression. Among all the 7 warlords, Moria was the tallest. Muscles were distributed all over his body, completely different from the image of a lazy Moria that Lin Qi had in mind. He. Before Lin Qi could say a word, Moria switched places with a shadow he had ambushed earlier, instantly appearing behind Lin Qi and cutting towards a shadow with a large pair of scissors. If the shadow were to be cut, Lin Qi would immediately fall into danger. A raging flame ignited around Lin Qi, and suddenly, his shadow disappeared without a trace. Not all situations would have a shadow. For instance, in 2 dark places, 2 bright places, or where there is light source itself. Knowing about Moria's shadow fruit ability in advance, Lin Qi had already prepared a countermeasure. Moria was burned by the candlelight flames, and, after a few jumps, he distanced himself from Lin Qi, covered in ash. This Moria was quite cunning. From the very beginning, he spoke to let people lower their guard, and then suddenly appeared behind to attack their shadow. A normal person would definitely be confused by this series of changes, leading to defeat. Who would pay attention to their shadow? If Luffy were to face Moria at that moment, he would probably be ruthlessly killed. Peh. Moria spat out the ashes from his mouth and finally faced the man in front of him. Moria, never kill nameless people. So who are you? State your name. Moria, I am here on behalf of the Navy to invite you to join the 7 warlords. I hope you don't refuse this offer, Lin Qi said lightly. The 7 warlords? Sorry, I want to join. It turned out to be the Navy's dog. No wonder it felt familiar. Upon hearing it was a Navy person, Moria immediately chose to attack. Shadow Box, Shadow House. The shadows under Moria spread rapidly like ink. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was enveloped by shadows, completely sealed off with no sunlight visible. Moria, I advise you not to court death. With a loud bang, flames erupted beneath Lin Qi's feet, illuminating the space. What a joke. What does Moria want to do? Why should I care? Shadoba. Moria seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, and a unique and sharp sound echoed from all directions. Hundreds of ferocious black shadow bats charged towards Lin Qi. Damn it. You still have no shadow. Moria's plan to let the bats devour Lin Qi's shadow fell through. While commanding the bats to attack, He exchanged positions with a shadow bat and instantly appeared in midair. What is your relationship with Kaido? Seeing the shadow bats continuously crash into Lin Qi without causing any damage, Moria thought of Kaido. Moria, who traversed the seas, could only face Kaido when the shadow bats could not devour flesh. Just thinking of Kaido made Moria's eyes turn red. What's wrong? Did Kaido beat you out of your shadow? Lin Qi sneered. Damn it, I will kill you. Shadow Mage. Crescent cut. A shadow that looked exactly like Moria appeared, and two 10-meter-long blades appeared in Moria's hands. Moria, your shadow fruit is a good fruit, but unfortunately, you are too useless. The shadow fruit is not inferior to Fujitori's gravity fruit, yet it was developed into this state by Moria. If developed well, even if he couldn't defeat Kaido, it wouldn't be this miserable. Why is it said that the shadow fruit is a top-tier paramecia? Not to mention anything else. Just a shadow mage summoned by Moria has an invincible characteristic. No matter how strong the attack received, the shadow mage would not suffer any damage. Invincible. Besides the shadow fruit, which other fruit can achieve this? Coupled with Moria's ability to exchange positions with shadows for instantaneous movement, it's almost impossible to defeat him. Even Kaido couldn't forcibly retain him. If used for self-preservation, there probably isn't a devil fruit stronger than his. Knowing the ins and outs of the shadow fruit, Lin Qi ignored the shadow mage and threw a punch at Moria. Do you want to make me laugh to death by hitting me with your fists? Moria, covered in armament color, almost laughed out loud. However, the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. He saw the dark purple armament color on Lin Qi's arm, which was definitely stronger than his. Switch. In a moment of urgency, Moria exchanged positions with the shadow mage. What a strange feeling. Lin Qi felt that when he hit the shadow mage, it was like hitting something, and at the same time, he felt as if he had been hit. To defeat Moria, he had to catch him off guard. Being able to switch places with shadows made it very difficult to hit Moria's true body. Noticing the sealed environment around him, Lin Qi suddenly had an idea. This is your own doing. Thunder Domain. Dense, crisscrossing lightning spread from Lin Qi as the center, covering every corner of the room. Since Moria could dodge, he would attack all places at once and see where he would hide. Damn it. What devil fruit did you eat? Fire and lightning, all at once. Moria had 1,000 curse words he wanted to say in his heart. After being continuously struck by lightning a few times, Moria couldn't take it anymore. His hair was electrified into an afro, and there was a hint of a meaty aroma. Chapter 71. Heart and Qi Shadow Gathering Ground. To withstand the continuous onslaught of lightning, Moria waved his hand and summoned a swarm of shadows to fill himself. The more shadows were stuffed in, the larger Moria's size, strength, and defense increased significantly. Only when the lightning struck him without causing any pain did Moria stop his actions. At this moment, he had transformed into a 13-meter-tall, slightly chubby strongman. He somewhat resembled the future lazy Moria. Strike as you please. If you have the ability, strike me dead. The Shadow Gathering Ground was Moria's strongest move. Reaching his peak, he instantly forgot about the previous beating and became as arrogant as he could be. Let me tell you, in this state, I once shattered an island with a single palm. Becoming my subordinate and going to seek revenge on Kaido is your only way out now. Idiot. Lin Qi glanced at him and slowly drew out the dragon abyss from his waist. You're asking for death. Shadow Warrior, Rift Palm. Moria's inflated body moved quickly, appearing in front of Lin Qi and striking down with a palm. Lin Qi's long knife was already unsheathed. 3,000 Azura, Purgatory Flow, Cherry Blossom Kingdom. One by one, the phantoms of evil spirits appeared behind Lin Qi, cherry blossoms fluttering in the air and indescribable wind blades attached to the surface of the dragon abyss. This strike was close to Lin Qi's peak strength, probably about 70%. Using ghost energy, flowing cherry blossom armament color, and the giant race's ultimate technique, the three were fused as one. He had used this move to split a Sea King over 1,000 meters long in half. No. At this moment, Moria felt as if he was once again facing the blow that Kaido had used to crush him. His instincts told him that if he were hit head-on, he would definitely die. He couldn't muster the slightest courage to resist. giving up the attack and switching places with the Shadow Mage. I guess you would do this. Lin Qi turned the blade, his arm suddenly elongating, creating several afterimages in the air, and the arm that was about to slash the Shadow Mage again slashed towards Moria. Life returned. The well-informed Moria recognized Lin Qi's technique and hurriedly exchanged positions with the Shadow Mage once more. At that moment, the blade that had previously aimed at Moria gradually became transparent. One of the shadows of the remnants suddenly solidified. It turned out that Lynch's target had never changed. The Long Yuan that Moria saw for the second time was merely the shadow of the blade. The intention was to deliberately deceive Moria, making him switch positions with the Shadow Mage. Hitting Moria's true body was not easy, and attacking his mind was undoubtedly the best choice. Did you not expect that I predicted your prediction of the prediction? The long knife cut through the air, blood gushing forth. A wound several meters long opened in front of Moria, his armed color seemingly ineffective. His body suffered a heavy blow, and the shadow Moria had previously swallowed could no longer be controlled, spilling out from the wound in a dark mass. A true blow that severely injured him, deep enough to see bone. What's worse, Long Yuan, who had no fondness for Moria, took the opportunity to spit out a mouthful of venom, causing Moria to sweat profusely from the pain, feeling worse than death, almost fainting. It hurts so much. Moria rolled on the ground in agony while using shadows to stitch his wounds. As he stitched, blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. It left Lynch speechless. No wonder he was someone who had repeatedly suffered backstabs, yet managed to escape with a sliver of life. His blood was indeed thick. The fact that this guy was half dead from the cuts was unexpected. So that is how it is. Lynch noticed that a deep gap had appeared on the Shadow Mage, who had never sustained any injuries. He instantly understood everything. The reason Moria could still scream was that he had transferred his injuries to his shadow. However, it seemed that this transfer also had its limits. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Moria had nearly stitched up his wound, the potent poison that Long Yuan had inflicted took effect. Moria's face turned greener than grass, continuously spewing white foam. Help, help. Hang in there, don't die. I finally managed to control my strength. Lynch kicked Moria, whose eyes had turned green, and then kicked Long Yuan again. Look at the mess you caused. Hurry up and bring him back. Woo-woo. The dragon-shaped Long Yuan whimpered pitifully, flying over Moria's head and spitting a few mouthfuls of saliva at him. Unfortunately, the poison was too strong, and it took a while for Moria to recover after getting the antidote, even with his resilient physique. Just now, it felt like I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Moria stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling that death was so close. You don't need to ask. I'll join the 7 warlords. This time, Moria was completely subdued, both in strength and intellect, crushed by dual pressure. But he couldn't die yet. He still had to seek revenge on Kaido for his deceased crew. Once upon a time, Moria was also a passionate young man, a son of destiny, a powerful figure. Until that day, when he faced Kaido, everything changed. He watched helplessly as his crew members, who had followed him for over a decade, died one by one before his eyes, unable to do anything. In the end, he could only flee like a coward. Since that day, Moria has hated Kaido and himself, thinking about revenge while indulging in food and self-destruction to escape his inner pain. What? You still think about seeking revenge on Kaido? Lynch stepped on Moria's belly, mocking him mercilessly. A glutton who spends his days eating and sleeping, yet dares to think about avenging Kaido? I advise you to wash up and go to sleep. Anything can happen in dreams. Moria suddenly opened his eyes wide, glaring at Lynch in anger. You've defeated me. If you want to kill me, then do it. Don't question my determination to kill Kaido. Is that so? Then take a look at yourself now. How much have you regressed compared to a year ago when you lost to Kaido? You keep regressing while Kaido keeps progressing. Do you really think you can seek revenge? Lynch brought in a large mirror from the room and placed it in front of Moria for him to examine himself. Moria stared at the disheveled person in the mirror, lost in thought. He. Moria suddenly let out a long laugh, blood tears streaming down his face. He raised his bloodied palm and grabbed Lynch's ankle, resolutely saying, "What must I do to kill Kaido? As long as I can kill Kaido, I'm willing to pay any price." Looking into Moria's determined eyes, Lynch leaned down for the first time and handed him a permanent pointer. Go here. Find a man named Enel. He will help you. Moria tightly grasped the permanent pointer, forcing his severely injured body to stand again with trembling legs. The wound tore open again, and a large amount of blood dyed Moria red. In stark contrast to his pale face was Moria's bright gaze. On this day, Moria regained his lost soul. Chapter 72, Fishman Island. Drink up, there is plenty of alcohol. At the banquet, Moria, with his body wrapped in bandages, raised his cup and drank heartily. At the banquet, all three of Moria's main subordinates were present. Absalom, knocked out by Lynch, Perona, who scared herself unconscious, and the bizarre Dr. Hogback. A large group of zombie maids twisted their stitched bodies, dancing gracefully in the hall. Lynch raised his cup and took a sip. He had personally experienced this unique banquet culture found only among pirates. It is said that in a pirate's life, only three things are important: women, fighting, and holding banquets. Pirates, who drift on the sea all day, have no other form of entertainment, and banquets perfectly fill this void, becoming their favorite pastime. They hold banquets for any reason. Whether they win or lose a fight, it rains, or it's sunny, there's always a reason for a feast. Among them, the one who loves to host banquets the most is undoubtedly the red-haired Shanks. For a while, they held banquets 6.5 days out of the week, with half a day spent on the way to the next banquet. Big boss, thanks for not killing me. I toast to you. Absalom, with his neck wrapped in thick bandages, carefully approached with a cup. Cheers. The cups clinked lightly. Lynch merely took a symbolic sip, while Absalom seemed to receive great honor. Gulping it all down, being able to toast with the big boss was worth it for a lifetime. Bad person. Perona sulked, drinking juice. Feeling bullied by this bad person. Even a little cake is gone. She would never admit that she was so scared she wet her pants. Lynch chuckled at the scene. He certainly wouldn't throw a tantrum with a little girl. Gurgle, gurgle. This Navy gentleman, do you like zombies? Would you like me to send you a few zombie maids? They're very useful. Hogback leaned over with a smirk, but Lynch shot him a glance that sent him retreating. He kept a respectful distance from this greasy, disgusting uncle. Did he look like someone who needed zombie figurines? I also have a wife, all right? After a few rounds of drinks, Lynch remembered something. Moria, do you have the corpse of the dragon horse? What the hell? Moria was startled. No way, I just dug it out, and you already know. Does the Navy's intelligence network have such power? Moria's big eyes widened, feeling a bit frightened. Don't misunderstand. It has nothing to do with the Navy. I have some special means. Moria breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I do have the corpse of the dragon horse, but unfortunately, I don't have a shadow that matches it. Otherwise, he would be a good subordinate. How about you give me his sword? No problem. We want to use swords. Keeping it here would be a waste. Moria boldly said, I'll send someone to get it for you right now. How generous. Come on, let us have a drink. A big knife with 21 craftsmanship. Just like that. Only Moria would do such a thing. Cheers. After a night of revelry. The next day, Lynch left the terrifying 3-sail ship with the famous sword Chioshui. Navy headquarters. Bang. Moria's petition was thrown onto the marshal's desk by Lin Qi. Come on. Moria is requesting to join the 7 warlords. Hurry up and approve it. Ha ha. Good. Sending you is indeed the right choice. Not long ago, Moria refused to join the 7 warlords, and now he is actively requesting to join. There is a significant difference between inviting someone to join the 7 warlords and the other party requesting to join. This can be said to have restored the Navy's lost face. In an excited mood, Sengoku repeatedly said several good words. Vice Admiral Lin Qi, you did a fantastic job this time. Our Navy will remember your contributions. Sengoku stood up and patted Lin Qi on the shoulder in encouragement. Keep up the good work. Vice Admiral Lin Qi, it won't be long before I should address you as Admiral Lin Qi. Lin Qi curled his lips. After not seeing him for a few days, when did Sengoku learn to paint such a big cake? Huh? What has that expression on your face? Sengoku's expression turned unfriendly. Nothing. Thank you to the organization and thanks to the marshal for the cultivation, Lin Qi said with a serious demeanor. Very good. I have high hopes for your future. Don't let me down. Speaking of which, you returned just in time. I just came to report, and you came back. Sengoku patted the documents on the table and smiled. Lin Qi's face twitched uncontrollably. You see what you said yourself? Do you believe it? It's clearly been planned for a long time. Today, Lin Qi learned a little. If you want to become a marshal, you must first have thick skin. With this matter, I have fulfilled the 2 promises I made to you. Don't look for opportunities to squeeze me again. You little brat, what are you talking about? Sengoku said with frustration. You're a Navy Vice Admiral after all. You hardly stay in the Navy all year round, just running around outside. Is it too much to ask you to help with 2 things? If I don't let you do something, everyone in the Navy might think you're a nepotism baby. After Sengoku said this, Lin Qi felt a bit embarrassed. Ordinary Navy personnel only have 1 month of vacation a year. He often doesn't come back for half a year or even a year, which indeed seems a bit excessive. You know how excessive you are, right? Old man, I promise you, as long as you complete this task, I will let you rest for a few months. Good deal. Lin Qi picked up the intelligence on the table and walked out of the room. After Lin Qi left, Sengoku revealed a smile like an old fox. Young people are easy to manipulate. This is what they call the older the ginger, the spicier. Outside the room, Lin Qi opened the envelope and was taken aback. The Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are fighting for the ownership of Fishman Island. King Neptune requests the Navy to intervene to protect the royal family members. There was another line of small print. Celestial Dragon Masquerade Saint intervenes, requesting the Navy to at least dispatch 1 Admiral-level force to protect Princess Otoheim. Wait a minute, the information here is quite significant. He knew that Princess Otoheim was saved because of his butterfly effect. That Masquerade Saint seems to be the celestial dragon who was saved by Princess Otoheim and later reformed. In the original work, if you remembered correctly, the battle for Fishman Island was ultimately won by the Whitebeard Pirates. However, Big Mom has always been eyeing Fishman Island. Longing for the sweets there, after Whitebeard's death, she set her sights on Fishman Island again. But if it weren't for him, Princess Otoheim wouldn't have survived. This time, the Navy could at most send a vice admiral to show their presence. The collision between 2 Emperor-level pirate crews and the Navy's intervention would be completely a thankless task. Chapter 73 Shocked. How can children be born with an 8-fold height difference? If a too strong Navy intervenes, the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates might first team up to eliminate the Navy's forces. As for why the Navy doesn't personally occupy Fishman Island, that's because they simply don't have the energy for it. The matters involved with Fishman Island are too complex, so much so that even the Navy cannot intervene. Closing the intelligence, Lin Qi immediately set off for Fishman Island. Fishman Island is located beneath the archipelago, very close to the Navy base. Lin Qi hardly spent any time and soon arrived at the archipelago. Ding! Triggered new choices. Task Choice 1. Say to the ordinary-looking old man in front of you, "Are you strong?" What's the use of being strong? In this world, you have to have a background to survive. Reward: 5 favorability points from Rayleigh. Task Choice 2. Old man, looking at you, you don't seem strong. Come over and give me a coating, and I'll reward you generously. Reward: risk of being knocked out by Rayleigh while walking at night. Task Choice 3. Old man, you look quite old. Can you handle it? If you can, help me with a coating. Reward: 10 favorability points from Rayleigh. Lin Qi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the archipelago, he would meet its local specialty, the Dark King Rayleigh. He is the future Pirate King's teacher, and also the master of countless transmigrators. So he walked over confidently. Rayleigh was lying on the shore, basking in the sun, when he suddenly felt someone lift the straw hat blocking the sunlight. The glaring sunlight shone down, and Rayleigh squinted. Seeing a young man so handsome, he was almost unreal. Old man, you must be the coding master, right? You look so old with white hair. Can you still do it? Seeing you like this, if you can, help me with a coating. Rayleigh stood up and stretched. Sure, of course I can. But young man, where's your ship? All right, I don't have a ship. Wait a moment. Lin Qi jumped and landed on a pirate ship on the sea. Robbery. What did you say? Ha ha. You're killing me. In this day and age, someone dares to rob a pirate ship, and it's just one person. Kid, I'm a pirate. A group of pirates on the deck laughed heartily, and a few of them with steel knives approached. However, the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Thunder Fist. With just one punch, the rampant lightning knocked out all the pirates on the ship. He carried both the ship and the people back to Rayleigh's side. Young people are great, such strength. Rayleigh's pupils shrank, muttering to himself. Uncle, there should be a few pirates on the ship with bounties. I'll give them to you. You can go to the Navy to claim the bounty. ISNT that throwing myself into the net? Rayleigh shook his head and began to focus on coding the ship. Half a day later, a pirate ship was successfully coded. Little brother, I'm not bragging, but my coding technique on The Archipelago is unmatched. After a long time without activity, Rayleigh wanted to drink again. That'll be 300,000 berries. Here, that's really a bargain. Normally, it would take 2 to 3 days for others to code a ship. But with Rayleigh, it only took half a day. Economical and efficient. Just as the pirate ship was about to sink completely, Lin Qi shouted, "Kuroka's asked me to send you his regards." "What did you say? Are you going to eat barbecue tonight?" Rayleigh smiled as he watched Lin Qi sink into the sea. Looking around, he found no one had heard Lin Qi's words, and then he turned and left. He descended all the way to the underwater Fishman Island, 10,000 meters deep. Here, sunlight cannot penetrate. It all comes through a tree called Eve, which conducts sunlight inside. The mermaids inside are absolutely stunning, hot and alluring. Their enticing tales make it hard to resist. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, how do you mermaids go to the bathroom without a lower body, and how do you have children?" On the street, Lin Qi stopped a mermaid girl and asked the question that had been stuck in his heart for 2 lifetimes. "Ah, pervert." The mermaid girl covered her blushing face and quickly swam away. "Why be so shy, really?" Lin Qi shook his head and continued walking toward the palace. Additionally, Lin Qi noticed that the atmosphere on Fishman Island was quite off. Most shops had their doors and windows tightly closed, and there were very few merfolk on the streets except for those out buying food. However, there were surprisingly many pirates. In the alleys and under the eaves, there were pirates with fierce expressions lying around. They were resting and conserving their strength in preparation for the upcoming battle. When they saw Lin Qi, they merely glanced at him and ignored him. As long as he wasn't a member of the Whitebeard pirates, they wouldn't take action. Big Mom had ordered them not to harm the innocent residents of the island, as they needed to keep them from making desserts. So the merfolk were safe and sound. That night, in the palace at the center of Fishman Island, Lin Qi received a warm welcome. Neptune, Princess Odoheim, and their 3 sons all attended the banquet to show respect for their guest. Looking at Neptune, who was 12 meters tall, and then at Princess Odoheim, who was just over 2 meters, Lin Qi felt as if his brain had crashed. The size difference of 6 times was equivalent to a 1.8-meter-tall man marrying a wife who was only 30 centimeters tall. How did they manage to have 3 sons and 1 daughter? "Can I come in?" "Ha ha ha. A guest from afar. Please come and try our unique wines from Fishman Island." Neptune's booming voice echoed in the banquet hall as a mermaid brought a jug of wine to fill Lin Qi's cup. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Qi picked up his cup and took a sip. "Ha ha. I didn't expect young Lin Qi to have such impressive strength at such a young age. Truly a hero among youths." Princess Odoheim said with a gentle laugh, covering her lips with her long sleeves. "You flatter me, Your Highness." "I'm just an ordinary Navy officer," Lin Qi humbly replied. "TCH, he looks to be about our age. What capability could he possibly have?" Clearly, the Navy just sent someone to appease us. The 3 princes looked at Lin Qi, who was not much older than them, with expressions of discontent. They clearly didn't think they needed protection. "Outrageous. You're not allowed to be rude to our guest." Neptune reprimanded sternly. "Are we wrong, father? You're just giving face to the world government. What is the use of us giving them treasure every year? When something actually happens, they send such a young person to appease us." The 3 princes angrily threw down their chopsticks and turned to leave the banquet. "Outrageous. Those 3 brats are driving me mad." Neptune covered his heart with a pained expression, slumping in his seat. "Quick, go get the king his medicine." The attendants hurriedly scrambled to bring medicine to Neptune. Chapter 74. Poison cough 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 cough. Neptune coughed violently, and it was only after the medicine took effect that he calmed down. "I'm sorry, that was impolite." A caring mermaid swam over to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. "Please forgive the offense of Sharkstar and the others." "I apologize on their behalf." Princess Odoheim bowed to express her apology. She was well aware of Fishman Island's current situation. They absolutely could not offend the Navy. If this young man had a broad mind, that would be fine, but if he was petty, that would be disastrous. "Your Highness, please rise. Such trivial matters need not trouble you," Lin Qi said, though his furrowed brow did not relax. Lin Qi clearly remembered that in the original story, Neptune was called the Great Knight of the Sea and was in excellent health. How could he look so frail now? Your Highness, do you remember when the king started having this ailment? Princess Odoheim lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, probably about 3 months ago. It's strange to say, before that, Neptune was clearly in great health, and then suddenly it was like this. Have you seen a doctor? I have. The doctor said there was no problem. He might just need more rest due to overwork. Your Highness, if you trust me, find someone you can trust to investigate the king's attendance. The sun shines and knows the yin and yang, understands changes. In his vision, Neptune's kidneys were dim and lifeless. The kidneys represent water in the 5 elements. It was clear that the water Neptune was drinking had a problem, leading to kidney failure. The only ones who could come into contact with Neptune's drinking water were the many guards. Are you saying? Princess Odoheim's complexion changed, as if she realized something. Yes, I suspect someone has poisoned him. This matter must not be made public, Your Highness. Once you find a trusted person, do it secretly to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Seeing Lin Qi's serious demeanor, Princess Odoheim believed him. She had also been suspicious of Neptune's illness these days. But no matter how many doctors she invited, the results were the same. I have someone I absolutely trust. He even saved my life during an assassination. Not long after Princess Odoheim finished speaking, Lin Qi saw the long-lost Fishman Tiger. This guy was indeed not dead. Fishman Tiger did not recognize the current Lin Qi. He only knew the masked Nighthawk from back then. Seeing Lin Qi staring at him, Tiger thought he had been recognized as a wanted criminal and almost acted out. Fortunately, Princess Odoheim mediated. I see you have a sense of justice. I hope you won't disclose Tiger's matter. Princess Odoheim also openly allowed Tiger to come out. Seeing Lin Qi's reminder. Besides that, Princess Odoheim had a very special observation Haki. She could hear the hearts of all things to a certain extent. For those whose observation Haki surpassed hers, she could sense their goodness or evil. Her observation Haki told Princess Odoheim that Lin Qi had no ill intentions. However, it seemed that this man was quite interested in her daughter, Shirahoshi. I will, Your Highness. Lin Qi smiled and nodded at Tiger. Have I seen this guy somewhere? Tiger muttered quietly and went down to carry out his mission. Fishman Tiger's life could only be described as legendary. Born in the most chaotic slum, barely able to eat enough every day, he became the fisherman who was now treated with respect even by the royal family. Over the decades, he had been the boss of the slum, formed a pirate crew, and traveled across the seas. He fought the navy, fought pirates, fought the world government, and even set foot on Mariehua. He became the first hero to rescue slaves from Mariehua. He had encountered all kinds of ruthless villains and benevolent people, and his life experience could be considered rich. Under Tiger's skilled interrogation, the poisoner was soon revealed. I was wrong. I shouldn't have poisoned the king. Please spare me. I won't dare again. It was all Hody Jones' doing. He forced me to do it. My family is in their hands. I couldn't defy him. I'm sorry. Your Majesty. Neptune looked at this servant who had served him for over a decade and sighed deeply. That bastard Hody Jones again. Tiger's face trembled with anger. They didn't know that the assassination targeting Princess Odoheim was also orchestrated by Hody Jones. But they did know that this guy harbored an extreme hatred for humans, had betrayed Fishman Island, and had become a traitor to Fishman Island. The huge weapon occasionally inserted into Shirahoshi's special gate was created by Hody Jones' companion, Vanderdecken 9. Using the target fruit. Tiger, do not be angry. Let him finish. Princess Odoheim calmly soothed the emotions of everyone present. I know you are also a victim in this matter. As long as you speak the truth, I will ask Neptune to deal with you leniently. Thank you. Your Highness. The fisherman bowed several times before recounting the events truthfully. It turned out that ever since Hody Jones' last assassination attempt on Princess Odoheim failed, he had been plotting how to rekindle the hatred for humans on Fishman Island. During a fortuitous black market transaction, he obtained a kind of strange drug similar to a deadly poison. Unlike deadly poison, which trades lifespan for temporary strength, this drug is colorless and tasteless, has no effect on other races, but is a deadly threat to the fishmen. Most importantly, doctors can't detect it. If anyone can incite hatred against humans, Aside from Princess Otoheim, it must be Hody Jones. Thus, Hody Jones devised a meticulous plan. When Neptune is on the brink of death, Hody Jones will step forward with the antidote, gaining the trust of the royal family while casting dirt on humans. With this experience of saving the king, Hody Jones's reputation will soar on Fishman Island, and even if Neptune encounters trouble again, no one will suspect him. As a mere subordinate, the Fishman only knows this much. But what happens next is easy to guess. Having gained their trust, it's natural to hire a group of pirates to kill Neptune, just like the attack on Princess Otoheim. With Hody Jones as an insider, this will be very easy. By then, not only can they stir up hatred against humans on Fishman Island, but he can also become the new king of Fishman Island by marrying Shirahoshi. Throughout, Hody Jones only gives the impression of an extreme fishman dissatisfied with humans. Compared to saving Neptune's life, the earlier events mean nothing. Damn it, I'll kill that bastard sooner or later. Tiger was furious. Fortunately, we encountered this Navy guy. Princess Otoheim glanced at Lynch with fear. If Hody Jones were to enter the palace, it would be a disaster. Unfortunately, Hody Jones overlooked one thing, which is that Princess Otoheim can see through people's hearts. At the same time, this incident also revealed something even more serious. Chapter 75. The War of the Two Emperors. It turns out that the mastermind behind the assassination of Otoheim was Hody Jones. The great knight of the sea, Neptune, was completely enraged. He immediately issued orders to place Hody Jones as the #1 wanted criminal on Fishman Island. As for you, Neptune looked at the fishman kneeling on the ground, hesitating. The other party had served him for over 10 years, and even though he had committed a grave mistake, Neptune felt a bit reluctant to kill him. At this moment, Princess Otoheim gently tugged at Neptune, suggesting that he let him atone for his crimes. Let us continue to play along with him, and after the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates settle their differences, we can lure Hody Jones out and ask Jinbe and Tiger to ambush him secretly. Neptune's eyes lit up. What the lady said was right. This plan is feasible. Neptune leaned down and asked the fishman on the ground, "Are you willing to atone for your crimes?" "Yes, I'm willing." Neptune signaled, and Tiger took him away. Now that the murderer has been found, as long as he stops taking the poison and adjusts his diet, the toxins remaining in his body will be slowly expelled. "Admiral Lynch, from today on, you are my benefactor, Neptune." Neptune raised his glass and toasted to Lynch. If it weren't for Lynch, he would still be drinking poison every day, and who knows when he might die. Just thinking about it is terrifying. In the future, if you need anything, we will never decline. Princess Otoheim said alongside her husband, "You two are too polite." Lynch also raised his glass, noticing that the vigilance in their eyes had diminished significantly, replaced by a sense of closeness. Gaining the trust of Fishman Island is indeed not easy. It was clear that from the beginning, this couple had been wary of Lynch, and only now had they let their guard down. Considering the current tense relationship between fishmen and humans, it was understandable. The banquet ended perfectly in a harmonious atmosphere. That night, Lynch lay on the waterbed in the palace, lost in thought. Sengoku's order to him was not to interfere in the battle, but to protect the royal family members. But so many pirates were just points to him. Faced with these walking treasures, whether he could hold back was another question. Just then, the door suddenly creaked open. Who was coming so late? Under the pure, white moonlight, Lynch saw a mermaid girl wrapped in a blanket. "Huh?" The mermaid girl shyly lowered her head and said softly, "Upstairs, upstairs, let me accompany the master." How thoughtful, even arranged special service. Lynch praised Neptune in his heart. It was worth saving this old man's life. He patted the bed beside him and said, "What are you still standing there for? Come over." He had always been curious about how many holes a mermaid has. It seems that today he could fulfill this wish. "Yes, master." The mermaid girl swam over with a blushing face. That night, the Dragon Palace had an unusually high number of mosquitoes. In Lynch's room, sounds of slapping mosquitoes echoed. The next day, Lynch woke up from bed, and the mermaid girl had already left. Remembering the academic discussion he had with the mermaid girl yesterday, he felt a bit unsatisfied. It turns out that it is normal for a mermaid to have only one hole for the mouth. "Mr. Lynch, it seems that the war is about to start outside. Do you want to come out and take a look?" Princess Otoheim's voice rang from outside the door. "The Big Mom pirates are after Fishman Island sweets, and Whitebeard as a friend. Neither side would harm the residents of Fishman Island. Otherwise, it would be useless to occupy it. Calling in the Navy is just a precaution. So Princess Odoheim was not afraid that the palace would be in trouble. I'm coming. Lynch walked out with Princess Odoheim. At the edge of the palace guards were lined up neatly. Neptune stood with his 3 sons, gazing into the distance. Princess Odoheim led Lynch up the long stairs. Hey, I heard you saved my father yesterday, so stay in the city today and don't go out to die. The eldest prince's tone was not very good, but he already regarded Lynch as one of their own. You look even younger than us, pretending to be a master, the second prince muttered, turning his gaze to the distance. Neptune focused all his energy on the distant battlefield, completely ignoring his son's words. Oh, there are quite a few familiar faces. Upon reaching the top, Lynch saw many familiar faces in the Big Mom pirates below. Charlotte family's 33rd son, Charlotte Reiju. Charlotte family's 18th daughter, Charlotte Galette. In addition, there were several others whose identities could be recognized at a glance, just by their appearance. Charlotte family's first son, Charlotte Perispero. Charlotte family's 3rd son, Charlotte Oven. Charlotte family's 19th son, Mondor. Charlotte family's 14th daughter, Smoothie. They sent out 6 executives at once. Among them were the first son, Perispero, and Smoothie, one of the 4 sweet commanders. This shows that the Big Mom pirates are determined to take Fishman Island. Galette, Smoothie. Lynch's attention was mainly on these 2 women. After all, among the crowd of ugly ones, it's hard not to notice 2 beauties. Smoothie's long legs are truly long. I really don't know how Big Mom gave birth to her children, each one uglier than the last. If we talk about genetic issues, there's still a few who are very beautiful and handsome, like Galette, like Carrot. Besides that, there were thousands of pirates occupying the advantageous terrain. Cannons, flintlock guns, and all kinds of weapons were present. Here, this is a telescope. It can see clearly. The 3rd prince handed Lynch a telescope. Thank you. Taking the telescope, his view instantly shifted from high definition to blue light 1086. Get ready, the Whitebeard pirates are coming. Perispero reminded loudly. In the Big Mom pirates, Perispero has always played the role of a wise man. His strong command ability in war is unrivaled. They are coming from the sky. As soon as the words fell, the pirate ship flying the Whitebeard flag pierced through the outer membrane of Fishman Island and came crashing down from the sky. With a loud bang, the Whitebeard pirates officially made their entrance. Just before landing, the special coating on the ship shattered, and one ship after another landed steadily. Ha 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 ha, we're here. Marco was always the first to jump off the ship. Following him were the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, the captain of the 5th Division, Vista, the captain of the 7th Division, Clahidor, and the captain of the 9th Division, Blenheim. Chapter 76. Marco, Pineapple Head? Marco, did Whitebeard not come personally? Perispero said coldly. There is no need for old man to get involved. I alone am enough to deal with you. Marco looked around and retorted. As for you, without Katakuri here, you're no match for me. Let us see if that is the case. Boys, kill for me. After a few words, the gunpowder smell grew stronger. At Perispero's command, deafening cannon fire erupted, and thousands of low-level pirates charged forward with their long knives. Kill! Kill! Brothers, don't embarrass old man, Marco shouted, and the pirates brought by Whitebeard fearlessly charged forward. After the clash of blades, both sides sustained injuries. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Emperor's crew is indeed different. The strength and cohesion of their lower-level crew cannot be compared to small-time pirates. On the high platform, Lin Qi watched with great interest. If pirates came to do this every day, it would save the Navy a lot of trouble. Pineapple Head, I wanted to beat you for a long time. Come at me. You're the real Pineapple Head. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Just as Perispero was about to rush up to teach Marco a lesson, he was suddenly pulled down by a hand midair. Smuggy, what are you doing? You deal with the others. Pineapple Head is mine. Smuggy said coolly without waiting for Perispero to respond, replacing him to face Marco. Am I being rejected? Perispero found it both funny and frustrating. Is it that every sister grows up to resent her brother? His sister was clearly worried he couldn't beat Pineapple Head. He wasn't that weak. You're the real Pineapple Head. I won't allow anyone else to call me that. The exchange between the siblings greatly angered Marco. He swore he would make these two pay. In the midst of the chaos, Smuggy constantly thrust her long sword into the bodies of pirates. In just a few seconds, her 3-meter-long sword was filled with people like candied hawthorn. The pirates pierced through screamed, visibly losing their vitality as they were drained into dry corpses. And the sword began to glow with a strange light. As a user of the juice fruit, Smuggy could extract the essence from human bodies, thereby enhancing herself. The more people she drained, the stronger the enhancement. Although she loved to slack off, she wasn't hesitant when it came to working hard. Should I use that move? Lin Qi squinted his eyes. Despite being jokingly called a bounty of 900 million and having legs worth 800 million in the Big Mom Pirates, her strength was only second to Big Mom and Katakuri. She was one of the top sweet commanders. Zinai, Smuggy slashed out a sword from a distance, creating a massive sword energy with a diameter of hundreds of meters, cutting down countless pirates along its path, traversing half the battlefield, and heading straight for Marco. Any pirate that came into contact with the sword light was utterly obliterated. This crazy woman is even attacking her own. Marco's diving motion paused, instantly transforming into his phoenix form. Struck head-on by the sword light, Marco shot out like a meteor, soaring over half of Fishman Island and crashing through countless buildings before finally coming to a stop. Neptune's heart ached. How much will it cost to rebuild this? Marco, are you all right? Several officers from the Whitebeard crew looked on with concern. In the next moment, a brilliant blue flame burst through the rubble, rising into the sky. And Marco, half his body enveloped in blue flames, smiled lightly and said, "To kill me, you're 100 years too early." In an instant, the Whitebeard crew was invigorated, chanting the name of the Phoenix. Lick, Marco, your weakness has been exposed. Paraspero secretly threw out a syrup that instantly solidified upon contact with Marco's ankle, yanking him down. As a user of the lick fruit, the syrup he solidified was harder than steel. Well done, brother. Smuggy leaped into the air, reaching for Marco, intending to extract the juice from Pineapple Head. Boom! The 100-meter-long syrup chain connecting to Marco's ankle was suddenly shattered by a burly figure. Paraspero, your opponent is me, the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi. Block Paraspero's path. Who do you think you are? Candy Virgin. A candy giant rose from the ground like a mountain. Marco, Smuggy, Spero, and Sachi were locked in a fierce battle. Sachi's strength is quite good. He will probably be killed by Blackbeard in the future, but there will also be an element of surprise. Lin Qi watched with great interest. Pineapple Head's strength is slightly stronger than Smuggy's, and Paraspero is stronger than Sachi, making for a balanced fight. What a shame. The Phoenix Fruit is at least a mythical Zoan type, but unfortunately, all its talents are focused on defense and recovery. If the battle could be dragged out for a few days, Marco's endurance would guarantee victory, but it's hard to say in a short time. If they could defeat Sachi under Marco's protection without prolonging the fight, then the victory would go to the Smuggy siblings. When using the weak to fight the strong, the Phoenix Fruit would make the opponent doubt their life. You would find that despite being stronger than the opponent, you just can't kill them, and you'd be entangled tightly. Conversely, when fighting enemies that are only slightly weaker, you would also struggle to wrap up the battle quickly. While the 4 fought fiercely, the other officers were not idle. Owen faced off against the Swordmaster Vista. Mondor faced the captain of the 9th Division, Blenheim. Raisin and the brother-sister duo Garrett faced the captain of the 7th Division, Clahador. Vista, I am the nemesis of all swordsmen. Are you ready for your sword to melt? Owen's hands turned crimson. Steam from the high temperature surged into the sky. As a user of the heat fruit, Owen could melt blades up to 21 work. Is that so? Then let us see whose hand is faster, yours or my sword. Deep armed color covered the sword's body, and he spun 2 long swords into afterimages. A big man swinging a sword is just swinging a sword. Why all the flowers? Lin Qi watched in disgust as a hairy-chested brute always had a bunch of flowers floating around him before every strike. Father, can we be as strong as them in the future? Yes, father. The 3 princes were greatly enlightened today. Before today, they had never felt humanity's strength so directly. They looked at Neptune with great anticipation. Ha, of course you can. Neptune lovingly patted their heads. Jinbe and Tiger are not weaker than them. The masters are right beside you, and you don't even know it. The prince's eyes lit up. Then we must consult Mr. Tigerwell and become top experts like him. The eldest Prince Sharkstar had already envisioned the scene of himself returning after mastering his skills and reaching the pinnacle of fish life. Chapter 77. Change. Hee. That level can't be considered a top expert. It's just barely able to step onto the historical stage. Hearing their conversation, Lin Qi shook his head and laughed. What did you say? The second prince turned his head and looked over, chuckling. What a joke, they're officers of the 4 Emperor's pirates. And you think that S just barely qualified? The third prince was furious. These humans didn't seem that strong, but were good at boasting. Sharkstar couldn't help but mock. So, does that mean you're really strong? He also wanted to let go of his grievances against him for the sake of Lynch saving his father's life. But who would have thought this guy had such a big mouth? He couldn't say he was strong, but it was relatively easy to deal with these guys. Lynch humbly remarked, arrogant. The second prince was so angry he choked, simply ignoring Lynch. The Sharkstar rolled his eyes in silence. If you were really that strong, why are you still standing here? Just go down and scare them all away. The third prince even declared, if you have half their strength, I'll eat shit on the spot. Ignoring the third prince who wanted to mooch off them, Lynch laughed. I also want to go out, but unfortunately, I still have to protect you. Boasting. Don't be rude to your benefactor. Neptune withdrew his gaze, slapping one son, scaring the few of them into silence. It didn't look good. I clearly remember that Fishman Island was eventually taken by the Whitebeard pirates. Did I remember wrong? Lynch looked suspiciously at the distant battlefield. Hot butter wave. Scorching fire slash. While the others were still at a stalemate. Lazon and the sister-brother duo of Jai Elite worked together to quickly defeat the captain of the White Team's 7th squad. These two guys are much stronger than when I last met them. Lynch recalled the scene when he encountered the siblings in the West Sea last time. If it weren't for Karoo arriving in time, they would probably still be in the underwater prison, since the day they were defeated by Lynch. The siblings had often been taken for devil training by Karoo, who loved them dearly. Looking back now, they still felt a lingering fear. But as a result, they had gained significant strength. Once the battlefield showed a sign of division, the balance was immediately broken. After the siblings won, they immediately went to help others. And the victorious team rapidly grew like a snowball, defeating the remaining members of the White Team in the blink of an eye. In the end, only Marco was left struggling. Lick lick, looks like Pineapple Head can't hold on anymore, Parasparrow taunted gleefully. Damn it. Marco gritted his teeth unwillingly. Marco, don't get too attached to the fight. Retreat first. Sachi had already led the defeated pirates back to their ship, just waiting to ignite the explosives at the stern to rush out of Fishman Island. You wait, I will remember today's grudge. Marco knew it wasn't the time to linger, so he dropped a couple of harsh words before getting on the ship. Smuggy and the others watched the Whitebeard pirates leave without pursuing them. Mama's mission was to seize Fishman Island. If they forcibly killed the other party's officers, it would provoke a full-scale war between the White Team and the Big Mom pirates, which they did not want to see. Over here, Neptune's family put down their binoculars. It seemed that the pirate crew had won. So let us prepare to build a large number of desert workshops on Fishman Island, to be able to stand long-term in this dangerous era of great pirates. Neptune had his own way of dealing with things. Whitebeard and Jinbei are friends. He hoped that in the end, the one who could win would be the White Team. However, if he could exchange some desserts for the protection of the Big Mom pirates, that wouldn't be a bad deal either. After all, a single mermaid could sell for over 100 million berries on the black market. It was better for the mermaids to be tired than to be captured. Without strong military deterrence, those slave traders wouldn't care whether you were a member of the world government. Logically, Lynch should have been happy that the mission assigned by Sengoku was completed, but he couldn't feel happy at all. Shouldn't the White Team have won? Did I remember wrong? Or was there something else about to happen? Lynch furrowed his brow. Just then, ding, a new life choice has been triggered. Task Option 1. Correct history and help the White Team gain ownership of Fishman Island. Reward. Proficiency Level 1 of flowing Sakura-colored Haki. And double the luck for the next appearance of Tom's option. Task Option 2. Strongly defeat the pirates present. Reward. Double Tom's upgrade original with Sharingan. Note. First comes Tom, then comes heaven. Splitting a big tree is like a god. Task Option 3. As you. How can you let go of the 8 billion value of those long legs and kidnap Smuggy? Reward: 3 pantyhose production factories. Lynch's thoughts flashed through the 3 options. That's right, this world also has pantyhose. Not only black, but also white, fishnet, leopard print, and python print. The third option seemed to give 3 pantyhose factories. But in reality, it was akin to giving a wife. However, system, you're taking advantage of others' kindness for your own gain. Lynch disdainfully skipped over this option. Was it that Tina at home wasn't attractive anymore? Or that Peach Rabbit wasn't good-looking? Or that Robin wasn't intellectual enough? As for the second option, Lynch's mind flashed to that lazy cat flaunting its little belly while munching on fish jerky. Relying on this lazy cat to fight was unrealistic unless forced with a knife. Otherwise, it was better to believe that pigs could fly. Moreover, this time, there was even a double hook, if the reward luck doubled. Wouldn't Tom appear as a kaleidoscope next time? Based on the last candlelight fruit, this doubling would definitely yield good things. System, I choose option 1. Ding. Task accepted successfully. Sengoku, Sengoku, it's not that I want to take action, but this reward is too tempting. Silently apologizing to Sengoku in his heart, he called out to the family that was about to leave the high platform. King Neptune, from your appearance, it seems you would prefer the Whitebeard pirates to gain ownership of Fishman Island, right? Hearing Lynch say this, Neptune knew the other party was definitely not speaking aimlessly. Could it be that the Navy was willing to intervene? Oh, do you have a way? Although I'm not talented, I'm at least a rear admiral, looking at those tens of thousands of pirates below as mere weeds. If your majesty wishes, I can help you deal with the Big Mom pirates. Neptune was immediately disappointed. Mr. Lynch, you're joking. Looking at Lynch's serious expression, King Neptune couldn't continue. This guy couldn't possibly be serious, could he? After all, he was his savior, and he couldn't let the other party die here. Just as Neptune was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to politely refuse, the Sharkstar brothers burst into laughter. Ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. I say, little brother, it's fine to boast usually, but making such grand claims at this moment will only harm yourself. Don't be upset. If you hadn't saved my father, we wouldn't care about your life or death. Chapter 78, The Third Prince's Oath. Looking at how young you are, you probably have connections in the Navy, right? Otherwise, how could you become a rear admiral? It's clear you're going on your first voyage. You don't even know how powerful the Big Mom pirates are. Let me tell you, don't say you're a rookie. Even if a few seasoned rear admirals came, they wouldn't fare well. The Sharkstar brothers chimed in, each taking turns to speak. Although their words were harsh, their intentions were good. Princess Odoheim apologized. I apologize for their rudeness. They mean no harm, and I hope you won't be angry. Princess Odoheim only apologized after the brothers finished speaking, wanting to make Lynch understand the harshness of reality, hoping to dissuade him from reckless thoughts. Lynch shook his head with a smile. I'm not a petty person. How could I compete with the 3 princes? He looked at the Sharkstar brothers and said, Then if I really defeat the Big Mom pirates, what will you do? Accepting the task was one aspect. He couldn't miss out on the big cake that was Fishman Island. Profits must be maximized. Ha ha. If you really succeed, I'll consider you my brother-in-law, said Sharkstar. If you can succeed, from now on, whenever my 3 brothers see you, we will definitely call you Big Brother, the second prince said. The third prince was much simpler. I'll eat shit. The 2 older brothers looked at the third prince in shock. Even if they knew they could win, those who dared to say they'd eat shit were tough guys. The 3 brothers spoke quickly, and by the time Princess Odoheim wanted to intervene, they had already finished. All right, this is what you all said. A man's word is his bond. I won't go back on it. Before everyone could react, Lynch had already flashed out. You 3 have done a great job. Mr. Lynch is going to die, and you all need to apologize to me. Neptune, furious, slapped one of them hard. The 3 brothers covered their faces, looking completely bewildered. They thought they were just talking big, convinced that the other party wouldn't dare to actually act. But now, it really happened. Meanwhile, on the other side, after defeating the Whitebeard pirates, Smoogie and the other cadres gathered with smiles on their faces. Having completed Mama's task this time, they would surely be rewarded when they returned. Indeed, they had made a great contribution this time. Ha! I say the Whitebeard pirates are nothing special. Licking his lips, that pineapple head is still a captain of the 1st Division, far inferior to the second brother. Licking his lips again, Perisparrow's keen senses detected something approaching from the sky. Not good. Get away, that thing is coming down. Perisparrow's face changed drastically as he used syrup to turn into a spring, launching all his brothers and sisters away. Almost in the next instant, there was a loud crash as a beast nearly 10 meters tall smashed down. The surroundings shook as if an earthquake had occurred. As the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw the beast inside. What a terrifying presence it was. Its skin, exposed to the outside, was covered with dragon scale-like tattoos, and its vital parts were covered with scattered dragon scales. The long, winding horns on its head seemed to pierce the sky, and the barbs at the joints looked terrifying. In the distance, the three brothers, holding a telescope, almost wet themselves. Is that Lin Qi? So terrifying. So he's this powerful. You shouldn't hold a grudge, right? Sharkstar felt the aura emanating from the other party was more terrifying than any sea king he had encountered. The other party could probably turn him into a pulp with one punch. Mr. Lin Qi is not that petty. Princess Odoheim comforted the three, of course. That's if you keep your promises. Princess Odoheim intended to use this opportunity to teach her sons a lesson, making them understand that one should not judge a person by their appearance and should not underestimate anyone. Remembering what they had just said, the three princes looked even more miserable than crying. Especially the third prince, he was going to eat shit. But facing that monster, the third prince shivered. Suddenly, he felt that shit might not be inedible. What a Lin Qi, he almost tricked this king. Neptune's eyes sparkled as he walked to the edge of the platform, reigniting hope in his heart. Could it be that this young man really possessed the strength to rival the Big Mom pirates? Cough, cough, cough. Perisparrow waved away the smoke in front of him and saw the figure descending from the sky. Kaido, facing that imposing physique. Perisparrow's expression turned terrified as he retreated several steps. Realizing it was the long-tongued monster, Perisparrow understood that it was no Kaido. Lin Qi was quite displeased that every time he transformed into his half-beast form, people mistook him for Kaido. According to seniority, the Azure Dragon Fruit was the son of the Candle Fruit. If anyone resembled anyone, it was Kaido who resembled him. With a clang, the 5-meter-long Long Yuan was unsheathed. The brilliance of the supreme great knife tearing through the earth. Damn it, when did such a monster appear in the sea again? Perisparrow's face was filled with dread. Every strong person has their own aura. It's not easy for ordinary people to muster the courage to challenge these strong individuals. Facing the person before him, Perisparrow felt a sensation akin to facing his mother during a hunger episode. Do you know who we are? We're the pirate crew. He raised his hand to stop his siblings who wanted to take action. His instincts told him that it was best not to clash with this person. Otherwise, they would die. If you obediently withdraw from Fishman Island, I can spare your lives for Lin's sake. Although waging war with the four emperors was inevitable, it was not the right time now. If Lin Qi kept all these people here, what awaited him would be the endless pursuit of the entire Emperor crew. A mad Big Mom pirates posed an immeasurable threat. At that time, his country, his people, and even he himself would face the wrath of the entire underground world and the Big Mom pirates. Even the current Navy and world government dared not act so boldly, fearing to disrupt the balance at sea and face retaliation. Sorry, Fishman Island is a command from Mama. We cannot retreat without fighting. Perisparrow drew his cane, ready for a fight to the death. You are Lin Qi. That Navy. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized Lin Qi. Garrett stared intently at Lin Qi. This figure had appeared countless times in her nightmares. If it weren't for the fact that he had transformed into his half-beast form, she would have recognized him immediately. Sister, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lazon, who had also been beaten by Lin Qi in the East Sea, looked astonished at his sister. Ever since that day of being beaten, they had investigated the information about that Navy through the underground world. At that time, Lin Qi wasn't even a major. The fact that they were beaten up by a little Navy made them feel humiliated. No doubt about it. Even if he's turned to ash, I would recognize him. Garrett gritted her silver teeth, her beautiful face filled with anger. Chapter 79, renowned far and wide. She could never forget the humiliation Lin Qi brought her that day. Last time it was you who bullied my sister? Smudgy stepped forward with her long legs. This time, it was unavoidable. She would not let go of anyone who had harmed her family. Everyone be careful. Brother Katakuri said this guy is not weak. Katakuri rarely gives such high praise. If he said that, he must have foreseen something with his observation haki. The crowd raised their guard, ready for battle. They had 6 people, while the opponent only had 1. They believed they could win. Perospero exchanged glances, and the surrounding pirates rushed forward like a swarm. Hold on. Let my subordinates test his abilities first. Using the fodder to wear down the enemy's stamina was Perospero's usual tactic, no matter how strong the opponent was. After killing 8 or 9,000 pirates present, they would be exhausted. At that time, it wouldn't be too late for him to come out and reap the victory. Kill. Perospero ordered. Lord Perospero said, kill the enemy and be heavily rewarded. Charge. The bloodthirsty pirates treated Lynch as a delicacy, rushing forward with weapons. Bang! Bang! In the distance, cannons roared and hundreds of shells rained down from the sky. Truly a talented bunch. Lynch raised Long Yuan with one arm, lightly swinging it. A powerful slash instantly cleared hundreds of pirates in front of him. Even the shells in the sky were turned to dust. Score 32-78. The long-awaited system prompt sounded. Lynch narrowed his eyes, dismissing the idea of using Conqueror's Haki to clear the field. Just stunning them would earn him points. He needed to continue fighting. The remaining pirates were already stunned. They never expected their opponent to be so ferocious. With just one move, he had taken down hundreds of pirates. That was hundreds of living lives. It looked as easy as taking a walk. Such an opponent was far stronger than any enemy they had faced before. Everyone, don't be afraid. It's just one person. With so many of us, he's done for. Yes, we are many. We'll swarm him. He is definitely dead. The pirates gathered their courage and charged at him again. Lynch smirked, swinging Long Yuan. With a sword light past, blood splattered, and dozens of pirates screamed as they fell. Lynch showed no mercy, chopping down again and again. He had no technique, just repeatedly unleashing his sword energy. In just 5 minutes, 3,000 to 4,000 pirates had already died at his hands. The score prompt his mind kept ringing. Score 5. Score 26. Points 16705. So hard. I attached an armament-colored sword, but it couldn't even break through his skin. Just as the pirates charged in, a giant hand smashed and exploded their heads. Not good. The strength of this enemy cannot be compensated by numbers. Run. After losing several thousand companions, the pirates finally realized the severity of the situation and turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Qi stepped on the wind and thunder and instantly caught up with a few escaping pirates, grabbing their shoulders and throwing them. Several figures flew into the air, crashing hard against the wall. The sounds of bones cracking and screams echoed. Lin Qi did not stop, chasing down another pirate and slashing down with a sword. With a splat, blood spattered everywhere. The pirate's head flew high, turning into a shower of blood in the air. What kind of monster is this? The remaining pirates were terrified at the sight. This guy's too brutal. How could they compete with him? Bastard. No one is allowed to run. Go back. Perospero shouted angrily. Don't worry about him. Run quickly. While there are still others to hold back, let's hurry and escape. Running away now. Even if we will be punished later, there is still a chance to survive. Staying behind means certain death. The remaining pirates fled forward while looking back. They were horrified to find that all the pirates behind them were dead. Lin Qi was still behind them, catching up in the blink of an eye. He floated behind the pirates like a ghost, and every time he shifted, he took the lives of a group of people. I surrender. Please spare me. The remaining pirates finally couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down to beg for mercy. I refuse. Lin Qi coldly raised Long Yuan, sweeping it horizontally, and flesh and blood flew. The remaining pirates screamed in agony and fell to the ground. His figure flickered like a ghost, moving back and forth at the scene. With a final thud, as the last pirate fell under the sword, only 6 cadres of the Big Mom pirates were left alive. They all stared wide-eyed, shock written all over their faces as they looked at this terrifying man. Perospero had planned to use the cannon fodder to exhaust the opponent's stamina, but in less than 15 minutes, he had killed 8,000 or 9,000 people. This was simply too exaggerated. Next, it's your turn. The bloodied Long Yuan was pointed at Perospero and the others by Lin Qi. Perospero's face darkened. He never expected that they had kicked a steel plate this time. The man's strength was stronger than he had imagined. He had thought that his numerical advantage would give him a greater chance of victory. Who would have thought that these people were all cannon fodder? A group of useless trash with no combat power. A bunch of idiots who couldn't even exhaust a man's stamina. Looking at Lin Qi, who showed no signs of fatigue after killing 8,000 or 9,000 people. It was hard to believe. In the distance, on the high platform, Neptune, Princess Odoheim, and the Shark Star brothers witnessed Lin Qi's one-sided massacre. One person slaughtered 10,000 pirates. How powerful is this man? Neptune was extremely shocked. How come he had never heard of such a navy before? So powerful. If only I had such a powerful fishman. Why would I need protection from others? Shark Star murmured in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and fear. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he had made a mistake, a very foolish mistake. If he had known the opponent was so strong, he should have knelt down to worship him upon their first meeting. Even learning 1/10 of his abilities would be good. Now, thinking back to his previous behavior, Shark Star wished he could slap himself twice. The second prince's small eyes were filled with great shock. The bloody scene brought him immense shock. With tens of thousands of corpses lying around like a hellish battlefield, he was now extremely grateful that Lin Qi had a good temper. He hadn't been killed despite his previous arrogance. The second prince pondered deeply about how to latch onto the big thigh. The third prince trembled his lips a few times, saying, "Let him be my brother-in-law. I don't want to work hard anymore." Chapter 80. The Shock of the Double Emperor Pirates. Less nonsense. We are the pirate crew at the peak of the sea. How could we fear you? Perospero waved his hands, and layers of syrup crashed in like waves. At the same time, he stomped his left foot on the ground, and a crystal-like structure rose from the ground, trapping Lin Qi inside layer by layer. Here it comes. Perospero's candy heat wave and candy wall. The hardness of the candy wall is stronger than steel, and once the syrup is infused, anyone inside will suffocate to death in 3 minutes. Owen explained, "Lick, get ready to turn into amber candy." Against ordinary people, Perospero would just throw out a layer of syrup. To deal with Lin Qi, this time he used 100 times more syrup than usual. In the original work, he killed 2 of Luffy's companions with this move. Harder than steel? Lin Qi drew Long Yuan and lightly slashed. The candy shield shattered like white paper. Then he jumped high, avoiding the subsequent candy heat wave. What? Perospero was shocked. The syrup that had bound Pineapple Head last time had broken because there was too little. This time, he had clearly added enough syrup, yet it still broke. This was absurd. How strong was the opponent to cut through a meter-thick syrup? "Brother, I'm coming." Smoogie raised her sword to attack Lin Qi, but was stopped by Perospero, saying, "Don't go. Be careful of friendly fire." Rain of destruction. He turned the candy into a bow, generating several arrows from his hand and firing a rain of arrows into the sky. The dense rain of arrows aimed to turn Lin Qi into a porcupine. A mere trick. He gently waved Long Yuan, creating a violent wind that swept all the arrows aside. "It's my turn to attack." The long sword suddenly stood up, wrapped silently in black armed color, a killing intent quietly enveloping Perospero. Demon Qi, Azura, Triple Hell, Blazing Tiger. Roar. As the sword fell, a black tiger entangled in demonic energy burst forth from the sword, roaring as it pounced on Perospero. Lick. Candy Virgin. Perospero raised his cane, forming a doghead wall of candy in front of him for defense. With a splat, the defense formed by Perospero shattered under the slash like tofu, and he was knocked away by the black tiger, spitting blood and fainting with an unknown number of bones broken. Brother. Scorching Butter. Swift Fire Slash. Garrett and Ryzen, their eyes filled with rage, unleashed their strongest attacks towards Lin Qi. "You two, take a nap first." Thunder 8 trigrams. Iron elements formed a wolf fang club in Lin Qi's hands, and with one swing, he knocked both of them unconscious, causing them to fall from the air. Owen and Smoogie hurriedly caught the falling duo. "Pirates, do you want to continue fighting?" Lin Qi looked down at Smoogie and the others. "We're leaving." Smoogie bit his lip unwillingly and issued a retreat order. Owen wanted to insist, but looking at his unconscious brothers and sisters, it was impossible not to retreat. The Whitebeard pirates were still watching from a distance. Without the Whitebeard pirates around, with this demon king present, it was destined that Fishman Island would have no connection with them. The group helped their unconscious brothers and sisters and fled the scene in a sorry state. Thinking back to when they came, they had more than 10,000 people, so glorious, but now they had been beaten like stray dogs. Neptune's face changed dramatically as he looked in shock at Lin Qi. With one person's strength, he slaughtered nearly 10,000 pirates and forced back the 6 cadres of the Big Mom pirates. Such strength, it is already comparable to a Marine admiral. At such a young age, to possess the strength of a general, the future is undoubtedly limitless. Neptune resolved to respect his lifesaver even more from now on. And no matter what, he must improve the relationship between him and Fishman Island. Having such a friend within the Navy is too important. Unfortunately, Odoheim is still young. Otherwise, marrying her off to Lin Qi would also be a good choice. Daughters always have to marry. If she marries someone else, Neptune worries that the other party won't protect Odoheim well, but if it's Lin Qi, then there would be no problem. The Sharkstar brothers were completely impressed by Lin Qi's displayed strength. From today onwards, Lin Qi is their big brother. Whatever he says goes. Princess Odoheim looked at Lin Qi with a dazed expression, unsure of what to think. Pineapple Head, come here. Lin Qi's voice cut through the battlefield and reached Marco's ears. Marco, he called you over. Do you know him? What the hell no? Marco hesitated, having witnessed Lin Qi's earlier battle, unsure whether to go over. What if the other party turned hostile? He couldn't handle that. Marco, aren't you angry that he called you Pineapple Head? Ha, I'm not stupid. Marco forced a smile. Angry? That would only be if I could beat him. Otherwise, it would just be impotent rage. Seeing Marco take too long to come over, Lin Qi simply jumped onto their ship. Noticing everyone's tense expressions, Lin Qi patted Marco on the shoulder and said, Pineapple Head, tell them not to be nervous. Looking up at Lin Qi's massive figure, Marco felt his eyes twitch. He thought to himself, I look like a child in front of you. If they're nervous, I am nervous too. Pineapple Head, let the Whitebeard pirates take over the ownership of Fishman Island in the future. Neither the Navy nor I can take it over for political reasons. So it's better to use it to complete the mission. Huh? What did you say? Marco doubted he heard correctly. The other party worked hard to drive away the Big Mom pirates, just to hand over the territory of Fishman Island to them. You heard me right. Hang Whitebeard's flag on Fishman Island as soon as possible. If any fishmen get captured by slave traders, I will hold you accountable. Thank you. Marco felt as if he were dreaming. Sitting at home, he just got a whole Fishman Island for free? If that's really the case, even if the other party calls him Pineapple Head, he would willingly stick out his face to get slapped. The other members of the Whitebeard crew were also shocked by Lin Qi's words. Sachi was dumbfounded. All right, you guys take over Fishman Island as soon as possible. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Lin Qi left. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Mastery Level 1 of Flowing Cherry Blossom Haki. Next time the Tom option appears, luck is doubled. After a fierce battle, his points returned to 6 digits. Back at the Fishman Palace, the 3 princes rushed over eagerly, looking at Lin Qi like fans looking at their idol. Big brother Lin Qi, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. Lin Qi found it a bit hard to adapt to their rapid change. He wanted to say, I still prefer how you used to be rebellious. Big brother Lin Qi, are you tired? I can have someone give you a massage. Big brother Lin Qi, are you hungry? I have delicious food. Big brother Lin Qi, do you need a wife? Just say the word, and I can bring you some fish girl sisters. Chapter 81. The prince's attitude takes a turn. Big brother Lin Qi, from now on, you are our big brother. Can I not eat poop? After witnessing Lin Qi's strength, the attitude of the 3 princes did a complete 180. If they used to look down on Lin Qi, ever since they experienced his terrifying power, they turned into little fans. Fishmen have always revered strength and wildness. Please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with King Neptune. Lin Qi bypassed the princes and approached Neptune, saying, I have fulfilled my promise to you, your majesty. Thank you. You are forever a friend of Fishman Island. I pay you my highest respect. Neptune, the dignified ruler of a nation, was willing to bow before Lin Qi, looking at him with a complex expression. After all, he was a captain of a pirate crew, one of the 4 emperors, and was indeed defeated by one person. Initially, he thought the young man was just brash and spouting nonsense to his sons. Who would have thought that such a young Navy officer, about the same age as his children, would possess such terrifying strength? Neptune couldn't help but feel that the sea truly has an abundance of talent. You still have people standing? At that moment, Princess Odoheim walked over, playfully scolding him. Due to Lin Qi previously slaughtering over 10,000 pirates, his body was splattered with blood. Yes, I see I was negligent. Neptune called over his subordinates in frustration. Someone, Lin Qi is exhausted. Take him to wash up and rest. Tonight, I will hold a banquet in the palace specifically to thank Lin Qi. Notify all civil and military officials. They must come. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards looked at Lin Qi with awe. Sir, please follow me. Rest well. You are a hero of Fishman Island. Princess Odoheim smiled. Comfortable. In a natural hot spring, a mist quietly rose as Lin Qi soaked inside, comfortably letting out a sigh. Sir, is this pressure all right? Several fish girl sisters, blushing, knelt by the pool and offered Lin Qi a massage with their delicate fingers. Not bad. He half closed his eyes to enjoy it. Sir, the three princes are requesting to see you outside. After an unknown amount of time, a fishman came in to report. Sharkstar and the others. Lin Qi took the towel handed to him by the maid and wrapped it around his waist lazily, saying, let them in. Yes. The Sharkstar brothers swam in with eager smiles. Big brother Lin Qi, is yours so comfortable? Speak, what do you want from me? Taking the towel handed by the fish girl, Lin Qi wiped his face. Without asking, just looking at the three of them with their eager expressions made it clear they had something to request. He wondered how the three princes had become like little lapdogs. Since big brother Lin Qi asked, we'll just say it directly. The third prince rubbed his hands together. I'll speak, you go aside. The first prince playfully swatted the third brother away with his tail and, grinning, knelt down on the floor tiles in front of Lin Qi with a bang. The nearby fish girls were stunned. Was this still the invincible big prince? Big brother Lin Qi, please teach us your skills. Teach you? Actually, Tiger is quite strong. Why do you need to find me? Sharkstar shook his head and said, although our strength is weak, we can still see that Tiger's strength is definitely not as good as yours. Looking at the three of them in front of him, Lin Qi fell into thought. In fact, the three have good potential. After all, they have Princess Odoheim as their mother and a Sea King sister, Odoheim. Although the future Sharkstar brothers won't be weak. Compared to their mother's talent and their sister's advantages, they fall short. They could definitely be stronger. But the main reasons are arrogance and a lack of guidance from renowned masters like Zephyr and Rayleigh. If you want me to teach you, the prerequisite is that Charlie must leave Fishman Island with me. The fish girl Charlie is an 18-year-old diviner. Her divination ability is unparalleled in the world. When she says 2, no one dares to say 1. Her predictions are 100 accurate. She successfully predicted the arrival of the great pirate era at the age of 3. Moreover, like Robin, she will grow into a charming and alluring woman in the future. Having such a remarkable existence in hand would surely save a lot of trouble. Additionally, she is also the half-sister of Arlong, but unlike Arlong, she has always been very interested in humans since childhood. The three Sharkstars exchanged glances and fell into hesitation. Don't be fooled by Sherry's age of 18. Even their father would need to show her some respect. Sherry's status on Fishman Island has reached its peak in recent years, having successfully predicted several major events. We are willing to give a try, Sharkstar said, steeling himself. No matter how difficult it may be, they must attempt it to learn real skills. All right, I look forward to your good news, Lin Qi said, closing his eyes and lying in the hot spring. As the three princes resolutely left. Tiger brothers, since you're here, come out. Once the three brothers had departed, Lin Qi suddenly opened his eyes. Ha! Your observation, Haki, is truly impressive. I can't compare to you, Tiger said as he flipped over and emerged from behind screen. You will go down first. Tiger waved to the mermaids. Yes, Lord Tiger, the mermaid sisters filed out. Do you have something to discuss with me? Tiger asked. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, haven't we met? He voiced a long-hidden doubt. Tiger brothers have a good memory. Lin Qi did not hide his identity in front of Tiger. This was partly because Tiger, like Jinbei, was very righteous and would never betray a benefactor. Secondly, Tiger was still a fugitive, hiding on Fishman Island and afraid to go anywhere, so the world government wouldn't believe a fugitive's words. Thirdly, telling Tiger would help him gain favor on Fishman Island. Having such a fisherman constantly boosting his presence on Fishman Island would surely enhance the island's goodwill towards him. Have you eaten the Zoan-type devil fruit I gave you? It's you, Brother Nighthawk. Tiger suddenly realized. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity. He had the Zoan-type devil fruit. Besides Arlong and Jinbei, only Nighthawk knew about it. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, I managed to survive. Upon seeing his savior, Tiger was extremely excited. Come. Let's not leave until we're drunk tonight. You really have foresight. I initially wondered why someone would want to give a fishman a devil fruit. But then it really turned out to be great, haha. Chapter 82. Eliminating threats that night. Neptune held a grand banquet in the palace to entertain Lin Qi. All civil and military officials were present, including Marco, who hadn't left. Dozens of people sat around a long table, with mermaid sisters continuously bringing dishes and fine wine. To the hero, King Neptune raised his glass to Lin Qi. You are a benefactor on Fishman Island. I drink to you. To the hero, the civil and military officials raised their glasses and drank in one go. Marco, usually carefree, appeared serious as he raised his glass. This time, thank you. Our Whitebeard pirates owe you a favor. It's just a small effort. Everyone is being polite. Lin Qi smiled and nodded, finishing his drink. After a day and night of feasting, Lin Qi was sent to his guest room to rest. Half asleep, Lin Qi seemed to see a few mermaid sisters coming in, partially concealed. Suddenly alert, he became interested. Good. Neptune is considerate, knowing I love to study knowledge. As the partially concealed garments slipped down their shoulders, several mermaid sisters shyly climbed onto the large bed. Just as Lin Qi was still discussing philosophy with the mermaid sisters, the three factions had already learned about the situation on Fishman Island through the Den Mushi. Their reactions varied. What? You say that kid slaughtered over 10,000 pirates on Fishman Island and defeated 6 officers of the Big Mom Pirates by himself? Sengoku listened to the news from the Den Mushi, doubting whether he had a problem with his hearing. Ha, Sengoku, what's happened? I can hear your commotion from outside. Carp kicked open the door and swaggered in, holding a senbei. That kid Lin Qi, I sent him to protect the royal family of Fishman Island. And guess what he did? He almost wiped out the pirate crew we sent. Sengoku's voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. That kid nearly exterminated the crew we sent. Ha. I don't see a problem with that. Solving the problem at its root. See? The royal family members are safe now. Sengoku's face darkened. That bastard Carp had already thought up excuses for that brat. What I'm worried about is whether that crazy woman Big Mom will go all out against the Navy. The Navy has offended Big Mom quite severely this time. Since entering the era of great pirates, piracy has become increasingly rampant. Currently, the Navy is not suited to engage in war with an emperor, fearing to touch the nerves of other emperors. TCH, Sengoku, when did you become so timid? You weren't like this when you were a general. Don't worry, Big Mom isn't foolish. She won't act irrationally. Thankfully Lin Qi didn't kill the officers otherwise. I'd have already prepared for war. Sengoku's tone suddenly shifted. By the way, to annihilate over 10,000 elite pirates all at once is something rarely seen even in large-scale battles. He has indeed made a significant achievement this time. I just calculated the merits this kid has accumulated. Aside from his relatively short experience, in terms of strength and military merit, he is already qualified for promotion to admiral. You want to promote Lin Qi to admiral out of turn? Carp stopped eating his senbei, frowning. Well, with the pirates being so rampant in recent years, Kizura will also have to take on the guard duty of the scientific troops, and there is a severe shortage of manpower. I think the Navy should have a 4th admiral. Will the world government agree? Carp asked. The 3 admiral positions are the specifications set by the world government for the Navy. To expand, we must first seek the approval of the world government. I'll give it a try. They lost quite a few celestial dragons in the past few years. I think they will agree. The matters at Navy headquarters came to a pause. On Cake Island. That damn brat, I will kill him. Big Mom, upon learning the news, fell into a rage, raising her hand to snatch away the souls of over 100 pirates. In her bloodthirsty state, Big Mom wanted to continue slaughtering, her fierce expression frightening the surrounding pirates into fleeing in all directions. At that moment, Longbread and Katakuri arrived with a cart full of rare desserts, slightly calming Big Mom's anger. Katakuri was just that kind of person, always appearing at the first opportunity when his family needed him. Mother, that Lin Qi is a Navy person with his strength. It would be difficult for us to kill him. Our enemies also include the other 4 emperors. Why not try a different approach? I have a plan. Katakuri, what plan? Big Mom squinted her eyes while eating desserts. Even though Katakuri was her son, she would not easily forgive him if he annoyed her. I have investigated this person. Besides being a Navy officer, he is also a king. Why don't we? Mama, good idea. I want to make those bastards furious. Upon hearing Katakuri's plan, Big Mom burst into laughter, her mood instantly lifting. When Jarrett returns, you take her to see him. Yes, Mother. On the Moby Dick. Gulalala. Lin Qi. He really is an interesting little guy. I wonder if he would be willing to be my son. Whitebeard chuckled, downing a bottle of alcohol. The pirates on the ship couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Dad still likes to take those he likes as sons. This time, it's even more outrageous. The other party is a Navy man. Oh, right. He's also a vice admiral comparable to an admiral. Back to Fishman Island. As dawn broke, Lin Qi put on his pants and stepped down from the large bed. He saw a mermaid's sister sprawled out on the bed, exhausted from the previous night and still asleep. Lord Lin Qi, the king requests your presence. Got it. Following the attendant, he arrived inside the palace. Upon seeing Lin Qi, King Neptune revealed an expression that all men would understand and joked. Mr. Lin Qi, did you have a good time last night? Cough, not bad. It has a unique flavor. Lin Qi's old face turned red as he noticed that besides Tiger, Jinbei was also present, yet he pretended not to recognize him. Who is this? I am Jinbei. I have long admired your name, Lord Lin Qi. Thank you for your help with Fishman Island. Jinbei stood up to shake hands, not underestimating Lin Qi because of his young age. Hello. The 3 sat down, and Neptune stated his request. Everyone knows about Hody Jones and Vanderdecken 9. I want to ask the 3 of you to take action and eliminate the 2 of them. Killing them is easy, but the hard part is that they come and go without a trace. How can we lure them out? Jinbei said with a heavy expression. If it weren't for the circumstances, he really didn't want to stain his hands with the blood of his comrades. But those 2 guys have gone too far. For Shirahoshi, and to incite hatred between Fishman Island and humans, it has reached a crazy level. As long as they are not eliminated, they will remain a disaster. Chapter 83. Swordmaster Tom, Cat the Air, suddenly fell silent. The 2 were like mice hiding in a corner, and there was really no good way to root them out. I do have a plan, but I don't know if it will work. Lin Qi intended to give a heads up to a few people in advance, just in case. You say it. As long as we can solve the major problem of Fishman Island, we are willing to try any method. Neptune hated Jones and Decken 9 to the bone. It's simple. As far as I know, these 2 have a deep obsession with Princess Shirahoshi. If we use her as bait, I think it won't be a problem to lure them out. Since Decken 9 saw Shirahoshi when she was 6 years old and called upon the Sea Kings with her cries, he fell hopelessly in love with her. He has a very strong possessiveness and jealousy, not allowing any other males to contact Shirahoshi. Lin Qi also knew that this guy hadn't washed his right hand for a whole 10 years after shaking hands with Shirahoshi. Similarly, having witnessed Shirahoshi's power, Jones would not miss any opportunity to eliminate her. Damn it, a perverted lowly fan, Lin Qi complained inwardly. No way. King Neptune directly refused without thinking. What are you joking about? Shirahoshi is my most beloved daughter. I won't take risks with her. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and Shirahoshi, who had been hiding behind the door, rushed in despite her brother's attempts to stop her. The 7-year-old Shirahoshi gathered her courage and said in a baby voice, Father, I can do it. Let me be the bait. Nonsense. How did you come out? It's dangerous outside. I wanted to come out myself. Shirahoshi looked panicked. She would never betray her 3 elder brothers. Her brothers had said that a human great hero had recently appeared on Fishman Island, which piqued her curiosity. Thus, the innocent Shirahoshi was tricked out of the hard-shell tower by her 3 unscrupulous brothers. The sharp stars meant well. They thought their sister shouldn't be cooped up in the hard-shell tower all day, as her personality had been getting weaker lately. With Lin Qi around, they didn't think their sister would be in danger after coming out. Seeing the 3 brothers sneak in from behind, Neptune instantly guessed the truth. You brats. Take your sister back. Seeing their father get angry, the Sharp Stars were scared and grabbed Shirahoshi to take her back. No! Shirahoshi suddenly broke free from her brother's grip, ran in front of Neptune, and tears began to fall. Father, I don't want to be a burden to everyone anymore. Looking at his daughter, crying, Neptune's heartstrings were severely tugged. Tiger also stepped forward to guarantee, I assure you, unless I die, no one can harm Princess Shirahoshi. Everyone present was moved by this kind-hearted little girl. Me too, Jinbei said. I will protect Shirahoshi well. Lin Qi looked up at the 4-meter-tall Shirahoshi and thought to himself, is she really 7 years old? He silently restored his height to 6 meters. Shirahoshi curiously observed Lin Qi. Is this the great hero my brothers talked about? All right, I agree to you all. Neptune gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lin Qi, you decide how to do it. We will listen to you. It's simple. Since Dekin 9 wants to marry Shirahoshi, we will find someone to pretend to marry her. I don't believe he can resist. Marry. Shirahoshi thought of something, and her little face flushed instantly. It's just pretending. Neptune smiled to comfort his little daughter and thought this idea was good too. Then who will play the groom? Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Qi. Hey, what are you looking at me for? You can't be thinking of making me the groom, right? I'm too old. Dekin 9 definitely won't believe it. Tiger said, I'm ugly. I'm not worthy of Princess Shirahoshi. Jinbei said honestly. Cough. I think whoever comes up with the idea should be responsible for it, don't you think? Neptune said, Yes. Everyone nodded furiously. All right. So you're all coming at me, huh? Lin Qi, you shouldn't refuse. You are the strongest here. Only you can protect my sister closely. And then I will feel at ease. Oh, now that I see it, I realize how handsome you are, big brother Lin Qi. You and my sister are simply a match made in heaven. The second prince didn't care about Shirahoshi's increasingly red face and flattered him wildly. Fine, I'll do it. Lin Qi patted Shirahoshi's head. Stay close to me. Big brother will ensure your safety. Little Shirahoshi softly responded, Thank you, mister. Lin Qi, feeling the warmth of the big hand on her head, Shirahoshi's little face grew hotter, and a wisp of white smoke floated from her head as she was about to faint from shyness. Ding! Detected that the host is capturing the heart of the 8th little Lowly. Reward title. Lowly Killer. Little Lowless will unconsciously feel affection upon seeing you. A question mark slowly floated above Lin Qi's head. System, come out. I promise I won't kill you. Ding! New life options have appeared. Option 1. Completely pursue Shirahoshi. Reward. Tomcat 3 Tomo Sharingan template. Option 2. Complete the marriage with Shirahoshi and eliminate all who disturb the wedding. Reward. Tomcat Swordmaster template. Option 3. Kidnap little Shirahoshi. A wife should be cultivated from a young age. Reward. Tomcat Astronaut template. Is the system still a person? Upon seeing the first option, Lin Qi no longer wanted to complain about his shameless system. The choices wouldn't disappear, so he could wait 7 or 8 years. But thinking about it, he still decided against it. The latter 2 templates seemed to be quite good. The other 2 intrigued him. He wondered what it would be like for Swordmaster Tom to face Mihawk. For some reason, a bizarre video suddenly flashed through Lin Qi's mind. Navy's 3 admirals, Tom, Jerry, Spike. Option 2. In the following days, preparations for Fishman Island were underway, inviting guests and spreading the news. Although it was a pretense, the process had to be the same as a real wedding. Otherwise, they couldn't deceive the enemy. To make it convincing, Shirahoshi spent the next few days with Lin Qi to become familiar with him. Shirahoshi really liked this big brother who gave her candy. When the citizens of Fishman Island learned that the little princess was getting married, they were shocked. Noble girls usually marry early, but this was a bit too early. However, when they learned that the person she was marrying was the hero who protected Fishman Island, they understood. Marrying someone who could protect the little princess was also good. Marrying someone with both looks and strength was a dream for every fishman. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days of wedding preparations passed. Chapter 84. Cat Tom changed his job on this day. The grand wedding was held as scheduled. Red silk fluttered in the air, and flowers adorned the entire hall. The guests were seated, and the atmosphere was lively. Lynch held by Shing's small hand, and under the host's guidance, the wedding proceeded in an orderly manner. Lynch exchanged a glance with Jinbei in the audience, and Jinbei returned a reassuring look. Mr. Lynch, do you vow to adhere to the marriage vows, to love her, comfort her, respect her, and protect her in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, in beauty and in ugliness, in success and in failure, and remain faithful to her for the rest of your life? The host had a solemn expression as he officiated the grand ceremony. "Ido?" Lynch nodded. "Princess Bai Xing, do you take Lynch as your husband, to live with him in holy matrimony, to love him, comfort him, respect him, and protect him in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, in beauty and in ugliness, in success and in failure, and remain faithful to him for the rest of your life?" "I do." Little Bai Xing, blushing, grasped Lynch's large hand under the host's guidance. In the audience, Princess Odoheim secretly wiped away tears, although she knew this wasn't real. Seeing her daughter get married was every mother's dream. The Sharkstar brothers were scheming, thinking how great it would be if Lynch became their brother-in-law. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about not learning real skills. After a series of tedious rituals, the wedding ceremony concluded. In front of all the residents of Fishman Island, the two officially became husband and wife. Lynch thought to himself, where are those two? He didn't want to keep playing pretend. How dare you? Vander Decken, 9, suddenly burst out from an unknown corner, throwing several massive harpoons. This idiot. Hody Jones followed closely behind, tossing a handful of deadly drugs into his mouth. His muscles bulging. "Little clown, I thought you could keep your head down." Gunpoint fire. Lynch raised his hand and unleashed the Navy SIG style, destroying several massive harpoons, and then followed up with an attack that pierced Vander Decken IX's throat. A question mark slowly floated above Lynch's head. This guy's a bit weak. Fishman Karate, 7,000 tile, spinning kick. Fishman Karate, 7,000 tile, spinning kick. Tiger and Jinbei coordinated their combo attack, the power not being merely additive. Hody Jones suffered 2 kicks to the waist, spitting blood and heavily injured, was then chased down by 2 fishmen who pummeled him to death. The farce ended there. Neptune stepped forward to calm the crowd and reveal the truth. So that's how it is. To dare to assassinate the princess, these two deserved it. And to poison the king, thank goodness we killed these 2 tumors. It's a fake marriage. I knew it. Princess Bai Xing is still so young. How could she possibly get married? With Neptune's task completed, Lynch planned to leave Fishman Island. Neptune wanted Lynch to stay a few more days, but Lynch politely declined. Until he was about to leave, the 3 princes, these little rookies, failed to persuade Charlie to leave with him. Instead, Charlie took the initiative to approach him before he departed. "Mr. Lynch, I saw something in the prophecy and hope you can promise me 2 things. Charlie appeared very respectful in front of Lynch, even putting down the cigarette she always held, directly stating her intentions. Lynch looked at this curvy mermaid in front of him and asked, "If I agree, what do I get in return?" "I can tell you the coordinates of the Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor, said to possess 1/5 of the world's wealth, roams the seas. To enter the ship Karaha Tezolo and find the Golden Emperor, there are only 3 methods. 1. An invitation from the Golden Emperor. 2. You have a friend on board with a life card. 3. Luck." Lynch thought for a moment. "I want to hear your conditions first." "Of course." Charlie pulled down her clothes to reveal a large portion of her snow-white bosom, surging waves. She rummaged inside and pulled out a bounty notice for Arlong. "My first condition is that when you see my brother Arlong in the future, please show mercy." "Arlong, your brother?" Lynch picked up the bounty notice, glanced at the extremely ugly fishman, then looked back at the beautiful mermaid in front of him, realizing they didn't resemble each other at all. "Well, he's my half-brother." "All right, I agree. What's the second condition?" Arlong was a brother, but not a very good one. "The second condition is that I hope in the future, if Fishman Island encounters difficulties, I can receive your help." Seeing Lynch seemed hesitant, Charlie hurriedly said, "It won't cause you any trouble. Just help as much as you can." "No problem." Lynch thought about it and agreed. If something really happened on Fishman Island, he couldn't just stand by. "Thank you. If you arrive at this location at this time, you'll meet the Golden Emperor." Charlie didn't expect Lynch to agree so readily. She was worried he might refuse. A small note was handed to Lynch by Charlie. "The only man I can't see through. What will your future be like?" Charlie watched Lynch's departing figure, her thoughts swirling within. Ding. "Congratulations on completing the task. Tomcat Swordsman template. is being issued. Issuance successful. Do you wish to promote Tom? Yes. Cat Tom is being promoted. Ding. Promotion successful. Navy Tom, Swordsman Tom. At the Navy base, Tom, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly jumped up from the ground. He looked at his glowing body in a panic, thinking he was on fire, his eyes bulging in fright. Tom opened his mouth wide and quickly jumped into the sea. Bubbles emerged on the surface of the water, and Tom was being chased by sharks, biting at his rear. Tom's tail transformed into a propeller, swimming faster than the sharks. If anyone saw this scene, they would surely be shocked. No cat can outrun a shark in water. Ha! This silly fish. Seeing the shark couldn't catch up, Tom even waited in place, making a funny face to provoke it. The shark, enraged, called upon dozens of its kind, using their specialized language. Today I must eat this dead cat. Upon seeing the dozens of sharks surrounding him, Tom couldn't smile anymore. He frantically pulled out a flintlock to shoot, only to find that these sharks could dodge. Tom was torn to shreds by the swarm of sharks. Chapter 85. Facing Rayleigh. Logically, a cat being torn to pieces should be dead. But the next moment, Tom Cat transformed into liquid, flowing out from the shark's eyes and reassembling. A group of sharks were bewildered. They had never encountered such food in their lives. At that moment, the glow on Tom Cat's body also disappeared. A rapier appeared out of thin air in Tom's hand. He wore a red and black coat, a cross necklace on his chest, and a red and black top hat on his head. Two little mustaches appeared on Tom's face. An aura of a swordsman emanated from him, somewhat resembling Mihawk. Facing the sharks charging at him again, Tom Cat smiled wickedly. In no time at all, Tom Cat walked coolly from the coast with his arms crossed. Behind him, the sea was stained red with blood, and dozens of shark corpses floated on the surface. Back home, Tom thought for a moment, took out paper and pen, and left a message for Tina. I, Tom, am setting sail to become the world's #1 swordsman. Tom. After leaving the message, Tom stroked his little mustache. It was said that there was someone called Mihawk in the sea. He would challenge him first. After doing all this, Tom crafted a small boat for himself, caught 2 sharks to use his power, and left in style. When Tina returned home and saw the note left by Tom, she was utterly shocked. Tina also knows that Tom is not an ordinary kitten and thinks it's worth mentioning to Lynch. Ha! Tom says he wants to become the world's greatest swordsman? Let him go. Lynch connects to Tina's phone bug, laughing heartily. After all, he wants to be the man of the king of the West Sea. It's not too much for a pet to aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman. Young man, what has got you laughing so joyfully? An old uncle with 2 axes hanging from his waist feels a powerful aura from afar. This aura makes him turn his head. At such a young age, the spirit is already at its peak. Roger was far from this level at this age. Ha! It's nothing, just my pet wanting to become the world's greatest swordsman. What? Jabba doubts he heard wrong. A pet wanting to become the world's greatest swordsman? Absurd. The young man must be joking with him. I'm leaving. The uncle turns to leave. Lynch floats over Jabba's head. That direction. Jabba notices the direction Lynch is leaving and ponders slightly, slowly walking that way. Shao Chi's bartering. Pushing open the tavern door. It's empty inside, except for a charming woman wiping glasses. And Shao, give me a good drink. Sure. Xiao Yao readily agrees, quickly grabbing a few bottles of good wine from the back shelf and mixing a drink to present to Lynch. Please enjoy. Lynch raises the glass and drinks it all in one go. It tastes good. How much? Fair price, 200 berries. Only 200 berries? That is not your style. Aunt Xiao. Xiao Yao raises a finger, taps the table, and helplessly says, Admiral, I think you misunderstood. I'm just an ordinary tavern here. From the moment Lynch walked in and called her name, Xiao Yao realized the other party's intentions were not so simple. As an intelligence chief, Xiao Yao quickly found information about Lynch in her mind. Currently a vice admiral in the Navy, extremely powerful. Recently, single-handedly took down over 10,000 elite pirates and forcefully repelled 6 officers from the Big Mom pirates. Such combat power makes Xiao Yao not dare to be careless. An ordinary tavern? I don't think so, Lynch chuckles. Rest assured, I'm not here to cause trouble. How much longer until Rayleigh returns? Xiao Yao pauses her glass-wiping hand. Rayleigh? He only comes here when he wants to drink. I think you've come to the wrong place. Just as Xiao Yao finishes speaking, A hearty laugh comes from outside. Ha ha ha, Xiao, come out. I just sold myself again. Now I have money to drink. The dashing Rayleigh pushes open the tavern door. Oh, little brother Lynch, you're out from Fishman Island. Seeing the two know each other, Xiao Yao quietly prepares 2 glasses of wine and steps aside, no longer speaking. Matters between men are not suitable for her to meddle in. Rayleigh, here, a drink for you. Less of a spar. A bag of treasure is thrown on the table by Lynch. The reason for seeking out Rayleigh is that after arriving at The Archipelago, another option was triggered. Task Option 1. Learn Conqueror's Haki from Rayleigh. Reward. Luffy's dinner tonight. Task Option 2. Go to the auction with Rayleigh to cause a scene. Reward. Luffy's meals for 2 days, making the opponent's food disappear for 2 days. Task Option 3. Defeat Rayleigh. Reward. Level 2 Conqueror's Haki. No need to choose? Lynch directly selects Option 3. Ha, no way. I'm old and can't fight anymore. Rayleigh dismisses him. He retired. Does he still want to fight? Dream on. If the Navy comes, his retirement life will be ruined. No, today you have to fight, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I might capture you. Don't forget I'm also in the Navy. Rayleigh's smile disappears, as if saying, you, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, are also a Navy man. Fine. In the name of Kuroka's, I can play with you, but not here. Follow me. Rayleigh skillfully takes a bottle of good wine from behind the table, drinking while walking outside. As Roger's first mate, there are many people in the world who want to challenge him. Since Kuroka trusts him to take care of this person, Rayleigh doesn't mind teaching a little. He can feel that Lynch is strong, but doesn't he believe he has reached a level capable of defeating him? Be careful, this Lynch is very strong. Don't mess it up, Xiao Yao warns Rayleigh. The leisurely Rayleigh doesn't know, but she is aware of Lynch's recent achievements. A very dangerous person. Don't worry. Prepare some wine and wait for me to come back. Use that kid's gold coins. Rayleigh takes Lynch to a small island not far from The. All right, here will do. That group of Navy should not smell anything. Let us finish quickly and go back to drink. Rayleigh throws down the wine bottle and draws his sword. At this time, Rayleigh is not yet 76 years old, 9 years later. Currently, Rayleigh is only 67 years old. Although his strength has declined, he still possesses terrifying power akin to that of the King of Hell. Not to be underestimated. You little brat, you'd better be stronger than I was back then. Roger, do you see? The sea is still an era of heroes. Slightly tipsy, Rayleigh laughs heartily. Let us see your caliber. Chapter 86. 3 years of learning Haki? 1/ will conquer. All right, forgive me. Lynch draws his dragon abyss from his waist. Flying gun finger. Shave. Raising his hand, he shoots out several flying gun fingers. Using shave to instantly dash in front of Rayleigh, slashing down at an extremely tricky angle. If the Navy S6 styles, I could do it too. Rayleigh covers himself with armament Haki, combining it with iron block, allowing the flying gun fingers to hit him without a scratch. In fact, Rayleigh could defend with just armament Haki. Using iron block is somewhat showy. Clang. The attack from Dragon Abyss is also blocked by Rayleigh with the back of his sword. Roar. At this moment, Dragon Abyss suddenly transforms into a little green dragon, biting Rayleigh's thigh, and Lynch seizes the opportunity to draw the demon sword Shinju, thrusting upward towards Rayleigh's groin. You brat. Rayleigh feels a chill below and wakes up from his drunken state. P.S. Old. That thing is useless. But he doesn't want to become a eunuch. Rayleigh swiftly rolls in midair according to the direction of the blade, avoiding the fate of becoming a eunuch. After landing, Rayleigh's pants clearly show 2 distinct bite marks. Tearing off the damaged pant leg reveals a thigh that is dark and shiny. Rayleigh, still shaken, is thankful that he used observation Haki to foresee the trajectory of the attack. Getting bitten could have been serious. That sword of yours, is it the Supreme Blade made from a mythical Zoan? Correct. With Lynch's confirmation, Rayleigh feels nothing but envy. Even Roger, becoming the Pirate King, never used something so extravagant. If it weren't for Lynch knowing the ship's doctor, Rayleigh would want to return to his old profession. Ugh, not biting Rayleigh. The little Dragon Abyss is very unhappy, curling up on Lynch's arm in a grievance. From a brief exchange just now, both have gained a general understanding of each other's strength. Very strong, extremely strong. That armament Haki was so dark it appeared purple. Lynch has only seen that on Carp and Kaido. Sigh. It seems tonight my old bones will ache again. Rayleigh takes off his loose outer garment, signaling that he has entered a serious state, a terrifying aura unique to strong individuals pouring out, as if to say the former king of hell Rayleigh has returned. Little brother, Xiao Yao is still waiting for me to return for drinks. How about we end this fight with one move? Whoever is at a disadvantage loses. Rayleigh stretches his shoulders and adopts a stance familiar to Lynch. No problem. Lynch readily agrees, also taking up a stance that Rayleigh finds very familiar. The two's auras continue to build, neither taking the first move. The sea surface around them surged violently under this pressure, transforming from calm to tumultuous, seemingly foreshadowing potential danger. A fierce wind whipped up, causing Lynch and Rayleigh's long hair to dance wildly. God avoid! Finally, Rayleigh made his move. Overlord! Lynch quickly followed suit. Two brilliant beams of sword light collided in midair, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave. The few trees on the small island were uprooted, and the surrounding sea creatures were stunned by this force, floating to the surface. After the attack, Rayleigh and Lynch watched as the small island below them shattered into pieces, ultimately sinking to the seabed in silence. How about we switch to a sturdier island? Lynch suggested first. Sigh, what a troublesome kid. Follow me, Rayleigh replied, seemingly aware that the battle couldn't end without determining a victor. This time, they found a large, solid island, ensuring it wouldn't be shattered. Lynch and Rayleigh erupted into fierce combat again, fighting for half a day. Lynch absorbed Rayleigh's fighting techniques like a sponge, refraining from using his devil fruit powers. Rayleigh, too, was increasingly astonished. These young people these days were just too strong. The breakthrough came when Rayleigh noticed that this kid seemed to lack the ability to use Conqueror's Haki. God of Void. This time, Rayleigh unleashed a different kind of God of Void. The attack, despite being some distance from Lynch, struck him as if it had transcended space and time. This led to Lynch misjudging the attack and being knocked away. Boom! Lynch crashed into a mountainside, kicking up a cloud of dust. I never felt this exhausted even when fighting with Garp back in the day, Rayleigh said, stretching his sore arms and letting out a long breath. Aside from Zoan types, the opponent should be unable to get up after that hit. Lying in the mountainside, Lynch didn't get up immediately. Instead, he replayed Rayleigh's movements and the sensation of being hit in his mind over and over. Conqueror's Haki Rapping Ding. Host has self-realized Conqueror's Haki Rapping. Defeating Rayleigh grants an automatic level-up reward. Lynch pushed himself up and fell from the cliff. Rayleigh-sensei lives up to his name. I wonder who would dare say he misleads his students now. Utilizing his fruit abilities, he transformed into a 9-meter-tall half-beast form, instantly healing all his injuries, with a 5-meter-long dragon abyss appearing in his hand. Puff! Phantom beast type. Rayleigh, having just taken a sip of alcohol, sprayed it all out. It's true that the more you fear something, the more it comes. After 3 more hours of fierce combat, Rayleigh was defeated by Lynch's Overlord attack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Conqueror's Haki Rapping has been upgraded to level 3. I'm getting old. It's your Generation S world now. Rayleigh lay back in the pit, gazing at the azure sky, filled with endless emotions. The era that belonged to him and Roger had ultimately passed. Rayleigh uncle is also very strong. Don't belittle yourself. A towering candle god beast spoke from the side. Ha 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 ha. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Suddenly, Jabba jumped down from the cliff, clapping his hands. Rayleigh, you really are useless now. You can't even defeat a young man. Seeing his old friend in such a sorry state, Rayleigh didn't feel embarrassed, but thought that if he could drag someone else into the fight, why not? If you're capable, come and take revenge for me. This was the essence of brotherhood among men. For instance, if you ate a very sour orange in the wild, your first reaction wouldn't be to spit it out. Instead, you'd pretend it was sweet so that your buddy next to you could take a bite too. I'll come. Let me show you what it means to still have the vigor of youth. Jabba drew 2 axes from his waist. Kid, the cold joke you told last time was hilarious. Want to have a match? If you're tired, I can wait for you to rest. Jabba, want to take advantage of you. No need, let us start. For a Phantom Beast type, the previous battle was just a light workout. Good, here I come. Jabba charged forward with a laugh, feeling the adrenaline rush after a long time since fighting a strong opponent. a powerful aura overwhelming the surroundings. 2 hours later, Jabba, like Rayleigh, lay in the pit, badly beaten. Sigh, getting old, getting old. Chapter 87. Admiral Lynch. Jabba looked at Rayleigh with a mournful expression, as if to say, "You only know how to set me up. Ha ha, let us drink, let us drink." Lynch took out 2 barrels of fine wine from his storage ring and placed them on the ground. Rayleigh and Jabba grabbed large bowls and gulped down a whole bowl. Reminiscing, this must be the wine brewed by Coloca's. It's so nostalgic. Meanwhile, in a small town on the Grand Line, almost all the residents were gathering at the central duel arena. "Hey bro, what is going on?" A merchant who had just arrived in the town stopped a man to ask. "You don't know? A cat is going to duel with the famous local windsword master. Everyone has gone to watch. You should too." "Nanny? A cat?" The merchant doubted whether he was still dreaming and raised his arm a bite. "That hurts. This isn't a dream. Is it a human who ate the cat fruit? I don't know. Don't pull me. If we're late." There won't be any spots left. On the arena, a burly man stood opposite Tom, with a sea of people below. "Little kitty, it's too late to surrender now. Prepare to be made into cat food." Suddenly challenged by Cat, Luzwa felt insulted. Tonight's menu must have an extra dish of cat meat. Tom, his hat pulled low, revealed only half of his face in the shadow. He took a puff of smoke, exhaling it to form a line of big characters in the air. "Someone will die today. Fancy. Watch closely." Luzwa regarded Tom's various bizarre behaviors as the actions of a devil fruit user. One must not let their guard down against a devil fruit user. Before the referee shouted start, Luzwa rushed forward in an arrow-like attack. How despicable. The cat is in danger. The spectators below couldn't bear to watch and close their eyes. They could already envision the scene of the cat's blood splattering on the spot. At that moment, however, Tom on the stage wore a smile, raised his hand to remove his hat and tossed it aside, his rapier transforming into a flash of lightning. Whoosh! The swords clashed, and while Tom remained unscathed, Luzwa's head rolled away. Tom skillfully caught his falling hat, placed it back on his head, and with a flick of his cloak, left without a drop of blood on him. A note fell onto Luzwa's corpse as Tom departed. The killer, Swordmaster Tom. Instant kill. From that day on, the residents of the small town would remember the name Tom. Lynch bid farewell to Rayleigh and Jabba and returned to the naval base. "What? You want to promote me to Admiral?" Lynch stood in front of the marshal's office, surprised. "I'm afraid my qualifications aren't enough." Sengoku adjusted his glasses and smiled, almost, but with the joint guarantee of me, Garp, and Zephyr, it's no problem. He amiably patted Lynch on the shoulder, smiling as he took out an appointment letter. "From today on, you're a Navy Admiral. Remember to think of a code name and tell me. Tomorrow the Navy will announce this news to the world." Upon receiving the appointment letter, the first thing Lynch thought of was to refuse. 1. He didn't want to protect those foolish celestial dragons. And 2. Admirals were too busy. Aside from the 2nd Division commander, who had a relatively leisurely job, able to drink tea and trim his nails in the office, Kaido was out there working himself to the bone. But upon careful thought, it seemed that saving the celestial dragons could be a good deed. Killing a pirate every now and then and framing it as a celestial dragon would be like earning free points. Trusting in his top-notch life returnability, he could definitely make it seamless. First, he'd become a pirate and kill a celestial dragon, then revert back to his original form and arrive slowly. No need for more than 2 times, and the celestial dragons wouldn't dare ask him to protect them anymore. There are only so many projects to work on, and all the dirty and tiring tasks are left for Akainu and Akiji to handle. This idle admiral just needs to slack off a bit. Sengoku can't possibly establish a new department just for him, right? Previously, Lin Qi had also considered the Navy issue several times. If it weren't for the ease of accumulating points in the Navy and the convenience of his position as a vice admiral, he might have already left the Navy to focus on developing his kingdom. Now, with the position of admiral, he has new ideas. The Navy is ultimately a dog of the world government, and it would be extremely difficult to bite the owner. It's the same for wanting to break free from the world government's control. Even if Lin Qi were to ascend to the position of marshal, it would be a tough battle. There are too many spies, traitors, and fence-sitters within the Navy. Moreover, these people cannot be touched. Just look at Sengoku's usual grim face. If any hint of a navy wanting to break free from control appears, the world government would immediately suppress it. If you want to oppose the world government, how many of the grassroots soldiers in the Navy would stand by you for their families? The decaying Navy is not the Navy he desires. Not to mention that waiting for Sengoku to retire will take many years. He can't wait, nor does he want to. Things are different now. As everyone knows, admirals have their own factions and subordinates. Akainu is the hawkish big brother with a group of vice admirals. Akiji represents the doves, and Kazuru is the neutral, laid-back type. These people have their factions. Forming a faction of slackers should be fine, right? As a dignified admiral, he has subordinates with quotas. He can accumulate strength within the Navy and, when the time is right, directly take his trusted subordinates away. Resigning from the world government should not be a problem, right? Coincidentally, these people could join his kingdom's navy, filling the vacancies in higher positions. Thinking of this, Lin Qi is already eager to try. There are plenty of talents in the navy. He even considers poaching Zephyr. He could even keep a spot for the retired Sengoku. Thank you, Marshal. I will definitely work hard and strive to shine in the navy. Lin Qi happily accepts the mission. Good, I have high hopes for you. For some reason, Sengoku is a bit unaccustomed to seeing this kid suddenly so enthusiastic. Arriving at the unique office for admirals, Lin Qi plops down into the spacious leather chair. And it feels quite comfortable. The admiral's room is indeed different. Admiral Lin Qi, this is your military uniform. The Navy respectfully places the clothes on the desk. Stealing glances at Lin Qi. Hearing from the logistics department that another admiral has emerged shocked her quite a bit. Seeing Lin Qi's appearance, she is immediately taken aback, her heart racing. So handsome. Thank you. Lin Qi picks up the justice cloak from the desk, drapes it over his shoulders, and walks to the mirror. The aesthetics of the Navy uniform are unquestionable. It really is handsome. Hey, why is your face so red? Turning around, Lin Qi notices the girl's blushing face and places his hand on her forehead. You're not feverish. And no, it's nothing. Thank you, Admiral Lin Qi. The girl quickly swats Lin Qi's arm away and shyly runs off, covering her flushed face. Isn't that girl a loli? What Lin Qi doesn't know is how powerful his identity as an admiral and his handsome appearance are to these little girls in the Navy. Chapter 88. Little Nami's luck. The title of admiral in the Navy is generally associated with some kind of animal. For example, Akainu, Fujitora, Kazuru. Coming up with a code name for Lin Qi is too easy. With the luminosity fruit in his possession, it seems unreasonable not to call him Luminosity. Turning back to the blank plaque on the wall, Lin Qi picks up a pen and writes, Justice of Supreme Authority. Oh, Justice of Supreme Authority? Just as Sengoku walks in. He catches this scene. You are the king. It's normal to have this kind of thought. Sengoku is very optimistic about Lin Qi's principles of justice, and they are much better than Akiji's lazy justice. Marshal, you came at the right time regarding the title. On the other side, in the East Blue, Orange Island, you say these two are your daughters. That's correct, right? Arlong, along with a group of subordinates, sneers as they surround Bel-Em-Ri, Nojiko, and Little Nami. Bel-Em-Ri receives a heavy blow to the face, spitting out blood, but still resolutely protects the two children beneath her. Yes, you can kill me, but you must guarantee not to harm these two children. Of course, you've already paid the protection fee for these two kids. I, Arlong, am also a principled man. As long as you obediently go die. Help! Seeing the tall fishman approaching Bel-Em-Ri, Little Nami screams in terror. Damn it! Don't hurt them, mister. Akin can no longer hold back, pulling out a flintlock pistol to shoot, only to be quickly knocked down by one of Arlong's subordinates. Let go of Mr. Akin. Don't harm Bel-Em-Ri. In the distance, dust rises as the villagers of Orange Village rush over with farming tools. Ha ha ha, this is truly murderous. Arlong gives a look to his subordinate. Don't kill them. Leave them to pay the protection fee. Let us use you as the first warning. Die for the sake of boredom. The villagers are knocked down, and Arlong aims the flintlock at Bel-Em-Ri's forehead. Wait, I just remembered, we still have money. Little Nami suddenly recalls that her big brother Lin Qi had given her a ruby brooch, which she had kept hidden for years out of fear of losing it. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Arlong laughs, placing his finger on the trigger. Nojiko, Nami, I love you both. In the last moment of her life, images from her life flash through Bel-Em-Ri's mind like a revolving lantern. Had she known, she wouldn't have used that gold coin to help the starving children in the village. At least she could have left a little behind. Just a few days of good days have passed. In her last moments, Belle can't help but think of Lin Qi, who made it possible for her and her daughters to have a good life. Suddenly, she remembers a line from Lin Qi and shouts without thinking. The one with the surname, Yi asked me to tell you. If you don't want to die, be honest. It's over, I'm dead. Belle closes her eyes, waiting for death. However, after a long while, she still doesn't hear the gunshot. Carefully, she opens her eyes to see Arlong with a look of terror on his face. The one with the surname Yi is that guy. Arlong recalls being scared stiff by just one glance from the other person, sweating profusely. Brothers, we're leaving. We won't collect this family's protection fee anymore. Arlong puts away the flintlock without any hesitation and turns to leave. Just thinking about this woman being related to that person gives him goosebumps. The more he thinks about it, the more terrifying it becomes. How did that man know he would come here? Arlong begins to suspect that there is a traitor in the team. Woo, it's great. Belle, you're alive. Watching the evil fishmen leave, little Nami and Nojiko hug the dazed Belle, crying tears of relief. What kind of person is that guy? Belle murmurs. As an adult, Belle thinks even more. Why did Lin Qi know a few years in advance that Arlong would come here one day? A powerful fishman like Arlong, upon hearing this, was actually scared enough to turn around and leave, even giving up future protection fees. Looking at her two lovely daughters, Belle gently rests her head on them and softly says, "Remember, Mr. Lin Qi is the benefactor of our family." Little Nami nods vigorously while crying. At night, after a series of ups and downs, Tina leans against Lin Qi's chest, falling into a deep sleep. That silly cat Tom. I wonder how he's doing now. Holding Tina's delicate body, Lin Qi gazes out at the moon and thinks of Guion, wondering how much longer it will be before she returns from her mission. Once she comes back, he can assign her to his side, and then she can be with him every day. There is also Tom, that silly cat. I wonder if it will get hungry. Aku, on the boundless sea, Tom was sailing in a small boat when he suddenly sneezed. He suspiciously rubbed his nose, looked at the moon in the sky, thought of his master, and remembered his old friend. Lowering his head, Tom's gaze was firm as he paddled in one direction. Eagle Eye, here comes Tom. Ding! Your pet Tom has killed a pirate, earning 5 points. Ding! Your pet Tom has killed a pirate, earning 7 points. Ding! Your pet Tom has killed a pirate, earning 1 point. Early in the morning, Lynch was awakened by the system's notification sound. Not bad, Tom. Hey, when did Tina get up? After going outside, he found Tina in a vacuum apron preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing Lynch come out, she smiled brightly. You're awake. Breakfast will be ready soon. This girl is just wearing an apron, not even dressed. Watching Tina's curvy silhouette, Lynch, already in a bad mood in the morning, couldn't help but hug her from behind. Before we eat, let me turn you into a cream puff. Stop it, Tina is cooking. Tina's pretty face turned red. No rush, you eat first. All right then. After they were done, the dishes in the pot had long cooled down, and Tina reheated them. After the meal, Tina draped a coat over Lynch, looking at him like a wife as he left. Today was the day Lynch officially became a vice admiral. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Navy personnel, Sengoku officially announced Lynch's promotion to vice admiral. Long live Vice Admiral Lynch. Long live Vice Admiral Zuchao. Many Navy personnel shouted loudly, looking at the figure on the platform with admiration. Everyone knew the deeds of Vice Admiral Lynch, defending the upside-down mountain, using Conqueror's Haki to shake the world, fighting Kaido to save tens of thousands of sailors. The recent events concerning Fishman Island had also spread back, and everyone felt that Vice Admiral Lynch was more than capable of holding this position, killing over 10,000 elite pirates single-handedly, overpowering 6 commanders of the Big Mom pirates. Who else could do that? Being a vice admiral is the lifelong dream of every Navy officer. Chapter 89. Becoming the King of Cowards. Long live Vice Admiral Lynch. Vice Admiral Lynch is so handsome. Vice Admiral Lynch, I want to have your babies. Wait a minute. Is there something strange mixed in there? The little fans looked at Lynch with fiery eyes. It's not that they meant to fawn over him, but compared to the other vice admirals, Vice Admiral Lynch was simply on another level of handsome, instantly becoming the face of the Navy, especially compared to that lecherous old monkey. Hey, why do I feel like everyone's gaze on me is a bit off? Kizaru lazily walked away from Lynch with his hands in his pockets. At the same time, newspapers about Lynch were being sent worldwide by Newsbird. The majestic Navy, the fourth Vice Admiral, the pirate slayer Vice Admiral Zuchao. Oh, this is great. The kid didn't die. Kaido exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the photo beneath the news headline, pouring a barrel of liquor into his mouth. Ever since he had knocked Lynch into the sea last time, Kaido had been thinking about it for over half a year. Even his appetite had diminished greatly. Such a rare creature, he couldn't find another like it in the entire ocean. For Kaido, who dreamed of becoming a zoo director, not being able to obtain the Zuchao divine beast was more painful than killing him. Boss, he is now a vice admiral, Queen said, his tiny green bean eyes filled with helplessness. If he really brought Lynch over, he would have to sleep with his eyes open. So what if he is a vice admiral? I'll just give him the position of first mate. Isn't it better than dealing with a world government crap as a Navy officer? People's reactions to the news varied. Fishman Island. Sister, look. Captain Lynch has become a vice admiral. Ever since they dealt with Dakin IX, Shirahoshi no longer had to hide in the hardshell tower. The Shark Star brothers rushed in with newspapers. Shirahoshi took the newspaper. Looking at the handsome photo, her face flushed as she hugged it. Lord Lynch, brother, why don't we just kidnap Shirahoshi and bring her to Captain Lynch? The three princes gathered together with mischievous thoughts. They remembered Captain Lynch saying that if they could get Shirahoshi to go with him, he would teach them real skills. Nonsense. We are a dignified royal family. How can we do such a thing? Sharkstar scolded his younger brother seriously. I suggest we use sleeping pills. East Blue, Orange Island. Nami, look. Big brother is actually a vice admiral. Nojiko held up a newspaper. Wow, Big brother is so handsome. I want to join the Navy too. Amazon Lily. Hancock, who had already grown into a stunning beauty, looked down at the newspaper her sister brought, but showed little interest. She casually tossed the newspaper aside and stared blankly at the sky outside. Where are you, benefactor? I miss you. Back to Lynch's side. I want you to select a few subordinates you like. Is this the list you chose? In the office, Sengoku looked down at the list in his hand, his eyelids twitching. The two below the rank of captain are fine, Tina and Smoker. Then looking at the majors, Weasel, Peach Rabbit, these seem fine. But what is up with the last entry, Carp? Didn't you tell me to choose freely? ISNT Carp, also a major. Carp 1T do. I approve the others. Sengoku decisively refused. I'll have them transferred to your command, provided they agree. No problem. The list was carefully selected by Lynch. He had saved Weasel's life, and they were from the same faction, so he shouldn't refuse. Wait, just as he was about to leave, Sengoku called Lynch back. Do you remember the department? You will be the head of this department from now on. The department is one that does not need to report to the Navy and can freely attack any pirate, except for the four emperors. The goal is to reduce the number of pirates and bring stability to the world. In the future, the cowardly King Kobe and the granddaughter of Admiral Tsuru, Peacock, will belong to this department. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I know you're more troublesome than Kazuru. Sengoku had a look that said he could see through Lynch. In the future, the nature of the department will change. In addition to the original work, it will also target powerful pirates like the Four Emperors and the Golden Lion. In the next few years, we won't be taking action against the Four Emperors. You can delegate those small matters to your subordinates and rest assured. Seeing that Sengoku had said this much, Lynch had no choice but to agree. If he remembered correctly, there were still some experts in this department. He didn't expect this old man Sengoku to float up after he came along, even wanting to take action against the Four Emperors. Days passed. It had been 2 months since Lynch took over the department. During this time, Lynch sent someone to bring Smoker back from East Blue, fulfilling his promise from years ago. With him as a vice admiral, the world government wouldn't deny him face. Ha, Smoker, welcome back. I said I'd come get you once I became a vice admiral. As Smoker's ship docked, Lynch went to greet him. After a long time, Smoker had matured a lot in appearance and seemed much steadier. I didn't expect you to become a vice admiral in just a few years, Smoker said with a hint of melancholy, instinctively lighting a cigar. Returning to the Navy base after several years, Smoker felt complicated inside. Hey, what are you up to in East Blue? Who has this little lowly following you? Lynch noticed a little girl who looked about 12 or 13 years old behind Smoker. She was pink and tender, a bit like Kuna. Smoker was still immersed in the feelings of nostalgia, only replying faintly, the daughter of an old friend, entrusted to me to raise my subordinate. However, the little lowly was very excited to meet Lynch. Hello, I'm Dasky. Dasky ran over holding a knife and bowed to Lynch. You're Vice Admiral Lynch, right? I've heard so much about you. So cute. Lynch reached out with a big hand and rubbed Daki's little head. Daki's little face turned rosy, her big eyes fixated on the treasured sword at Lynch's waist. Ding! Detected that the host is once again attempting to seduce the little lowly. Please stop your inappropriate thoughts. The limitless system, to stay there. Lynch really wanted to kick this system that occasionally popped up to assert its existence. Smoker, who followed Lynch into the department, was taken aback. What did he see? Peach Rabbit making tea, Weasel reading the newspaper, Tina knitting a scarf. Ridiculous. This was supposed to be work, with a salary to earn. One would think they were on vacation. What does our department need to do? Smoker asked. Nothing much, just drink tea, read newspapers. And wait for the end of the day, Lynch replied. We only get busy when fighting against the 4 emperors and the big pirates. Small pirates can be handled by subordinates. Everyone in the department is talented enough to deal with small pirates. Smoker, 3 days later. With one hand holding coffee and the other holding a cigar, Smoker leaned back on the sofa, wanted to say one thing. It smells great. Compared to this heavenly life now, how could he stand being in the East Sea? Chapter 90, Marriage Sky Island. Lord Lynch, today is another beautiful day. By the edge of the cloud coast sat a girl with golden hair, her snow-white wings fluttering like an angel. Cornice was playing the harp alone on Angel Coast, her delicate face always wearing a faint smile, with the beautiful sound of the harp lingering around. Since Lord Lynch arrived at Sky Island, Lord Enel has become better. The residents of Sky Island live in abundance and no longer have to live in fear every day. The residents of Sky Island are grateful for the stable life that Lord Lynch has brought. Even the original resistance forces have disappeared. Everyone is well fed and clothed, no longer worrying about their lives. This kind of life was something they never dared to imagine before. All of this is thanks to Lord Lynch. The only flaw is that eerie howls occasionally echo from the sky, causing many to report nightmares at night. Enel, you electrocuted me. The pig-like howl floated down from the sky. Cornice's hand trembled on the harp again. It was that terrifying voice. Higher up in the sky, Moria was scorched by Enel's divine punishment, turning into a piece of charcoal. His explosive hair seemed to indicate that it wasn't the first time he had been electrocuted. Since that day when Moria regained his lost spirit thanks to Lynch, he had come to Sky Island to spar and grow with Enel. Your observation is still so poor. You didn't even notice my ambush. After Lynch's previous beating, Enel no longer referred to himself as the god except in moments of pride. Do you think anyone's observation can compare to your abnormality? Moria used his pre-prepared shadow bats to instantly appear behind Enel. Enel transformed early to dodge the attack and countered with a thunder beast worth 30 million volts, hitting Moria. As the thunder dissipated, Moria emerged and scathed from within. Hey. But when it comes to armament Haki, you still have much to learn from me. Moria was covered in armament Haki, proudly declaring, look at my big black armament Haki. This is the standard for real men. Moria's 8-pack abs were exceptionally prominent. The future chubby Moria was gone for good. With rivals established, Enel and Moria steadily improved their strength on Sky Island. Nearby was a nearly completed Arc Maxim. At the Navy base, Sengoku was leisurely feeding goats, saying, taking leave? You've only been a general for 2 months. What do you need leave for? Marriage. A rare softness appeared in Lynch's eyes. Tina was 23 this year, and Guillaume was getting on in years too. Over the years, they had quietly followed him, giving without asking for anything in return. He thought it was time to give them an explanation. All right, I approve, Sengoku readily agreed. He liked this kind of responsible man, reminiscent of his younger days. Sengoku rummaged under the table and took out a stack of money. I may not be able to attend your wedding, but here's a gift of 200,000 berries. Thank you. After returning to the West Sea, Lynch had the entire nation start preparing for the wedding. There were 3 brides, Tina, Guillaume, and Robin. It would be their only wedding in their lifetime, so Lin Qi wanted to give them the best experience. A month in advance, invitations were sent to the major palaces and nobles of the West Sea, and the famous West Sea newspaper was invited to broadcast this unprecedented grand wedding across the entire West Sea. Even before the wedding began, major newspapers started creating hype for the event in the West Sea. The Emperor's Wedding, a nationwide celebration in the West Sea. An unprecedented wedding. General Lin Qi will hold a national wedding in 1 month. If you're going to marry a good man, Lord Lin Qi. Given Lin Qi's terrifying status in the West Sea, the resulting stir was unimaginable. In just a few days, it became well known. Even 3-year-old children knew that a big figure was getting married. This wedding even caused quite a stir in the other 3 seas and the Grand Line. A general is the pinnacle figure on the sea. It's hard not to attract attention, let alone Lin Qi, who is a tyrant in the West Sea. In no time, Lin Qi's wedding became the hot topic of the month. Countless women envied the brides. Such a handsome, gentle, and powerful good man is rare. He is the perfect Prince Charming in their hearts. If only they could marry Lin Qi too. In response, the famous Admiral Sengoku commented, "There are only a few good men in this world. He and Lin Qi count for most of them." To this, Sengoku's old friends, Vice Admiral Tsuru and Carp, remarked, "This old guy is getting shameless again." Before long, the day of Lin Qi's wedding arrived. The entire kingdom was draped in festive red satin, decorated with lanterns. And the nation celebrated joyfully. The citizens sincerely congratulated the newlyweds, pasting big red characters of joy on their doors. They had finally welcomed a holy ruler. As the holy ruler got married, all citizens who could attend did, and those who couldn't also celebrated spontaneously. In no time, the entire West Sea was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Even the pirates who spent all day robbing in the West Sea tacitly closed shop for a day, not daring to rob passing ships. What a joke! They would dare cause trouble today. If the emperor got angry, 10 of their heads wouldn't be enough. At the wedding venue, a city was specially built to host the king's wedding. Colorful flowers filled the air, and a bright red carpet stretched from the city gate to the wedding venue, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, exuding luxury and festivity. Rare deep-sea night pearls were used as decorations, and the tables and chairs were worth their weight in gold. Just taking one item out would be enough for an ordinary person to spend a lifetime. With some time left before the guest's arrival, 18-year-old girls dressed in high-end attire flitted about like butterflies, arranging the venue. Some had arrived early, mostly nobles from the West Sea's royal palaces. They lived daily under the shadow of the emperor, fearing that one day they would wake up to find the emperor's army at their doorstep. Therefore, they preferred to arrive early and drink the northwest wind rather than let Lin Qi wait too long. Just to gain a little favor from the great emperor made them content. However, among them was one person who stood out from these palace nobles. Who was this person? They don't seem to be from the West Sea. I don't know. They look quite ugly. The nobles looked at a figure sitting alone in the corner, whispering among themselves. Chapter 91. The kingdom comes to celebrate, wishing a grand wedding. Today, Chibuta arrived earlier than anyone else. Hearing on the sea that Taodu was getting married, he resolutely abandoned his near-completed mission and hurried to the West Sea day and night. He sat alone in the corner, drinking from his own hidden liquor. The reason he traveled such a long distance was not to bless Lin Qi's wedding, but simply because it was closer to Taodu. Chibuta thought he had come to terms with it. But when he heard the news of Taodu's marriage, he realized that it was just self-deception. He was still deeply in love with Taodu, but he knew that Taodu already belonged to Lin Qi, and he would never have a chance. No, it seemed that he had never had a chance. It was all just his unrequited feelings. Chibuta came here today with no other intention than to see Taodu one last time from a distance, and that alone would satisfy him. Congratulations to the emperor. May the emperor have a lifelong bond with his beloved and enjoy a harmonious marriage for 100 years, wishing the newlyweds happiness. The emperor's might is unparalleled. And today's wedding is truly a joyous occasion for our entire West Sea. I believe that with the emperor in the West Sea, it will surely become the strongest sea area. Ha ha ha. Thank you all. Please come inside. Many guests arrived one after another. As the protagonist of the day, Lin Qi stepped forward to greet them. In the eyes of others, Lin Qi was an existence they could only look up to and could not reach. So many people came today that some nobles who hadn't received invitations shamelessly showed up uninvited. If one observed closely, they would also notice that many guests were accompanied by beautiful young girls. You girl insisted on coming to see Lord Lin Qi. If you can truly catch his eye, that would be a blessing for our family. At this moment, a noble-looking man looked at his little daughter with affection. Is this Lord Lin Qi? So handsome. The girl gazed at Lin Qi in the distance, lost in a crush. Hey, is the signal normal? It's starting. Nearby, a staff member from a West Sea newspaper opened a photography phone bug, broadcasting the wedding live across the West Sea. Countless residents of the West Sea sat in front of big screens, witnessing this grand wedding together. Roar, 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 big news, I'm here. An unexpected situation arose when a large bird suddenly dropped from sky carrying a phone bug. Hello, I'm Morgans. The large bird ran over and enthusiastically shook hands with Lin Qi. Mr. Lin Qi, I'll offer 300 million berries for the broadcasting rights of the wedding. Morgans was the president of the world's largest newspaper, and wherever there was big news, there was his presence. Thinking of the recent hot topics about this wedding at sea and a bit of inside information he had obtained, Morgans was confident that broadcasting this wedding would definitely be a lucrative deal. You're not only helping me broadcast, but you're also paying me? A thought flashed through Lin Qi's mind. Okay, I'll broadcast it for free, but I want 60 of the profit afterward. Pleasure doing business. Morgans extended his wing to shake hands with Lin Qi. Pleasure doing business. After securing the broadcasting rights, Morgans kicked away a reporter from the West Sea newspaper. Let me show you what professionalism looks like. He swiftly pulled out 7 or 8 photography phone bugs from under his clothes, placing them at various angles to ensure the best broadcast. Perfect start. Morgans eagerly broadcasted the scene to every corner of the world. In the kingdom of Bishu, the ruler Parker congratulates the emperor on his wedding, presenting a pair of deep-sea night pearls worth 99 million berries. In the kingdom of Xinglua, the ruler, while congratulates the emperor on his wedding, presenting a 1,000-year ginseng and dragon essence nourishing pill. In the kingdom of Gxnjo, the ruler Maispa congratulates the emperor on his wedding, presenting 200 million berries. The servant responsible for reading the gift list shouted loudly, his face full of pride. Ask the West Sea, besides our emperor, who else has this treatment? Ha, Lin Qi. I hope I'm not late. Carp laughed heartily as he strode in with a swaggering gait, followed by Vice Admiral Zifa and Granny He. The Navy made their entrance. Unfortunately, without Sengoku, otherwise, the Navy would have been complete. Mr. Carp, Teacher Zifa, Granny He, you're here. Lin Qi greeted them with a smile. Their presence undoubtedly gave him great face. He could see the surrounding people's eyes nearly popping out. Morgan smirked. All 3 of them are here. What a great deal. Of course I'm here for your wedding. Here, this is a gift I wrote for you, containing my insights on educating the next generation, ensuring your descendants will be outstanding. Looking at the educational insights that Carp sent, Lin Qi accepted them on the surface, but had no intention of reading them. He thought to himself, you should take a look at what you've taught, being in the Navy, yet producing a Revolutionary Army member and a pirate. Since you're marrying Shirji, of course, I had to come. You must treat Shirji well in the future, Granny He remarked. I will, Lin Qi replied. Zifa silently watched Lin Qi, with a mix of comfort and a hint of sorrow. The little guy who couldn't even do moonwalks in the training camp had grown up. Zifa couldn't help but think of his son's wedding, wishing he had not died. Big brother, I want to be your bride. The little peacock puffed up in anger, her lips pouting like she could hang a soy sauce bottle. Let's talk about it when you're an adult. Little peacock. Lin Qi ruffled the little peacock's head. Just as the system said, he was becoming a little Lolita killer. 3 years to start. Maximum death penalty, Carp teased. Little Lin Qi's charm is indeed great. Even little peacock is smitten. Poor old man's grandson is always being compared to a little monkey. I wonder if he'll be able to find a wife in the future. Grandpa Carp, I'm serious. The peacock pouted playfully. Everyone, please take a seat. Lin Qi led them to the seats closest to the wedding, then went out to greet others. General Lin Qi, this is a gift from the 5 elders that I was instructed to hand to you personally. A member respectfully placed a covered item in Lin Qi's hand and swiftly left. Lin Qi uncovered the cloth to reveal 2 devil fruits. What does this mean from the 5 elders? Are they trying to recruit me? Lin Qi squinted his eyes and put the gift away. The thoughts of those 5 old geezers were deeper than the fish girl Nico's. They surely had no good intentions. It was likely a bait to make him serve the world government. He accepted the gift, but as for what it meant, sorry, he didn't understand. Chapter 92. Kaido causes trouble at the wedding. The auspicious time has arrived. Please welcome the bride. As the host's voice fell, 3 brides dressed in stunning wedding gowns, accompanied by maids, walked step by step down the red carpet towards the high platform. Among them, in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, Robin's appearance had been altered. Wow, so beautiful. Such a gorgeous bride. Is she a fairy? The audience was mesmerized, dressed in phoenix crowns and colorful robes. The 3 brides' graceful figures and fair faces seemed like flawless jade, their cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, with a hint of a smile at the corners of their lips that was captivating. Tina, Tautu, and Robin, whether in figure, appearance, or temperament, they could only be described as 1 in a million. Perhaps only such women were worthy of General Lin Qi. Amidst the falling petals and the blessings of the crowd, the 3 brides arrived beside Lin Qi. Wah, Chibuta, who had drunk too much, cried out in sorrow as he lay on the table. But his cries were soon drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. Only a nearby child picked up a red nose from the ground and said, "Uncle, is this your red nose? Good daughter, remember to come home more often after getting married, and have a few grandsons for your father to play with." Tina's old father had tears in his eyes, not expecting his little cotton-padded jacket to get married so soon. General Crane's eyes were also red. She had always regarded Shiwan as her own sister. Seeing Shiwan get married, she felt relieved. Tina, Shiwan. After calling out the names of the 2, Lin Qi finally looked at Robin and gently said, "Do you want to marry me?" The 3 of them, one covering her mouth with red-rimmed eyes, one gazing affectionately at Lin Qi, and one with beautiful eyes already misty. But they all answered in unison, "I do. Tina is willing." Lin Qi knelt on one knee and put rings on the 3 brides, then stood up and kissed them together. After kissing Robin, he kissed Shiwan and then kissed Tina. The cheers from the audience reached a peak at that moment. The tea-pig cried even louder. Nearby, a child holding a red nose curiously asked, "Uncle, why are you crying?" Other clowns are laughing. "I really envy Lin Qi. He married 3 stunning brides at once. Don't mention it. Thinking about my own tiger wife makes me so envious. What great luck. Not to mention 3 beauties like this. If my wife had half of their looks, I would die content." At the banquet, several men looked vibrant, with expressions that said they understood men, whispering and discussing. "You guys are really like toads wanting to eat swan meat. Only a hero like General Lin Qi deserves such women." On the wedding stage, after the kisses ended, Lin Qi embraced his 3 shy and blooming wives. Just then, a deafening laughter suddenly echoed in the air. Woo-loo-loo-loo-loo, the little ghost with the candlelight. "I'm here." With a loud bang, Kaido made a grand entrance. Transforming from dragon form to human form, Kaido smashed down like a meteor, causing many to stumble. As the dust settled, Kaido appeared on the scene, with a spike club at his waist and a red wine jug in his left hand. Kaido. Although this was the 4 Seas, the nobles in attendance had certainly heard of the name of the 4 Emperors Kaido. They trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Big selling point. Big highlight. Morgans was ecstatic and hurriedly broadcasted this scene. Residents all over the world were shocked by this sight. Who dares to cause trouble at the general's wedding? That's the beast Kaido. As expected of Kaido, attending the general's wedding, nobody else could do it. What the hell? How dare Kaido attend the general's wedding? Isn't he afraid of being beaten up by the Navy's justice? 666. This wedding is getting more and more exciting. The one who just spoke, did you underestimate Kaido's strength? He is the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the beast Kaido. On Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh leaned against a big tree, listening to the distant conversation, starting to worry that Lin Qi's wedding might be messed up. On Amazon Lily, the big screen was broadcasting. Seeing the Empress lost in thought with her chin in her hand, Marigold couldn't help but feel curious. "Sister, aren't you uninterested in any man?" Hancock shook her head dreamily. "I don't know. Seeing him get married, I always feel a heartache." Marigold and Sandersonia exchanged glances. Something was off. Sister's situation was very strange. On God S. Hard Island, Go for it, big brother. Beat that bad guy. Little Nami and little Nojiko clenched their small fists, anxiously watching the content on the screen. You two little girls are more anxious than if you're getting married yourselves, Belmare chuckled. To watch Lin Qi's wedding broadcast, they specifically came to a larger island. Not far from them, Kuina stood in the square with a sword, murmuring, "In 2 years, Lin Qi, you must wait for me." On Fishman Island, Shirahoshi fearfully closed her eyes, hiding in Princess Odoheim's arms. Lord Lin Qi won't be in any trouble, right? What is Kaido? He doesn't deserve to compare with our captain. Sharkstar Sanji was extremely confident in Lin Qi. Princess Odoheim and Neptune looked worriedly at Kaido's figure. In fact, with so many people present, even if Morgans didn't broadcast, this news would eventually spread throughout the 4 seas, but now he could make a big profit ahead of time. Morgan's subordinates were watching the broadcast while already planning tomorrow's newspaper headlines. Shocking. For Emperor Kaido appears at the general's wedding. Kaido, what do you want to do here? Do you want to start a war? I will not allow anyone to ruin Shiwan's wedding. Carp, Zifa, and General Crane stood up from their seats, glaring at Kaido. The powerful armament color quietly crept up Carp and Zifa's arms. La. You old guys who are half a foot in the grave can't wait to die, can you? Don't worry, you're lucky today. I'm here to attend my Beast Pirates Vice Captain's wedding. Not to cause trouble. Kid, next, this is the wedding wine I specially brought from Onigashima for you. The red wine gourd was thrown to Lin Qi. The guests on site wished they could plug their ears. It's over. They seem to have heard something incredible. Emperor Lin Qi is actually Kaido's vice captain. They won't be silenced. Will they? Lin Qi caught the wine gourd, frowning. Kaido, I don't remember agreeing to become your vice captain. He still hadn't avenged the last time Kaido threw him into the sea, and now he wanted to recruit him again. Unappreciative little brat. I've already reserved a spot for you. Whether you agree or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Kaido casually pulled out a chair and sat down, urging, continue the wedding. The sooner you finish, the sooner you will obediently come back with me to Onigashima. Chapter 93, Pineapple Head. Red Hedgehog daring to cause trouble at the Lord's wedding. 8 major generals who gained the power of giants quietly surrounded Kaido, waiting for Lin Qi's command. They would rush in to show what a righteous beating looks like. Sasuke, be good. Go hide first. Uchiha Makoto put little Sasuke down from her lap, her wife-like beautiful face revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. After all, she was a Jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Her combat power was not weak. Tsunade took the fireworks from her epic chest to prevent any pins from poking into her chest during the fight, preparing for battle. Dr. Kido had never felt so powerless as he did now. When Lin Qi was in trouble, he couldn't help. At this moment, a seed of a scientific madman was taking root in Dr. Kido's heart. Just as the atmosphere on site became tense and battle was about to break out, Marco appeared from the sky with a gift. Lin Qi, congratulations on your marriage. This is a gift from our Whitebeard pirates. Marco placed the gift to the side and turned to Kaido, threatening, Lin Qi is our friend from the Whitebeard pirates. We will never forgive anyone who causes trouble at his wedding. Allah. Pineapple-headed kid, you need to understand. Even that old guy Whitebeard wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Kaido stood up like a mountain, blocking the sunlight, looking unfavorably at Marco. He seemed to be considering from which angle to give him a thunderous blow. Then what if we join in, Kaido? Another tall figure strode in from the city gate, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful petite woman. The man was tall, with short reddish hair, strong muscles, long legs, and scars on both cheeks. His left arm bore a skull tattoo, and his back had a wing tattoo, wearing a white scarf that resembled a flower covering his mouth. Looking at the woman beside him, her pink hair cascaded like a waterfall, wearing a tight purple cheongsam that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Lin Qi estimated that her figure was comparable to an adult Nami, with a waist that could be held in one hand, and a chest that was at least impressive. Her figure was unrealistically good. Outside, a loose cloak covered most of her perfect figure, making her seem even more alluring as it revealed glimpses of her body. Although the woman was clearly not old, she exuded a mature, seductive charm. The moment she appeared, the enchanting woman attracted the attention of all the men in the room. However, as they regained their senses, they looked with even more fear towards the man. Katakuri. He is from the pirate crew. the ruthless cannibal. Many of the nobles present at the palace fainted from sheer terror. The appearances of Kaido and Marco had already strained their nerves to the limit. Katakuri's arrival completely shattered the psychological defenses of these nobles who usually lived in luxury. If a fight broke out, they feared there would be nothing left of them. Lin Qi looked at Katakuri and Garrett who had arrived, squinting his eyes. It seemed that the Big Mom pirates were surprisingly not here to cause trouble, which was unreasonable since he had offended them so severely before. Marco was equally astonished. What was going on? Did Lin Qi reach some unspeakable agreement with Big Mom? Kaido couldn't figure out either. He remembered Lin Qi had offended Lin severely not long ago on Fishman Island. So why was Lin standing on Lin Qi's side now? Unable to comprehend, Kaido simply decided to stop thinking about it. In any case, anyone who dared to block his path would be taken down. The audacious brat. It would be more fitting for Lin to say that. It was clear that Kaido didn't take Marco and Katakuri seriously at all. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would have 3 seconds to disappear from his sight, or else they would die, having been interrupted multiple times. Kaido's limited patience was completely exhausted, and his temper flared up instantly. If this brat didn't know his place, it wouldn't matter if he was Lin's son. He didn't plan to wait for the wedding to finish. Next, anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed, and then he would take Lin Qi away. That was Kaido's plan. A powerful aura gathered around Kaido. The sky above changed dramatically, and the expensive tiles beneath his feet cracked under the sheer force. At the same time, Kaido extended 3 thick fingers, counting down 3, 2. Following Kaido's lead, the moment Katakuri appeared, it seemed the entire world paled in comparison to this wedding. Everyone watching the live broadcast was greatly shocked, their mouths agape and speechless for a long time. My God, before this, I never imagined that 3 emperors would gather at a wedding. After a long time, someone finally came to their senses, exclaiming, Admiral Lin Qi is amazing. Even a fleet admiral doesn't have this kind of face to gather all 3 emperors at once. Unexpectedly, even a mighty Kaido was eager to have Lin Qi as his vice captain. What kind of face was that? Is Lin Qi still recruiting younger brothers? What is this? Didn't you see the Whitebeard pirates and the other pirate crew were willing to go against Kaido for Lin Qi? What terrifying connections. Ahem, if I remember correctly, Lin Qi should be a Navy admiral, right? The brother who just spoke, who didn't get it wrong. Didn't you see Vice Admiral Karp's fist getting hard? I'm looking forward to seeing the 4 emperors battle. This ticket money is truly worth it. Navy headquarters. Oh, what a terrifying wedding, Kizaru said, sipping tea and crossing his legs leisurely. To see the wedding, Sengoku had specifically set up a broadcasting device. And today, Kizaru happened to be on holiday, watching a live stream. When will you ever change your lazy habits, Kizaru? Watching you makes me want to hit someone, Sengoku said, his anger flaring up as he saw Kizaru, still so relaxed. He had never faced 3 emperors at once, and yet this kid got to experience it first. Sengoku had to consider what to do if Lin Qi and Karp encounter trouble in the West Sea. We're anxious but can't rush over. We might as well drink tea, Kizaru said slowly, pouring Sengoku a cup. He thought to himself, we're a few salaries in a day. Look at you, your hair is turning white from worry. Whoever wants to be the fleet admiral can go ahead. He certainly wouldn't, unless the salary was right. On Snake Princess Island, watching Lin Qi's actions and demeanor, the Empress grasped her pounding chest. How could this be? Seeing it makes my heart race. Sister, are you okay? Seeing the Empress's appearance, Marguerite worriedly supported her ivory-like arm. In the distance, the elderly Gold. Roger sighed deeply. This is a calamity. Chapter 94. Sending a wife over 1,000 miles? Cake Island. If I had known that Kaido would also attend, I shouldn't have agreed to Katakuri's plan. Killing him is the only way to relieve my resentment. Remembering Lin Qi's past deeds, Big Mom's face gradually twisted with rage. Mama, Lin Qi is not only an admiral, but also the overlord of the West Sea. Only by following Brother Katakuri's plan can we maximize our benefits. Smoothie walked over, pushing a cart full of cakes with her long legs. In fact, Smoothie felt that the idea didn't seem like something Brother Katakuri could come up with. It was probably someone borrowing his mouth to say it. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't say such things. The only people capable of convincing her stubborn brother were just a few on the island. and Smoothie felt she already had a candidate in mind. An unknown small island. Tom watched the live broadcast, his lungs nearly exploding. He was truly furious. Tom's head was steaming like a thermometer, his face turning red. The beast pirates, dare to bully its master. Tom remembered that. On the other side, Lin Qi. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The bond of 3 numbers had come to an end, seeing that Katakuri still refused to leave. The terrifying black light wrapped around his spiked club and smashed down towards Katakuri. Clang! Just as the spiked club was about to hit Katakuri, a western sword appeared out of nowhere and blocked it, colliding with the spiked club. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air, sparks flying. An intense black lightning danced wildly between the two weapons. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and people looked up at the sound, terrified and sitting on the ground. The sky was torn apart. Is this truly the power that humanity can possess? The crowd was shocked to discover that the originally peaceful sky had been ripped in half due to the clash between the two, the clouds splitting apart and churning violently. At the moment of their confrontation, Carp, Zephyr, Katakuri, the 8 giant generals, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Marco, and Tsunade all moved. Only Lin Qi remained still, because he knew that since this man had come, the outcome for today was already determined. Everyone stop. Please give me some face. Shanks's powerful presence shook the audience, and the tables and chairs shattered under this pressure. The red-haired conqueror's presence was extremely formidable, enough to affect reality itself. At the scene, only a few could still stand and remain conscious. The majority, under this impact, had their eyes glaze over, their bodies weakly collapsing to the ground. Carp, Marco, and others, upon hearing Shanks's words, all stopped their attacks, cautiously looking at this uninvited guest. Shanks's strength had already earned their recognition. They decided to listen to what he had to say before taking action. Lin Qi smiled slightly. He knew that from 8-year-old children to 80-year-old elders, who wouldn't give Shanks some face? The face fruit is terrifying. Red-haired brat, you're not even one of the 4 emperors yet, and you're already eager to oppose me? Kaido was somewhat surprised that the red-haired could block his strike. He only remembered that this red-haired brat seemed to have been a crew member of Pirate King Roger and was one of the popular candidates for the 4th Emperor at Sea. Beyond that, he had little impression. It seems that the results of the 4th Sea Emperor's battle will be revealed in a few years. Let's end today's matters here. If anyone still wants to fight, I'm ready to accompany you to the end. Shanks directly ignored Kaido's words, holding his sword alone in front of everyone. The current situation of the sea has finally entered a stable period. Whether Kaido or Luffy dies here, it would break the balance between the Navy and the pirates. This is a result that Shanks does not want to see, which is why he came. Once only 2 emperors remain, the Navy, currently possessing 4 admirals, will inevitably be tempted. Conversely, if Luffy or ZEF died here, it would be the same. As soon as he finished speaking, Beckman jumped down from the city wall and silently stood behind Shanks. Red-haired kid, are you threatening me? No one has ever been able to threaten me. Kaido. Kaido was confident in his strength, but he was not foolish. Seeing everyone standing against him, Kaido realized that his plan to kidnap his vice captain had failed again. Not to mention that there was a current admiral, a former admiral, a naval hero, and the unpredictable Shanks on the opposite side. However, the atmosphere had reached this point, and he had to find someone to vent his anger on. Naturally, that person fell on Shanks. After all, he was the most arrogant one present, and even wanted Kaido to give him face. Red-haired kid, if you want to take everything alone, then don't resist. Kaido transformed into a 200-meter-long azure dragon and grabbed Shanks, disappearing into the sky. Luffy silently mourned for Shanks, wondering if he could defeat Kaido now. Farewell. Beckman cast a deep glance at everyone present and set off to chase after Shanks and Kaido. Just when everyone thought everything had settled, Katakuri spoke unexpectedly. Luffy, you now have 2 choices. 1, marry my sister, and from now on, our pirate crew will wipe out all grievances with you. 2, refuse to marry Charlotte, and we will join forces with Kaido to wage war against you. The people present were left with question marks floating above their heads upon hearing Katakuri's words. So suddenly? If I don't marry your sister, you will go to war? How willful, sending a wife from 1,000 miles away. Luffy looked at the serious Katakuri and then at the beautiful Charlotte, lost in thought. That long white leg, that exaggerated curve, that high and firm chest, that perky and bouncy bottom. He knew that Big Mom's pirate crew loved to marry off their daughters, but he never expected to become the target of such a union. He also knew that Big Mom's marriages were not that simple. It was either because they coveted him or what he had in hand. But no matter how calculated it was, that was a matter for the future. The headquarters was now facing the targeting of two Emperor crews. Especially seeing Charlotte's appearance, it seemed he wasn't losing out. The only thing to consider was whether the world government would use this to make an issue. He wasn't too worried. After all, he would have to leave the Navy sooner or later. The audience around the world was still immersed in the incident between Shanks and Kaido. Suddenly, an unknown pirate emerged, possessing the power to contend with Kaido and stopping a wedding that was about to erupt into war. In an instant, Shanks' reputation soared. However, with Katakuri's words, the already silent audience fell into madness again. Hiss! The pirate crew is actually going to marry Luffy. Chapter 95, A Happy Ending. Hiss! That beauty is the one to be married. She's too beautiful. Luffy is so lucky. I envy him for 100 years. If I could marry such a beauty, I would die without regret. Who just spoke? You think you deserve it? That's the beloved daughter of an emperor. You should hurry and wash up and sleep. Everything is in your dreams. On Godhard Island, bad woman. Nami angrily pointed at Charlotte on the screen, stomping her feet in anger. She looked like a little girl whose beloved toy was taken away, adorably furious. Nojiko looked at Nami strangely, wondering why she was so angry. Bad woman. Kuina also muttered angrily, unconsciously pressing her palm against her sword. In the crowd, Nami and Kuina's eyes unintentionally met, both surprised by the anger they saw in each other, as if they had found kindred spirits. What? Has Nami grown up and wants to be Luffy's bride? Belmere laughed, stroking Nami's orange hair. A handsome and powerful man like Luffy, not to mention Nami. Any girl would like him, she joked with Nami, knowing deeply from her own experience that Luffy had a fatal attraction for girls like Nami who were growing up. What are you talking about, Belmere? Nami's face turned red from embarrassment at Belmere's words. Whitebeard pirates. Gurara, that little girl has good taste. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Too bad I haven't adopted a goddaughter. Otherwise, I would have made that little brat my son-in-law. Jozu and Sachi could only helplessly hear their father's words. Why does Dad always think about Luffy? Their pirate crew owes him a big favor, but the other party is a Navy admiral. They didn't want to get involved with a Navy admiral. Just thinking about it made them feel uneasy. Luffy. Blackbeard's small eyes turned rapidly, hearing that this guy was somewhat formidable. He would have to avoid him in the future. Teach was steady as a rock, but thinking of Shanks, who had fought him to a standstill in the past and was now thriving in the sea, Teach couldn't help but feel anxious. When would he be able to rise to the top? Teach was waiting for an opportunity that would allow him to reach the pinnacle of the world. For this, he was willing to endure for decades. Only when he glanced at Whitebeard did complex emotions flicker in the depths of Teach's eyes. Having recognized Whitebeard as his father since childhood and grown up under his protection, it would be false to say he had no feelings. But compared to his ambition, familial ties could all be discarded. If I can never get the opportunity one want, maybe it's not so bad to keep going like this. Blackbeard murmured in his heart as he took big bites of cherry pie. Katakuri quietly waited for Luffy's decision. Luffy's gaze swept over the three women, Robin, Nami, and Charlotte, seeing them nod gently at him, feeling greatly relieved. I can marry Charlotte, but not today. Today's wedding will solely belong to my three wives, Luffy said solemnly. Aside from being beautiful, Charlotte couldn't compare to Robin and the others. They were all women who had silently supported him for many years. If he were to let Charlotte marry alongside them, it would not do justice to their sacrifices. To put it bluntly, his relationship with Charlotte was merely a political marriage. All right, Katakuri pondered for a moment, but agreed. As long as the other party agreed, his goal was achieved. Although there were some twists and turns during the process, the wedding was still successfully completed. After the wedding concluded smoothly, Katakuri and the others left, leaving only Charlotte behind. Nightfall, the stars and moon hung high, and the breeze was gentle. Luffy, having sobered up, washed his face outside. After thinking for a moment, he first entered Tina's bridal chamber, as she had been with him the longest. By the light of the candle, through the screen, Luffy vaguely saw the silhouettes of several women. Time swiftly passed to the next morning. Leaving his wives in the room, lost in dreams, Luffy, as if nothing had happened, dressed and walked out of the room. Remembering what Ji Yuan had said earlier, Luffy found the still sleepy Charlotte. Ji Yuan was right. Since he would eventually marry this woman, it was best to clarify everything. He did not want his harem to have an extra spy later on. Hey, the sun has already risen. Why are you still in bed? Are you like this in the Ant Pirate crew too? Lin Qi pulled the quilt aside, then quickly covered it back up. What's the big deal? Haven't you seen a woman before? Gilet opened her beautiful eyes lazily like a relaxed cat, stretching her jade-like arms under the covers. When she realized that her mother intended to use her as a tool for marriage, Gilet felt very sad, especially when she learned that the marriage partner was Lin Qi, the one who had once thoroughly defeated her, causing her to have nightmares. Every time she thought of the scene where Lin Qi nearly killed her and her brother last time, Gilet wished she could bite him to death. But Gilet knew that her mother's decision was unchangeable by anyone. Unlike some other siblings who had the courage to resist their mother, she quickly accepted her fate. After accepting her fate, Gilet also came to terms with it. Since destiny was already determined, it was better to adopt a carefree attitude and enjoy the rest of her life. Anyway, her mother only wanted her to marry Lin Qi and didn't mention anything else, not even a word of comfort. At this moment, Gilet had entered a state of self-abandonment and mental decay. Seeing Gilet's lazy and defeated appearance, Lin Qi's mouth twitched. In just a few months, how had that once aloof Ice Queen turned into this? The words he originally wanted to use to threaten and warn her were all stuck in his stomach at this moment. To change the lazy Gilet, those threatening words were no longer useful. The only thing that could change her was to treat her well until he touched her and awakened her dead heart. You rest well. If you need anything, just notify the servants. I usually handle documents in the study. You can find me there. After advising Gilet, Lin Qi left the room. Who wants to find you? Gilet stared in the direction Lin Qi left, her gaze lingering for a few seconds before she burrowed back into the warm quilt, rolling around on the big bed. She had already prepared herself to be threatened or forced by Lin Qi, or even tortured, who knew he not only didn't, but was also so nice to her. Catching her off guard. Chapter 96. Daily life after marriage today is the 7th day after the wedding. The afternoon sun warmly enveloped the people. Lin Qi was lying on the recliner in the study, with Robin behind him gently massaging his shoulders with her soft hands, feeling quite comfortable. At the desk beside them, Tina looked at the mountain of documents with a troubled expression, lost in thought. Lin Qi, Robin, Tina, it's afternoon tea time, let's take a break. Ji Yuan pushed the dining cart in. It might be an illusion, but Ji Yuan seemed to have a better figure, and her mature charm was even stronger. Not just Ji Yuan, Tina and Robin also looked similar, shedding their youthful innocence, their brows exuding maturity and allure. The three of them, standing together, looked like ripe peaches, their fair skin glowing with a rosy hue. Just looking at them made one's appetite surge. Perhaps this is the difference between a girl and a wife. Long live Sister Ji Yuan. Tina jumped up from her chair, cheering, and clung to Ji Yuan like a wombat. She could finally escape from those documents that made her head hurt. Haha, Tina, let me handle the documents from now on. Robin chuckled at Tina's office worker appearance. I don't know who insisted on testing her work this morning. Robin, you're so nice. All right, let us see what we have for afternoon tea today. You two stop being so clingy. It had already been a week since they got married, but for the three beautiful wives who had looks, temperament, and figure, Lin Qi just couldn't get enough. This must be the honeymoon phase. Here it comes. Tina planted a big kiss on Ji Yuan, jumped down from her delicate body, and eagerly opened the afternoon tea cover. It smells so good, Sister Ji Yuan. Your cooking is getting better. The rich scent of cream combined with the freshness of octopus wafted into her nose with the steaming hot steam. Takoyaki and lemonade. Can I really eat this? Looking at the still steaming takoyaki, Tina's appetite surged. Sweet girl, go ahead and eat. It's all for you. Thank you, Sister Ji Yuan. Tina used a long skewer to pick up a piece of takoyaki and put it in her mouth, taking a bite. The rich flavor instantly filled her mouth. The octopus burst in her mouth, and the bonito flakes seemed to dance on her tongue. So delicious. Tina squinted happily, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. After eating a few pieces of takoyaki, she took a sip of lemonade to cleanse her palate, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster. Ji Yuan smiled lightly. Tina was still so adorable, and she opened the other two covers in turn. Strawberry pudding, pumpkin Mont Blanc, and marigold blueberry fruit tea. This is for Robin. Thank you. Peach Rabbit. Robin picked up a dessert spoon and elegantly started eating. Grilled deer meat, spicy burger, ice-cold cola. This is yours, husband. Lin Qi had a big appetite, even without exercising, so his afternoon tea was a bit different from ordinary people. Lin Qi leaned down, familiar with picking up the knife and fork. Sister Ji Yuan, let us eat together. No, I already ate in the kitchen. Ji Yuan's gaze was as gentle as water. She quietly sat beside him. Watching Lin Qi eat the food she made with her own hands bite by bite. The deer meat was grilled perfectly golden brown on both sides, with the aroma of high-quality charcoal lingering. Lin Qi discovered that Ji Yuan had added lemon juice to balance the seasoning with rosemary. Suddenly, he remembered something and called a servant. Go make an afternoon tea and send it to Gilet. Yes, your majesty. The servant bowed respectfully and left. How has Gilet been these days? Ji Yuan asked. Still the same, eating and drinking as usual, not letting things get to her. But I feel like her mood has improved quite a bit these days. That's good. We're not in a hurry. As long as she doesn't cause us trouble. I was thinking the same. Let us just keep nurturing her for now. I've asked Sasuke to monitor her secretly. He is very honest. Talking about Gilet, Lin Qi couldn't help but think of that ridiculously good-looking body. I missed him a bit. I wonder how long it will be before he returns. Ever since Ji Yuan had seen Tom, the cat lover in her could no longer look at other kittens. Speaking of which, the reason she could be with Lin Qi was also thanks to Tom acting as a matchmaker. That silly cat should be back soon. In the Alabasta Kingdom, Tom, who was fighting Crocodile, suddenly sneezed and looked around suspiciously. Who was speaking ill of me behind my back? Tom didn't know where he was now, nor did he recognize the crocodile in front of him. He was just lost on the way to find my hawk, and ended up here by accident. As for the scar-faced man opposite him, Tom didn't know what he had done to provoke him. Cat, since you don't want to join my work club, then die. Erosion cycle. Crocodile's voice pulled Tom back to reality. The desert beneath his feet suddenly began to move like a whirlpool at sea, burying Tom deep inside. Crocodile stood on the calm desert surface, and, seeing that Tom the cat hadn't moved for a long time, turned to leave. This strange cat, clearly not strong, yet couldn't be killed no matter how hard he tried. Even losing moisture wouldn't kill him. After thinking it over, he could only bury this thing underground. The sand crocodile swore he had never seen such a strange creature. Half an hour later, Tom the cat crawled out from several kilometers deep in the desert like a caterpillar. Lying flat on the desert, a wave of loneliness surged in his heart. Tom suddenly no longer wanted to find Hawkeye. He wanted to go home and missed his master. Chapter 97, 1 year. Lynch. Mom wants to invite you to the tea party on Cake Island. That day, Garrett found Lynch in the study. Are you here? Lynch knew that Auntie marrying her daughter to him was definitely not a good thing, and he didn't expect the other party to have no patience even for half a month. Why should I agree to go to Cake Island? Give me a reason. Lynch sat with his legs crossed, looking at Garrett with a half smile. Because you're my husband. Garrett's expression was awkward, and it took a lot of courage for her to say that. Now, Garrett was just a 22-year-old girl. Although she had given up, saying such embarrassing things still made her feel shy. Haha, let's talk about that when I officially become your husband. Someone, show her out. In just a few words. Lynch dismissed Garrett. Wanted to go to Cake Island? Dream on. He wouldn't be foolish enough to visit the lair of the four emperors alone. Back in her room, Garrett contacted Annie through a phone bug, only to be scolded harshly and told to marry Lynch as soon as possible and bring him back. After hanging up, Garrett lay on the bed, sobbing. Until she could cry no more, she wiped her tears, her eyes red, and went to the mirror to start getting ready. The habit formed since childhood made Garrett unable to refute any of Annie's orders. She found a chi pao in the wardrobe that perfectly outlined her sexy figure. After drying her tears, Garrett prepared to carry out her mother's plan. Bang! The door was suddenly opened by Lynch, who had been eavesdropping for a long time. You heard? Everything? Her face turned pale. In the evening, Garrett asked weakly, "Can you come back to the cake shop with me now?" "Wait a few days. I'm busy these days. By the way, this thing is too dangerous. If you want to make a call, come to me." Before leaving, Lynch didn't forget to take the phone bug away, leaving Garrett alone in the room, staring blankly at the ceiling. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. In the following days, whenever Garrett asked Lynch when she could go to Cake Island, Lynch's response was always one of neither refusal nor agreement, just dragging it out. Time reveals true feelings. After a few months, Garrett and Lynch became inexplicably familiar with each other. The little bit of displeasure Garrett had towards Lynch disappeared completely. Time reached the year 1513 of the Sea Round calendar. It had been 2 years since the last time 7 countries were conquered. During the year after Lynch's marriage, the sea rarely entered a period of calm. Nothing particularly sensational happened. Everything was proceeding steadily. During this year, Lynch constantly shuttled between the kingdom and the navy. The departments within the navy had also been infiltrated by Lynch, becoming his private forces. It could be said that now, in the department, one could be unaware of the Navy Admiral or the world government, but one must know Admiral Lynch. If Lynch remembered correctly, Teacher Zephyr's hand should have been cut off this year. He specifically sent a few members to keep an eye on Zephyr. After 2 years, the 7 countries had been completely digested, and the kingdom's strength had increased significantly. No, given the current scale, it should be referred to as an empire from now on. Early in the morning, Garrett left the study. This girl, now, when she comes to find me, doesn't even mention going to Cake Island anymore. Lynch shook his head with a smile and checked the important annual report documents on the table. Although it had been a year since their marriage, Lynch would not choose to have children until everything was completely stabilized. He picked up the report, which detailed the current situation of the empire. Population, 49,993,900. National treasury, 50 billion berries, various treasures in 30 large boxes. Military, 300,000, consisting of 200,000 Navy and 100,000 infantry, self-defense forces. Main arsenal, 400,000 fine steel swords, 470,000, 2,000 artillery, and various ammunition. Warships, 80 large underworld ships, capable of carrying 1,000 people. 100 medium underworld ships, capable of carrying 500. 50 assault underworld ships, capable of carrying 80. The remaining warships are being replaced. Main specialties of the empire: iron, copper, seafood, silver, sulfur, liquor, wheat, cotton, cattle, sheep, leather. First, the population skyrocketed from less than 4 million to nearly 50 million. In terms of the national treasury, it seemed wealthy, but it was actually not very ideal, mainly because over the past 2 years, Lynch had been vigorously building and reforming to let the empire rise as soon as possible. Everything from small residential matters to military equipment was being optimized. In this way, no amount of money was enough. Fortunately, the country's output was also considerable, selling minerals, cattle, sheep, and liquor provided just enough money to get by. What pleased Lynch the most was the wheat issue. The wheat was obtained when he casually drew a lottery, and its yield was at least double that of the original wheat in the pirate world. From then on, the empire's residents not only no longer had to go hungry, but also became a major exporter of grain. The entire West Sea and even other seas came to buy grain from him. With more wheat, the liquor and cattle industries also flourished. Thankfully for this, otherwise, the money might not have been enough. Chapter 98, Ridiculous System Lottery. The military expanded from the original 30,000 to 300,000 over 2 years, a 10-fold increase. Among them, the Navy had 200,000 and the Army had 100,000. The Empire's land area was also not small, so the 100,000 Army was completely necessary. They were responsible not only for the Empire's defense, but also for maintaining public order, eradicating bandits, and disaster relief, among other tasks. In summary, the Navy was responsible for external warfare, while the Army was responsible for internal stability. In terms of weapons, everything remained the same, just with increased quantities. Only the artillery of the Army was replaced with the more powerful fire god cannons, which had an approximate power of 35 times that of ordinary artillery. This was an invention derived from those old scholars on Sky Island who constantly studied the blueprints of the underworld warships. They were indeed effective, but they were also very expensive, making 2,000 Fire God cannons nearly bankrupted him for a while. Finally, regarding the most important warships, they were gradually replaced with simplified versions of the underworld. The complex technology and powerful weapons of the underworld were not equipped at all because none of those old scholars could create a real underworld. The real power was less than 1% of the original underworld. Even so, the simplified version of the underworld was enough to crush any warship on the sea. The eliminated ships were not wasted either. They were sold to other kingdoms. Ding! Detected that the population under the host's rule has reached 50 million. Please unify the West Sea as soon as possible. The Divine Nation function will be opened at that time. Note, the emergence of the Divine Nation function is enough to affect the entire world. Before that, please prepare a large amount of belief value. The system's long-awaited appearance surprised Lin Qi. Every day, new babies were born in the Empire, and according to the system, the Empire's population had just exceeded the 50 million mark. Divine Nation function, what is that? Unfortunately, the system is an inanimate object and did not respond to Lin Qi's confusion. Unifying the West Sea? Lin Qi turned to look at the blue sky outside, his ambition burning in his heart. It was time. The 7 kingdoms had already been digested, and it was time to look for new prey. So far, he had only ruled 1/7 of the West Sea. Although starting anything is difficult, it was time to speed up. Before that, Lin Qi planned to expand the Empire's hard power first. In 2 years, he had accumulated 3 million belief values. The system had him save belief values, so he didn't plan to use them all for the lottery, but using a portion was still fine. Good steel should be used on the blade. If you need to spend, then spend it. The Empire's blade is faster, making unifying the West Sea easier. Open the lottery list. Bronze lottery pool, 100 faith points per draw. Silver lottery pool, 1,000 faith points per draw. Gold lottery pool, 10,000 faith points per draw. Naruto lottery pool, 1,000 faith points per draw. Stick Brave World lottery pool, 10,000 faith points per draw. As the number of draws increased, more lottery pools gradually appeared. This time, Lin Qi did not plan to draw from the Naruto lottery pool, although this lottery pool is cheap and has a high ceiling. The drop rate is ridiculously low. Lin Qi didn't know how many points he spent to get just one Tsunade. He finally understood why this lottery pool was so cheap. This gambling addict can let anyone take on any role. He doesn't want to take on the role anymore recently. The newly appeared Stick Brave World is familiar to Lin Qi. He had watched it before, and many famous memes appeared in this anime. In an instant, grasp the future. Which stick do you want? Freya only needs a wig. In this world, how should I put it? Clearly, the combat power is not strong. Yet there are always some outrageous items and skills. The reason it costs 10,000 faith points per draw should be because of this. Let us skip this for now. He only wants a few items from this world, and the chance of drawing them is about the same as buying a lottery ticket. In the end, Lin Qi focused his attention on the gold lottery pool. 10,000 points per draw can randomly draw anything from any world. The drop rate isn't too outrageous. At least the output rate is worth the price. This is it. System, let us start with a 10 consecutive draw to test the waters. Ding! Deducting 100,000 faith points, drawing from the lottery pool. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Tsunade's model cover. The first item that appeared surprised Lin Qi. On the desk, a black, semi-transparent cover appeared. Lin Qi's first reaction was, does Tsunade wear this thing? It seems he has never seen her wear it. But it's really big. It even has a model number. Lin Qi picked up the Tsunade cover and was shocked by its exaggerated scale. No wonder it's an epic level item. As the cover moved closer, a fragrance filled the nearby area. It can't be that only Tsunade wore it, right? The scent is so rich. The smell is really pleasant, much better than that high-end aroma. Why do I suddenly feel like 10,000 faith points might not be a loss? Lin Qi, I have something to tell you. The door suddenly burst open, and Tsunade rushed in. Lin Qi quickly hid the cover behind him. If Tsunade found out, with her fiery personality, she wouldn't care whether you're the boss or not. Lin Qi, you are so good. Tsunade started but suddenly stopped, her gaze revealing a look of disdain. Hey, 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 why are you looking at me like that? Tsunade's gaze inexplicably made Lin Qi feel guilty and a bit excited. He didn't expect our dignified emperor to have such a hobby. Tsunade pointed disdainfully at the position behind Lin Qi. It turned out that Lin Qi had hidden it in a hurry and didn't hide it completely. A strap was still showing from behind the chair. Ahem, this is an accident. He hurriedly stuffed the visible strap back. You seem very guilty. Strange. Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before? The more Tsunade thought about it, the more familiar it seemed, but she couldn't remember. Speaking of which, it's strange. I clearly wore it today. Why do I feel so loose? Tsunade thought, extending her pink fist and punching Lin Qi's chest twice. Bang, bang. With excellent elasticity and a wave-like motion, Lin Qi was amazed. Something's not right. It was at this moment that Tsunade finally noticed something was off. She frowned. Regardless of Lin Qi being present, reached out to pull down her collar, revealing a deep, snowy cleavage, and looked down. That snowy cleavage was like the Somalia Trench, deep and enticing, making it hard for Lin Qi to look away. So white and no, so big and no, so tender. Upon seeing the content inside, Tsunade's pupils constricted, finally realizing why that thing looked so familiar. When on earth did this happen? Tsunade raised her head, biting her silver teeth, glaring at Lin Qi with fiery eyes, almost enunciating each word. Lin Qi, you are looking for death. With 2 punches, Lin Qi's head swelled with 2 lumps. Tsunade, fuming, grabbed the cover. Her face flushed and left without looking back. Chapter 99. The Soul of the General. After Tsunade left, Lin Qi reflected on the earlier incident. Not, it should be said, the epic level incident. It seemed he made a big profit this time. The lottery continues. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Cursed Green Gem. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Song of the Black Emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Ancient Zoan-type Triceratops Fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, I'm Sama's Underwear. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, I'm Sama's Black Stockings. Looking at the underwear and black stockings that appeared out of nowhere in his hands, Lin Qi questioned his life. System, you really are something. Is this I'm Sama the one he thinks it is? The master of the 5 elders? I'm Sama's feet smell quite nice. The stockings don't smell at all. I'll give a good review. Why is there no hair on the underwear? Could it be that I'm Sama is a white tiger? Lin Qi felt like he had discovered something incredible. This must be kept well. After all, it's a personal item worn by the world's ruler. It should fetch a starting price of 30 billion berries if auctioned in the Sebade archipelago, right? Just kidding. Lin Qi carefully stored the 2 items away. Definitely not because he had any special preferences. Moreover, if him found out that he was missing something, it would be bad if she came after him through some devil fruit. Item, Cursed Green Gem, can bring unimaginable misfortune to the holder. Ordinary people find it hard to resist the temptation of the gem. The host is immune. Overall, this lottery was worth the price. The moment Lin Qi saw the Cursed Green Gem, he already had a plan for the upcoming unification of the West Sea. Item, Song of the Black Emperor, single-use item. Can summon the Black Emperor's undead army from hell to assist. Item, Ancient Zoan-type Triceratops Fruit. After consuming, the physique is greatly enhanced, with 3 transformation stages. Able to transform into a 6-ton Triceratops. Each item is very practical, and he looks forward to their performance. After calculating his remaining faith points, Lin Qi didn't hesitate. System, Gold Lottery Pool, 90 draws. Ding. Deducting 900,000 faith points, drawing from the lottery pool. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Soul of the General. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Random Title Draw Once. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, 5-dimensional Fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Devouring Gene. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, 10 Youth-Preserving Pills. From the 90 draws, Lin Qi selected the 5 best items. Not to mention anything else. Just the Soul of the General alone is worth 900,000 faith points. Soul of the General comes from the first female general of the One Piece world's lifelong legacy. After fusion, The user will inherit her haki, swordsmanship, physical skills, combat techniques, and physical fitness. Note 1. Only females can use it. Note 2. Fusion requires time. During fusion, the character will fall into a deep sleep and will not be rushed. The time required for fusion depends on the compatibility between the user and the female general. It can take as little as 1 year or as long as 5 years, after which the user will thoroughly absorb the female general's abilities, becoming their own abilities. 900,000 points for a general level master is simply a great deal. However, this condition of falling asleep for 1 to 5 years before waking up after completely absorbing the abilities made Lin Qi hesitate. With this one condition, even if he could use it, he wouldn't wanna. Who knows what the world would be like after sleeping for 5 years? Maybe that old bastard Kaido took the opportunity to run off with his coffin while he was sleeping. Who would use it is also a question. Although she tends to favor Shiwan, she doesn't want to impose her will on her wife. Not everyone is willing to say goodbye to the world for several years. Ultimately, Lin Qi decided to ask for their opinions and instructed the guards to bring them over. The successful fusion requires a close person, and it cannot be someone like Tsunade with a low compatibility. She isn't even from the pirate world, and the fusion will definitely take 5 years. After a moment, Tina, Robin, and Shiwan were called into the room. Hearing Lin Qi's words, the three were shocked by the existence of such a powerful thing and fell into a dilemma and hesitation. 5 years. How many 5 years can one have in life? They had a plan for the worst. They didn't want to wake up one day to find their parents aged, themselves aged, their husband became a stranger, and the world no longer familiar. For their age, these 5 years were the golden period of youth. They still didn't know that Lin Qi had already taken out the youth elixir. The life extension fruit had appeared in the life choice system's store more than once, and eating it could grant one additional year of life. Most of their worries were unnecessary. Let me do it, husband. Gathering her courage, Shiwan stepped forward first. I can feel that my strength has reached a bottleneck. Without a significant opportunity, I might only be an elite admiral for my entire life. Are you sure, Shiwan? Have you thought about everything you will face? Lin Qi had to ask repeatedly about the years of farewell after the fusion. I'm sure. Shiwan's eyes became resolute. For her husband, she had to become stronger. All right, eat this first. Lin Qi poured a fragrant white wax pill from a small bottle. Robin, Tina, you two should have one as well. The three had no hesitation. Each took a youth elixir and tossed it into their mouths. Lin Qi also ate one. From then on, their appearances would remain forever at that moment. So sweet, honey-flavored. What did husband give Tina? Tina licked the corner of her mouth, savoring it. The youth elixir can keep our appearances from aging. Your skin will always be as smooth as it is now. Wow, long live husband. Hearing that they could maintain their youthful looks, the three women's eyes lit up, excitedly kissing Lin Qi, leaving lipstick marks all over his face. The allure of eternal youth for women is no less than becoming the king of the world. What reassured Lin Qi even more was that they didn't doubt his words at all. They truly believed in his promise of eternal youth in this world without cultivation. Shiwan, are you ready? Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, the three women collected their excitement and smiles. Shiwan said solemnly, let's begin. Okay. Lin Qi took out a white glowing orb and approached Shiwan's body. Ding! Do you want to use the Admiral's soul on Shiwan? Use. The orb slowly sank into Shiwan's body, forming a layer of halo that enveloped her. Husband, we'll meet again in a year. Shiwan smiled, reassuring Lin Qi not to worry, then closed her eyes as drowsiness overcame her. Lin Qi caught the limp Shiwan and carefully placed her on the bed, instructing, bring me a crystal coffin. I want to stay by Shiwan's side day and night. Yes, your majesty. Moments later, looking at Shiwan's delicate face and rosy cheeks inside the crystal coffin, Lin Qi suddenly felt a strange sensation. Feritales, Sleeping Beauty? The crystal coffin was placed beside the bed. Chapter 100. No Women in Heart. Does the host want to draw a title? Draw the Second Good Thing is a title, which is similar to the manifestation of rules and is extremely powerful. Similar to his title, Lowly Killer, little Lolas would involuntarily develop a fondness. Ding. Title drawing in progress. Ding. Draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title No Women in Heart. Women only affect the speed at which men draw their swords. But Lolas can make your sword faster. Big sisters can make your sword fiercer. Rich women can give you a sharper sword. Hugging a little sister doubles the damage. Effect: for every loli with a score above 95 obtained, the host's sword drawing speed increases by 1, up to a maximum of 10. For every big sister with a score above 95 obtained, the host's sword drawing power increases by 1, up to a maximum of 10. Ding. Current effect: the host has detected 4 big sisters, increasing sword drawing power by 4. Lin Qi walked away with a 6. This system always manages to play tricks on him. However, this title is not only practical, but also very powerful. One must know that battles between masters are often decided by the slightest margin. A 0.1 second speed error can determine the outcome of a battle. A slight difference in damage might decide life or death. With the titles, increasing speed and power by 10 can be said to elevate his strength to another level. Currently, a 4 increase in power is not to be underestimated. The third item, the 5-dimensional fruit, consists of 5 fruits of different colors. Ding. The 5-dimensional fruit can enhance a person's potential value. The red fruit increases strength. The green fruit increases speed. The blue fruit increases endurance. The yellow fruit increases defense. And the pink fruit increases neural reflexes. Items that enhance potential are treasures in any world. The concept of potential is mysterious, intangible, yet real. For example, after Luffy ate the Nika fruit, his potential reached the level of the 4 emperors. And Shiwan, no matter how hard she trains, will at most become a candidate for admiral in her lifetime. Even if Fujitora and Green Bull were to drop in, they wouldn't make Shiwan an admiral, indicating her strength is still far from that level. Tastes good. The 5 fruits were only the size of a fingernail. Lin Qi swallowed them in one bite. The sweet and sour taste was appetizing. After eating, Lin Qi had a vague feeling that his upper limit had indeed been raised. The last item, the devouring gene. This item is a bit fierce, and there might not be enough space in a room. Lin Qi made his way to the seaside and transformed into the 35-meter-tall candle beast. With a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, dragon scales, and a dragon tail. Standing at 35 meters tall, it looked about 70 like the legendary Qilin. Behind it was a circle of about 35-meter hollow black-red halos. A layer of flame burned atop the black halo, always hovering behind the candle beast. It's the Emperor. Wow, so big. The body looked even more majestic and imposing, more intimidating than a statue. So handsome. Fishermen fishing by the sea exclaimed upon seeing Lin Qi. In the Empire, the candle beast had long become the national guardian beast and a symbol of the kingdom. Almost every citizen of the kingdom knew that when they saw the candle beast, it was the embodiment of their king. To enemies, the candle beast was a terrifying monster, while to the citizens, it was their guardian deity. Some elderly fishermen put down their fishing gear and bowed towards Lin Qi. Lin Qi raised his head proudly towards the citizens and flew into the sky. System. Fuse the devouring gene. Ding. Devouring gene fusion in progress. Ding. Fusion successful. Devouring gene. After fusion, the candle beast form will gain devouring abilities, allowing it to enlarge its size by devouring energy. The larger the size, the stronger the physique, and new abilities will be mastered at that time. Hungry. Very hungry. Extremely hungry. This was Lin Qi's first feeling after fusing the devouring gene, as if every cell and pore in his body was transmitting feelings of hunger to his brain. Devouring energy can lead to evolution. If we talk about where in this world the most energy can be found, it undoubtedly belongs to the Sea Kings. The larger the Sea King, the more energy contained in its flesh. If a Sea King with a volume exceeding 5,000 meters has a piece of meat of the same volume, the energy would be 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even 100,000 times. The Sea King, with its large size and abundant energy, is the best choice for devouring evolution. Eating 10,000 pigs and sheep is not as good as eating one Sea King. Buzzing, a layer of black light suddenly emerged from the halo behind Lin Qi, enveloping him. With the development of the candlelight fruit, more and more abilities are being unlocked. Devil fruit users can't touch water? No problem, as long as they isolate themselves from seawater like Vander Decken 9. Lin Qi was initially puzzled about how he survived after being knocked into the sea by Kaido last time. Now, it seems likely that it was because the halo triggered a protective ability. With a loud splash, Lin Qi dove into the water like a deep-sea bomb, creating waves over 100 meters high. As the great uncle of the Azure Dragon, Candlelight naturally knows water. Once in the water, every cell in his body cheered, as if returning home. His speed in the water was hardly slower than in the sky, and breathing was not an issue. No matter how deep he went into the abyss, the pitch-black seawater looked like night vision to Lin Qi, allowing him to see farther than on land. Ugh. The fish in the deep sea are really ugly. As he delved 6,000 meters deep, the fish there could only be described as hideous, looking like they came straight out of a horror movie without any makeup. Though it's not your fault for being ugly, it's wrong to scare others. Lin Qi looked at the incredibly ugly monster fish before him and swallowed it whole. Crunchy, with a chicken flavor. After eating this fish, his hunger remained unsatisfied, and his size seemed to increase by 0.001. It seems he still needed to find Sea King. Found it. This one is for you. The deep sea is the territory of the Sea Kings. In no time, Lin Qi found a 300-meter-long Sea King. This Sea King resembled a combination of a fish and a chicken, with feathers on its body, looking very much like an acquaintance he once knew. Sea Kings are not low in intelligence. Upon seeing Lin Qi's 35-meter size, this Sea King felt no inclination to resist, as if it had encountered its natural nemesis, and turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? The speed of a Sea King was no match for Lin Qi. With a jolt of electricity, the 300-meter-long Sea King became a delicious roasted fish. Chapter 101. Devouring Evolution. The 300-meter-long Sea King was dragged ashore by Lin Qi, standing at 35 meters tall in front of the massive Sea King. He looked like a child who hadn't grown up. Where should I start swallowing? Got it. Lin Qi went to the tail of the Sea King, opened his huge mouth, and a small black hole appeared, unleashing a terrifying suction. Whoosh! The Sea King's tail was sucked into Lin Qi's mouth. The originally enormous tail, as it neared the black hole, surprisingly shrank several sizes, just enough to be swallowed. This Sea King was just right. He wouldn't be able to swallow one 100 meters bigger. I swallow. Lin Qi didn't even chew, directly digesting it into nutrients through the black hole. As he devoured this Sea King, his size began to visibly grow. 35 meters, 36 meters, 37 meters, 38 meters, 39 meters, 40 meters. The 300-meter-long Sea King, weighing over 1,000 tons, was completely swallowed by Lin Qi in a matter of minutes. At the same time, his size reached 40 meters. His hunger was alleviated, and every cell in his body rejoiced at the influx of nutrients. Lin Qi smacked his lips, feeling the surging energy within his body. He had fallen in love with this rapid growth and strength. The day was still early, and he turned back into the sea, searching for the next prey. Thus, that day, the fishermen witnessed an unforgettable scene. The ocean overlord's Sea Kings were treated like snacks by His Majesty, devoured one after another. The fishermen watched in awe, mouths agape, and exclaimed, "The Emperor is amazing! Long live the Emperor!" For fishermen at sea, their greatest fear was not pirates, but Sea Kings. Who would dare provoke a Sea King in the ocean? They avoided them, fearing being targeted. If a Sea King set its sights on them, it meant certain death. A true ocean tyrant. Moreover, when a Sea King passed by, nearby fish would vanish in droves, causing fishermen to catch nothing. Today, these ocean bullies were dealt with by His Majesty. What do you call this? This is called removing harm for the people, a great relief for the heart. A good ruler thinking of the people. Since Sea Kings had no natural enemies in the ocean, Lin Qi quickly caught another 300-meter-long Sea King. After consuming it, his size reached 43 meters. The last time he grew by 5 meters, this time only 3 meters. Although it was the same 300-meter-long Sea King, the effect was nearly halved. It seemed that as his size increased, it became harder to grow further. He needed to hunt even larger Sea Kings. As night fell, with stars and the moon hanging high, Lin Qi caught an 800-meter-long Sea King. After swallowing it, his size had already reached 66 meters. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Please rest. Don't tire yourself out. Yes, Your Majesty, we are already very moved by what you have done for us. Your Majesty, this is homemade bread. If you don't mind. A crowd of residents gathered at the shore. They had come to see the king, who transformed into the candlelight divine beast and personally went into the sea to eliminate harm for the people. As a kingdom surrounded by the sea, nearly every 5 households relied directly or indirectly on the ocean for their livelihood. Lin Qi's actions ensured the safety and interests of the people, clearing potential dangers for their fishing expeditions. According to incomplete statistics, at least 2,000 fishermen die each year at the hands of sea kings. After all, even the illustrious red-haired Shanks lost an arm to an 80-meter sea king, let alone ordinary people. Your Majesty is so robust. Observing closely, they realized just how absurdly large he was. Standing beneath him, they felt like ants. They had to tilt their heads back to see the top of the candlelight's head. Wow, so big. Some young girls blushed as they watched. At 66 meters tall, it was equivalent to a 23-story building. Imagine a Qilin over 20 stories high standing in front of you. That was the feeling of the citizens. The flaming halo behind the candlelight illuminated the dark night sky. Lin Qi looked out at the vast sea of people, puzzled. What was going on? Why was everyone gathered at the shore? Also, why was his faith value increasing so rapidly, almost like a rocket? Lin Qi, who'd been busy eating sea kings all day, had no idea what was happening. In any case, it seemed to be a good thing. It was getting late, and Lin Qi hadn't planned to continue hunting sea kings. Such things relied on perseverance. Watching the encouraging rise in faith value, he didn't mind treating everyone to dinner. The candlelight divine beast opened its mouth, and a lightning bolt several meters thick shot out, instantly illuminating the night like daytime. The lightning struck the sea, causing the nearby waters to boil, and countless fish rose to the surface, emitting a delicious aroma. Lin Qi opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking tens of thousands of roasted fish to the shore. Your Majesty invites everyone to eat fish. Hurry and thank the Emperor. Someone shouted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. As he received a flood of gratitude, his faith value surged once more. After celebrating with the people, Lin Qi returned to the palace, looking down at his palm, feeling that something seemed different. When he cut open his wrist with a knife, and the wound, revealing tendons, healed completely in a short period of time, leaving no scar. His recovery ability was about 1/3 stronger than before. It was blood. Looking at the blood remaining on his wrist, Lin Qi thought about where the change was. Under the candlelight state, the essence of those sea kings he had swallowed was contained in his human blood. To put it bluntly, his blood was now more effective than any elixir. Not to mention, it could bring the dead back to life. But for broken arms and legs, severe injuries, and major blood loss, having his blood could ensure complete recovery. Even in the future, even if his head was cut off, as long as it wasn't completely cold, his blood could reattach it. Invincible. From now on, Lin Qi could confidently claim to be the world's #1 in external injury medicine. He picked up a drop of blood from his wrist and casually tossed it into the flower bed outside. The originally small yellow flower, no bigger than his finger, quickly rose to a height of 5 meters at a visible speed. This time, spending 1,000,000 lottery points was worth it. There were still 6 youth-preserving pills left, and Lin Qi sent 1 to Galette, 1 to Tsunade, and 1 to Uchiha Mikoto. Women should quite like this stuff, since he could draw it once. He could draw it twice, not fearing waste, as they were all his own people. Although Tsunade had the Yin seal, it wasn't true immortality. Once her chakra was exhausted, she would revert to her original state. This year's Tsunade, in her 20s, was just right to take the youth-preserving pill. Chapter 102 Supporting Puppets. To conquer the world, to unify the West Sea, he couldn't bypass the world government. The world government had explicitly prohibited him from attacking other countries under any circumstances. Now is not the time to turn against the world government, so he could only seek other methods. But this was no challenge for Lin Qi. Early the next morning, Lin Qi set off for the Kingdom of Willis. The Kingdom of Willis was the largest country in the West Sea besides Lin Qi's empire, with a population of over 10 million. Taking advantage of the old king not having yet recovered from his concubine's belly, Lin Qi easily sneaked into the palace. As long as he wanted, not to mention avoiding detection by the guards, destroying the palace would be as easy as a snap of his fingers, but he wouldn't do that. Arriving in front of the throne, Lin Qi took out the cursed emerald he had drawn yesterday and stuffed it into the crevice of the throne. Item: Cursed emerald can bring unimaginable misfortune to its holder. Ordinary people find it hard to resist the temptation of the gem. The host is immune. After completing all this, Lin Qi successfully withdrew and returned to the empire to wait for good news. By the time the sun was high in the sky, the old king of the kingdom of Willis finally waddled into the room. The old king was nearly 60 this year, but was not muddled. Being able to sit in this position until now proved he had some political acumen. In the past, he had killed his elder brother and third brother and imprisoned his father to ascend the throne. Later, due to his excellent treatment of the people and good relations with meritocrats, he led the kingdom to expand its territory and brought the country to prosperity, earning himself the title of Emperor Guangwu. Thud! The old king sat down on the throne, and the emerald hidden by Lin Qi popped out and rolled to the ground. The old king's gaze instinctively lingered on the emerald, his eyes wide with surprise. Could it be a treasure hidden by the former kings in the throne? The emerald seemed to have some kind of magical power. After picking it up, the old king's eyes were filled with greed. Someone, set this emerald into my crown. A week later, Lin Qi received news that the old king of the kingdom of Willis had choked to death on food while eating. After the old king's death, the eldest prince ascended to the throne smoothly. Lin Qi smiled slightly, patting Galette's, but to make her change her position. There was still a need to wait. After the eldest prince ascended the throne, he was deeply attracted by the crown left by his father, especially the emerald on it, and unconsciously put the crown on his head. 5 days later, news came that the new king of Willis had slipped on a banana peel and died. Goodness! Lin Qi exclaimed. The power of the cursed emerald was even more formidable than he had imagined. Given the physical condition of the people in this world, the chances of dying from slipping on a banana peel were rarer than winning 100 million lottery. It wasn't over yet. Lin Qi needed to wait for a puppet king he could control at will. After the eldest prince's death, the kingdom of Willis did not immediately select a new heir. The palace ministers were divided into 2 factions, one supporting the third prince and the other supporting the sixth prince. The 2 factions began a series of open and covert struggles for the throne. Finally, a month later, at the cost of the unexpected deaths of the second and third princes, the sixth prince ascended the throne smoothly. 3 days after the sixth prince took the throne, the royal family publicly stated it was an old illness reoccurring, but in reality, he had slipped and fallen into a sewage pit and drowned. With 3 consecutive kings dead, each in bizarre ways, everyone began to sense something was off. The royal family invited exorcists and bounty hunters to investigate, but the results showed there were no issues at all. The people of the kingdom of Willis were stunned. The speed of changing kings was faster than changing girlfriends. In just 2 months, 4 different kings had been replaced. The day before, the entire nation was in mourning for the former king, and the next day, red satin was flying everywhere. Less than a week later, white paper money was floating again. However, peace did not last even half a month. Power is something that makes people break their heads to get in. The direct line of the royal family was nearly dead. The 2 younger brothers of the old king, both current Grand Dukes, began to vie for power with the 17-year-old 9th prince. 3 days later, one of the Grand Dukes emerged victorious and ascended to the throne. A week later, the one with the most tragic death fell from the 5th floor, broke all his bones, and died. The last Grand Duke learned his lesson. Since whoever became king died, he disregarded the 9th prince's opposition and forcibly arranged for the 9th prince to ascend the throne. He manipulated everything behind the scenes. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Lin Qi knew the opportunity had come. That night, Lin Qi found the 9th prince who was sleeping soundly. Crack! A flash of lightning outside the window startled the 9th prince awake, and upon seeing Lin Qi standing by the bed, he nearly had a heart attack. Just as he was about to call for help, Lin Qi covered his mouth and threatened, "If you don't want to die, don't shout." MMM. The 9th prince quickly nodded. "Big hero, I'm just a puppet king. The real power is in my uncle's hands. I think you have the wrong person. You don't know. Our throne is cursed. Every king doesn't live beyond a week. If I could flee, I would have run away long ago. Why don't you take me away, big hero?" As soon as Lin Qi loosened his grip, the 9th prince immediately began to vent his frustrations. A king who couldn't live beyond a week meant his life was at stake. Just now, he even dreamt of his father and two deceased brothers waving at him. He was still young, not even 18, and really didn't want to die. I have a way to let you live and take full control of power. But you have to listen to me from now on, Lin Qi said in a deep voice. Okay, as long as you can let me live, I'll do whatever you ask. Good, take this. Lin Qi took out a pill and handed it to him. The ninth prince picked up the pill and threw it into his mouth, only to remember to ask afterward, Big hero, what did you give me to eat? Poison. Huh? The ninth prince was on the verge of tears. Big hero, I'm about to die, and you still give me poison. With me here, you won't die. Lin Qi was quite satisfied with this ninth prince. Youth meant he was easier to control, and a carefree personality meant he had fewer tricks up his sleeve, making him a good candidate for a puppet. You have to take the antidote I give you every 6 months, otherwise you will die from the poison. Suddenly, heavy rain began to pour outside, and the cold rain hit the glass as Lin Qi walked out alone. Where are you going, big boss? To kill. Lin Qi uttered 2 words lightly and disappeared into the night. In the dim room, the ninth prince shivered as he looked at the figure that suddenly vanished. Was that person a ghost? An hour later, Lin Qi returned to the room, the scarlet blood flowing down the heart of the demon sword. The voices opposing you have disappeared. You have a month to quickly master great power and not disappoint me. Lin Qi's ghostly voice echoed, and the ninth prince trembled as he stole a glance at the bloodstains on the sword. Little did he know that his arrogant uncle had likely died on this rainy night. Chapter 103. Heading towards the West Sea, King Lin Qi followed the same method and spent 3 months to gain control over the 5 most powerful countries in the West Sea. Aside from the empire, apart from the 5 puppet kings he supported, no third party knew that he was manipulating the countries from behind the scenes. Lin Qi was like a behind-the-scenes hand, secretly controlling everything. He issued orders to these kings to spare no effort in attacking other kingdoms and expanding their territories. Under the influence of the 5 ruffians, the West Sea was plunged into war, and everyone lived in fear. Perhaps the frenzied expansion of the 5 kingdoms instilled a sense of crisis in other kingdoms. The major powers seized the opportunity to declare war on the surrounding small nations, devouring them to strengthen their national power. The small nations formed alliances to jointly resist the invasions of the major powers. In an instant, the West Sea became a paradise for war, with no place untouched by conflict, becoming the most chaotic region on the sea. Mutual conquest and slaughter ensued. The intensity of the fighting even surpassed that of the Grand Line at times. This situation was beneficial for Lin Qi's development. The more chaotic the West Sea became, the more advantageous it was for him. The major powers helped him devour the small nations, saving him the trouble of doing it bit by bit. In the end, he would directly swallow the major powers. With everyone at war, the world government would not focus on his 5 pawns. Time flies. Half a year later, it was the year 1514 of the Sea Circle calendar. Each of the 5 major kingdoms had conquered an average of 4 countries, totaling 20 countries, which was roughly what Lin Qi had anticipated. The strength of the 5 major kingdoms was not as strong as the empire, so achieving this record was already quite impressive. Although Lin Qi provided covert support, he could not showcase iconic items like the 47, the Pluto warship, the god of fire cannon, or the giant major general. The familiar faces of Tsunade and others could not make an appearance either. Only when faced with tough opponents would Lin Qi step in to solve things behind the scenes. The more he moved, the easier it was to be caught off guard. He was well aware of this. Thus, relying solely on the military power of the kingdoms was already a great result. At the same time, he had Uchiha Makoto train many new faces over the past 6 months to place into the 5 major empires. In this regard, the Uchiha clan were experts among experts. Currently, the upper echelons of the 5 major empires had nearly all been replaced with their people. The West Sea had a total of 58 countries, and 33 of them had already fallen into his hands. Over half of the West Sea was under his control. The day he became the West Sea King was not far off. When he became the West Sea King, it would be the moment of his break with the world government. Since he disregarded the Elder Star's invitation last time, the number of spies captured by the Empire had obviously increased. It was easy to guess who was behind this. Due to the continuous wars waged by the 5 major kingdoms, the citizens felt exhausted. Moreover, each of these kingdoms still had 4 other kingdoms to absorb. So there would be a period of ceasefire in the days to come until the kingdoms could recuperate and absorb the territories they had conquered. It wouldn't be long, as the scale of the 5 major kingdoms was not small. Unlike the empire back then, which had swallowed 10 times its territory in one go. What did you say? Doflamingo is suppressing our business in the black market. Doesn't he know the master behind it is me? In the study, listening to the report from the pharmacist, Lin Qi frowned. Doflamingo is a smart man. He wouldn't offend a major general unless there was some misunderstanding or someone intervened. Send someone to warn him. If Doflamingo remains obstinate, I will take action personally. Yes, Lord Lin Qi. The pharmacist retracted his fervent gaze and respectfully retreated. After the pharmacist left, Lin Qi looked at the negative income statement of the treasury this year, lost in thought. Normally, the empire's annual income was barely enough for him to carry out his bold reforms, crazily developing infrastructure, improving the military, and enhancing the people's livelihood within the empire. Not to mention, under his reforms, the empire's food production had doubled, roads were crisscrossing the empire, and running water reached every household. The citizens' happiness index skyrocketed, and the military grew stronger day by day. Various massive buildings were constructed, such as shelters, granaries capable of storing enough food for 10 years, and border watchtowers. Various systems were perfected: healthcare, military, rule of law, and training. There were countless places to spend money, and this was still under Lin Qi's frugal spending. The reason for breaking the delicate balance between income and expenditure was the chaos in the West Sea. The turmoil caused other maritime trade ships to avoid coming to the West Sea for business, leading to a decline in the empire's annual revenue. Currently, it all relied on the black market to sustain it. If something happened to the black market, they would have to tighten their belts to get by. I need to find a way to get some money. Continuing like this is not a solution. A penny can stump even the greatest hero. And I need to fill the treasury. It would be best to find a wealthy individual who could make a big score and not worry about spending for the rest of his life. The Golden Emperor. If you ask who is the richest person in the world, the first is the world government, and the second must be the Golden Emperor. But the money of the world government does not